There once was a man who was exceptionally talented with a knife, his skill so profound it bordered on the supernatural. A gleaming blue light would flash along the edge of his blade, a harbinger of the impossible feats to come. There was nothing he couldn't cut through, nothing that wouldn't yield to his blade. A single, flawless vertical strike, radiating with ethereal blue energy, could cleave any object in two, a testament to his absolute mastery. He was a figure of immense power, a silhouette wreathed in a brilliant blue aura, standing before a world seemingly split asunder by his peerless technique. This incredible skill was not a gift, but the result of relentless dedication. He had worked so hard that his palms were covered in thick calluses. After dropping out of high school, he had poured 20 long years into the knife business, a journey of discipline and sacrifice that had earned him the prestigious title of the best knife master in the country. His stage was a high-end restaurant where his artistry was on full display. A magnificent platter of freshly prepared fish, arranged with geometric precision, showcased his skill, a feast for the eyes before it was a feast for the palate. The restaurant buzzed with activity, a symphony of satisfied customers and hurried staff. An announcer called out that the omakase course for Table 3 was coming up, while patrons marveled at the delicious-looking food. Whispers circulated among the diners, with one mentioning they had heard the chef was incredibly skilled with a knife. Orders for special tuna platters and a VIP course were shouted across the room as the staff diligently served the bustling crowd. Inside the pristine kitchen, a younger chef in a crisp white uniform was startled by a sudden sound. He glanced around, his expression puzzled as he wondered what it was. His attention was drawn to the head chef, a man with intense, focused eyes and a dark uniform who was absorbed in his work. The chef's powerful arm moved with practiced grace and speed, his knife a blur as he expertly sliced a large fish. The younger chef approached him cautiously, cupping his hand to his mouth to be heard over the kitchen noise, and informed his superior that his phone was ringing. The head chef, without breaking his concentration, grunted a simple then asked if the phone was on vibrate as it should be, a hint of annoyance in his tone at the interruption. He glanced at his buzzing phone, the screen displaying a notification from a mobile game called Miracle's Blessing M. He internally grumbled, questioning why he was receiving alerts from a game he was certain he had deleted. He briefly wondered if his phone was broken before dismissing the thought. Just then, his subordinate spoke up again, his voice tinged with urgency, reminding the chef that they had customers waiting. The chef, his patience wearing thin, replied with cold finality, instructing his junior to simply tell them they didn't have it, his hand clenching into a tight fist at his side. The kitchen door swung open, and a group of unwelcome visitors strode in. A smug, blonde-haired man in a garish red suit, flanked by two imposing bodyguards in dark sunglasses, smirked as he addressed the chef as Mr. Kim. He announced that he had come for an answer, stating with condescending confidence that he had given Mr. Kim more than enough time to think things over. He added that for someone who handles the same tasks day in and day out, what he was asking shouldn't be too difficult. The blonde man let out a derisive laugh, wagging his finger as if scolding a child. He feigned an epiphany, claiming that he had been too ignorant and had forgotten a crucial part of the etiquette for such a negotiation. With a snap of his fingers, one of his men presented a briefcase. The man explained that in situations like this, the one asking the favor should be the one to make the first gesture. He popped the latches and opened the case, revealing it to be stuffed to the brim with neat stacks of 50,001 notes, assuring Mr. Kim that he wouldn't be disappointed. The man's face contorted into a wide, greedy grin as he announced the offer, 3 billion won as an advance payment. He added a simple condition, stating that the money was his as long as the job was done properly. In the blink of an eye, a flash of movement. Streaks of brilliant blue light, sharp and precise, crisscrossed the air with impossible speed. The cuts were so swift they seemed to slice through reality itself, accompanied by a sharp, threatening red aura that underscored their lethality. Mr. Kim stood facing the intruders, his knife held steady, a faint blue glow emanating from the steel. His gaze was glacial. On the cutting board, the fish was now perfectly intricately sliced, a silent demonstration of his terrifying skill. The blond man's eyes were wide with a mixture of awe and terror, beads of sweat forming on his pale forehead. Mr. Kim's own eyes seemed to glow with an intense blue light as he spoke, his voice low and dangerous. He stated that the kitchen was a place where cleanliness was the top priority. He then looked the man dead in the eye, declaring that someone as dirty as him had no place there and commanded him to leave. The intruders were frozen in shock, symbolized by two giant red exclamation marks hanging in the air. Above them, a single perfectly cut slice of tuna hung from a hook, a testament to the master's precision, while the two massive halves of the fish lay on the counter, cleaved by an impossibly clean cut. The blond man's fear quickly morphed into a wide, impressed grin, He exclaimed that this was exactly what he expected from the legendary Sword Master. He declared that Mr. Kim was truly someone who shouldn't be wasting his talent slicing fish in a place like this, and urged him to hurry up and come with them. In response, Mr. Kim calmly placed his knife down on the counter with a quiet clink. Suddenly, the blond man and his two bodyguards were sent hurtling backward, as if struck by an invisible force, letting out a collective, high-pitched scream of shock and pain. From the doorway, the blond man shot a furious glare back at the stoic chef. He sneered, asking if Mr. Kim honestly thought he would give up so easily. A smirk returned to his face as he promised he would be back soon enough, then turned to his shaken men and ordered them to leave. Later that night, under a dark sky, the chef, Ju Bang, stood in the back alley, taking a long drag from a cigarette. His younger coworker joined him, lighting one up as well. The coworker couldn't contain his disbelief, questioning why Ju Bang would refuse an advance payment of 3 billion won. He confessed that if it were him, he would have accepted the deal instantly. Ju Bang exhaled a cloud of smoke, explaining that he had spent his entire life slicing fish and knew nothing about dealing with gangsters. His co-worker argued that was precisely the point. They likely just wanted to use the Sword Master's reputation to intimidate people, not actually have him kill someone. He urged Ju Bang to consider it, suggesting he could just scare them a little, take the money, and finally build a better life for himself, buy a house or open his own shop. He insisted that Ju Bang deserved to live like a real human being. But Ju Bang was resolute, stating firmly that even if he were offered a fortune, he would still turn it down. His phone began to buzz incessantly. His coworker chuckled, teasingly asking what was with all the notifications and if he was secretly dating someone. Ju Bang flatly replied that it was just a game. The coworker then tried to recall the name, asking if he was still playing that diaper blessing game. Ju Bang corrected him with a sigh, saying the name was Miracle Blessing and that he had stopped playing it a while ago. Their conversation was cut short when another employee yelled for Ju Bang from the doorway, complaining that everyone had left without cleaning up. The younger coworker immediately panicked at the mention of the boss, quickly stubbing out his cigarette and announcing his departure before rushing back inside, leaving Ju Bang alone with his thoughts. He looked up at the full moon hanging in the sky, reflecting on his life. He admitted to himself that, honestly, ever since his family went bankrupt when he was just a kid, all he had ever done was work. He mulled over his co-worker's words about living like a real human, conceding internally that he had indeed been too focused on just moving forward, never stopping to consider anything else. His phone buzzed again, a persistent, irritating vibration. He gripped the device tightly, his frustration mounting. He muttered to himself, wondering why it kept ringing and how ridiculous the situation was becoming. Looking at the screen, he saw it was now past 1 in the morning. The notification from Miracle's Blessing M was still there. He wondered if he had perhaps reinstalled the game while drunk and resolved to delete it for good this time. He scoffed, thinking about how many years it had been since the game's tired old Demon King's invasion event had started, and moved his thumb to finally get rid of the notification. But in his annoyance, his thumb slipped. He cursed under his breath, realizing he had accidentally clicked on it. The phone screen immediately lit up, and a cheerful jingle began to play as the game's title screen appeared, featuring an attractive female character with long, teal hair. Ju Bang found himself thinking that the flashy background music was exactly as he remembered it, and that the female characters were still as pretty as ever. His nostalgic moment was shattered as the screen suddenly dissolved into a chaotic mess of red static. He stared, confused, as a thin red line of light shot out from the phone and lanced directly towards his face. His eyes widened in utter shock, a bewildered "huh" escaping his lips as the light enveloped him. A moment later, his coworker peeked his head out the back door again, calling for the chef, and saying the boss wanted to see him. He found the alley empty. Confused, he looked around, only to spot Ju Bang's phone lying on the ground, abandoned. The coworker stood alone in the empty alley, a puzzled expression on his face as he wondered where Ju Bang could have gone, and more importantly, why he would have left his phone behind. He called out Ju Bang's name again, then cursed in frustration. He shrugged it off, assuming his boss had just gone to the bathroom for a moment. On the ground, the forgotten phone screen continued to flicker with an unnatural light. The screen then blazed with a blinding white light, corrupted with digital artifacts. A single glitched message materialized in the center. 100% transfer completed. A man's finger hovers over a smartphone, the screen displaying a generic-looking mobile game. He reflects that it was a typical pay-to-win model with a convenient auto-hunting system. The narrator then poses a question, wondering why he ever even played this game. The answer is immediately revealed through a series of flashy character portraits. A girl with long, vibrant turquoise hair and insect-like antennae, a blonde with intense red eyes, and another with a stern expression, all of whom were designed in a way that perfectly suited his tastes. He confesses that the appearance of the female characters was the sole reason he was drawn to it, and it was this game that ultimately swallowed him. He had been pulled into its world, yet he had never spent a single penny on in-game purchases, nor had he ever played through multiple cycles or even finished the game. He wasn't a playable character, not even an NPC. Instead, he had been possessed into the body of a background character whose location in the original game was completely unknown, a fate he likens to being a small, insignificant creature being poked against its will. In this new world, his name was Kang Jeoma. He stands at what appears to be a subway platform door, a thoughtful expression on his face, dressed in a simple gray hoodie and blue jeans with a backpack slung over his shoulder. He recalls an incident where he bumped into a woman, his eyes widening in surprise as he registered her presence. He quickly interjects in his narration, assuring the audience that he knows what they're thinking, but it wasn't that kind of situation. In the memory, he is seen helping up a young woman with light blue hair tied in a ponytail, asking with concern if she was okay. She replies that she was fine and apologizes for the inconvenience. He reflects that, fortunately, the setting of Miracle's blessing M was Korea, which made things much easier. Names, locations, and geography were all strikingly similar to his original world, with only minor differences in one or two characters, making adaptation easy. He notes that thanks to this familiarity, he was able to adjust to his new life without much trouble. He was now a teenager, a status he would hold for at least a year. He lived in this world for a year, the line between reality and game blurring, allowing him to experience the ordinary teenage life he had never had in his past life. He recalls living a very ordinary secondary school life, a stark contrast to his current situation. That peaceful existence continued until the day he returned home, keying the code into his apartment's digital lock. He calls out that he's home, announcing his arrival to his mother. His parents greet him with overwhelming enthusiasm, proclaiming him the pride and joy of the Seori Kang clan, Kang Jeoma. His father proudly brandishes a document, an acceptance notice from Hawakin Academy. Jeoma, however, looks thoroughly unimpressed, his expression flat as he asks if they could please stop bringing that out now. His father just laughs, saying that no matter how many times he sees it, he's proud. His mother chimes in, greeting they did a great job raising their child. They excitedly remind him that the entrance ceremony is the very next day and ask if he's finished packing. He sighs, wondering if it's really tomorrow already. With everyone being so excited, he feels he can't exactly go back on it now, even though he had asked countless times if he could leave. But it had made no difference. He leans back, already feeling exhausted just thinking about it. His gaze falls on a framed photograph on his desk, showing him smiling between his two beaming parents. It was because of them, he realizes. He wonders to himself how this kid, the original Kang Jeoma, had even managed to get accepted into such a prestigious school. The answer comes in a grainy flashback, his parents explaining that he had manifested his blessing and took the test right away. Asking if he didn't remember, the young Jeoma in the memory looks utterly baffled, asking if that was really what happened. The narrator clarifies that before he possessed the body, the original Kang Jeoma had manifested his blessing and immediately passed the entrance exam for Hawakin Academy. Staring at the letter once more, he wonders aloud if the original kid was a genius or something. This world runs on a power called blessing, a radiant, golden energy that grants humans special abilities. Much like skills in a video game, images of glowing swords and powerful warriors fill the screen, showcasing these divine gifts in action. However, not all humans possess this divine protection. The reason, he explains, is that these abilities are mostly genetic. This has created a rigid social hierarchy divided into ranks, nobles, commoners, and the privileged, all based on the presence or absence of a blessing. This system was meticulously crafted to maintain the power of the elite. At the heart of this system is Hawakin Academy, a grand and imposing institution. While it was founded under the noble pretext of hero training, it has long been a school exclusively for the children of upper-class hero families. It wasn't until recently that a special admission system was introduced for those from non-heroic families. A close-up on Jeoma's determined eye reveals that he, Kang Jeoma, was one of those very special admissions. But he questions why they would even need heroes anyway. The reason, he states, is obvious. The world is threatened by monsters, a terrifying menagerie of orcs, skeletal warriors, goblins, and massive dragons, all set against a hellish crimson landscape. He sits at his desk, acknowledging that this isn't his reality. To him, attending a hero training school to prepare for war feels akin to being forced to re-enlist in the military. He lets out a weary sigh, leaning back in his chair with his hands behind his head, the word blessing hanging in the. Suddenly, a blue holographic status window materializes before him. It displays the details of the painless blessing, an ability that completely relieves pain for an activation time of 30 seconds, but with a grueling 12-hour cooldown. He thinks to himself that the status window still looks a bit weird. This was the ability the original Kang Jeong-ma had manifested. He scoffs at the description, wondering what completely even means, and expressing his disbelief that someone could get accepted into the academy with such a seemingly useless skill. Every time he sees it, he gets depressed, his face contorting in frustration. A 30-second duration with a 12-hour cooldown was practically useless. But then he recalls that this wasn't the blessing he received when he first possessed this body. He summons another status window, this one for the blessing of the sword god. Its description is starkly simple. It will cut if you strike. It has an infinite activation time and no cooldown, but it comes with a very specific condition. It only activates when the sword's length is 30 cm or less, and its width is less than 5 cm. He notes the irony that his name, Jeong-ma, translates to sword demon, so it's not like someone is playing a trick on him. Still, this was an ability he had never encountered in the game. He finds the content laughably simple compared to its grandiose name. The phrase, "it will cut if you strike," is so painfully obvious that writing it as an ability seems utterly weird. The most peculiar part, however, is the activation condition. A sword length of 30 cm or less, and a width less than 5 cm. He immediately realizes that these are the perfect dimensions for a sashimi knife, an image of which flashes on screen against a backdrop of fresh tuna and shrimp. He sarcastically wonders if there's a fencing game he's supposed to be playing. Overwhelmed, he throws his head back in his chair, groaning in despair. He has no idea what any of this means. Life, he muses grimly, doesn't always go the way you want. After some time, he lets out a sigh, having finally finished his preparations. He slumped in his chair, completely drained from the simple act of packing. Then, a sudden realization hits him, his eyes widening in alarm. He almost forgot to pack his equipment. He recalls the game's economy. Even the lowest E-rank gear cost millions, C-rank gear was worth hundreds of millions, and S-rank items were legendary treasures in their own right. He leans back deep in thought, knowing the tuition alone is an exorbitant cost. He certainly doesn't want to spend more money on an entrance that he's being pushed into against his will. However, the school's instructions are clear. Equipment is required for the entrance screening, and failing to bring something will get him marked from day one. He lets out a heavy, frustrated sigh, his breath visible in the air. With a new resolve, he decides to go to Daikso, a discount store. He stands up from his chair and walks into a bright, ethereal light. A small smirk plays on his lips as he recalls his first teacher, an old geezer who used to insist that Japanese knives were worth over 100. He remembers the man's favorite saying, "A master doesn't blame their equipment." The day of the entrance ceremony arrives, and Kang Jeong-ma stands in his new, crisp black school uniform. An imposing instructor with a bald head and a small, blonde mohawk calls out to the new kid. The instructor, his face a mask of stern disapproval, gestures to Jeong-ma's belongings and asks what exactly he would call all of this. Jeong-ma looks down at a bundle of kitchen knives, each in a simple cardboard sheath bearing the Daikso logo and a bright red, 30% off sticker. They are at the weapons screening area, where Jeong-ma stands awkwardly before the towering instructor and his pile of discount blades. The instructor's internal monologue reveals his suspicion. Every year, there are pranks from the arrogant upper-class children, and he feels he needs to establish his authority from the very beginning. With a loud crash, he slams his hand on the table, his voice booming as he asks if Jeong-ma thinks the academy is a joke. He demands to know what sense it makes to use a kitchen knife as equipment for the class placement test. With a completely deadpan expression, Jeong-ma simply replies that this is his equipment. The instructor is momentarily stunned, his face slack with disbelief, before it quickly contorts into a mask of pure rage. As he bellows, "Student," Jeong-ma calmly cuts him off, addressing him as instructor. He explains that he is just a special admissions student from an ordinary family. The tuition alone, he continues, must have been a tremendous burden on his parents, and he questions why he would ever do them the disservice of asking them to buy expensive equipment on top of that. The instructor's piercing blue eye widens as he spots the unique color of Jeong-ma's name tag, confirming his status as a special admission. The truth of the situation dawns on him. The academy's tuition must indeed be a significant financial strain for students not from the upper class. A wave of shame washes over him. He berates himself internally, thinking that he, an employee of an institution meant to provide a level playing field, was using his own prejudices to target a deeply devoted and filial student. He realizes now that the 30% off sticker wasn't a joke, but a poignant symbol of the student's financial hardship. A slight smirk touches Jeong-ma's lips as he delivers his final, cutting remark. Blaming the equipment, he states with a sharp, piercing gaze, is something only amateurs do. The instructor is utterly thunderstruck. Jeong-ma's words, "An expert doesn't blame their equipment," echo in his mind as if spoken by a divine sage. In his eyes, the young student is now bathed in a celestial light, a beacon of wisdom and unyielding spirit. This pubescent teen, he thinks with awe, is certainly not someone to be taken lightly. It's as if he has already reached the pinnacle of his field. Tears well up in the instructor's eyes as he whispers the word "G-goat" with reverent admiration. Regaining his composure, the instructor turns to the other students waiting in line. He announces with newfound respect that he will allow the special admission student, Kang Jeong-ma, to use his equipment. Jeong-ma offers a polite, "Thank you, instructor," and walks past the checkpoint. The other students, clearly from wealthy families, begin to whisper and sneer, wondering how a special admission student got in and commenting that he stinks. The instructor whirls around, roaring at the students to be quiet. He orders them to move on once their evaluation is over, then turns back to Jeong-ma with a supportive thumbs up. Leaning in close, he tells Jeong-ma that he can be an angel or a devil, depending on his actions, asking if he understands. Jeong-ma, his face flushed with a mixture of stress and embarrassment, thinks to himself that this whole ordeal might just give him PTSD. Later, outside one of the Grand Academy buildings, Jeong-ma lets out a long sigh, muttering that he needs a break. He finds a park bench and slumps onto it, feeling utterly drained. He reflects that he knew something like this would happen, but experiencing it firsthand was awful. Still, he thinks with a sense of relief, at least the equipment evaluation is done, and he has officially made it through the entrance ceremony. The only thing left now was the class placement test, and the mere thought of it makes him feel exhausted. He closes his eyes for a moment, gathering himself, before opening them with renewed determination. He gazes up at the magnificent architecture of the hero training school, Jokwin Academy. This, he realizes, is the school he'll be attending for the next 3 years. He knew it would be impressive, but it's completely different from what he saw on his tiny phone screen. The campus is vast, sprawling with ornate buildings, and a large, magical-looking fountain in the central plaza. If he were to exaggerate, he thinks, it would be about the size of a small city. A small, genuine smile graces his lips as he leans back, admitting to himself that this is cool. The fact that he's studying at a school attended by the upper class feels surreal. He thinks back to his previous life, where he had to drop out of high school due to his family's circumstances, and he can't help but wonder if this is all really happening. His thoughts are interrupted by a crisp, electronic voice from a nearby speaker, announcing that a placement test will be held soon and that all new students must assemble at the training hall by 3 p.m. He's startled by how soon it is. He clutches the lapel of his uniform, acknowledging that while the entrance ceremony is over, the placement test is just as important. A test is a test, he supposes, and he'll just have to get used to it. With a determined smirk, he stands up and pulls out one of his Daikso sashimi knives. He reflects that he hasn't used a knife once since coming to this world. There was simply no opportunity to do so. He remembers another of his first teacher's eccentric habits. The old man would constantly drill into him that a swordsman must never let go of their sword, even if it meant sleeping with it in hand. He reasons that after 20 years of living by the sword, a single year of rest couldn't possibly have dulled his skills. "Let me see," he murmurs, rubbing the flat of the blade before flicking it with his finger, producing a sharp, clear ping. He deems it not bad, actually. He decides to test it by cutting a leaf, raising the knife into the air. The moment he grips the handle with intent, the cheap special realm known as subspace was created by the legendary hero, Ballard Jokwin. At the same time, the academy was established. This subspace serves as an alternative space, separate from reality, where the damage and pain experienced within its confines are terrifyingly real. However, a crucial distinction exists. A stick figure is shown being sliced by a glowing blade, wincing in pain, but in the next panel, the same figure stands perfectly fine in reality, sparkling with health. The consequences do not apply to the real world. Because of this lack of real-world intervention, even heinous acts like murder can be completely overlooked within subspace, as depicted by a sinister-looking man with a malicious grin plunging a sword towards his opponent amidst a storm of dark energy. A woman with light green hair, styled with 2 antennae-like strands and wearing glasses, questions the concept of a subspace battle royale. Seated next to her is an older man with a stern expression, sharp white hair, and a well-groomed beard who confirms that it is indeed a subspace battle, a tradition at their school, but this time they are applying a battle royale format they've tried before. The plan, as he explains, is to divide the students into groups of 10 and then rank them based on who survives the longest, turning it into a brutal survival game. The green-haired woman, her face lighting up with a wide, almost manic grin as she points a finger in the air, excitedly adds that there are absolutely no restrictions on armament. The older man's brow furrows with concern, his expression hardening as he points out the inherent flaw in this rule, questioning if allowing unrestricted weaponry is not simply handing a massive advantage to the elites. letting them have it all. The woman, however, dismisses his concern, her expression turning serious as she explains that it's a necessary compromise that must be made, as much as possible. She reminds him that, like it or not, the academy is primarily funded by the money of the nobility. She then leans back in her chair, revealing that she went through a great deal of trouble to introduce a particular system. The man immediately understands, identifying the system she is referring to as the special admission. Elsewhere, the black-haired protagonist's eyes are wide, a faint blush dusting his cheeks as he stares at something, completely speechless. His internal thoughts reveal the source of his distraction, a girl with striking, long turquoise hair who he finds incredibly pretty. She is surrounded by a crowd of male students, all vying for her attention, their faces filled with admiration. He muses that he had honestly thought she was like a 2D character, but seeing her in person was something else entirely. A wave of pity washes over him as he watches the poor guys trying to strike up a conversation with her, admitting to himself with a sly smirk that if he didn't know better, he might have been tempted to do the same. Having played the game to some extent, he knows her identity, Abel von Nibelung. He knows she is a player of the game, Miracle's Blessing M, which means the protagonist of that game is connected to her, a romantic pairing already set in stone. He walks alone, separated from the crowd, reflecting on the fact that beautiful people always seem to have someone they match with. Furthermore, he concludes that as a special admission student, he is not suited for such social entanglements. He'd much rather avoid getting involved in any drama that would lead to a noisy and complicated school life. He firmly grips a red book titled Career Guide, its cover emblazoned with the words safe, ordinary, secure. This becomes his self-imposed motto for the future. To complete his studies smoothly, obtain a regular, unremarkable job, and lead a secure and peaceful life. He glances at a page in the guide that advertises Hero as a high-preference job with a high salary, showing silhouettes of heroic figures. The very idea makes him scoff internally, thinking it's a complete joke. A memory flashes, his face contorted in a grimace of fear as he recalls that just pulling out a knife gives him the creeps, his body still trembling from the recollection. He clutches the book tightly, deciding that the others can be the ones to protect the world. He is only interested in finding a comfortable, easy job for himself. Suddenly, a voice booms through the hall, announcing that the rules for the 783rd class's assignment test of Jokwin Academy will now be announced. The protagonist looks up, realizing that it's starting. A floating, crystalline pyramid glows with blue light, its voice declaring that this year's assignment test will be a battle royale. The older man explains the ranking system to the woman beside him. Among the 10 cadets in each group, the top rank will be designated Star. Ranks 2 and 3 will be Dragon. Ranks 4 through 7 will be Wolf. And the bottom ranks 8 through 10 will be Ordinary. The students, including the confident Abel von Nibelung and a trio of arrogant-looking nobles, listen intently. The announcement continues, stating that class assignments will be determined based on these results. The voice from the crystal clarifies that scores are calculated automatically, and most importantly, there is no time limit. The protagonist processes this information, thinking to himself that it's just like a game. His strategy is clear. He aims to finish quickly without drawing any unnecessary attention, content with achieving an ordinary rank. The spatial occurrence device activates with a surge of energy, and the announcer declares that the exam starts now. A vortex of blue light erupts, pulling the students into the subspace. The protagonist is enveloped in a swirl of dark purple energy, a familiar phrase echoing in his mind. May the blessing of the hero be with you. As he materializes in the battle zone, his first thought is to avoid drawing his weapon as much as possible. The scene quickly cuts to the aftermath of brutal combat, with students groaning in pain on the ground, their weapons scattered around them. Announcements echo through the space, declaring the completion of the 24th group's review with Rachel in first place, and the 47th group's review with Sarada in first. In an ornate viewing box high above the quiet, empty Coliseum, the green-haired woman remarks that coming to think of it, this batch of students includes prominent names like Saig, your granddaughter, as well as Changseong and Jiolgung. She concludes that the results were practically predetermined. The older man, however, points to a screen, noting a particularly impressive time of 7 minutes and 14 seconds, calling it incredibly fast. The woman looks at a holographic display showing the profile of Abel von Nibelung, exclaiming in surprise at her C-class weapon, a high-level claymore. The display notes Abel's demand for a fair review. The woman comments on how these young people are already acting like their elders. She concedes that while Abel's record isn't as good as Saig's, it is still among the top 10 in the Academy's entire history, though she quickly dismisses it, as only natural for a descendant of the Nibelung family. The older man looks down at the arena from his seat, his expression weary, and states that it looks like things are ending, so he should probably leave now. The woman questions his departure, pointing out that there is still one batch left, but then scoffs, dismissing them as mere descendants of pigs. The man simply confirms his departure and bids her farewell until next time. As he walks away, she mutters under her breath for him to have a nice trip to the afterlife, calling him an old man. As he reaches the doorway, he suddenly freezes. An immense, startling pressure suddenly fills the air. The students below, the officials, and the woman all feel the sudden shift in atmosphere. The woman, her eyes wide with alarm, asks the man if he felt it too. He turns back, his expression grim, and confirms that he did, calling the sensation ridiculous. The students in the arena below look around, confused and unsettled by the strange feeling. The man's golden eyes narrow, a shadow falling over his face as he analyzes the sensation. He notes that there's no place near the president where he could feel the previous energy, realizing that this is something entirely different. A terrifying surge of power emanates from somewhere above. Two streaks of blue energy tear through the sky, and the man instinctively throws his arm out to shield the woman as a shockwave rips towards them. The massive observation window shatters into countless pieces from the force of the impact. The very fabric of the sky within the alternative dimension seems to crack and splinter like glass. The world outside the broken window is a chaotic vista of light and falling shards. Other Academy officials look up in stunned disbelief at the catastrophic event unfolding above them. A powerful impact shakes the main arena, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crowd murmurs in confusion, wondering if people actually fell from the alternative dimension space. The older man looks up, his eyes fixed on a blinding light descending from the cracked sky. A massive pillar of pure white light slams down into the arena floor, and with incredible strength, he raises his hand to block the resulting energy blast, the force of it cracking the ground beneath him. The green-haired woman, recovering from the shock, immediately begins shouting orders, commanding the medical team to hurry up and check the vital signs of the cadets who have just arrived. Amidst the chaos, the protagonist's face is shown, his eyes closed as he lies on the ground, having been violently ejected from the subspace. Back within the battle royale, the situation was grim. The outcome had already been decided. A blonde-haired student screams curses at a bastard just before a brutal punch sends him reeling backward. By a stroke of sheer bad luck, the protagonist had found himself caught in a death match. The floor of the dark, ruin-like arena is littered with the unconscious bodies of other students. He stands alone, facing the perpetrators. They are the evil twins from the Iron family, Mao Jun and Shun Mao. The hulking Mao Jun, his face marked with a black pattern, casually remarks on how weak their opponents are. His brother Shun Mao, a cruel grin plastered on his face, holds a defeated student by his uniform and taunts him, asking if he's done and daring him to try again as the student groans in pain. The protagonist watches from the shadows, his face a mask of cold fury, sweat beading on his brow. He thinks to himself that these bastards are deliberately playing with their victims, having dragged out the torture for 30 minutes. He wonders if he looks so weak and insignificant that they didn't even notice his presence in the corner. Shun Mao nudges a fallen student with his foot, casually asking if he's dead yet. Finding the lack of resistance boring, he begins to count the remaining students. 1, 2, 2. His eyes finally landing on the protagonist. He raises his large, red mechanical gauntlet. Mao Jun asks his brother if he managed to catch a few of them, just as the student in Shun Mao's grasp begs him to stop, crying out in pain. Shun Mao simply responds with a disinterested awe. His brother Mao Jun grows impatient, questioning why he's only almost done. He stomps his foot in frustration, shattering the stone floor and declaring the situation annoying. He boasts that he caught 4 of them himself. Spotting the last conscious student, a red-haired girl, he points and tells his brother he can have that one. The girl trembles uncontrollably, wrapping her arms around herself in terror. The protagonist internally acknowledges that he'll give the twins credit for one thing. He was the one who had been standing perfectly still in the corner, unmoving. Watching from his hiding spot, he curses the situation, observing that the other students are completely panicked and have lost all will to fight. He steps out from the shadows as the twins advance on the terrified girl. Shun Mao's face twists into a lecherous expression as he looks at the girl, remarking that her fear really suits his taste. He wonders aloud if the screams that escape from her little lips will also be to his liking, adding that the thought is driving him crazy. Mao Jun laughs, telling his brother that he looks like a pervert. Shun Mao cracks the knuckles of his gauntlet, a wide, sadistic grin spreading across his face as he asks where he should start tearing her apart. A furious voice cuts through the air as the protagonist shouts at the fucking bastards. The twins and the girl turn in surprise to see him standing there, debris floating around him. He demands to know why they are going this far, even if it's just the other space, and furiously asks if they are psychopaths. He immediately regrets his impulsive action, cursing himself for stepping in without thinking. Shun Mao seems confused, asking his brother if there was another guy. Mao Jun identifies the protagonist's name tag, sneering that he is a special student, just a lowly bastard. The two brothers exchange a sinister, knowing look, their faces contorting into matching wicked grins. Shun Mao tells his brother that he'll quickly take the guy's head off and charges forward. Mao Jun calmly agrees. He then adds a request, remembering the insult. He tells his brother that since the bastard insulted them, he wants his tongue. Shun Mao, his grin widening, agrees to the gruesome task. The protagonist flinches in shock and disgust. Panic sets in as the protagonist desperately tries to figure out what to do. He considers using the blessing of the void, but dismisses the idea, reasoning that since the twins have been desecrating corpses for 30 minutes, a mere 30 seconds of pain avoidance won't change his ultimate fate. Then an idea strikes him. The word sashimi flashes in his mind. He stands firm, a new resolve in his eyes, realizing that if he wields a blade, the blessing will surely manifest. A painful memory surfaces, a vision of his own face, battered and bloody, as he recalls the name of the power, the blessing of the sword god. His own motto, safe, ordinary, secure, echoes in his thoughts as he stands defiantly under a single spotlight. He lets out a mental curse, frustrated that it hasn't even been half a day since he made that resolution. The twins stop in their tracks, utterly bewildered, asking what is happening. The protagonist reaches into his bag and pulls out a long, thin object wrapped in a plastic deso bag, which begins to glow with a brilliant blue light. He unzips the bag, revealing a gleaming sashimi knife. The twins stare, dumbfounded. Shun Mao bursts into uproarious laughter, asking if he's joking. He finds the sight of the protagonist standing protectively before the girl with a kitchen knife absolutely hilarious. Still chuckling, he declares that since the protagonist is funny, he'll make his death as painless as possible. He lunges forward, roaring that he'll start by smashing the damn bastard's head. The protagonist braces for the attack, his expression grim. He knows this isn't a situation where he can be picky. He just needs to hold on for 30 seconds. Steeling himself, he decides that this will have to work for something as he grips the knife, golden energy particles swirling around his hand. A system message appears, announcing the activation of the painless blessing effect, which eliminates all pain for 30 seconds with a 12-hour cooldown. Simultaneously, as his hand closes around the sashimi knife, another message flashes. Sword God Blessing Effect has been activated, followed by neutralizes the Sword God's Blessing Effect. Shun Mao charges, his face a mask of rage, screaming at the damn bastard and questioning what he could possibly do with a damn kitchen knife. The protagonist grits his teeth, veins popping on his neck from the strain. He knows his life is on the line. If he can't cut his opponent, he dies. He has to use this sashimi knife against that massive body, treating a human being not as a fish, but as something to be sliced. His eye glows with an intense blue light, his focus absolute. A fragment of a past conversation flashes through his mind. Someone asking why gangsters in movies always use sashimi knives, and if they can really cut people like fish. Another voice had yelled back, calling the question idiotic and stating that such things only happen in movies, insisting that not even a god could make it possible. But a new truth forms in his mind. If you cut it, it will turn into. His eye reflects a galaxy as a spark of insight ignites within him. A blinding flash of light erupts. The world is painted in crimson. Shun Mao screams, "Die!" as he brings his gauntlet crashing down, but the protagonist meets the attack with the glowing blade of his sashimi knife. The words God's protection appear on the screen. The attack is over. Shun Mao stares in disbelief at his arm, which has been cleanly severed just below the shoulder. The protagonist stands behind him, his blade still raised, victorious for the moment. The protagonist's eyes now glow with a fierce, ethereal blue light, signaling a newfound power. He stands firm amidst the shattered ground, his glowing knife held at the ready, prepared for whatever comes next. The next episode teases the inevitable counterattack of the Mao brothers. The young sushi apprentice, with a naive smile, posed a curious question to his mentor, asking why gangsters eat sashimi. A vein throbbed on the mentor's temple as this seemingly innocent query struck a nerve. The apprentice, completely oblivious, continued his line of thought, wondering if real life was like the movies where criminals are constantly flashing sashimi knives. The mentor's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with disdain. He questioned how a person who claimed to have survived by the sword could ask such a foolish question. Suddenly, a wooden pestle slammed down, shattering the surface next to the apprentice's head, who recoiled in sheer terror, his eyes wide with shock. The mentor, a formidable figure in his white chef's uniform, loomed over him, questioning why he cared about such things when he had been instructed to call him master. He then began to explain his past, revealing that his first mentor was an ex-gangster. This mentor, in an act of atonement, had hacked off one of his own wrists. To find a new purpose and make people happy with a knife, he founded a sushi restaurant, demonstrating his true capabilities in a different arena. The lesson became brutally practical as the mentor elaborated on the lethality of the tool. He asked the apprentice to think about stabbing someone with a wide kitchen knife, explaining that the skin would rapidly contract, making it difficult to pull the blade out. In contrast, he described sashimi knives as thin, allowing one to stab and withdraw several times with ease. He dismissed the idea of just slashing, sarcastically pointing out that if you can slice fish, you can slice people. The mentor's fury erupted as he corrected the apprentice's misconception, roaring that you slice fish when it's lying down, but you can't even cut a loaf of bread in one go when it's standing. He lamented that even after watching cartoons, people think a single slash solves everything, calling such a notion a complete lack of talent. His voice boomed with rage as he reminded the apprentice that the boss he was disrespectfully questioning was his mentor, and even if a god of knives appeared, it wouldn't work that way. The memory faded as the scene violently shifted back to the present conflict. The main character, now a young student, found himself on the ground, his face contorted in pain as a massive red robotic gauntlet stomped on his back. His opponent, Shun's older brother, loomed over him, while other students, including a man with slicked-back black hair and a girl with pink hair, watched the brutal scene unfold with expressions of shock and concern. But the tables were about to turn. The main character was now on his feet, a glowing blue knife held firmly in his hand, his eyes burning with a dark, intense energy. He let out a furious scream, a raw cry of "damn it," that echoed through the void. In a flash of movement, he lunged forward. Shun, the younger of the two brothers, screamed in agony, his eyes wide with terror as his arm was severed at the shoulder, blood arcing through the air. He clutched the bleeding stump, his mind reeling from the sudden, excruciating pain. "My arm, it hurts," he shrieked, his face a mask of pure horror. He stumbled backward, his bravado gone, replaced by frantic terror as he pleaded for the attacker to stay away. He fell to his knees, his face streaked with tears and snot, desperately screaming for someone to help him. His desperate cries reached his brother, who stood frozen for a moment, his own face etched with disbelief and sweat beading on his brow. "Brother, assist me," Shun wailed, calling his sibling a bastard and a jerk for not acting sooner. He begged him to hurry up, his voice cracking with desperation. But it was too late. Before another word could escape his lips, a brilliant arc of light flashed across his vision. The main character, a blur of motion, swung his glowing blade in a clean, horizontal slice. Shun's head was severed from his body, his life ending in an instant. The older brother could only watch, his eyes wide with utter shock and disbelief as his younger sibling was so effortlessly dispatched. A crimson spray filled the air, the sound of the fatal blow echoing in the silence. The older brother's face was pale, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple as he stared at the gruesome scene. The headless body of his brother slumped to the ground, blood pooling around it. He finally found his voice, letting out a heart-wrenching scream of his brother's name. "Shun, Shun." The main character stood over the fallen body, his back to the grieving brother, an aura of cold fury radiating from him as the pink-haired girl watched in stunned silence. The older brother's mind raced, trying to process the impossible. He told himself to calm down, reminding himself that this was the void space, which meant Shun couldn't actually be dead. Even so, the sheer brutality and efficiency of the attack left him shaken. He stared at the mysterious figure, wondering who the heck this guy was. He analyzed the attack, noting that it felt like someone was clumsily using a knife on a human for the first time, not the work of a seasoned killer. He considered the attacker's heavy breathing and trembling, wondering if it was just a coincidence, a lucky shot. But he quickly dismissed that thought, concluding that he had to be careful with that knife. He rationalized that Shun's loss was most likely due to his own irresponsibility and carelessness. Now it was his turn. He declared that his weapon would display its true might when used with two hands. He brought his massive gauntlets together, and they began to glow with immense power, one red and one blue. A series of blessings activated, enhancing his abilities. The blessing of resolution amplified his defense, the blessing of intervention increased his jumping ability by 200%, and the spiritual blessing led to increased fist power. He boasted that these three benefits manifested simultaneously, calling them rank benefits that even the gods couldn't imagine. His face twisted into a demonic grin, his eyes glowing with blue energy as he radiated power. He taunted his opponent, declaring that he didn't know where he got the knife, but even an S-rank weapon couldn't pierce his defenses, proclaiming that he was different from Shun. Unfazed, the main character simply began to count down from a distance, his voice low and steady. 23, 22, 21. The older brother scoffed, mocking him for standing there like an idiot. He charged forward, his blue gauntlet wreathed in crackling energy, asking if his opponent was mumbling his will or something. He closed the distance in an instant, his grin widening as he prepared to strike, vowing to just smash his head. But the countdown continued relentlessly. 7, 6, 5. The older brother's confident expression faltered, replaced by a flicker of confusion as he wondered what on earth was happening. Suddenly, his world erupted in pain. Multiple glowing blue blades materialized out of thin air, piercing his body from all angles. They tore through his enhanced defense, shredding his gauntlets and impaling his torso and limbs. His eyes, now wide with agony and shock, rolled back in his head as blood streamed from his nose and mouth. As his life force faded, the main character's countdown reached its conclusion. 3, 2, 1. The older brother's vision blurred, his last conscious thought being the word black. A system notification appeared, announcing that the effect of the blessing of immunity had ended. With his enemies defeated, the main character let out a final, cathartic scream that seemed to tear through the very fabric of the void, while the pink-haired girl watched, horrified, at the spectral, ghost-like power he had unleashed. His eyes fluttered open. He was no longer in the dark void, but a bright, sterile room. He lay in a bed, his body still clad in his school uniform, and groggily realized he was probably in a hospital. He sat up with a grunt, clutching the bedsheets. The sound of a door sliding open drew his attention. A man in a suit and glasses peered into the room, his eyes widening in surprise. He quickly turned and shouted that the student had opened his eyes. The door opened fully, and several figures entered the room. The main character's eyes narrowed, a sense of confusion washing over him as he saw a face he'd never met before but somehow recognized. The visitors were legendary figures. An elderly man with a stern visage, white hair, and a cane was identified as Siegfried, the strongest of humanity. Beside him stood a woman with long, mint-green hair and glasses, introduced as the Academy Director, Medea Poison. They were two of the 7-star heroes who had defeated the Demon Lord's 6th Legion commander 50 years prior. Medea approached his bed with a warm smile, waving and asking if he felt okay. The main character, completely bewildered, could only think to himself, questioning why these monumental individuals were here. Siegfried, however, was not one for pleasantries. He greeted the boy, asking for his name, and then stated that this was the Jioma. He cut straight to the point, his golden eyes fixing on the boy as he identified him as Jioma, and demanded to know what on earth he had done. The boy, now identified as Jioma, sat silently on the hospital bed, the powerful figures of Siegfried and Medea standing before him. He recalled the sensation of the battle, the feeling of the blade slicing through his opponent. He knew that although the sensation wasn't truly his own, the actions were undeniably his. He remained silent for a moment, processing the situation. His eyes darted to the side, realizing that there was nothing good to be gained from being targeted by a monster like Siegfried. He made a decision. Looking directly at Siegfried, he acknowledged that even though it was the void space, he judged that his actions had gone too far. He stated calmly that his actions were definitely excessive, and that he would accept any measure or treatment without complaint. Siegfried stared at him, his expression unreadable, creating a tense standoff between the old hero and the young student. Medea broke the tension with a sigh, chiding Siegfried for being a harsh old dude with a small kid. She gracefully sat on the edge of Jioma's bed, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. She leaned in conspiratorially and revealed that, despite his stern demeanor, Siegfried had actually cleaned out his clogged meridians while he was unconscious, remarking that stubbornness increases with age. Her red eyes twinkled playfully behind her glasses as she flirted, asking him to at least look at her for her sake. Siegfried grumbled a warning, telling her he'd probably warned her not to say that. Undeterred, Medea leaned even closer, her face inches from Jioma's, who blushed and looked away in shock. She giggled, teasing the boy for acting all shy. He wondered why the sword master, Siegfried, would help him. Medea commented on how light his body felt, like a feather, or perhaps a feather saturated and heavy with water. She then became more serious, placing a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. She explained that while he was unconscious, she and the staff had reviewed what transpired during the test. A flashback showed the academy staff watching the footage, with Medea looking particularly impressed. She recounted the image of him hurling himself to defend an unprivileged female student, throwing her arms up in excitement, and declaring him the lovely prince she had always dreamed of, a true hero. Her admiration was palpable, though Siegfried looked thoroughly unimpressed in the background. Siegfried cleared his throat, calling her name to bring her back to reality. Medea pouted but complied, calling him an old man as he advised her to keep her dignity. She then clarified that she wasn't going to make an issue of his actions, adding that the twins had only been admitted due to currying favor with the Academy's elders from the Mao family. Furthermore, she mentioned that the twins had already stated they would withdraw from the Academy. Medea leaned in again, her breath tickling his ear as she whispered that it was enticing. Ma processed this information, a wave of relief washing over him as he realized he wouldn't have to share his school life with those two. Siegfried then announced they were there to tell him something important. Medea beamed, congratulating Ma and officially declaring him the top student. Ma's mind went blank. He stared at them, completely dumbfounded. The words escaped his lips as a series of confused noises. What? Huh? His jaw dropped in utter disbelief, another loud huh, echoing his shock. His dream of a peaceful and safe school life was already proving to be difficult right from the start. Within a grand and opulent office, sunlight streaming through large paned windows, a woman with long green hair and stylish red-rimmed glasses lets out a weary sigh. She sits in a plush armchair, holding a teacup, and reflects on her long tenure, noting that she has been the head of the academy for over 2 decades. Yet this is the first time an event of this magnitude has ever occurred. The memory flashes back to Kang Ma, his expression stern and unyielding as he delivered a simple, shocking 2-word refusal. No thanks. He sat before them in his crisp school uniform, his posture unwavering. This unexpected response had left both the headmaster and an elderly, white-haired man named Saig utterly flabbergasted, their shock punctuated by large red exclamation marks. Another figure, a blue-haired woman with insect-like antennae who seemed to be a guide from the subspace test, had appeared against a starry backdrop, pleading with Ma to rethink his decision, questioning if he truly understood the immense prestige of being in the star class, while an onlooker wondered aloud if they had misheard him. In a subsequent flashback, the headmaster and another man stood beside Ma's bed in the infirmary. The headmaster explained that despite the elder's fury, the position of top student was determined by the direct, undeniable results from the subspace test. Ma, lying in bed, had simply turned his head away, remaining silent, while the headmaster informed the others that he simply did not want the position. The elderly man, Saig, had looked on with a pensive expression, deep in thought. Back in the present, the headmaster addresses Saig directly, her eye narrowing slightly as she asks if he is upset that Ma secured the top rank instead of his own granddaughter. Saig takes a calm sip of his tea as the headmaster calls him immature, reminding him that he also saw the video footage. She asserts that there is nothing more foolish than challenging the grading system of the subspace, which is imbued with the very will of the founding hero. Since the Academy had chosen Ma, they should simply accept it. Saig sets his cup down, his mind racing. He internally concedes that if the boy's skills had been merely outstanding, the result might have been comprehensible. If his physical abilities had been great, it would have been fine, or if his experience had been better, it would have been believable. But to witness such a thing from a male who was still just a teenager was staggering. He vividly recalls the image of Ma's blade moving with impossible precision, a blur of red energy that seemed to embody the very essence of the skill itself. Saig's face contorts in a mixture of awe and existential crisis, as he silently questions what he himself has been pursuing his entire life. The memory of that perfect swordsmanship, a technique that represented the ultimate pinnacle of the art, flashes in his mind. However, a nagging detail bothered him. He recalls kneeling beside the unconscious Ma after the test, unblocking the boy's acupoints to help him recover. It was then that he sensed a profound incongruity. Ma's body was feeble, showing no signs of having undergone any rigorous physical training. Instead, he felt something else stored within the boy's system, a crackling, volatile blue energy, something that had no right to be there. Saig presses a hand to his forehead, admitting to himself that even at his advanced age, he is still quite competitive, especially when it comes to a boy who is the same age as his granddaughter. The headmaster breaks his reverie with a light laugh, commenting on how attractive Ma is and how astounding it was to see him kill opponents to save a woman. She wistfully wonders what could be if she were 10 years younger, causing a vein to pulse on Saig's temple. She leans in, asking the old man what he's thinking about so intently. Saig, stone-faced, deflects by asking her what college students today would call a woman like her. Intrigued, she prompts him to go on. She strikes a confident pose, crossing her legs and leaning back with a smirk, playfully asking what people call ladies like her. Saig sets his cup down with a sharp clink, and as her eyes widen in anticipation, he begins to utter a single, sharp word. He calls her a bitch, Her smug expression shatters into a blur of pure, unadulterated rage, and she spits her tea out in a comical spray of indignation. Later, Kang Jio-ma stands alone on the landing of a dimly lit building. He looks up at a plaque that reads Wolf Class, his expression neutral. He reflects that this was the final compromise. A memory of his negotiation with the headmaster plays out. He had initially requested to be in the Tiger class, but she had vehemently refused, questioning why the top student couldn't be a tiger in a school that prides itself on fairness, before correcting herself to say it wasn't that he couldn't, but that it was simply not permitted. The headmaster had appeared stressed, beads of sweat on her brow as she put a finger to her lips, promising to keep his secret in exchange for his cooperation. She had reasoned internally that sending him to Tiger class would only cause more of a fuss with the elders, so the plan was for him to complete his studies securely in a lower class, instead of straining himself in a more demanding one. Back in the present, Jio-ma stands before the large classroom door and breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that this outcome still falls within his predicted range. He pushes the door open and is immediately met with a shocking sight. A massive, tiered lecture hall filled with dozens of students, every single one of them staring directly at him in silence. A few students clear their throats awkwardly while a girl with short green hair, likely Seig's granddaughter, observes him with a cool, detached gaze. A close-up shows his name tag, clearly identifying him as Kang Jio-ma. The silence breaks as whispers and muffled laughter ripple through the room. As Jio-ma walks down the aisle to find a seat, he wonders if they are ignoring him, wishing they would at least stop staring if that were the case. He finds an empty desk and sets his things down, concluding that the academy director must have managed to keep the situation under control after all. He settles in, humming a little tune to himself, reasoning that even an outcast deserves a tranquil life, so this arrangement is actually a positive thing. Suddenly, his peaceful moment is interrupted as he senses someone approaching from his side. It's the red-haired girl he saved during the test, looking nervous and flustered. She stammers an apology for interrupting and then thanks him for what happened previously, leaving Jio-ma utterly confused as two giant question marks pop up beside him. He looks at her blankly, prompting her to clarify that she was referring to the test. She bows her head low, a deep blush coloring her cheeks. He asks if she meant that incident, and she confirms it. He internally notes her use of formal honorifics, finding it strange for someone their age, and tells her that she doesn't need to thank him. He explains with a small, reassuring smile that anyone would have behaved the same way in that scenario. Privately, he feels like a hypocrite. It seemed like he saved her, but his primary motivation was saving himself. Despite his words, the girl insists, bowing deeply again and expressing her sincere appreciation for his help. Realizing they hadn't been properly introduced, he states his name is Kang Jio-ma. The girl smiles brightly and introduces herself as Chloe, expressing her surprise and pleasure that they ended up in the same class. He politely returns the sentiment. The name Chloe doesn't ring any bells for him. He racks his brain, certain that even after playing My Game extensively, he has never encountered this name. He muses that the game's core narrative involves fighting demons much later, making the introduction of a new character at this stage feel premature. Then it dawns on him with a jolt of realization. She must be an extra just like him. Chloe then hesitantly asks if he could keep the incident during the test a secret. Jio-ma responds with an overly enthusiastic gesture, assuring her that of course he would. Just as she starts to ask him another question, a booming voice from the front of the classroom commands everyone to take their seats. A bold, imposing instructor has arrived, startling Chloe. Jio-ma suggests they can talk later, and she quickly agrees. The instructor, Lee Won-bin, slams a heavy book onto the lectern. He begins his introductory speech by congratulating the new students on their acceptance into the academy, the proud legacy of their forefather, Valor Hoken, and tells them to embrace their pride. He introduces himself as the instructor for the Wolf class. He announces that for their first day, they'll begin with some basic physical exercise. A grin spreads across his face as he instructs them to change into their workout gear and meet at the training area in 30 minutes. A bespectacled student raises his hand and asks what the physical training will entail. The instructor declares that it's simple: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats, followed by 10 laps around the training area. Some students murmur that it sounds easy, like a piece of cake. With that, he dismisses the class. As the other students file out, Jio-ma remains in his seat, wondering with a deadpan expression if this exercise regimen is designed to make them all go bald. The instructor calls out his name, asking if he needs help. Jio-ma is startled, wondering how the instructor already knows his name. Thinking fast, he puts on a pained expression and claims he's not feeling well, hoping to find a way out of the tedious training. The instructor simply smiles knowingly. A mental image of the headmaster appears, her voice echoing in the instructor's mind. reminding him that a superb student like Gio Ma would find the routine too easy, and that the director has instructed that he must attend classes from all different levels, implying he should be given special, tougher instruction. Gio Ma internally curses the wretched old woman. He quickly changes his tune, forcing a cheerful smile and telling the instructor that on second thought, he just urgently needed the toilet, and that since his body was feeling stiff, the timing for the exercise was perfect. The instructor points at him, praising his direct and outstanding attitude as expected of a great student, and says he will see him at the training area. Gio Ma snaps to attention with a sharp "yes, sir." At the training grounds, Gio Ma is already panting for breath, sweat dripping down his face. His feet pound against the dirt track, but he's lagging far behind the other students, who are shouting at each other to move faster. He grits his teeth, cursing as he forces his aching body to keep running. Chloe jogs up beside him, her expression worried. She asks if the exercise is too much for him, commenting that he doesn't look well. He forces a smile, assuring her he's okay and will be all right, then asks how many laps she's completed. He guesses he's on about 5 laps himself and asks how she's doing, noting that she also seems to be lagging. She replies that she's on her 7th lap. Gio Ma, mishearing her in his exhaustion, asks in shock if she's on her 9th. Taking his question as a sign of his struggle, she offers words of encouragement, telling him not to give up because he can do it. She pumps her fists with a cheerful grin, shouting that he's got this, before speeding away, leaving him panting in the dust. Gio Ma struggles onward, muttering curses and the word test between ragged breaths. A glimpse of the next chapter shows a mysterious figure entering a dormitory room, promising that school life is about to become incredibly twisted. The golden light of the setting sun bathes the academy building in a warm glow. But inside one of its dorm rooms, a far less idyllic scene unfolds. Empty plastic water bottles lie scattered across the floor and a wooden shelf, evidence of a desperate attempt to quench thirst. A hand slams down with a sharp crack, a single frustrated thought echoing in the young man's mind. A curse. Lying in bed, tangled in his gray comforter as morning light streams in, Kang Gio Ma's first conscious thought is of the gnawing emptiness in his stomach. He is absolutely famished. It has only been 1 week since he arrived at the academy, but as he lies there with a grimace twisting his features, he reflects on the unexpected problems that have already plagued him. His mind flashes back to the grand, cathedral-like dining hall, its high ceilings and ornate chandeliers casting a brilliant light over the bustling students. Rows of long tables are filled with the silhouettes of his peers, all enjoying their meals. He remembers standing with a group of boys, his own stomach rumbling with an almost primal need as he declared loudly to anyone within earshot that he was famished. In fact, he was crazy hungry. Driven by this intense hunger, he had rushed to the food counter, shouting his order for 1 serving of spicy pork rice and urging them to hurry. His enthusiasm was abruptly cut short as his eyes fell upon a small wooden box with a slot in it. His face fell into a deadpan expression of dismay as the reality of the situation dawned on him. There was a ticket machine, which meant the food was most certainly not free. Undeterred, he leaned forward, eagerly ordering 1 spicy pork rice in advance and promising with wide-eyed sincerity that he would be back immediately. But then his gaze drifted upwards, and his excited expression froze into one of pure, unadulterated shock. He saw the menu, its prices displayed in stark, unforgiving numbers. He stood frozen before the illuminated board, staring at the list of Korean and fusion foods. His eyes fixated on one line item in particular, his mind struggling to process the information. A single bowl of spicy pork rice, his desired meal, cost an unbelievable 50,001. The number seemed to mock him, a price so exorbitant it felt like a personal insult. Looking up at the ceiling of the grand hall, his face was a mask of disbelief as he questioned if they were serious. If a simple meal could truly cost 50,001. The memory fades, and he is back in his room, so parched that he tilts an empty water bottle above his head, his tongue out to catch the very last, solitary drop of water. His desperation turns to rage as he sits up abruptly, slamming the useless bottle down and letting out another silent, furious curse. Slumped on the edge of his bed, he mutters to himself about his starvation, complaining that charging 50,001 for a bowl of spicy pork rice was nothing short of daylight robbery. His thoughts drift to his dwindling finances. He is almost completely out of living expenditures. A painful memory surfaces of a man offering him a thick wad of cash, which he, in a moment of foolish pride, had refused, confidently stating that he would be fine. He curses himself now, calling himself a fool for not accepting the money when it was offered. For days, his only sustenance has been the cheapest water available at the campus shop. He picks up one of the bottles, staring at the label for Yangchangsu, and thinking with petty annoyance what a stupid name it was. He flops face first onto his pillow with a groan, lamenting that he never thought he would miss the complimentary dinners they used to provide. Lying there, defeated by hunger, he decides he needs a distraction, something to take his mind off the gnawing emptiness. He wonders aloud if there isn't a blessing he could focus on. As if summoned by the thought, a translucent blue system window materializes in his darkened room. It displays the details of his blessing of the sword god, a power that dictated that if he struck with a blade, the target would be severed. The window also informs him that his physical level had risen to 12, and with this increase, the constraints on the blessing were being relaxed. A crucial detail remained. The blessing was only activated if the sword used was 30 centimeters plus 2 and smaller. The text hangs in the air, a beacon of potential in his dreary situation. He notes with a hint of surprise that merely thinking about the blessing is enough to bring up the status window. A small, faint smile touches his lips. Despite his current predicament, it was still something to be hopeful about. He swings his legs out of bed, his bare feet making contact with the cool wooden floor. Standing before a full-length mirror, he examines his reflection. Clad in a simple black tank top and blue track pants, he lifts the hem of his shirt, inspecting his toned physique and thinking that perhaps all his effort hadn't been a complete waste of time. He speculates that this rapid physical development must be the result of the sword master activating his pressure points, a process he considers to be nothing short of evolution. His only frustration is that the sword god's blessing is still limited to blades the size of a sashimi knife, with the system window confirming the constraints of 32 cm in length and 6 cm in width. Still, he feels a surge of optimism, believing that with continued development, he might soon be able to handle a small sword. His gaze falls upon 2 gleaming sashimi knives resting on a nearby table. He remembers how, before the admission ceremony, he had been vividly afraid of even holding a sword. Now, a strange restlessness fills him when he isn't carrying a blade. His hands positively itch for one. He wonders if this newfound confidence is a direct result of the blessing. He scratches the back of his head with a slightly bashful expression, questioning why he's suddenly feeling so proud of himself. A sudden, sharp knocking at his door interrupts his thoughts, startling him. He wonders who could possibly be visiting him. Cautiously approaching the door, he calls out, asking who is there. When he opens it, he finds a red-haired girl in an academy uniform standing nervously in the hallway. It's Chloe. She stammers an apology, asking if she is interrupting him during his break. Ji-ma is taken aback, wondering why on earth Chloe would be at his door. He quickly composes himself, smoothly assuring her that she wasn't interrupting at all, as he was simply lying down. He then asks her why she came to see him. Chloe explains that she had noticed he hadn't been to the university cafeteria all week, and was worried he might be feeling unwell. Trying to maintain his pride, Ji-ma concocts a lie, claiming that he normally doesn't consume meals prepared by others. He forces a pleasant smile, but behind him, a ghostly blue apparition of his starving self drools pathetically, a stark contrast to his cool facade. Internally, he screams that he truly enjoys meals cooked by others, and would give anything for one right now. Chloe seems to accept his explanation, saying she understands. He tells her not to worry about him. Seeing her chance, Chloe fidgets with her hands and proposes an idea. She tells Ji-ma that she was thinking of getting some things from the campus shop and having supper together, and if he was fine with it, she wanted them to go right now. Ji-ma's eyes widen in surprise. He clarifies if she was really suggesting they eat supper together, and she shyly confirms. A brilliant idea sparks in Ji-ma's mind, his demeanor shifting from weary to energetic in an instant. A wide, excited grin spreads across his face as he boasts that he is genuinely quite decent at cooking. He points out that her dorm is just across the street, and enthusiastically declares that they should go together. Reinvigorated by the prospect of food, he practically skips down the hallway, whistling a cheerful tune, with a slightly bewildered Chloe following in his wake. Later that night, inside Chloe's pristine modern kitchen, she takes a bite of the meal Ji-ma prepared and gasps in delight. She exclaims that it was so delicious, covering her mouth with her hand as a blush dusts her cheeks. Ji-ma, sitting opposite her, replies calmly that he is delighted to hear that. He thinks to himself that while it wasn't a complex dish, he was proud of how quickly he had been able to prepare it. Chloe continues to sing his praises, admitting she had only ever eaten cooked fish before and never anticipated it could taste so good. The plates before them are wiped clean, a testament to his skill. Seeing her enjoyment, Ji-ma suggests they check her refrigerator for more ingredients. Chloe readily agrees. As he opens the fridge door, he casually asks if she truly enjoys fish. Peering inside, he explains that he comes from a beach location, so he's very familiar with seafood. Chloe's eyes light up, and she declares that this is excellent news because preparing fish is her specialty. Surprised, Ji-ma asks if it really is. She confirms it is, adding that it's great because her hands have been itching to do something. Leaning forward with a renewed sense of purpose, Ji-ma proposes that they refresh themselves by slicing up some sashimi. His enthusiasm wanes slightly as he looks at the standard knife block on her counter, a single bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The problem, as always, is his sword God's blessing. He pulls out a standard kitchen knife, its size barely meeting the requirements. He turns to Chloe and asks if she happens to have a longer one. Chloe, standing by the counter where several sheathed swords are displayed, explains that all of her weapons resemble those swords, and using anything else feels a bit awkward. Ji-ma nods, saying he understands that feeling. Suddenly she calls out his name, Ji-ma. With a radiant, almost predatory smile, she unsheathes a magnificent katana, its polished steel gleaming in the kitchen light. She presents it to him, asking if this will do. Ji-ma's eyes go wide with shock, his mind short-circuiting at the sight. A katana! He thinks to himself that he'll just use the kitchen knife, politely declining her offer as the background of his vision fills with repeating, intimidating images of the Japanese sword. He steels his resolve, deciding to finish the task in 30 seconds. He concludes that he will have to utilize his blessing. Standing over a large sea bream on a cutting board, he holds the small kitchen knife aloft. A system window pops into view, announcing that the blessing of painlessness has been activated. His eyes begin to glow with a faint blue light as Chloe watches, her own red eyes wide with fascination. He thinks to himself that since he was once called the greatest swordsman in the country, this level of skill is certainly conceivable. With a final look of intense concentration, he declares for the blessing to activate. In a flash of incomprehensible speed and precision, the work is done. He proudly reveals that it took him a mere 21 seconds to scale the sea bream, split its bones, remove its guts, and perfectly fillet the meat. He smirks with satisfaction as Chloe takes a bite, her eyes sparkling with amazement as she exclaims how delicious it is. Internally, Ji-ma praises his own work, calling it a masterpiece and smugly thinking that he's still got it. Chloe, thoroughly impressed, asks how he became so adept at cooking. He coolly explains that he used to work part-time at a Japanese restaurant. Her head tilts in confusion, and she asks what a part-time job is. He looks at her, a moment of realization passing between them. He apologizes, but then tells her she doesn't need to, thinking to himself that this misunderstanding is simply a result of the vast difference in their social positions. He changes the subject, saying that hearing she loved the meal makes him pleased. Full of energy, Chloe jumps to her feet, declaring that since he cooked, she will wash the dishes. Ji-ma thanks her and graciously accepts her offer. He relaxes at the table, arms crossed, watching her at the sink. He feels full and content. He gazes out the large window at the night sky, humming softly to himself, as he admires the stunning full moon reflected in the glass. His peaceful moment is shattered by a loud crash from the kitchen, making him jump. He mutters that it scared him. Another crash follows, and Chloe cries out an apology. Ji-ma chuckles, reassuring her it's fine and guessing she has probably never had to clean dishes before, remarking that it was something he used to do at her age. Just then, a book slides off a nearby desk and hits the floor with a soft thud. The book falls open. His eyes widen as he recognizes it as a diary. He picks it up, noticing the cute, rounded handwriting and the colorful stickers decorating the pages. He thinks he should put it back where it belongs, musing that despite her formidable skills, Chloe is simply a typical girl her age. As he handles the diary, a page flips over and his eyes catch the words. He reads an entry about how the individual who saved her during the placement test was in the same class. She had written his name, Kang Ji-ma, and confessed that her heart was pounding so hard she didn't know what to do and couldn't even bring herself to talk to him. A small, knowing smile forms on his lips as he reads her words. He thinks to himself that she's cute, and now he understands why she had been so shy around him. A mischievous grin spreads across his face as a thought crosses his mind. Perhaps he should seek out more of her secrets. He turns another page. His smile vanishes instantly. The entire page and the next are filled with the same 3 words written over and over again in a frantic, obsessive script. I love you, I love you, I love you. His reflection appears on the page, his eyes wide with horror, the pupils shrunken to pinpricks. The words I love you overlay his terrified face in a menacing, blood-red font. The sheer obsession conveyed by the endless text sends a chill down his spine. The diary slips from his grasp, falling to the floor with a thud. He stands frozen, staring at the open book as Chloe continues to wash dishes, completely unaware. Then the sound of running water stops. Chloe turns around, her expression unreadable, her voice chillingly calm as she asks if he has read her diary. A glimpse of the future reveals Chloe, her eyes glowing with a dangerous light as she brandishes a knife, a desperate thought echoing in the air. the need to stay alive. The world of heroes is built on a foundation of public perception. They increase their standing by cultivating a global reputation for defeating demonic beasts. However, behind this gleaming facade of heroism, a stagnant rot festers within their ranks, where powerful factions abuse the weak, hiding their corruption behind the veil of authority. When the law proves insufficient to punish these transgressors, one of the great hero families takes the lead, preferring to operate from the shadows. This family's name is the Auditor of Sicily, or Auditor da Sicilia. They are a clan that maintains order through assassination, working in the darkness while striving towards the light. A grim fate awaits those born into the Auditor family. Before they even reach adolescence, they are subjected to rigorous mental retraining. Their emotions are systematically restrained, and they are forced to undergo training so severe it borders on torture. The process is designed to strip away their humanity, as seen in the pained expression of a young man being interrogated by a stern, bald elder, and the terrified look on a young girl's face as the same man stands behind her, a longsword in his hand. They are methodically and cruelly formed into nothing less than assassination machines. For one particular red-haired girl, the age at which she first soiled her palms with blood was a mere 15. Her name was Chloe Auditor di Sicilia. Her entire life had been dictated by the family's creed, a voice echoing in her memory from a time before she was even fully conscious of herself, instructing her that she was born solely to enhance her abilities as an assassin. Chloe, with a stoic and emotionless expression, accepted these words as undeniable truth. This relentless training inevitably distorted her nature, casting a deep and gloomy shade within the recesses of her heart. And so, by the time her identity had been completely worn down, leaving only faint traces of the girl she might have been, Chloe reached the age to enter the academy. This prestigious institution was known as Jokwin Academy, a place where students were sorted into classrooms based on their aptitude. The campus was a grand, sprawling estate with a magnificent clock tower, surrounded by cherry blossoms that painted the scenery in soft pinks. As Chloe stood alone in the courtyard, surrounded by other students in their sharp black uniforms, she felt a profound sense of isolation. Though every student present possessed talent at the level of a dragon or even higher, Chloe's path was different. The members of the Auditor family, who thrived in the shadows, were assigned to the common classes by their family's decree. This was a standing agreement between the family and the academy, a measure to ensure they remained undetected, hidden in plain sight. The memory of her bald-headed elder's stern command to remain unnoticed flashed in her mind. Nevertheless, even throughout her childhood, the family had systematically eliminated every obstacle that threatened to grant her even a shred of individual liberty. As she watched other children laugh and play from a distance, Chloe accepted her fate as an assassin without protest. In her mind, it was an immutable fact of her existence. Ultimately, nothing would ever alter her path, or so she believed. This conviction held firm up until the day she met a boy. A loud, boisterous voice suddenly shattered the grim reality of a battle royale, demanding to know if a group of students were psychopathic bastards. Standing before Chloe was a young man with black hair, his face contorted in a mask of pure rage. He fiercely commanded the others to keep their hands off of her. Even though death in this subspace battle royale was merely a simulation, the fear of experiencing it for the first time was very real. But Chloe was different. Her heart gave a slight, unfamiliar thump. She had long since given up on meaningless struggles, quietly facing her predestined fate with a cold resignation. She was trained to do it, and she had always acted in such a manner. A blonde-haired boy with a malicious grin sneered, declaring that he would kill the intervening boy first and then come back for her. Chloe closed her eyes, believing that, after all, it was fate. That was how she had always perceived the world. But then something shifted. Like the sun breaking through ominous clouds in a mind whipped by frigid gusts, a burning sensation suddenly swept through her, making her heart pound in her chest. This boy was different. He brandished his sword not as a tool of a master, but voluntarily a sword for self-defense, a sword wielded in her honor. In that moment, she recalled a secret she held, a children's fairy tale she used to read in secret under her pillow. It was the tale of an imprisoned princess locked away in a castle, and the prince who fought valiantly to save her. The narrative showed a figure appearing to save the girl, his sword glowing with a brilliant blue light. As she remembered the story, her chest tingled and her cheeks became crimson. An unidentifiable, vague feeling surged through her, something she had never experienced in her life of cold, calculated violence. Chloe stood amidst the dark, glitching reality of the battle, her hands clasped over her chest as she pondered this new sensation. She wondered if this feeling, this warmth, this sudden hope was what the storybooks called love. Back in the present, the boy who had saved her stared with wide, panicked eyes, a nervous sweat beading on his forehead. Opposite him, Chloe stood with an unnerving, dark aura emanating from her, one of her eyes glowing a menacing red. The boy could only manage a strained, awkward laugh, The two of them were in his dorm room, a sterile space with a small kitchenette and a neatly made bed. Internally, the boy was screaming. He was utterly screwed. He frantically questioned why everything had gone so horribly awry. He wondered if this was the first time he had inadvertently captured the pure sentiments of a teenage girl, or perhaps if it had all started from the moment he foolishly followed her about simply because she was feeding him. Trying to break the tense silence, he commented to Chloe that the moon was very lovely tonight. He then added that she had made him the tastiest supper he had eaten in a long time, and with a cheerful wave, he announced that he would see her tomorrow as he was heading off now. Chloe, however, remained silent for a moment before asking him if he saw it. Confused, he asked what she meant. She simply repeated the word, that. A sudden realization dawned on him as his eyes darted to a reference book on his desk. He laughed nervously, asking if she was talking about the reference book and complimenting her for putting a lot of effort into studying. But Chloe cut through his deflection with a single chilling word, the diary. His blood ran cold. He was shocked, wondering if she had eyes in the back of her head to have seen it. He also noted that she had abandoned her formal speech in favor of a more relaxed, almost intimate one, making her seem like an entirely different person. He desperately denied seeing it, but she insisted he was lying. Finally, he broke, admitting that he saw it. The two stood facing each other in the quiet room, an unspoken tension hanging between them. The boy's eyes widened in sheer terror. In a flash, Chloe had drawn her sword, its blade glowing with a menacing red light as she held it ready. He yelped in shock, completely bewildered by her sudden aggression. He gulped, his mind racing as he assessed his situation. He was on the 4th floor. He knew that if he jumped from there, he would definitely shatter his body. That left only one way out, the door which she was now blocking. A wave of despair washed over him. He had a serious problem. He was stuck here for sure. He stammered, asking what she was talking about, but his words were cut short as the tip of her blade touched the floor in front of him with a sharp clink. With slow, deliberate steps, she began to advance on him, her red aura intensifying with each movement. The boy was horrified, thinking to himself that she was really coming for him. He wondered if maybe she wasn't feeling well. A thought then struck him. He had some knowledge about this type of behavior. The unmoving pupils, the eyes tinted a dark crimson, he was certain. This was the textbook definition of a yandere. And as if that wasn't terrifying enough, he recalled her sudden, cheerful demeanor at other times, the abrupt shift to a fierce tone and attitude now. A horrifying possibility entered his mind. Not just a yandere, but one with a dual personality. He knew managing a yandere characteristic alone was difficult enough, but adding a dual personality disorder to the mix made things exponentially worse. He concluded that the change in her personality was brought on by him opening the diary. This realization was dire. This could be harmful, and he was sure she would pursue him until the day he died. To secure his safety in the future, he knew he had to take the initiative right now. Her aura felt even more intense than the Mao brothers he had faced before. He cursed his luck, lamenting how difficult life in the academy was. His priority was to get out of this predicament alive. A mental countdown began. The remaining time was only 9 seconds. He frantically searched for a weapon. The sashimi knife was still in his room, but the kitchen knife he used earlier was too far away. If he made a run for it, she would most definitely sever his legs or arms. His eyes darted around the room, his panic rising as Chloe tightened her grip on her sword. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the pen holder on his desk. He spotted a knife cutter inside. Just as he formulated a plan, Chloe lunged, her sword swinging in a brilliant, deadly arc of red energy. He knew she was coming. With a desperate cry, he threw himself to the side, grabbing the cutter as he moved. He internally cursed the situation, wishing he could have resolved this through conversation. He held the flimsy box cutter in his hand, its small blade extended, feeling a sense of utter dread. Suddenly, a series of blue holographic panels materialized before his eyes. A system message announced that exerting resourcefulness raises mental resilience, and that his words and actions would temporarily gain intimidation. Another message appeared, stating that an adjustment was being initiated to suit the user with restraint, and that the blessing of the sword god was being activated. A powerful blue aura erupted around him, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. A final message declared, "May the blessing of the sword god be with you." In an instant, his entire presence changed. He moved with impossible speed, his body now a conduit for immense power. He looked at Chloe, his voice now cold and devoid of fear. He told her that she had somewhat long hair. Then, with a chilling finality, he declared that he would chop it up for her. The scene erupted in a series of brilliant red slashes that crisscrossed through the dark room, leaving the outcome hanging in the balance. The next episode preview shows a girl with turquoise hair, hinting that the chirping insects at midnight mark a point at which the story changes. In the dim, pre-dawn light of a room, a young woman with short, crimson hair lies asleep, bundled under a pristine white comforter. She stirs, a soft groan escaping her lips as her eyes flutter open, revealing a groggy, unfocused gaze. With a slight frown, she lifts a hand to her head, a thought forming in her mind as she mutters a name, Jioma. Her eyes, now sharp and alert with a sudden urgency, dart around the empty room. A cold realization washes over her as she sits bolt upright, the blanket pooling around her waist. She questions where he could have possibly gone, her voice laced with a hint of panic. A fragmented memory flashes through her mind, the image of Jioma, his back to her, looking out the window while washing dishes. She recalls sneaking a peek at him in that moment, a blush creeping onto her cheeks at the memory. With a sudden jolt, her eyes widen in terror as she screams out the word katana. Leaping to her feet on the bed, her body tensed for a threat that isn't there. Her frantic gaze lands on the katana, standing upright and leaning against a small table by her bed, its polished scabbard gleaming in the faint light. Her expression softens immediately from terror to wide-eyed relief. Letting out a deep sigh, she sinks back onto the bed, her shoulders slumping as the tension drains from her body. She whispers a quiet prayer of thanks, expressing her relief that the sword is safely where it should be, recalling how she has often lost consciousness whenever she held a katana in the past. Her mind is then plunged into a dark, chaotic memory, a flurry of black and white static filling her vision. In this memory, a crimson, blood-soaked haze surrounds her as she looks up at an old, stern-faced man. The man tells her she did a good job, and when she confusedly asks what happened, he dismisses her concern, telling her not to worry about it. He then commands her not to deny her innate talent as an assassin, his words echoing ominously in the blood-red void. Back in the present, Chloe stares blankly at the katana, the weight of that traumatic memory settling upon her as she sits silently on her bed. Suddenly, a wave of self-loathing washes over her. She screams at herself internally, calling herself a fool and an idiot for fainting at such a crucial moment. She buries her face in her pillow, muffling her frustrated cries as she repeatedly calls out Jioma's name, her cheeks flushing a deep, embarrassed crimson. As she presses her face into the soft fabric, a new wave of anxiety hits her. Her eyes, wide with mortification, peek over the top of the pillow as she wonders if she said something strange or wrong when she lost her memory during their encounter. Lifting her head, her gaze falls upon something unexpected lying on the floor. A small, red utility knife. A sound of confusion escapes her lips as she picks it up, questioning why a utility knife would be on her floor. She then touches a strand of her own red hair, a puzzled expression on her face, as she notices that her hair feels shorter than she remembers. The pieces click into place with a startling, albeit incorrect, conclusion. She wonders aloud if he used the utility knife to cut her hair. Her eyes then drift to the nearby trash bin, where she sees the discarded strands of her own red hair, neatly disposed of. She realizes with a growing sense of warmth that he must have even cleaned up the mess before he left. A gentle, adoring smile spreads across her face, her eyes softening as a blush dusts her cheeks. She concludes that Jiomar is truly too kind, a fact so important that she decides she must write it down in her journal before she forgets. Seated at her desk, she diligently writes in her journal, a small, contented smile playing on her lips as she chronicles the event. The final entry is a simple, heartfelt declaration, punctuated with a small red heart. I love you, Jioma. Meanwhile, under the vast, moonlit night sky, Jioma stumbles from the rooftop, letting out a pained grunt. He vomits a torrent of sparkling, rainbow-colored liquid, a bizarre side effect of his exertion. He internally reflects that he somehow managed to get through that dangerous situation, but the ordeal is far from over. A system notification flashes in his vision, informing him that the effect of the painless blessing has ended. He coughs, clutching his chest, lamenting that he barely managed to get past the first 5 seconds of the 9-second mark, yet he feels utterly wrecked. A wave of nausea washes over him again, his face contorting in disgust as a dark, swirling pattern of dread surrounds him. He curses, realizing he's about to throw up everything he had for dinner. After heaving his guts out, he lets out a long, exhausted sigh, collapsing onto a nearby park bench, completely spent. He lies back, staring up at the dark sky, his face pale and drawn. He mutters that he threw up everything and is now incredibly hungry. His thoughts drift back to the girl he just fought, Chloe. He wonders who exactly she is, pondering her true nature. He reflects on swordsmanship, noting that its purpose is typically to cut off an opponent's life with a single strike, or at the very least, to subdue them. However, he observes that the way Chloe wields her sword is different. She persistently and exclusively aims for vital spots, a technique specialized in assassination. A chilling image flashes through his mind. A silhouette of Chloe striking an opponent from behind, blood spraying from the fatal wound. He shudders, acknowledging that if she had caught him off guard for even a moment, he would have certainly lost his head. He recalls the intense pressure of the fight, the feeling of his very life being threatened, his eyes wide with a primal fear. It was this instinct for survival that drove him to instinctively aim for her neck with his own blade. He considers himself fortunate that the utility knife he was wielding was too short to reach its target. Instead of a fatal blow, it only managed to cut her hair. He lets out another sigh, relieved that he managed to clean up the mess afterward, ensuring there shouldn't be any problems later. He clutches his chest, glad that nothing serious happened and that things remained on the peaceful and safe side, though he admits that keeping them that way is not as simple as it looks. He muses that people say being ordinary is the hardest thing, but his current situation is far beyond that simple platitude. He thinks back to when he was first thrown into this disgraceful game. He admits that, to be honest, it wasn't that he didn't have ambition. He remembers the romantic dream of a man reaching the zenith of swordsmanship, utilizing only a simple sashimi knife. He concedes that giving up on such a dream was not an easy decision. The game, he recalls, was titled Miracle's Blessing, which was also the name of a special favor from the world's protagonist, whom he hasn't even met yet. This blessing, along with the benediction of valor Joquin from the legendary hero, were the two legendary blessings in the game. The contents of the blessing were simple enough: to save the world from the dangers of the Demon King. The protagonist is blessed with an S-rank legendary sword whose name translates to Wound, a weapon that chooses its own master and grants incredible skills. On the other hand, Geomar is stuck with a simple sashimi knife. While its precision and sharpness are exceptional for an ordinary blade, it's nothing compared to a legendary weapon, and it's the only thing he can use. He grabs his head in utter frustration, his face a mask of agony as he questions if any further explanation is even needed to highlight the disparity. He tells himself to control his emotions, to calm down. He reminds himself that ever since he arrived in this world, he has had to constantly tell himself that none of these characters or events are real. But in the heat of the moment, he even forgot his own goals. He acknowledges the absurdity of his situation, but wonders if there is even a single ordinary person in this world. He decides he has to stop trying to figure out who the main players are and instead focus on how to get his way around the game. He notes that it has been a week since he started studying at the academy, and based on the game's original storyline, it should be around the time that the protagonist has just manifested his divine blessing and is now late for the registration process. This realization confirms that the game's story is indeed progressing. Regrets having stopped playing the game, as he knows the general plot but hasn't seen the ending. Still, he reasons that understanding the official plot halfway through is definitely a plus, and he resolves to follow the official plot no matter what happens. He visualizes his situation as a choice between two paths for his level oneself: the main storyline route, where he wants to live quietly, and a hidden route, which questions if he is destined to become a king. He knows that if he lets himself get carried away, he'll lose the few advantages he has. He recalls a critical plot point. The story takes a dark turn starting from the second semester of the third year. The demonic tribes, having noticed the birth of the hero, join forces led by a corps commander and threaten the academy itself. This conflict escalates, eventually breaking out into a full-blown world war between demons and humans. He remembers watching this plot unfold on his phone, questioning the abrupt and grim turn in the story. He had sought out the game for the delightful aspects of teenage life he never got to experience, and was horrified by the dark shift. He recalls thinking about how they were all going to die, and then bravely deleting the game right then and there. What gives him the creeps now, however, is that this horrific war is destined to happen in the world he currently inhabits. The thought of a war makes him question if he too will perish in the conflict. He immediately dismisses the thought with a firm no. There are still about 3 years remaining. He decides he needs a realistic goal instead of a fantasy escape. He cannot just accept his death in silence. He needs to get stronger and survive. He reasons that since most mass-produced game storylines have a happy ending, the protagonist will nonetheless save the world. However, he needs the strength to defend himself, refusing to live with a fate as fragile as a fly, where he could perish at any time in the midst of war. He resolves to train himself to survive as discreetly as possible. He knows that if he stands out too much, he might be summoned to confront evil forces, a situation that must be avoided at all costs, like a pawn facing a knight on a chessboard. Furthermore, he concludes that it's necessary to put a restraint on the use of his blessing of the sword god. He has always used the sashimi knife out of necessity, but the stress on his body is excessive. A holographic status screen appears before him detailing his abilities. It shows level of body, 2, which alleviates sword specifications, and level of mercy, 3, which makes others feel intimidated by his words and actions. He notes that the performance seems solid, but then he notices a lot of new content on the screen that wasn't there before. which puzzles him. The status screen is broken down into categories: body, mind, equipment. There are numerical levels for his body and mercy, but also a level for armament and an assimilation rate of 1.5%, along with a mysterious starred entry with 3 question marks. He wonders what the assimilation rate and the question marks mean and where they came from. He instinctively reaches out and taps the mysterious entry. A red system error message flashes, stating that the conditions have not been met and access is blocked. He dismisses it as unimportant for now. A new question arises regarding this mysterious gift, but he decides the most important things right now are physical training and acquiring a new weapon. He knows he can't rely on the 30-second duration of the painless blessing forever. He needs to train in a style of swordsmanship that uses a blade that doesn't satisfy the requirements of the god of swords to avoid the physical strain. Fortunately, he remembers an upcoming opportunity. He pulls out his phone and checks the calendar, confirming that there will be a practical extermination training event next month that will replace the midterm exams. The reward for this training is a B-grade weapon called Murasame. He believes that if he can handle that sword skillfully, it will be enough to see him through to graduation. Crucially, its specs do not meet the conditions for activating the god of swords, so it won't be a burden to use as a main weapon. As he finishes his planning, he's interrupted by a voice asking for his excuse. He turns to see a young woman with vibrant, light blue hair and striking antennae-like appendages. She bluntly informs him that he is sitting in her spot. Ji-Oh-Ma looks up at her, startled. She has a sword at her hip, and her unique appearance immediately registers in his mind. Her sharp, golden eyes meet his, a bead of sweat running down her temple. Ji-Oh-Ma's own eyes widen in shock, his mind racing as he processes who's standing before him. The woman walks over and stands by the bench, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the quiet night. She repeats her request, asking if he could just move over a bit. Ji-Oh-Ma, flustered, can only manage a small awe in response, his mind screaming her name, Abel. He thinks it's unbelievable that she's here. He immediately recoils, realizing he was staring at her and mentally scolding himself for it. She tells him he doesn't have to go anywhere, just simply move over a little. Ji-Oh-Ma remains silent, internally questioning her claim to the spot. He wonders if she thinks the bench, a public asset, is hers, and if this is some kind of class hierarchy thing. Deciding to avoid any connection with the heroine, he starts to get up. However, he finds himself captivated by her appearance, a bead of sweat trickling down his own face. He can't help but think to himself, damn, she's so pretty. Before he can move, she suddenly plops down on the bench right next to him, startling him completely. She looks up at the sky and declares that this is the finest place to watch the stars. An awkward silence hangs between them as they sit side by side. Ji-Oh-Ma is bewildered, a sweat drop on his forehead as he questions if this Abel is really the granddaughter of the legendary swordsman he knows from the game. He recalls that even the handsome Protagonist started off as a rough guy, but Abel's current demeanor is nothing like what he expected. Breaking the silence, Abel turns to him and asks if his weapon is a sword. Ji-Oh-Ma is taken aback, stammering as he asks how she knew. Her golden eyes narrow slightly as she looks at him, explaining that her grandfather once told her something. She states that swordsmen have varied expressions in their eyes. Ji-Oh-Ma is left speechless by her cryptic observation. She then casually places her large sword on her lap, its hilt pointing towards him. With a sly smile, she asks if he wants to test it out. Ji-Oh-Ma, sweating and looking away, replies that the offer does not really thrill him. The silence returns, now even more awkward than before. Ji-Oh-Ma internally questions if this girl is all right, feeling completely unused to this version of her. He wonders if this is truly the same character, Abel, that he knows from the game. Abel then turns to him, her expression serious, and asks a direct question that catches him completely off guard. She asks if he knows who she is. The cyan-haired girl, her sharp, golden eyes narrowed, holds a gleaming combat knife, its edge catching the dim light of the night. She sits on a bench next to the protagonist, who is clad in a blue and white tracksuit, his posture tense as he looks at her. She breaks the silence, addressing him directly, asking if he knows who she is. The protagonist remains silent, his expression unreadable, prompting a flicker of uncertainty in his mind. He internally questions if she is confronting him because she's suspicious of him. A moment later, he dismisses the thought with a close-up on his determined face, reasoning that, of course, she isn't suspicious. After all, there probably wasn't a single person in the entire school who didn't know who Abel was. He decides to play dumb, turning his head slightly with a look of mild confusion, stating more or less that he doesn't know her. They sit on the park bench under the glow of a nearby lamppost, a considerable distance between them, as he wonders what her point is. A sly, almost predatory smile crosses Abel's lips as she leans forward, remarking on how cliché the situation is. She knows his name, but he doesn't know hers. The protagonist, looking up at the starry night sky, questions if he really has to give his name to someone he just met. Abel counters that one can never be too careful, suggesting that for all she knows, he could be a spy for the Demon King who has infiltrated the academy as a student. She then softens her tone slightly, adding that, well, she doesn't think there's any particular reason for someone to be alone this late at night. The protagonist remains silent, a bead of sweat on his cheek as he thinks about how absurd her statement is, that there's no rhyme or reason to her logic. Abel then turns the question back on him, asking why he is out here. He calmly explains that it should be obvious he's out to exercise and train. She presses further, asking what kind of exercise he was doing. He looks up at the dark blue, cloud-streaked sky and deadpans a single word: breathing. Abel is momentarily stunned into silence, her eyes wide with disbelief as she simply utters, "Huh." Suddenly, she points a finger towards him, her expression shifting to one of sharp focus as she notices the wounds on his hand. She flinches slightly on the bench, a small exclamation escaping her lips as she processes this new information. She leans in closer to get a better look, her gaze intense and scrutinizing, while the protagonist watches her with a stoic, unimpressed expression. As the silhouette of their figures is cast against the glowing pool behind them, she remarks that he really is diligent. He confirms this matter-of-factly, explaining that people don't truly understand what it means to bear the blood of Nibelung. A montage of memories flashes through her mind. A stern-looking, white-haired man, likely her grandfather, a condescending smirk from a classmate, and her own determined expression. She explains that one must be perfect at all times because if even a sliver of weakness is shown, others will immediately jump on it. She then asks if he is aware that she isn't the top student this year. Looking out over the academy's clock tower under the starry sky, she confesses that, to be honest, this was the first time she had ever lost to someone. A small, self-deprecating smile appears on her lips. She continues her story, explaining that on one hand, she was relieved, but on the other, she was still intensely curious about who defeated her. Her curiosity wasn't just for knowledge. She wanted to know who they were so she could crush them the next time they competed. The protagonist flinches, a jolt of alarm running through him at her aggressive declaration. Abel's frustration boils over as she sits up straight, her voice rising with indignation. She explains that she begged her grandfather for details, and he revealed that the top student wasn't even someone from her class. To make matters worse, that person had the nerve to skip the oath ceremony. She questions how she is supposed to live a second place to someone like that. Letting out an exasperated sigh, realizing she has just vented to a complete stranger, she remarks on the oddity of sharing all this with someone she doesn't even know. The protagonist, looking completely unamused, asks her directly why she is telling him all this. She pauses for a moment before answering, her expression turning slightly sheepish. She explains that she did it because he seemed weak, and it is her family's motto to be firm with the strong and merciful to the weak. She adds that all her classmates are incredibly good at what they do, so she doesn't have any friends. The protagonist reflects internally that this must be the reason why the main character was so distant. Abel stretches her arms behind her head with a yawn, announcing that she thinks she'll turn in for the night. He simply bids her goodbye. She pauses, her back still to him, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air. She turns back, leaning over the bench and demanding to know if he's going to tell her his name or not. He flatly states that he doesn't want to. Annoyed, she calls out, "Hey," as he walks away without a second glance. A new day begins in a large, tiered lecture hall filled with the silhouettes of students. The protagonist, now in his school uniform, sits at his desk, reflecting that his life at the academy was a lot calmer than he had thought it would be. He thinks about Chloe, who had quickly befriended others and blended into the class. He, meanwhile, was busy actively avoiding eye contact and running into her. In the few instances where he did meet her gaze, her new friends would give him icy stares. He couldn't dismiss their looks as he was a special admission student just like her. He also notes that he wasn't the only special admission student in the Tiger class. There weren't many of them, represented as glowing green figures in the lecture hall, but they were reluctant to interact with one another, likely out of a sense of entitlement. He muses that, thinking about it this way, it was probably a good thing he wasn't in the upper class. He rests his chin on his hand, looking bored. He knows that right now is the season when the Star and Dragon classes form their political factions. He recalls that even back when he played the game, it felt like the students were clowns en masse, and the thought of being in that class now makes him dizzy. He sighs, content that at least he's eating well, and wonders what he should have for lunch. A memory surfaces of the Dean Media, smiling slyly and telling him he should have gotten the top student perk, before apologizing for the wait. The memory transitions to the present, where a hand places a black card on his desk. It's a faculty member card from Joquin Express. He is overcome with gratitude, thinking that bowing in the direction of the dean's office 3 times a day wouldn't be enough to express how thankful he is. He feels a sudden surge of worship and immense gratitude, reflecting that he has been fulfilling his duties as a student faithfully, and his actions haven't hugely impacted the main scenario either. He holds the card, a confident smirk on his face as he thinks nice. He resolves to just spend the next 3 years like this, believing that if he can do that, he can achieve the future he imagined. The scene shifts to a bright, sunny day at the academy. Inside a lecture hall, a professor is teaching a history lesson. He explains that 700 years ago, after the first Human-Demon War, the hero Joaquin Baylor felt the need to cultivate the next generation of heroes and established the academy with his 7 disciples. The professor, an old man in a purple robe, points to a chalk drawing of Joaquin Baylor on the blackboard, reminding the students that this information will be on their exam. The protagonist rests his head on his arms, bored, thinking that this is all stuff he more or less already knows. The lesson continues, focusing on the founding hero, Joaquin Baylor. For 20 years, he fought against the commander of the First Corps, the commander of the First Army, and the Demon King's right hand, Lycan, ultimately emerging victorious. However, in that final battle, Joaquin lost an arm and could no longer participate in battle. The war was a brutal one, soaked in blood, filled with screams, and had no clear victor. Legions of winged demons are shown in a fiery landscape. Fortunately, the humans and demons reached a truce in the midst of the war, and the hero Joaquin established the Joaquin Academy to nurture future generations. The professor concludes that the first Human-Demon War led to a non-aggression treaty, leading the next 700 years into an era of peace. 2 students whisper in the back, one wondering if there will be a war in their generation, and the other scoffing at the idea, saying they're more worried about what to wear to a party. The protagonist, listening to their careless chatter, thinks to himself that after 700 years of peace, it's only natural that everyone is used to the serenity. He is the only one who knows that the beginning of the first crack in that peace isn't far off. He thinks about the dean, Medea, and considers telling her what's going to happen, but he doesn't know what consequences that might bring. His thoughts darken as he recalls a key plot point, although she doesn't hide the fact that she wants to leave her position as dean as soon as possible. Medea was the first person in the story to catch a whiff of the abnormality, thanks to something called Poet's Lord. She was also the first of the 7 heroes to step up and protect the students. He remembers that he didn't play much of the game, but he did look it up. A gruesome, glitched image of a bloodied Medea fills his memory. She was also the first to be sacrificed to the Demon King. He recalls looking up her fate on a computer, the mouse clicking as the grim reality sets in. A voice in his memory confirms it. She dies. His eyes narrow with resolve. He thinks that if he didn't know what was coming, she would meet that fate. The professor's voice cuts through his thoughts, announcing that's all for today and reminding them to study hard for the exam in 2 weeks. The class ends and a sudden murmur of excitement fills the room. Students get up from their seats exclaiming, "Awesome," and "Is this for real?" rushing towards the exit. The protagonist, still seated, wonders what's going on. A student near him asks if he is the one, which makes the protagonist's eyes widen in sudden realization. An exclamation mark flashes in his mind. He pulls out his phone. The screen shows the date is Monday, the 5th of May at 9:50 a.m. He now understands. A crowd of students gathers at the hallway entrance, speculating that he won't come to their class and will obviously go to the star class instead. Other students express their disbelief. The protagonist's memory serves him right. On the 5th of May, he enrolls. The crowd parts, and through the throng of students emerges a confident, blonde-haired young man with striking blue eyes. His name is Leon van Reinhardt, and he is this world's main character. With his arrival, the protagonist knows that the 700 long years of peace will have its first crack. A final panel teases a future scene where Chloe, holding a wooden practice sword, confronts the protagonist with a determined look on her face. The entire plot seems to revolve around the ridiculously handsome face of a certain individual. A young man with striking blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, Leon van Reinhardt, stands surrounded by an entourage of adoring fans, their cheers of woe echoing around him as golden light illuminates his smug, confident smirk. The narrator, Ma, reflects on how, within the game's world, every woman seems to inevitably fall for this charismatic protagonist. Ma's thoughts take a cynical turn as he contemplates the nature of the game. He muses that if Miracle Blessing M were an adulterated game, the hero Leon would have met his end long before ever facing the Demon King, likely from sheer exhaustion. With a deadpan expression, Ma forces himself to think good, kind thoughts, clearly annoyed by the protagonist's effortless charm. The allure of Leon is so potent that even the most impressive women are drawn to him. These powerful heroines are presented like highly coveted SSR gacha cards. Rachel Demura, the niece of the Spear Saint with her blonde pigtails and determined expression. Saki Ryozo, the silver-haired daughter of the bowmaster, looking cool and aloof, and even Abel von Nibelung, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, her vibrant turquoise hair framing a mischievous grin. These women, the so-called Protagonist party members, are an impressive lineup indeed. From a distance, Ma watches the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. He admits to himself that while it's annoying, the man at the center of it all, Leon van Reinhardt, the protagonist of Miracle Blessing M, is destined for great things. As Leon flashes a charming smile at a flustered female student, Ma recalls a critical plot point. In 3 years, Leon will be among the first to get drafted into the war. Ma's face darkens with a grimace as he thinks about this future. He considers the term draft to be a gross understatement. It's practically mandatory enlistment. A shadow of a memory of a soldier in combat gear flashes in his mind as he realizes with dread that for him, this would be his second time going through such an ordeal. His thoughts spiral deeper into the game's lore, recalling how the hero Baylor Joquin only managed to seal the 1st Legion commander. This unsettling fact leads him to a terrifying question. Just how overwhelmingly strong is the Demon King himself? He shudders at the possibility, thinking there's no way the story could end like that. An image of a pixelated game-over screen flashes in his mind, showing a blood-soaked Leon lying dead, a sword through his chest. He desperately tries to reassure himself, thinking that the protagonist isn't going to lose, that such an outcome would be completely insane. As if sensing his dark thoughts, Leon's head turns slightly, his bright blue eyes narrowing as he gazes in Ma's direction. The students gathered around Leon gasp in surprise. Their faces a mixture of shock and confusion. The focus blurs on the group. Before Leon turns away, his expression shifting back to a gentle, closed-eye smile, completely dismissing the moment. Ma stands alone, watching them, a silent observer. He lets out a quiet sigh, reminding himself that this is Miracle Blessing M, the protagonist's story. He watches Leon and his followers walk away down the grand hallway, resigning himself to the idea that the protagonist will inevitably handle things one way or another. He admits, with a touch of reluctant admiration, that Leon's face is honestly almost inspirational. It was so convincing that it had swayed him before he even knew what was happening. Just as he is lost in thought, a voice calls out to him, "Hey!" Startled, he turns his head, his brow furrowed in confusion, an exclamation point popping into existence beside him as he registers the unexpected address. The scene shifts to the Academy's training grounds at twilight, the imposing building looming in the background, while a straw training dummy stands ready in the foreground. Inside the vast hall, Ma, now clad in a blue and white tracksuit, swings a heavy wooden staff with a resounding thwack. He pauses, letting out a breath of air. He confirms his suspicion that, as expected, simply exceeding the physical constraints won't be enough to activate his blessing. He clenches his fist, his expression determined. He concludes that he will need to acquire at least some fundamental swordsmanship skills. Suddenly, a soft voice from behind asks to be excused. It's the red-haired girl, Chloe, who looks at him with concern and asks if she did something wrong. Ma remains with his back to her, seemingly caught off guard. Internally, a dark and twisted smile spreads across his face. He thinks to himself that he would love to say his head was about to be separated from his neck, but considering they'll be spending the next year together, he decides on a different approach. He spins around, his expression morphing into one of friendly surprise, and quickly reassures her that it's nothing at all. Chloe asks if he is certain, and he nods affirmatively. He internally resolves to keep things civil, seeing no reason to create unnecessary enemies. Chloe visibly relaxes, letting out a sigh of relief with a hand on her chest. Ma, however, remains wary, his eyes narrowing as he wonders who this enigmatic girl truly is. He recalls the unsettling feeling he got from her before. Despite her being unconscious, he could sense that her sword was filled with a deep sorrow. A vision of her holding her blade, glowing with a conflicting aura of red killing intent and blue sadness, comes to mind. The blade seemed to be pleading for salvation, yet the killing intent radiating from its edge was so potent it made his skin crawl. He concludes that for the sole purpose of killing, she is likely more dangerous than even the Mao siblings. Chloe fidgets nervously, her hands clasped in front of her, and shyly addresses him as Ma. She stammers for a moment before asking if, by any chance, she could treat him to dinner that night. Her red eyes sparkle with an intense, hopeful light as she earnestly insists that she really wants to treat him. She adds that while she might not be a great cook, the desire is genuine. The word dinner triggers a chilling image in Ma's mind. A vision of Chloe with glowing yandere eyes, holding a sword menacingly. He internally repeats the word, dinner, huh? A close-up on Chloe's large, pleading eyes reveals her desperate hope, with the words "please say yes" repeating in the background. Ji-ma finds himself sweating, admitting to himself that those eyes make it incredibly difficult to say no. He forces a strained laugh, his mind racing. Although he feels bad for refusing, a terrifying premonition flashes through his mind. If he accepts her offer, he might just wake up inside a fridge the next morning. Steeling his resolve, he tells himself he can do this. He calls her by her name, Chloe, and proposes an alternative. Instead of dinner, could he ask for a favor instead? They stand facing each other in the empty hall. Chloe seems intrigued, asking what kind of favor it is. Ji-ma leans in slightly, telling her that she's the only one he can ask for this. At these words, Chloe's face lights up, a blush dusting her cheeks as her eyes widen in delight. The thought of being the only one clearly thrills her, and she eagerly asks what he needs. He makes his request, for her to teach him swordsmanship. He scratches the back of his head, offering a slightly awkward but friendly smile. Internally, he reasons that he needed a sword instructor anyway. Gripping the wooden pole, his expression turns serious as he reflects that this is a good decision, especially since Chloe is insanely strong. Since that day, his nightly routine has changed. A flashback shows him in the dark, scrolling through his phone. He's been watching videos on how to handle Yandir types before bed. One video in particular, titled "Surviving a Yandir," seems to have been helpful. At the training grounds, Chloe calls out his name. He asks when she arrived, and she cheekily replies that she just got there too, around 6:30. Ji-ma is baffled, reminding her they were supposed to meet at 8, but she just giggles playfully. By the way, she asks, striking a cute pose surrounded by floating hearts, does she look weird? He stammers that she doesn't look weird at all, not at all. He hadn't noticed before, having only seen her in her uniform, but her athletic attire reveals a set of solid abdominal muscles, making him realize the source of her strength. He can't help but think that regardless, she's quite cute. A small smile plays on his lips as he thinks this is a rare opportunity. He offers her a wooden practice sword, telling her to take it. Chloe looks puzzled, asking if they aren't going to use real swords. As she takes the wooden weapon, Ji-ma internally reels, wondering if he heard her correctly. Who in their right mind trains with real swords when it's not a life-or-death situation? He clarifies that it's just a training session, and they should use wooden swords to avoid injury. Chloe's eyes sparkle, and she coos that he's so nice. But then her demeanor shifts instantly. A dark, menacing aura erupts around her as she lets out a sinister giggle, causing Ji-ma to flinch in alarm. She hums thoughtfully, getting a feel for the wooden staff in her hands. With a sudden, explosive movement, she swings the staff downwards, smashing it into the stone floor. The impact creates a crater, and the very air seems to tremble. Ji-ma's face is a mask of pure shock, sweat beading on his forehead as he wonders just how powerful she is. He immediately decides he needs to err on the side of caution. A horrifying image of his own head being split open like a watermelon flashes through his mind. He quickly pulls up his system window to double-check his blessing of the sword god. Status screen confirms its intimidating presence and loosened physical restrictions, but also shows that the unlock conditions are not met, and his sync rate is a meager 2%. Critically, the blessing only activates with a short, thin blade. He muses that the sword's length isn't a problem, and his body is still developing steadily. He questions if blessings normally evolve like this, gaining additional effects with experience, as he doesn't recall it being the case. He wonders how much more he needs to grow for the mysterious stat to finally reveal itself. Chloe peers over his shoulder at the empty air where he's staring, her head tilted in confusion. She asks if something is wrong. Her expression is one of genuine concern. Ji-ma snaps out of it, offering a quick apology. He realizes with a grimace that only he can see the system window, and he must have looked like a complete lunatic just spacing out. Trying to recover, he puts on a nervous smile and asks her to please go easy on him, since it's their first lesson. She agrees with a simple okay, and he tightens his grip on his own staff, confirming they can begin. He settles into a low stance, his eyes focused and ready. The two opponents face each other across the vast, quiet training hall. Ji-ma's mind drifts to his past lives, where all his knowledge was forged through brutal, hands-on experience. He believes in the principle that seeing is believing. A stark message appears. To truly master a field, you can't just give a piece of yourself. You have to be ready to sacrifice your entire being. The tip of his wooden staff begins to glow with a faint orange light. He reflects that the reason he adapted so quickly to the academy was due to the harsh training he endured from a young age. As if on cue, Chloe explodes into motion, dashing towards him with her staff held ready, her powerful stride kicking up dust and embers from the floor. Ji-ma feels sweat clinging to his palms, his stance feeling clumsy and awkward, but he holds his ground, his eyes narrowing with lethal focus, knowing that the first stroke of the sword must always strike the opponent. In the blink of an eye, Chloe leaps into the air. bringing her staff down in a devastating overhead arc. Ji-Oh-Ma's mind screams in shock, a giant question mark and exclamation point materializing beside him. He can't believe she attacked all of a sudden. He barely has time to raise his own staff to block, his face contorting with strain as her weapon descends with incredible force. The impact is thunderous, the two wooden poles connecting right before his eyes with a blinding flash. Shit, he screams internally, his eyes wide with panic at her blinding speed. He mentally berates her, reminding her that he had asked her to go easy. Chloe's expression is one of pure concentration as she fluidly adjusts her grip for the next strike. With a sharp clang, she follows through, forcing Ji-Oh-Ma into a low defensive stance. He struggles to hold his weapon steady, his arms trembling under the immense pressure of her blow. This isn't just a lesson, he's fighting to survive. He thinks he's finally beginning to understand the situation. He narrowly dodges another lightning-fast strike, wondering in disbelief when she got so fast. Damn it, he thinks, she just keeps getting faster and faster. A grim smirk crosses his face as a dark thought occurs to him. Was that very first strike the only one she actually held back on? Their weapons clash again and again in a flurry of motion. A visible crack splinters across the wood of his staff. He realizes with growing dread that her onslaught won't stop. He's caught in a whirlwind of her attacks, forced to desperately parry and deflect blows coming from every conceivable angle. His teeth are clenched, his muscles screaming in protest. Her strikes are terrifyingly heavy. He knows that if even one connects, he might die instantly. He's already at his absolute limit just deflecting her attacks, unable to find a single opening for a counterattack. His wooden staff continues to splinter under the relentless assault. Finally, with a loud snap, the end of his staff breaks off completely, clattering uselessly to the floor. Chloe immediately halts her attack and rushes to apologize, her voice filled with regret. She explains that she was trying to be as gentle as she could, but she still ended up breaking his weapon. She calls out his name, Ji-Oh-Ma, her voice trailing off as she notices he's staring intently at the broken piece of his staff. Her eyes widen with a mix of confusion and concern. A glitched, light blue system window materializes in front of Ji-Oh-Ma, announcing that the weapon conditions have been met. It's immediately followed by a series of red, corrupted error messages. The weapon has been damaged, an error has occurred, and a suppressive force is being used to forcibly adjust the user's personality. An explosive wave of chaotic blue energy erupts from Ji-Oh-Ma's body. He clutches his head, writhing in agony as another red message flashes, declaring that his humanity level is decreasing. The words, "The Sword God's Divine Blessing," appear, distorted and glitching between red and cyan. Ji-Oh-Ma is now shrouded in a maelstrom of digital noise and crackling blue energy, his expression cold, alien. A spectral dagger-like weapon begins to form in his hand from the raw energy. The final shot closes in on his face, his eyes glowing with an intense, menacing blue light, a sign that something deep within him, his inner demons, has been unleashed. In the chaotic aftermath of a fierce battle, two silhouettes stand opposed in a field of gray dust and swirling dark energy, one crouched and defeated, the other standing tall. A stark red system notification flashes, issuing a caution that the weapon has been damaged, a message that causes the red-haired girl, Chloe, to stare forward with wide, horrified eyes, her pupils constricted in disbelief. Another message appears, declaring the initiation of a user's personality adjustment using coercive power, hinting at a sinister override. The scene shifts to Ji-Oh-Ma, standing amidst the swirling dust and crackling black and blue energy, his body rigid. A chilling notification confirms that his humanity is decreasing, and as his piercing blue eyes glare from the darkness, a new power is invoked, the blessing of the Sword God. The world fades to black, then resolves into a sterile white space where a lone figure stands under a single spotlight. This person, identified as Kim, wonders aloud if everything up until now was just a dream. He grounds himself in a mundane memory, recalling that he was preparing fish. He resolves to get back to work, his mind foggy and disconnected from the recent battle. A selection of knives appears before him, a hefty Chinese chef's knife, a standard kitchen knife, and a sleek sashimi knife. He considers using the Chinese chef's knife for a change. However, as he reaches for it, a red error message flashes, explicitly stating that he cannot choose that item. Confused, Kim questions the restriction and decides to use the other knife instead. Yet again, an error message blocks his choice, forbidding him from selecting the katana-like blade either. A disembodied voice tells him not to worry about it and to simply keep doing what he was doing. With his options forcibly narrowed, Kim notes that the only knife left is the sashimi knife. The voice confirms this, urging him to just pick it up. Another message appears, reminding him that holding a sashimi knife is extremely painful, and asks if it's still the same now. Kim holds the knife over a fresh fish on a cutting board, a look of surprise on his face as he realizes that, strangely, he feels perfectly fine. In fact, he even feels refreshed, a sensation that is both odd and unsettling. The mysterious voice whispers that this is it just like that and tells him to leave it to the entity, as spectral puppeteer-like hands materialize from a swirling purple vortex, red strings dangling from their fingertips. These strings attach to Kim, who now stands with a vacant expression, his body held like a marionette, the sashimi knife clutched in his hand. Under this dark influence, he declares his intention to create an incredible masterpiece today. A system message announces that the skill Heat has been activated. Back in the real world, Gioma's eye glows with a terrifying blue light, his form shrouded in shadow and crackling energy as he grips his own sashimi knife. The scene transitions to the title card for episode 10. Editor Di Cecilia, 2. The battle resumes with Chloe calling out to Gioma, her voice laced with concern as she asks if he is okay. She calls his name again, but he remains a distant, silent silhouette shrouded in dust and dark energy. He is utterly still for a moment, then vanishes in a burst of speed, leaving only a cracking sound in his wake. Chloe lets out a startled gasp as a whirlwind of bright blue energy erupts where he once stood. In a flash, a streak of light cuts through the air, and Gioma appears directly in front of her, his face a horrifying mask of shadow with two glowing blue eyes, his sashimi knife poised to strike. Chloe's eyes widen in sheer terror as she desperately brings her wooden staff up to block the incoming attack. The impact is immense, a brutal red slash effect indicating the sheer force of the blow that shatters her defense. She tries to shout his name to tell him to wait, to hold on. But it's too late. Gioma pivots on his heel and unleashes a devastating wave of power, crouching low to the ground. A massive shockwave of pure energy explodes outwards from his position, the force so immense it creates visible lines of pressure that distort the very air in the training hall. The attack slams into Chloe, the impact marked by two vicious red gashes of energy. She is violently thrown backward, tumbling through the air helplessly. Her face is a mask of shock, her eyes wide and white with disbelief and pain. Landing hard, she grits her teeth, a trickle of blood running from her lip as she observes that he seems like a completely different person from just a moment ago. Without giving her a moment to recover, Gioma is on her again, his blade clashing against her staff with a deafening shriek of friction. The force of his relentless assault pushes her back, and she slides across the floor, struggling to maintain her footing. A close-up reveals Gioma's face, his expression cold and detached, his eyes burning with an intense blue light as cyan energy swirls around him. Chloe thinks to herself that the attack just now threw her completely off. She clutches her chest, wincing in pain, admitting that it's now hard for her to even move. Utterly confused, she wonders what on earth has happened to Gioma, realizing that she has to stop the match immediately. Her eyes narrow with grim determination as she resolves to stop him for his own good. But he is already lunging forward again, his hand reaching out towards her with blinding speed, his eyes glowing white with raw power. She knows instantly that she can't avoid this attack. From his perspective, her form seems distant as his hand closes in. She screams his name, pleading with him to get a hold of himself. A blinding pillar of golden light erupts from his attack, engulfing Chloe as she screams his name one last time in pain and desperation. The scene cuts back to the strange mental kitchen, where the chef persona, Kim, looks on with a puzzled expression, wondering what's happening. He notes with frustration that the fish on his cutting board keeps avoiding his knife, a phenomenon he's never seen before. It's quick, dodging his every attempt to slice it. He mutters that it's noisy and that he needs to quickly fillet it, but then pauses, hearing a strange sound. He wonders if the fish is speaking but dismisses it as an illusion. The muffled sounds continue, slowly forming words, and he strains to hear, his eyes widening slightly as he recognizes it. Gioma. The name snaps him out of his trance. He shouts, Gioma, and in a flash of brilliant light, he remembers. He confirms to himself that yes, that's right. It's him. Back in the real world, the name Gioma echoes as the boy himself stands in his school uniform, holding the sashimi knife over the small fish on the cutting board, the setting a bizarre fusion of his mindscape and reality. He looks down at himself, a sudden jolt of awareness shocking him as he realizes his true identity. Chloe's voice rings in his mind, screaming his name, telling him to pull himself together. The name Chloe flashes in his mind, a beacon of clarity. His eyes, now free of the blue glow, widen in horrified realization. With a loud crash, the wooden training sword he was wielding falls to the ground, shattering on impact. Just as Chloe is about to collapse, Gioma lunges forward, catching her in his arms. He holds her close and tells her that it's him. She looks up at him, her red eyes filled with tears and confusion, a silent gasp escaping her lips. Gioma offers a small, tired smile and suggests they stop here for today. He thanks her for helping with the practice, raises a hand in a small wave and says he'll head out first. As he walks away toward the arched exit of the training hall, Chloe watches him go, utterly speechless. Later, under a dark, cloudy sky, the Grand Academy building looms. Chloe stands alone in the now-empty training hall, hugging her arms as she reflects on the fight. She thinks that ever since the class assignment test, Jioma's skill has been more than just raw strength. It carries an eerie feeling. It's not just skill, but a terrifying, raw instinct. She realizes that even though the blessing had unconsciously manifested, she was still no match for him at all, even when he was only fighting half-heartedly with a simple training sword. She already knew he was strong, but a voice cuts through her thoughts, remarking that she seems to be enjoying it. Startled, her eyes widen as she whips her head around. A figure emerges from the shadows. A young man with fiery red hair, a black face mask, and a sharp gaze, who addresses her as Chloe. He is identified as Nox Editor, a second year from the round class. Chloe recognizes him immediately, her expression hardening as she calls him brother. Nox looks at her with disdain, his gloved hand touching his mask as he asks if this is all she's doing after entering the academy, mingling with lowly people. Chloe glares back defiantly, standing her ground. She tells him firmly not to call Jioma that way. Nox seems amused by her defense, repeating the name Jioma as if tasting it for the first time. He then delivers a cold threat, warning her that if she continues to associate with that person, the Editor family will eliminate him. Chloe simply closes her eyes for a moment, her resolve unshakable. She declares with absolute certainty that even if the entire Editor family comes, they won't be able to handle Jioma. Nox is left speechless by her conviction, turning away to lean against a stone pillar, his expression hidden. He looks down, his red eyes narrowed in thought, repeating the name Jioma to himself, now seeing the boy as a person of interest. Elsewhere, Jioma engages in a deep internal monologue, feeling the need to clarify something to himself. The power he has been granted is not a divine blessing or a favor. Rather, it seems more like a curse. To avoid relying on the sword god's blessing, he had set out to find new equipment, considering different knives to break his dependency. But that power, that curse, seemed to mock his efforts, following him and taking control of his body. He recalls the sensation, explaining that there was no pain. No, not only was there no pain, but there was a pure pleasure and a feeling of debilitation that went on endlessly. That curse manipulated him like a marionette bound by threads, whispering sweet words in his ears, urging him to cut more, cut deeper, to destroy more. He had surrendered his body to it, becoming a puppet tangled in a web of red strings, his own will subsumed by the destructive impulse. Then he heard Chloe scream, a cry mixed with desperation. She called out the name he had come to recognize as his own, Jioma. In that single cry, the fragments of his shattered world were brought back together. It was then that he threw away the training sword that had clung to him like his own skin, feeling with absolute certainty that if he didn't detach himself from it right then, he would lose himself forever. He thinks about Chloe, acknowledging that until recently, she was just a Yandir who wanted to kill him. Yet, she was the girl who revived his fading consciousness. He admits to himself that, although she was the one who originally broke the sword and caused the issue, he was both irritated and grateful to her. That's why he decided to let it go without much fuss. Even so, he had left in a hurry to avoid the possibility of the sword god's blessing manifesting it. He is left with a daunting question. Can he really avoid this problem for the rest of his life? The sword god's blessing, a talent so potent it's close to a curse, is manifested by trading one's own lifespan. As an alien who was cast into this world, he didn't wish for much. He just wanted to live a normal life. A simple desire that now seems impossibly out of reach. As lightning flashes outside the academy window, he reflects that he thought he could handle minor incidents as they came. Walking up a flight of stairs, bathed in a somber purple light, he realizes the grim truth. With a tired and haunted expression, he admits that only now has he realized there is something within his body, a monstrous entity clawing its way out from his very soul, something trying to consume his reason. This is not a blessing. It is a curse solely intended to devour him. A horrifying phantasm with a gaping, screaming mouth and skeletal hands reaching out from a purple void. A preview for the next episode teases the encounter of two people, showing Jioma facing off against Nox Editor. 3 days have passed, and the grand lecture hall of the academy is filled with the low hum of student chatter, their silhouettes dotting the tiered seating arrangement. One student mentions to another with purple hair that something wild happened yesterday, and he should see it, to which the purple-haired boy casually replies that he'll look it up later. However, amidst the socializing, Chloe Editor sits alone, her crimson eyes staring blankly into the distance, her thoughts a million miles away. She reflects on the recent events, realizing with a pang of regret that in her haste, she didn't even manage to get his contact information. She silently berates herself, wondering why she hadn't thought to ask for it sooner. Her mind drifts back to a memory of her standing outside his dorm room door, her shadow cast long against the wood. She recalls knocking, but the only response she received were pained groans from within. Overcome with worry, she had considered breaking down the door, but a greater fear held her back. The fear that he would hate her for intruding, so she had simply walked away, her concern warring with her hesitation. Chloe remembers how she used to enjoy watching him from afar, observing him when he was lost in thought with his chin resting on his hand. She admits to herself that she can't even count the number of times she had secretly glanced his way in a single day, always careful not to approach him directly, afraid that he might just think she was some annoying girl. At first, she had rationalized her growing fascination, believing she was drawn to him because he had risked his life for her during their confrontation with the instructor. But now, in his absence, she understands that was merely an excuse to justify her feelings. The simple, undeniable truth settles heavily in her heart. She misses him. The following day, under a cloudy sky, the imposing facade of the academy building looms large. Inside a classroom, the burly instructor Lee Wonbin slams his hand on the podium, roaring for silence. He bellows at the students, questioning if they came to such a prestigious school just for show. His voice echoes through the hall as he announces that due to the rain, they will be having a study hall instead of their usual training session. As he scans the room, his sharp eyes notice a particular absence. He thinks to himself that Kang Ji-Oh-ma didn't show up today either. However, he reasons that knowing Ji-Oh-ma, there must be a valid reason for his absence. Like a true educator, he decides to trust his student and wait patiently for his return. He then shouts at the class to start studying, a command met with a chorus of affirmations. Just as the students settle down, the sound of a door creaking open breaks the silence. The instructor's face contorts with rage, veins popping on his temple as he demands to know who is brazen enough to come to his lesson during class time. His furious glare shifts toward the entrance, but his anger quickly morphs into wide-eyed surprise. A lone, dark silhouette stands at the top of the tiered classroom, slowly beginning to descend the central staircase as the other students watch in silence. The figure's polished black shoes step down with a quiet, deliberate rhythm, his gaze intense and focused. It is Kang Ji-Oh-ma, looking different than before, his presence more imposing as he walks down the steps with an unhurried confidence. Chloe gasps his name, her eyes wide with shock as he passes by her seat. Ji-Oh-ma stops before the instructor's podium, his dark hair now streaked with a sliver of white, and offers a formal apology for his lateness. The instructor, completely caught off guard by the student's transformed aura, stammers that he shouldn't be and tells him to just go sit down. Whispers erupt among the other students. One asks if that's the special admission student and if he always looked like that. Another remarks that, now that he mentions it, Ji-Oh-ma looks more handsome. Ji-Oh-ma walks silently through the large, now quiet lecture hall, his profile sharp and his expression unreadable as he takes his seat among his peers. Later, as class ends and students begin to leave for lunch, with one excitedly exclaiming how hungry he is, Chloe approaches Ji-Oh-ma, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. She calls his name and he turns to her, acknowledging her before asking what happened. She tells him it wasn't anything much, but her worry is evident as she explains that since he didn't show up for a while, she thought something might have happened to him. She tentatively asks if his absence was because of a duel. Ji-Oh-ma pauses for a moment, his eyes shadowed, before calmly stating that he was just a bit sick and thanking her for worrying about him. Chloe's face flushes with relief, though her wide, slightly trembling eyes suggest she's not entirely convinced. Ji-Oh-ma internally observes that, as expected, it's difficult for her to believe such a simple explanation. His mind then flashes back to the harrowing ordeal of the past 3 days. He had gone through something akin to extreme withdrawal symptoms, leaving him mentally and physically exhausted. He recalls huddling under his covers, unable to leave his room or eat anything, burying himself in his bed and praying for the damn convulsions racking his body to stop. He suffered through a pain far worse than anything he had experienced before, a brutal price for holding and using that broken weapon. But that wasn't all. He remembers glancing at the mirror and seeing his reflection, his expression sunken and gaunt, and strands of his hair turning white. The truth was painfully clear. This was a penalty from that detestable god. Back in the present, Ji-Oh-ma observes Chloe's guilty expression and surmises it makes sense, considering she last saw him in that state at the training grounds. He decides he needs to let it go and move on. Changing the subject, he casually asks her about the dinner she mentioned before, wondering if he could take her up on that offer today. Chloe is completely stunned, stammering in disbelief and asking if he truly means it. The word dinner echoes in her mind as her face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy. Ji-Oh-ma confirms, adding that he'd like to eat her cooking this time. Overjoyed, Chloe throws her arms in the air with a triumphant wah. ecstatically promising to do her best. Ji-ma watches her, a corner of his mouth slightly upturned, as he dryly notes to himself that she must have really liked that suggestion. Still buzzing with excitement, Chloe eagerly asks Ji-ma what he would like to eat, promising to make anything he wants. He considers for a moment and replies that he would like fish, as it has been a while. He begins to explain that the last time he was at her dorm, he threw everything up, but he quickly catches himself, smoothly changing his sentence to say that he had never tried it before because it was too expensive. Suddenly, a flash of red light and a wave of killing intent slices through the air, causing him to trail off. He instantly detects the threat, his eyes narrowing as he wonders what the hell that was. Even a nearby potted plant seems to pulse with a faint energy. Chloe, completely oblivious to the sudden tension, asks him if something is the matter. Ji-ma's gaze is fixed on a figure standing in the distance, a man with spiky red hair wearing a black mask over the lower half of his face. A sinister blue light glows from the man's eyes as he makes a subtle, beckoning gesture with his hand. Ji-ma watches him, his expression turning grim. Chloe follows his line of sight, and her face pales with shock and dread. She stammers, asking Ji-ma if he knows the man. Ji-ma remains silent, his eyes locked on the approaching figure. The red-haired man walks towards them with a confident, purposeful stride, stopping directly in front of Ji-ma. The two men stare each other down, an unspoken challenge passing between them. Ji-ma breaks the silence, his voice low and steady, telling the stranger to say what he wants instead of just staring. The man's eyes, now a piercing, demonic red, glare back at him. Chloe, her voice trembling, urges Ji-ma not to concern himself with this person. Before turning on the man she calls Nox, she angrily addresses him as Appa, demanding to know why he was here and reminding him that she told him not to come. Ji-ma internally registers the title Appa, noting that despite her snappy tone, her voice is shaking with unmistakable hesitation. Nox glances dismissively at Ji-ma, remarking that he doesn't look like much. He then turns his intense gaze back to Chloe, asking her if she really broke Editor's rules for this man. Chloe defiantly declares that she has nothing to do with Editor or whatever anymore. Nox scoffs, telling her with theatrical gravity that she cannot wash the blood of an Editor off her hands, for if one is born an Editor, they shall always be an Editor. Ji-ma internally cringes at their exchange, thinking that the younger sister is speaking like a rebel while the older brother sounds like he's in a historical drama, and wishes they could tone it down. Nox commands Chloe to get rid of this thing and return to Editor. The insult is the final straw for Chloe. Her body trembles with rage as she screams at him not to describe Ji-ma like that, unleashing a powerful burst of energy that makes the air shimmer around her. Nox looks genuinely surprised by the intensity of her outburst. Ji-ma calmly assesses the situation, noting that since everyone else went to eat, things were about to get messy, though he adds that he's used to this by now. The name Editor suddenly clicks in his mind. He remembers it now. The Editor clan specialized in infiltration and assassination, a group of shadows that appear in the middle of the game. He recalls that they were said to be weaker compared to other heroic houses in a straight fight, but were unrivaled in the art of assassination. This prowess was forged through ridiculously abusive training methods that forced their children to become cutting-edge assassination tools before they even truly grew up. He finally understands that Chloe was from the Editors. For a moment, he considers which expression is more normal for someone from that family: Nox's cold, killer instinct or Chloe's cheerful demeanor. He concludes that Nox's expression is the more normal one for an Editor. It's an expression that shows no hesitation when killing, or rather, an expression that is completely used to it. He reasons that the Editors are likely chasing and vanquishing their enemies to maintain order, and he personally isn't against killing when necessary. He looks at Chloe, who is now biting her lip so hard it's bleeding, her face a mask of defiance and pain. He realizes that she might have just wanted to lead a normal life. However, he reflects that just like his own blessing of the sword god, the environment of the Editors that she has been in since birth would never allow it. She is destined to have a life of emotionless murder. He finds the entire situation unfortunate. He admits to himself that he is no hero. He can't and never wants to be one. He thinks about what he's even doing, acknowledging that while it's true he can't save the world. He poses a question to himself. Can't he save the life of one girl? With newfound resolve, he decides he will talk to this guy. Stepping forward, he looks Nox in the eye and asks for his name. He thinks about how he tried escaping the sword god's blessing, but couldn't, realizing that cartoons are right when they say there's no paradise in running away. He decides that if he can't run away regardless, he will take that step forward. He fully embraces his identity as Kang Ji-ma, someone whose name consists of Ji-om for sword and Ma for demon, and someone who uses a knife. With a dangerous glint in his eye, he tells Nox to follow him, his voice laced with a threat as he declares his intention to cut him. Elsewhere, in the faculty office, Instructor Lee Wonbin sits at his desk, his fingers steepled as he stares into space, lost in thought. He reflects on Ji-Oh-ma's return, troubled by the fact that his expression was completely void of any emotion. His contemplation is interrupted by a cheerful female colleague who bursts in calling him Seonbi. She asks if something happened, cheekily commenting that it looks like he's going bald. He grumbles at her not to talk about his baldness, and she offers a playful apology. The scene shifts to Wonbin on the phone, his expression now one of alarm. The caller ID identifies him as Lee Wonbin, lead instructor of the Tiger class. He exclaims in disbelief, questioning what the person on the other end means by the subspace all of a sudden. His voice grows sharp and urgent as he demands to know which cadet requested it, and who their opponent is. The voice on the line informs him that Cadet Kang Ji-Oh-ma has submitted a request, and his opponent is Nox Editor. Wonbin sits frozen in his chair, his eyes wide with utter shock as he can only manage to utter, "What the?" The next chapter promises to delve into Kang Ji-Oh-ma's origin. A brilliant white light emanates from a doorway, beckoning towards the arena. An electronic display above flashes in orange digital text. Subspace Arena, with the timer at a stark 0, signaling the commencement of the duel. Inside a quiet waiting room, Ji-Oh-ma sits pensively on a stone bench, his hands clasped before him as he stares at the floor. His internal thoughts reveal there are only 15 minutes left until the battle begins in the subspace. He reflects with a sense of surprise that the process had gone far more swiftly than he anticipated, as he had braced himself for a much more convoluted procedure. A memory surfaces of his sharp-featured, green-haired teacher, her glasses catching the light as she pointed a finger at him with stern authority. She had warned him that if he was truly determined to go through with this, then the very least he could do was take proper care of himself. Ji-Oh-ma's gaze darkens slightly as he considers her words. He reassures himself that it should be fine, clinging to the fact that this isn't reality. He knew there wouldn't be any lasting physical injuries, though he conceded that he could still suffer a mental one. Clenching his hand into a fist, his expression hardens with resolve. He concludes that none of it will matter in the end, as long as he emerges victorious. From the solitude of the waiting room, he could hear the muffled roar of the crowd outside. He muses on the sheer excitement of the spectators, admitting that while he understood watching a fight was entertaining, he hadn't expected this much buzz. A wave of bitter irony washes over him. He thinks about how hilariously ironic it is that not long ago he was trying his absolute best not to stick out, to blend into the background, and yet here he was, the center of everyone's attention. He lets out a weary sigh, slumping slightly on the bench. All of his meticulous efforts to remain inconspicuous now felt utterly pointless. Suddenly, a figure appears before him, and his eyes widen in surprise. It's Chloe, her face a mask of anguish, tears streaming from her wide, desperate eyes. She stammers out his name, her voice thick with emotion. Ji-Oh-ma's mind races as he immediately deduces that she's probably blaming herself for the entire situation. He forces a gentle, reassuring smile onto his face, trying to calm her down. He tells Chloe that this really isn't her fault, urging her not to worry. To further prove his point, he reminds her that she even went so far as to lend him her own gear, and because of that, everything would turn out okay. He holds up a small, pink-handled knife, the rose blade she had given him, pointing at it with a cheerful expression as if to lighten the mood. Chloe simply stares, her distress unabated. Ji-Oh-ma's shoulders slump with a quiet sigh as he sits back down, the attempt at levity failing. Chloe sinks to the floor, her posture defeated, and murmurs that Nox is really, truly strong. Ji-Oh-ma glances at her, a silent moment passing between them. Then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, he looks forward with a confident smirk, his eyes glinting with self-assurance. He tells Chloe that while Nox may be strong, he is just as strong, too. Chloe, however, seems unconvinced, her eyes filled with worry as she begins to list Nox's terrifying credentials. She explains that Nox is a genius possessing unmatched talent, a prodigy in the entire history of the Editor family. She elaborates that when it comes to the dark arts, absolutely no one is on his level. At the tender age of 14, she adds, he was even dubbed the pinnacle of dark arts. Internally, Ji-Oh-ma scoffs at the overly dramatic title, wondering who on earth comes up with such ridiculous names. He reflects that this is how it has always been for him, a path he couldn't seem to escape. He looks down at the weapon in his hand, the rose blade, a common household kitchen knife. He thinks that no matter how hard he had tried to avoid this destiny, this was ultimately a choice he had made. A memory from his past life flashes through his mind. A stern-faced man telling him with unnerving certainty that he was destined to wield a blade for his entire life. Ji-Oh-ma muses with dark humor that the man probably never would have expected him to be running around with a sashimi knife in his next incarnation. A disembodied voice suddenly echoes through the area, announcing that they will now proceed with the subspace duel and instructing all participants to make their way to the grounds. Chloe looks up, startled by the sudden announcement. Ji-Oh-Ma, however, remains calm. He rises to his feet, knife in hand, and simply states that he's off. Chloe meekly replies with a quiet, "Okay," her head bowed. As he begins to walk away, he pauses and calls out her name. Chloe looks up at him, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern. He turns back to face her, his gaze serious, and tells her that the world is filled to the brim with all kinds of geniuses. He steps closer and places a comforting hand on her shoulder, his grip firm and reassuring. His other hand tightens around the hilt of his knife, the blade catching the light. He looks her directly in the eyes and declares with unwavering conviction that this fact is precisely why he is going to win. Chloe's eyes widen at his bold proclamation. With that, he turns and walks purposefully toward the brightly lit doorway, his back straight and his steps steady. As he approaches the threshold, his expression is one of calm focus, his mind already in the arena. He steps through the light and into a vast coliseum, the roar of a massive crowd crashing down on him like a wave. He stands alone in the center of the arena, a knife in each hand, under a brilliant blue sky. The students in the stands are in a frenzy, shouting and cheering his name. One yells that he knew the special student wouldn't run away, that they all believed in him. Another shouts about the anxiety they felt while waiting for the duel to start. Ji-Oh-Ma feels a strange sense of déjà vu, thinking to himself that he feels like one of the gladiators from the ancient Roman Empire. A small, amused smirk plays on his lips. He hadn't thought the reception would be quite this intense. Suddenly, a single white glove is tossed from the stands, fluttering down into the arena. Ji-Oh-Ma's gaze follows it up to the spectator seats, and his eyes widen slightly. He realizes with a jolt that the elites are here too. The camera focuses on the elite students, seated in a place of prominence. A blonde girl with twin pigtails remarks casually that the guy in the arena is kind of handsome. Beside her, a girl with striking teal hair and piercing yellow eyes says nothing, her gaze fixed intently on Ji-Oh-Ma. Ji-Oh-Ma feels a surge of awkwardness, wondering if these powerful students really have nothing better to do with their time. His thoughts are interrupted by a snarling voice calling out to him, "Hey, lowborn." It's his opponent Nox, whose eyes are glowing a menacing red. He angrily asks if Ji-Oh-Ma is trying to mess with him right now. A dark, oppressive aura begins to swirl around Nox as he glares at the sashimi knife in Ji-Oh-Ma's hand, utterly insulted. He seethes, accusing Ji-Oh-Ma of being unable to tell the difference between courage and arrogance and questioning how he dared to come at him with such a pathetic excuse for a blade. The dark energy intensifies, creeping across the arena floor towards Ji-Oh-Ma, swirling around him like shadowy tendrils. Ji-Oh-Ma remains unfazed, thinking to himself that his opponent's killing intent is no joke, calling him a crazy bastard. He coolly reminds himself that a true master never blames his equipment. A small mocking laugh escapes his lips. Keek. The sound infuriates Nox, who screams, "You fucker." With a frustrated sigh, Nox decides he's had enough. He declares that he should deal with Ji-Oh-Ma's insolent tongue first. As he speaks, a shadowy beast materializes behind him, and a brilliant, glowing purple katana appears in his hand. Ji-Oh-Ma watches with a cynical smirk, noting just how reliant this guy is on his fancy equipment. An information panel appears, identifying Nox's weapon, S-Rank hungry on blades, and to make matters worse, he has two of them. Ji-Oh-Ma's internal analysis continues. On top of the powerful weapons, Nox also possesses one of the best auras in the game, the Blessing of the Crow. He thinks about how he could feel the sheer difficulty Nox had in suppressing his overwhelming killing intent just moments ago. He acknowledges that facing S-Rank equipment might sound ridiculous, but he then smirks, revealing that he has also prepared himself. He holds up his own weapons, a Deso sashimi knife and the rose blade from Chloe, their ranks humorously displayed as a giant question mark. The two opponents face off across the wide expanse of the arena as an announcer's voice booms, declaring that the subspace barrier is now starting to be deployed. Close-ups show Nox's determined eyes and the intent faces of the elites watching from the stands. A massive, shimmering blue energy field materializes high above the arena, rapidly descending. The announcer concludes with a formal blessing. "May the hero's blessing be with you." The barrier solidifies, enclosing the combatants in a transparent dome. Just as the barrier sets, system notifications appear in Ji-Oh-Ma's vision. One reads the painless blessing has been activated, followed immediately by the sword god's blessing has been activated. In the stands, the students are bewildered. One asks his friend if he saw that flash of light, but the other, sweating nervously, admits he couldn't see anything at all. Even the Tiger class students are in shock, wondering aloud if Ji-Oh-Ma is really one of them. This was supposed to be an easy match, but now they can't even follow the movements. The duel explodes into a chaotic blur of motion. Streaks of vibrant purple and electric blue light clash and intertwine as the two fighters move at blinding speeds, the sound of their blades ringing through the arena. The blonde elite girl remarks with surprise that they're pretty quick. The teal-haired girl next to her remains silent, her yellow eyes narrowed in concentration, thinking to herself that this supposed weakling really knows how to fight like this. The battle rages on. Nox leaps high into the air, bringing his glowing blade down in a powerful overhead strike. Gyo-ma expertly slides backward, dodging the attack just in time as their weapons clash with a shower of sparks. Nox's blade, imbued with dark energy, scrapes violently against the stone floor. Undeterred, he swings his sword in a massive, horizontal arc, unleashing a devastating wave of purple energy. The attack carves a deep, cross-shaped fissure into the arena floor. Nox's eyes burn with fury as he thinks, "This bastard!" He roars a challenge, telling Gyo-ma to see if he can avoid this next attack. He unleashes his signature technique, the three-legged crow. A massive, swirling vortex of dark energy manifests, taking the form of countless bird-like projectiles that surge towards Gyo-ma with terrifying speed. The devastating attack completely engulfs Gyo-ma's position. From the stands, Nox's cronies grin, certain that he's done for. The smoke and dust clear, revealing a heavily damaged crater where Gyo-ma once stood. But then, with a subtle swish, Gyo-ma reappears, standing directly behind a stunned Nox, completely unscathed. Nox's eyes widen in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how anyone could emerge from that attack without a single scratch. Gyo-ma glances over his shoulder, his expression cold and unreadable. In the crowd, two sophomores discuss the fight. One admits that freshmen are usually just busy running away from them, so this is a rare sight. The other agrees that sophomores are typically dominant, but warns that you can't underestimate this freshman's experience. The teal-haired elite, however, sees the truth of the situation. She thinks to herself that only those with keen eyes can understand what's truly happening. She observes that while all the aggressive attacks are coming from the sophomore, the freshman, Gyo-ma, is effortlessly dodging every single one. She wonders if he's even trying to fight back at all. Nox is seething with rage, cursing under his breath. He remembers Chloe's warning that Gyo-ma was no ordinary guy. He can't believe that even after using the blessing of the crow, an attack he was sure would annihilate him, Gyo-ma just dodged it as if it were nothing. Gyo-ma stands calmly, holding his dual knives. Nox theorizes that his opponent has been too focused on speed, and that wielding two blades should be taking a toll on his stamina. He decides to be more cautious, planning to aim for a single, powerful strike with a wide area of effect. Meanwhile, Gyo-ma's own anger is simmering. The more he looks at his arrogant opponent, the angrier he feels, disgusted by the way Nox flaunts his power while he himself is forced to fight with lousy kitchen knives. In a move that shocks everyone, Gyo-ma suddenly drops one of his knives, letting it clatter to the ground. Nox is flabbergasted, shouting at him, demanding to know what kind of scheme he's plotting by dropping a weapon in the middle of a duel. But Gyo-ma simply bends down, picks up the knife, and reverses his grip, pressing the handles of the two knives together to form a makeshift double-bladed weapon. He assumes a completely new, unfamiliar stance, and then dashes forward with explosive speed. Nox is utterly incensed by this display. He screams, asking if Gyo-ma is mocking him with that ridiculous stance, enraged that a nobody has the nerve to act so boldly. His dark aura erupts with renewed fury, coalescing into a demonic silhouette behind him. He vows to cut Gyo-ma down with a single strike. He raises his blood-soaked Hongryun blade, boasting about its power and questioning what Gyo-ma could possibly do against it. But his words are cut short as a blinding flash of cyan light slices through the air, cracking the very space between them and leaving him frozen in shock. A torrent of memories and feelings floods Gyo-ma's mind. All he ever wanted was to live a comfortable, peaceful life. He had tried so hard not to stand out, to stick to the rules, but it felt like a curse was chasing him, trying to take over his body, something within him constantly telling him to hold back. But now, he was done holding back. He decides that if he can't run away from this fate, then he will give his body up entirely to the sword god, regardless of the consequences. A promise forms in his mind, a vow to his opponent. He would cut him so cleanly, so perfectly, that he wouldn't even be able to see the blade that struck him. A massive vortex of swirling blue and white energy erupts from Gyo-ma, a tempest of pure sword intent that engulfs Nox completely. The students in the stands, including the previously composed elites, can only watch with wide-eyed shock and awe. Silhouetted against a backdrop of roiling darkness, the two fighters stand on the precipice of the battle's conclusion. Gyo-ma's eyes are cold, filled with a terrifying resolve. He accepts his path, thinking that he will use anything at his disposal, whether it's a blessing or a curse. It was time, he realized, to say goodbye to his peaceful future. The storm subsides, revealing the outcome. Gyoma stands tall, the victor. His opponent Nox lies defeated on the ground, a pool of his own blood spreading beside his hand, his prized S-rank blade lying forgotten next to him. In a flash of brilliant cyan light, a blade slices through the darkness, swift and absolute. The masked adversary, Nox, his eyes wide with a mixture of fury and disbelief, can only watch as the attack connects. The sharp, definitive sound of the cut echoes for a brief moment, before fading into the sudden silence of the arena. A holographic message materializes in the air, announcing that the subspace barrier has been turned off. The dark, swirling energy of the pocket dimension dissipates like smoke, revealing the packed stadium stands beyond. The students in the audience stare down at the arena floor, their faces a mixture of shock and apprehension. One student with short blue hair swallows nervously, his eyes fixed on the outcome of the duel. The once pristine floor is now a cratered mess of shattered stone and swirling dust. In the center of the devastation stands Kang Gyoma, his posture relaxed, his energy blade still glowing with a faint blue light. A few feet away, Nox is forced onto his hands and knees, utterly defeated, his own weapon lying beside him on the broken ground. With a quiet click, Gyoma deactivates his weapon, the light retracting back into the simple handle, which he calmly sheathes. From the sidelines, the teal-haired Abel and her blonde friend Rachel watch with wide, stunned eyes, their minds struggling to process what they just witnessed. An official announcement rings out, declaring that the subspace duel has come to an end. Gyoma, however, appears completely unfazed by his own victory, scratching the side of his head with a bored expression. He internally questions if this is the kind of reaction he should have expected, but ultimately concludes with a sigh that there's no turning back now. His thoughts drift to the weapon in his hand, a simple knife designed for gutting fish. He muses on the fact that he accomplished all of this with such a mundane tool. It's a sentiment he's always held, that the act of cutting a person is ridiculously unpleasant, but he finds a small measure of consolation in the fact that the fight took place within the confines of the subspace, where the damage wasn't permanent. He glances over at the kneeling form of Nox, acknowledging that the specifications of the subspace are indeed impressive. He reflects on his opponent, Nox, admitting that he was just as strong as Chloe had described, possessing a formidable battle sense honed through countless hours of experience. However, Gyoma recognized a fatal flaw. Anyone could sense Nox's overwhelming killing intent. This transparency, this inability to mask his intentions, ultimately became a blessing for Gyoma, giving him the edge he needed. The stadium's massive screen flashes to life, proclaiming the winner, the freshman from the Tiger class, Kang Gyoma. The match timer is displayed, showing a shockingly brief duration of only 26 seconds. A wave of excited murmurs spreads through the crowd as they process the incredible news that a first-year special admission student had so decisively taken down a second year. Amidst the sea of shocked and awestruck faces, Gyoma stands with a deadpan, almost annoyed expression. He internally scoffs, thinking to himself that corporations could learn a thing or two from such shameless and over-the-top publicity. Despite his irritation, he lets out a quiet sigh of resignation. There was nothing he could do about it now. This was the path he had chosen. He steels himself, resolving to endure whatever comes next with sheer will and grit, a lone figure standing in the center of the now-quiet arena. The next day, the duel is the sole topic of conversation throughout the academy. Students whisper in the halls, discussing how the defeated opponent was from Editor, which explained his immense strength. But the real shock was that even a powerhouse like that was taken down by Kang Gyoma. The name Gyoma echoes through the classrooms, repeated by silhouettes of students engrossed in gossip. In one of those classrooms, Abel sits by a sunlit window, her chin resting on her hand, her expression distant and pensive. She internally laments that the name Kang Gyoma seems to follow her everywhere she goes. He's the only person anyone is talking about. She reflects that yesterday's events were shocking, to say the very least. Her mind flashes back to the duel, replaying the decisive moment when Gyoma stood victorious over his fallen opponent. She remembers her own face in that moment, her eyes wide and mouth agape in utter disbelief. She still couldn't believe what she had seen. She recalls his swordsmanship, which was nothing short of remarkable, made all the more incredible by the fact that he was wielding nothing more than 2 ordinary kitchen knives. A sense of shame washes over her as she thinks about how she, the granddaughter of a renowned swordmaster, had always prided herself on her deep knowledge of sword fighting. She now realized she was hopelessly naive. The idea that someone could be so overwhelmingly strong with such unconventional blades shattered her understanding of combat. A sudden jolt snaps Abel out of her flashback, her body tensing up as if from an electric shock. Her mind drifts to a previous encounter with Gyoma, sitting together on a park bench. She had been stewing over her own defeat, wanting to know who had bested her so she could crush them in a rematch. Gyo-ma, with his typical bluntness, had simply told her it was because she seemed weak. She then recalls her family's motto, a principle instilled in her by her grandfather: to be firm with the strong and merciful to the weak. A startling thought enters her mind. She doesn't actually know who this year's top student is. Could it be him? Her eyes widen as the pieces click into place. Based on what she just witnessed, she was now almost certain he was the top student. A wave of frustration crashes over her, and she slams her hands down on her desk, gritting her teeth. The fact that he was actually stronger than her was infuriating. More than that, she found herself desperate to understand what was going through his head during the fight, what he was possibly thinking. She clenches her fists, her knuckles white, consumed by the question of his mindset. Her friend Rachel, a blonde girl with a mischievous glint in her eyes, notices her agitation from the next desk. She asks Abel what's going on. Abel, flustered, stammers an apology and dismisses it as nothing. Rachel leans closer, unconvinced, pointing out that something is obviously bothering her. Abel tries to deflect, claiming she feels sluggish from a lack of exercise, but Rachel sees right through it, asking what's with her expression and if she's trying to hide something. When Abel denies it again, Rachel insists she spill the beans. Rachel begins a rapid-fire interrogation, guessing if Abel is hungry or if she forgot her equipment at home. Abel curtly replies no to each question. Rachel then asks if she needs the bathroom, but Abel, growing more exasperated, insists that it was nothing. A sly grin spreads across Rachel's face as a new theory forms in her mind. She leans in conspiratorially and asks if Abel is having boy trouble. The suggestion hits Abel like a lightning bolt, and her entire face flushes a deep shade of crimson as she recoils in shock. Rachel erupts in laughter, finding the situation absolutely hilarious. She points at her friend, exclaiming that she never thought Lady Abel was the type for romance. Abel, utterly mortified, waves her hands frantically, insisting that it really isn't what Rachel thinks it is. After catching her breath, Rachel leans back in, her expression still teasing. She asks what it is, then, if not boy trouble. With a knowing look, she wonders aloud who the man is that hit the jackpot and managed to warm Lady Abel's heart, concluding that he must be someone special. Rachel then begins to list the potential candidates, starting with Leon and conceding that he does have a handsome face. Abel's mind immediately screams a defiant no. Rachel finds it strange that Abel is still so wary of Leon. Her eyes then light up as she connects the dots, asking if it could be that special student from yesterday's duel. An image of Kang Gyo-ma's stoic face flashes in Abel's mind. Seeing Abel's flustered silence, Rachel leaps to her feet, pointing triumphantly. Her eyes turn into literal hearts as she shouts, "Bingo!" with a disturbingly wide grin, boasting about how good she is at this game. Without a moment's hesitation, Rachel grabs Abel's wrist and declares, "Let's go." A stunned Abel is pulled along, asking where on earth they're going. Rachel, already dragging her out of the classroom, scoffs at the question as if the answer were obvious. With unwavering determination, she announces their destination, the Tiger class. They arrive at the ornate doorway of the Tiger class classroom. Rachel throws the doors open with a flourish, waving cheerfully and announcing their arrival, asking the students to excuse them for a moment. Abel is dragged in behind her head down in embarrassment, trying to make herself as small as possible. The students of the Tiger class are completely taken aback by the sudden intrusion. One boy nearly chokes on his drink, while others stare wide-eyed, recognizing the famous upperclassman. One of them points, identifying Rachel. Abel, mortified, pleads with Rachel to just go back, whispering that there are only 4 seats available anyway. But Rachel is unstoppable. A spark of an idea hits her, and she exclaims that she's got it. She strides confidently forward, and to everyone's shock, hops up onto an empty desk. Standing tall, she places her hands on her hips and announces that she's looking for the black-haired fella. Her eyes, now glowing with pink hearts, scan the room with predatory focus. A bespectacled student timidly speaks up, suggesting that no matter how high her status is, climbing on someone else's desk is going a bit too far. Rachel turns her attention to him, leans down, winks, and strikes a pose, asking if he doesn't think she's pretty and telling him to look at her. The boy immediately blushes and stammers that she is, in fact, beautiful. Nearby, Abel buries her face in her hand, groaning in despair, while 2 other girls giggle at the scene, commenting on how cute Rachel is. Suddenly, Rachel's expression changes to one of gleeful discovery. She points a single finger towards the back of the room, having found her target. Her eyes land on Kang Gyo-ma, who is fast asleep with his head on his desk. Sitting beside him is a red-haired girl, gazing at him with an adoring expression as little hearts float around her head. Rachel briefly wonders if that's his girlfriend. A wicked grin spreads across her face as she decides it doesn't matter. In fact, she thinks it's actually better this way. Her eyes glow an intense pink as she grips her pigtails, her mind made up. This was going to be fun. The red-haired girl, who had been giggling softly, suddenly senses a shift in the atmosphere and looks up with a startled gasp. Rachel leans down, getting dangerously close to the sleeping Ma's face. She leans in a little too far, losing her balance and tumbling forward. She lands with a soft thud directly on top of him, sending a shockwave of surprise through Abel and the red-haired girl. The impact jolts Ma awake. He looks up, his eyes bleary and confused, a bit of drool at the corner of his mouth, with question marks popping up beside his head. Rachel, now sitting comfortably in his lap, smiles down at him sweetly and asks innocently if she woke him up. Still propped up against him, she confirms his name is Kang Ma. Ma, his mind still foggy from sleep, internally questions why Rachel is even here. Rachel, meanwhile, observes him closely, thinking to herself that he's quite a looker up close. She then playfully pokes him on the tip of his nose. A jolt of alarm runs through Ma. Every instinct in his body begins screaming at him, a primal warning that he is in danger. He mentally shouts, "What the hell is this?" as Rachel begins to ask him a question. His internal alarm bells drown out her voice. His entire perception of her shifts, and against a backdrop of swirling, malevolent red energy, his mind forms a single frantic question. "What the hell are you?" At that exact moment, the red-haired girl stands up, her face a mask of cold fury. She grabs Rachel's arm, her eyes glowing with a menacing red light. She glares daggers at the blonde intruder, her voice dripping with venom as she identifies Rachel as a very prickly kitten. A red-hot question burns in the air as a red-haired girl, her eyes glowing with an intense, crimson light, grips the wrist of a taller blonde student. The background itself seems to bleed red, mirroring the fury in Chloe's eyes as she confronts the blonde girl, demanding to know what the hell she is. The blonde girl, however, seems utterly unfazed, a playful smirk on her lips as her own eyes morph, the pupils taking the shape of glowing pink hearts, a stark and bizarre contrast to Chloe's pure rage. From his seat, Kang Ma watches the scene unfold, his mind racing as he recognizes the enraged girl as Chloe. He wonders with a growing sense of dread if this is the danger his instincts had been screaming about, noting with alarm how Chloe's entire personality has flipped in an instant. His eyes widen as he sees what she's holding. She's pulled out a box cutter, its blade glinting with malicious intent, and he's horrified at the thought of a knife fight breaking out right there in the classroom. He grits his teeth, a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple as he realizes this is a combination of events he never encountered in the game, questioning why all of this is suddenly happening now. Just then, a girl with vibrant teal hair, identified as Abel, steps in, trying to pull the blonde, Rachel, away from the confrontation. Abel urgently tells Rachel to stop what she's doing, reminding her that this isn't even their classroom. Rachel, however, casually dismisses her friend's concern, asking Abel what the matter is and questioning if she isn't even allowed to say hello. Her gaze remains fixed on Ma, her pink heart-shaped eyes filled with a predatory amusement. She then turns her condescending attention back to Chloe, addressing her as kid, and telling her she shouldn't interrupt when the adults are talking. Rachel's hand clamps down on Chloe's head, warning her that it's not safe to play with sharp objects. Chloe glares up, her expression a mix of shock and defiance, her hand still trembling around the box cutter. Rachel then coolly asks if the adults can get back to their conversation now, her eyes once again finding Ma. A terrifying, disembodied grin flashes across the screen, followed by a blinding red slash of light that cuts through the entire scene, catching Chloe, Abel, and Ma completely off guard. In a completely separate and comically mundane event elsewhere in the lecture hall, one student berates another for spilling a carton of what looks like strawberry milk, telling him he should have opened it properly. The clumsy student retorts that if he hadn't done it, the other boy wouldn't have even glanced his way, prompting his friend to tell him to just shut up. The main confrontation resolves in an instant. Rachel has effortlessly disarmed Chloe, twisting her wrist and holding it in a firm grip. She mockingly calls Chloe slow, remarking that she initially thought Chloe was just a short kid, but is surprised to see she also has a short fuse. Chloe lets out a pained grunt as Abel, her face contorted in anger, screams at Rachel to cut it out. Rachel completely ignores her, and with a swift, powerful motion, she slams her foot into Chloe, sending the smaller girl flying backward through the air. Chloe is launched across the room, tumbling head over heels in a chaotic arc. Her eyes are wide with shock as she hurtles toward the back of the lecture hall. Displaying incredible agility, however, Chloe twists her body midair, executing a perfect flip and landing gracefully on her feet near the chalkboard. All the while, Ma watches the chaotic scene, surrounded by the stunned and gaping faces of his classmates, thinking to himself that this entire situation is driving him insane. A profile card then introduces the aggressor, She is Rachel de Muira, a high-class student and the niece of the revered Spear Saint, hailing from a clan whose motto dictates that skills are useless in the face of overwhelming strength. A clan that values brute force above all else. Having dispatched Chloe, Rachel turns her full, unsettling attention to Gio Ma, her heart-pupiled eyes gleaming as she asks if the little kid is his girlfriend. Gio Ma, his expression cold and unreadable, gives a curt one-word answer. Nah. Rachel finds his icy demeanor amusing, commenting on how cold he is. Gio Ma silently corrects himself, thinking that Chloe isn't his girlfriend, but she is his friend. He still thinks to himself that Chloe shouldn't look at the unfolding scene. Rachel stands before his desk, arms crossed, looking thoroughly entertained by the chaos she's created. The entire lecture hall is now a stage for their bizarre standoff, with Gio Ma seated, Rachel and Abel standing over him, and Chloe watching warily from a distance. He wonders what in the world is going on, finally noticing Abel's presence and realizing he was so flustered he hadn't even registered she was there. He finally speaks, asking the two girls why they came looking for him in the first place. Rachel casually explains that it seemed Abel was interested in him and wanted to see his face. Abel immediately explodes, her face flushing a deep red as she vehemently denies it, shouting and asking when she ever said such a thing. Rachel continues to tease her, asking if that wasn't the reason they came, pointing out that Abel practically dragged her here. As other students begin to whisper about Abel's outburst, wondering if a fight is breaking out, Abel stammers, unable to form a coherent response. He tries to compose herself, explaining that there was a misunderstanding and that she didn't exactly ask to come. Gio Ma, looking utterly exhausted, cuts her off. He rubs his temple and tells them that if they don't have anything else to do, they should just leave. His blunt dismissal leaves both girls momentarily speechless. Rachel's shock quickly morphs into exhilaration. She slams her hands down on his desk, leaning in close and exclaiming that he really is an interesting guy. She confesses that she likes interesting guys and tells him not to be so cold. She then drapes an arm around his shoulder, her voice dropping to a suggestive tone as she invites him to her dorm after class to watch some NETFLIX. This is the final straw for Chloe. An explosive wave of dark purple energy erupts from her as she roars, her eyes glowing a furious red and her teeth elongating into fangs, demanding that Rachel get the hell away from her Gio Ma right now. Chloe stands enveloped in a menacing aura, looking like a demon about to strike. Rachel hears the possessive term and bursts into uncontrollable laughter, finding the phrase, my Gio Ma, absolutely hilarious. She turns to a stunned Abel, asking if she heard what Chloe said, all while still leaning casually on a very uncomfortable Gio Ma. Abel, now surrounded by a swirling green aura of her own, grits her teeth and shouts Rachel's name in exasperation. Rachel, still chuckling, bids a mocking farewell to Chloe, saying it was fun meeting my Gio Ma. She gives Gio Ma a final wink and says she'll see him later. As she turns to leave, Gio Ma icily tells her not to come back, a comment that only seems to amuse her more. Rachel waves goodbye, blowing kisses surrounded by floating pink hearts, dragging a stressed-out Abel with her. Gio Ma watches them go, internally wishing them a final, frustrated goodbye and begging them to just get away. Chloe stands frozen in place, muttering Gio Ma's name, while Gio Ma himself slumps over his desk, complaining internally about how sleepy he feels no matter how much rest he gets. At the top of the stairs, Abel pauses for a moment, casting one last conflicted glance back at Gio Ma before finally departing. Her long teal hair sways as she walks away, leaving a tense silence in her wake. Chloe then begins to run down the steps towards Gio Ma as the chapter concludes. Outside in the hallway, Rachel reflects on her encounter with Gio Ma. She thinks to herself that it's one thing for him to have a cold attitude, but there was something more in his hollow, black eyes. It was an unsettling gaze, so intense it felt as if her own throat was being cut. She admits to herself that he went far beyond her expectations. A slow, thrilled smile spreads across her face as she touches her neck, thinking about the chills he gave her. She concludes that he is definitely a step above all the other all-style, no substance students she has met so far. She muses that while she only went to his classroom to tease him, she might have stumbled upon an unexpected gain. Her clan, she remembers, pulls no stops to secure betrothals with only the most outstanding warriors, making him, in a way, a precious resource. Her eyes glow with a predatory light at the thought. Abel remains silent beside her, a stark contrast to Rachel's scheming. Rachel then abruptly apologizes to Abel, who sighs and tells her she should be apologizing to the Tiger class for the ruckus she caused. But Abel clarifies that her issue isn't about that. She looks Rachel dead in the eye and declares that this is about Kang Gio Ma. And with a newfound resolve, She states firmly that she is not going to yield. The scene shifts dramatically to a dark hospital room. The red-haired editor, defeated by Ji-Oh-ma, sits in his bed, his eyes burning with vengeful fury as the words "kill him" echo in his mind. The thought repeats, a mantra of hatred as he trembles with rage. He reflects on his identity, the body of the editor genius, a body that has never known the sting of defeat until now. Standing by the window, bathed in moonlight, he contemplates his next move, wondering if he should assassinate Ji-Oh-ma that very night. An image flashes in his mind of Ji-Oh-ma looking over his shoulder, unaware of editor appearing behind him, ready to strike. In the present, he shoves another patient violently out of his way in the hospital corridor, his mind made up. He will mobilize the entirety of the editor clan. With their full power, he is certain they can cut off that bastard's head. He runs down the empty, sterile hallway, dragging his Roman 4 pole with him, vowing to kill Ji-Oh-ma and get Chloe back. His obsession with Chloe fuels his rage. He believes her potential is similar, if not greater than his own, and now is the time to strike. He reaches a hospital room door, pausing to gather himself. He will use the full power of the House of Order and the pinnacle of his family's techniques of nightfall to end this. He peers through the small window in the door, a sinister glint in his eye, promising that he will definitely show him what true power is. But as he looks inside, the scene is not what he expects. Kang Ji-Oh-ma is already in the room, sitting casually on a stool beside the empty hospital bed, taking a loud, crisp crunch out of a bright red apple. Editor freezes, completely stunned. Ji-Oh-ma, without even looking at the door, speaks calmly into the quiet room, acknowledging his visitor's presence by stating that his Hayoung is here. A preview for the next chapter teases that midterms are approaching, showing 2 figures locked in a fierce battle. In the classroom, Chloe sits with a dark, brooding expression, her eyes narrowed as she nervously gnaws on the end of a box cutter she's holding. From his seat, Kang Ji-Oh-ma observes her, internally noting that she seems upset, a rather ironic observation given that she was the one who pulled the blade out in the first place. Chloe is lost in her own turbulent thoughts, her mind fixated on Rachel. She fumes internally, believing that Ji-Oh-ma likes them big, and resolves with a grim determination that she also must kill. Ji-Oh-ma, sensing the escalating tension, finally breaks the silence by calling out her name, Chloe. The sudden sound startles her, causing her to flinch and almost blurt out something about a super buy, before catching herself. Her entire demeanor shifts in an instant. The murderous intent vanishes, replaced by a bright, accommodating smile. With sparkling eyes, she politely asks if Ji-Oh-ma needs anything, completely oblivious to the fact that she's still brandishing the box cutter. Ji-Oh-ma, with a completely straight face, instructs her to put the box cutter down first. Having diffused the immediate threat, he changes the subject, inquiring about Nox's condition. Chloe's smile wavers for a moment as she replies with a simple "oh," before explaining that her brother, Nox, is currently in the Academy's medical ward. This news puzzles Ji-Oh-ma, who questions why he would be in the medical ward, pointing out that one doesn't actually sustain physical injuries in the subspace. Chloe admits she hasn't visited and doesn't know the details, but she heard he was admitted despite having no injuries. She tries to reassure Ji-Oh-ma, telling him it should be fine, and that he has no need to worry. Then with a wide, slightly unhinged grin, she adds that while it's true she did slice him up, she doubts he's weak enough to be traumatized by it. Ji-Oh-ma's expression darkens slightly at her casual remark, a flicker of concern crossing his face. He internally hopes that the bastard Nox isn't planning some kind of retaliation. Deciding to handle the situation himself, he calls out to Chloe once more. The disarmingly calm smile, he asks if she can tell him where Nox's room is. As he speaks, he casually reaches out and pats her on the head, a move humorously highlighted by an imaginary pop-up, explaining that patting a yandere on the head is the first step to handling them. The unexpected gesture leaves Chloe completely stunned, her face flushing a deep red as she stammers, unable to form a coherent response beyond a confused pardon. The scene transitions to a dimly lit, luxurious hospital room where Nox, clad in hospital pajamas and a black face mask, is startled by a sudden visitor, stammering out, "Why you?" It's Ji-Oh-ma, who calmly holds up a piece of fruit from a nearby basket and asks if he can eat it. Nox, still reeling from the shock of his appearance, points out that he's already in the process of eating it. Ji-Oh-ma surveys the private room, noting the expensive equipment and commenting that it seems the editor clan is loaded with cash, questioning the necessity of such a lavish room for one person. Nox, his eyes wide with fear, tries to ask how Ji-Oh-ma even got inside. His terror intensifies when Ji-Oh-ma wordlessly picks up a fruit knife from the table. The sharp blade glints under the dim light, and Nox's mind races with panic, convinced that Ji-Oh-ma has come to finish what he started in the subspace. He braces for the attack, but instead of violence, Ji-ma begins to peel an apple with unnerving skill and precision. The red peel unfurls in a single, perfect, unbroken spiral, a testament to his incredible control. Nox can only stare in utter disbelief, his fear momentarily replaced by profound confusion as he wonders why this man is so adept at cutting fruit. Ji-ma, with his back still turned, offers the perfectly peeled apple. He suggests that if Nox can't digest regular food, he should eat some fruit instead. This act of bizarre kindness leaves Nox speechless, but his confusion quickly gives way to a simmering rage. He internally seethes, cursing Ji-ma and wondering how this son of a bitch dares to pity him, an heir to the Editor assassin clan. His hand clenches tightly around the Roman 4 pole beside his bed, his knuckles turning white as he entertains the thought that in this moment he could kill Ji-ma. As if sensing the murderous intent, Ji-ma slowly turns to face him, his shadow falling over the bed. He steps closer and delivers a chilling ultimatum, his voice low and menacing. He warns Nox that if he ever even thinks about taking revenge, he will personally chew up and destroy the entirety of the Editor clan. The threat is punctuated by a close-up of Ji-ma's cold, merciless eyes, which reflect in Nox's own terrified, glowing white gaze. With the threat delivered, Ji-ma turns and leaves, the door slamming shut behind him with a definitive crash. In the now silent room, a soft slicing sound is heard. On the bedside table sits the apple, now expertly cut into perfect, pristine wedges. A final, unsettling gesture from Ji-ma. The sight of the meticulously prepared fruit is the final straw. Nox's composure shatters, and he collapses to the floor, his spirit completely broken. Later, Ji-ma walks through the academy grounds under the night sky, reflecting on his encounter. He muses that Nox is now as fragile as a candle flame, easily extinguished. It seems his will to fight has been thoroughly destroyed, proving that his bravado-filled intimidation was a success. He acknowledges the reality of the situation. The Editors are a formidable assassin group, and there's no way in hell he could take on the entire clan with his limited 30-second pain neutralization ability. A smirk plays on his lips, as he considers that taking on about 10 of them in 30 seconds might be doable, though. He concludes that this is a worst-case scenario and that he should avoid killing as much as possible. He gazes up at the full moon, feeling as though he's standing in the eye of a peculiar storm. A montage of his recent intense encounters flashes through his mind, and he realizes he's getting used to this chaotic new life. A determined glint appears in his eyes as he admits to himself that he's also gone insane. With the threat of Nox seemingly neutralized, Ji-ma shifts his focus. He now has another problem to deal with, a person he wanted to avoid most of all. Rachel. An image of Rachel with hearts in her eyes flashes in his mind. He recalls from the game's lore that she initially approaches the main character, only to be attacked after the main heroine, Abel, appears. He decides he can worry about that later. For now, he needs to prepare for his midterms. He resolves to take the exams seriously, motivated by the prospect of a reward. He thinks about his limitations, recognizing he needs a weapon like Murasame that will allow him to fight for longer than 30 seconds. He pulls out his phone and checks the calendar. The midterms are scheduled for May 25th. The test format requires students to form groups of 5, regardless of class, to subdue a demonic monster. He understands the Academy's logic, which is to emphasize the importance of teamwork and trust in comrades on the battlefield over individual strength. While he finds the setup annoying, he knows it's manageable if he can find the right teammates. He imagines the ideal scenario, himself, a level 1 player being effortlessly carried to victory by a team of high-level players. The target for the test is a D-rank demonic monster known as a merman. He grimaces at the memory of its grotesque appearance in the game, dreading the thought of seeing one in person. He thinks that despite his experience working with fish, the sight will likely make him want to vomit. He laments that if they were at least mermaids, they would be easier on the eyes, which triggers a thought about the beautiful but deadly, rank demonic human mermaids. He notes to himself that he doesn't get nosebleeds, a strange non sequitur. It then occurs to him that mermaids are classified as demonic humans, who are the main fighting force of the demons. Compared to them, demonic monsters are little more than barking guard dogs. Fortunately, the students only have to face mermen, not the far more dangerous demonic humans. Sitting on a bench by the water, he reflects on the passage of time, realizing it's already been a month since he arrived in this world. He savors the peacefulness of the night. The word peace lingers in his thoughts. He considers the world's history. A 700-year truce between humans and demons, a period punctuated by conflicts both large and small. He recalls a major event from half a century ago when Vashon, the commander of the 6th Demon Legion, broke the armistice by attempting to revive the commander of the First Legion. Vashon's declaration to bring back Sir Lycan ignited a war. A week of bloody battles ensued, culminating in humanity's victory, led by heroes like Sieg and the birth of the Seven Heroes. However, this victory came at the cost of 3 sacrifices. With neither side willing to escalate further, a fragile peace was restored. He recalls a piece of trivia. The man hailed as the strongest of mankind only defeated the 6th Legion commander. Guillaume scoffs at the notion of this being true peace. The more he thinks about it, the more he's impressed by the 1st Legion commander, Baylor Joquin, who had to be sealed alone. He wonders if such a being could even be considered human. He scrolls through the calendar on his phone, the years 2035, 2036, and 2037 flashing by. A stark reminder that they only have 3 years until the second human-demon war begins, a war that will feature the Demon King himself. He shakes his head, telling himself to get his head out of his ass and focus on the immediate challenge, the midterms. The first step is to find teammates, which he finds annoying. He opens his phone's contact list, only to see entries for his father, mother, and Media. A wave of pathetic realization washes over him. He has no friends. Then a new idea strikes him. He is now arguably the most famous student in the academy. Surely he can leverage this newfound fame to solve his problem. He accepts that living a quiet life under the radar is no longer an option. With renewed determination and a confident smile, he decides to change his goal from living quietly to living comfortably and resolves to ace his midterms. A week later, his confidence has evaporated. He stands alone, listening to the murmurs of other students, internally cursing his foolishness. His plan was complete bullshit. Not a single person has invited him to join their group. A flashback to his brutal, one-sided duel flashes in his mind, and he understands why. This is bad. He covers his face with his hand in frustration, lamenting his inability to do anything in moderation. He concludes that everyone must be terrified of him. His gaze drifts across the classroom, and he spots Chloe, sitting by herself. He realizes she's become an outsider too. He walks over and calls her name. When she looks up, he asks if she has found a group yet, and she confirms she's still alone. She then asks if he's okay, noting that he used to have friends while she is used to being alone. He reassures her that he's fine as long as he has her, then suggests that since they're both available, they should team up, though they still need to find 3 more people. Chloe's face instantly lights up with pure joy, and she enthusiastically agrees that it sounds great. Guillaume is pleased. Chloe's abilities are formidable, and with his own power limited to 30-second bursts, she's as valuable as 1,000 soldiers. He feels a genuine sense of excitement. As he observes her happy expression, a loud, familiar voice shatters the moment, screaming his name. Rachel comes bounding up the stairs, announcing that she came back to play. Guillaume's good mood vanishes instantly, replaced by a single exasperated thought. Fuck. He turns to her and demands to know why the hell she came back. She cheekily replies that she just told him why. Beside them, Chloe's aura turns dark and menacing as she mutters that the big ones are coming. Guillaume tries to dismiss Rachel, telling her to leave because he has things to do. As he turns away, Rachel begins to feign crying, whining about why her Guillaume is being so cold. He snaps at her to stop calling him that. She then launches into a dramatic performance, pretending she can't hear him and theatrically falling to the ground. Popping back up as if nothing happened, she asks if he has a group for the test. Guillaume internally sighs at her persistence, thinking that she really doesn't listen. He bluntly tells her no. Rachel's eyes immediately turn into bright pink hearts as she declares how lucky that is. With a beaming, predatory smile, she eagerly invites him to join her group. Just as the chaotic scene unfolds, the chapter ends with a glimpse of a new, handsome, blonde-haired student, suggesting another confrontation is imminent. A smug expression graces Kang Guillaume's face as he muses about his luck, a thought immediately challenged by the sudden appearance of a vibrant blonde girl with glowing magenta eyes. She leans forward with an inviting grin, challenging him to come on and join her group. Before he can even process the offer, she swiftly reaches out, her fingers gently but firmly gripping his chin in a playful gesture, announcing that she's got him. Guillaume, his expression unchanging and unimpressed, bats her hand away with a flick of his wrist. He questions her choice, pointing out that there would be a massive line of students eager to be her partner if she simply asked. Rachel leans in closer across the desk, her captivating eyes seeming to pierce through him as she dismisses the others as no fun. She confides that, on the other hand, he seems like he would be fun to take the test with. Guillaume averts his gaze, his response clipped and final as he states that he is already in a team with Chloe. Unfazed, Rachel flashes a cheerful peace sign, her smile widening as she points out that's perfectly okay. because there are 2 spots left in her group. Internally, Ji-ma is bewildered by her persistence. He wonders if she doesn't realize that doing something like this, forming a team so casually, could risk her grades, let alone the reward. With a sigh of resignation, he mutters to himself a familiar adage, "Don't hate the player, hate the game." His eyes drift across the room, landing on Chloe, who returns his glance with a stern, unblinking stare, her lips pressed into a firm line. Defeated, Ji-ma gives in, telling Rachel that he's in her care then. A triumphant glint appears in Rachel's eyes as she holds up her smartphone, declaring that it's settled and he can't back out now. A sense of unease creeps into Ji-ma's expression as he asks the crucial question, "Who are the other members?" Rachel casually taps at her phone, nonchalantly asking if he knows who Leon is, adding that he's incredibly popular. The name hits Ji-ma with the force of a physical blow, his mind reeling as giant red question marks and an exclamation point fill his vision, followed by a silent, furious curse that evaporates into the white space of his shock. He sits frozen at his desk, his body slumping as if his very soul is disintegrating into particles of light from the sheer horror of the revelation. Later, the classroom is nearly empty, and Ji-ma sits alone, hunched over his desk in misery. He seethes with internal rage, his face contorted in a grimace as he questions what terrible crime he could have possibly committed in his past life to deserve this fate. He acknowledges his past as someone who wielded a knife for 30 years due to his profession, but he finds the current situation utterly ridiculous. He can't believe how he's getting entangled with the heroines of this world. An image forms in his mind, his own small, insignificant figure overshadowed by the towering, imposing presences of Rachel and another prominent female character with turquoise hair. He tries to rationalize it, thinking that even though he might stand out from the crowd and bump into them occasionally, and admitting they are certainly eye candy, in the grand scheme of things, it shouldn't matter. However, the name Leon Van Reinhardt changes everything. The thought conjures a blindingly radiant vision of the blonde-haired youth, so bright and perfect that Ji-ma mentally curses his own eyes. This isn't just any student, he is the main character. A shadow falls over Ji-ma's face, his eyes glowing with anxiety as he contemplates the future. He admits to himself that he has zero clue how things will unfold, but he's grimly certain that, one way or another, any disaster will be pinned on him. He recalls his futile attempt to escape this predicament, remembering how he tried to change his group, only to be foiled by that goddamn witch, Rachel. A menacing, oversized vision of Rachel looms over his memory, her smile predatory as she tells him he can't go anywhere. He fumes, recalling how she had already put his name in the application before she even spoke to him, submitting it immediately after their brief conversation, sealing his fate without his consent. The sheer audacity of it makes his blood boil. He slams his fists on the desk, veins popping on his forehead as he entertains a dark thought. Should he just slice her up? He admits to himself that this is the very first time in his entire life that he has ever wanted to cut down a girl so badly. A voice suddenly breaks through his dark reverie as Chloe calls out to Ji-kun, asking if something is the matter. He looks up to see her peering at him from behind, her head tilted upside down, her red eyes glowing ominously against a backdrop of pure dread. Startled, Ji-ma lets out a small gasp. Chloe straightens up, her expression now one of concern as she notes that ever since that blonde girl left, he hasn't looked very well. Ji-ma turns away, trying to sound casual as he mumbles an excuse, claiming it was just a bit overwhelming to know he'd be taking the exam with cadets from the prestigious star class. Chloe's face instantly lights up with earnest reassurance. She leans in close, her hands clasped passionately as she assures Ji-kun that there is nobody in the star class stronger than him. He offers a simple, quiet thanks in response. As Chloe walks away, Ji-ma reflects on his commitment. He was the one who had asked her to team up in the first place, so abandoning her now was out of the question. His conscience wouldn't allow it. He reasons that, objectively, he couldn't possibly ask for a better team to take the test with. Perhaps this was a good thing after all. He resolves not to be pessimistic and calls out his own full name, Kang Ji-ma, as if to steel himself. Turning back to her, he asks about the when and where for their group meeting. Chloe informs him that the blonde said they were to meet at the cafe in the main building at 6 o'clock. Ji-ma makes a mental note of her choice of words, observing that Chloe is now just referring to Rachel as the blonde. With an eager smile, Chloe points out that it's nearly time and asks if they should head over now. A faint, knowing smirk plays on Ji-ma's lips as he agrees. They soon arrive at a bustling cafe with a familiar green and white logo, aptly named S-Starbucks. Inside, Chloe sets her large plastic cup down on the table with a loud thud. She takes a long, satisfying sip of her green drink, sighing in bliss and exclaiming how yummy it is. Ji-ma sits opposite her, a small white cup in his hand, his face a mask of weary indifference as he identifies her beverage as an avocado smoothie. He raises his own cup to his lips, takes a tentative sip, and his eyes immediately fly open in shock and disgust. A dark, murderous aura envelops him as he internally screams about the fucking prices. He forces a strained smile, sarcastically thinking that Starbucks really is great, just as Chloe cheerfully asks if he agrees. He laments his situation, reminding himself that as an adult, he has to watch his spending. The only drink on the menu that was 10,000 or below was the espresso he ordered. His final verdict on the drink is simple and brutal. It tastes like shit. He vows never to come here often, especially since it's an outside company where their faculty cards don't work. Just then, his phone buzzes on the table. He picks it up to see a message from Rachel. She had texted 5 minutes ago asking why he wasn't there yet. This was followed by a laughing message, apologizing for her own tardiness and blaming it on having to take care of the kids. She then asked for their location, and he had replied telling her they were in the Starbucks meeting room. As if on cue, the door to their private room slides open. Rachel steps in, holding a drink and breezily apologizing to Jeom-kun and the kid, referring to Chloe, for being late. She strides confidently into the room, followed by none other than the golden-haired Leon Van Reinhardt. She asks if they had been waiting long as she and Leon walk towards the table. Leon's piercing blue eyes lock onto Jeom-ma, who is seated at the table. Jeom-ma looks up, his own dark eyes meeting the main character's gaze. He then notices a third person has entered with them, a young man with fiery orange hair tied up in a top knot. The newcomer has a cocky, self-assured posture, one hand casually hooked over his shoulder. Jeom-ma's first impression is blunt. He wonders if the guy is a delinquent. Leon ignores the newcomer for a moment, his attention focused on Jeom-ma. He offers a polite greeting, saying it's nice to meet him, and extends his hand for a handshake. Jeom-ma takes it, introducing himself simply as Kang Jeom-ma. Leon's grip is firm as he replies, mentioning that he was impressed by what he saw from Jeom-ma at the subspace a few days earlier. The two stand facing each other, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Jeom-ma is struck by Leon's presence. He notes the voice, a perfect blend of intelligence and class, and feels a sense of assurance knowing that the main character he once played as in a game is now his group member for this crucial exam. Soon, the entire group is seated around the large table. Rachel claps her hands together, suggesting they should introduce themselves first. Jeom-ma nods in agreement, stating that indeed they shall. Leon, ever the leader, takes the initiative. With his fingers interlaced on the table, he introduces himself as Leon Van Reinhardt, the group's leader and a student of the Star class. He humbly adds that he somehow ended up becoming the leader, and though he feels he may be lacking, he looks forward to working with everyone. Jeom-ma can barely contain his inner thoughts, marveling at Leon's impossibly handsome face, which seems to literally sparkle. The old adage that all are equal is a complete lie, he thinks, scowling internally. Leon then passes the introduction baton, and Rachel enthusiastically shouts, "Next," while covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. She nudges the redhead beside her, who grumbles for her not to elbow him. The redhead crosses his arms, introducing himself as a student of the Star class known as Speed Weapon, and declares simply that he likes heroes. Jeom-ma is utterly baffled by the minimalist introduction, thinking that a name like Speed Weapon requires a much more serious explanation. The whole thing shatters the stereotypes he held about people who liked heroes, a thought accompanied by the faint, ghostly image of a gentleman in a winged top hat. Next, a nervous Chloe stands up, formally introducing herself as Chloe Additor of the Wolf class. She begins to explain that she's here thanks to Jeom-kun's, but the honorific catches Rachel's attention. The blonde's eyes narrow with a hint of jealousy as she quietly mocks the name, muttering Jeom-kun, kun under her breath. Chloe's head whips toward Rachel, her eyes flashing with rage as a dark, fiery aura erupts around her at the interruption. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Chloe closes her eyes and calmly finishes her sentence. It was his invitation, and it is a pleasure to meet them all. Leon observes her with a thoughtful expression, noting her patience, while Speed Weapon remarks on her well-spoken introduction. Finally, it's Jeom-ma's turn. He keeps it brief, stating his name, Kang Jeom-ma, and mentioning he's in the same class as Chloe. A wave of awkward silence descends upon the group after the introductions conclude. Leon, ever the leader, breaks the silence, announcing that it's time to begin the meeting. He places his hand on a sleek device on the table, which whirs to life, projecting a vibrant blue holographic display into the air above them. The 5 students lean in, their attention captured by the glowing map. Leon begins his briefing, explaining that their class instructor distributed files to the group leaders during lunchtime. The hologram displays a detailed map of Scopuli Island, noting its size as 163, 6 square kilometers, which Leon identifies as their examination site. He details the plan, They will first be teleported to the island via a subspace gate. He clarifies an important point. Only the gate itself is a subspace. The island is very real, meaning the demonic beasts there can cause actual harm. He then zooms the map in further, highlighting their assigned area on the northeastern coast, which is ominously marked with a red warning label. Leon explains that 3 groups, theirs included, will be hunting mermen on the island. Since there's a limited number of them, the objective is to hunt as many as possible within the allowed limit. Having laid out the mission parameters, Leon taps the device off and concludes his presentation. He then opens the floor, asking if there are any questions. Speedweapon raises his hand, asking about the risks, as Scopuli Island is known for containing mermaids. Leon reassures him that the instructors have conducted advanced research to ensure their safety. Chloe then asks if it's possible for groups in the same zone to ambush one another. Leon shakes his head, explaining that the exam's sole objective is exterminating demonic beasts, and any conflict between student groups would likely result in immediate disqualification. A shadowy image of a vicious, piranha-like merman appears behind Leon as he asks if that answers her question. At this point, Ji-Oh-Ma speaks up, apologizing for interrupting but stating a hard truth. Leon has an assassin on his hands. He gestures pointedly at Chloe, who flinches at being singled out. Once the meeting is over, Rachel grabs Speedweapon and excitedly drags him off to get something to eat, much to his chagrin. Leon and Ji-Oh-Ma are left alone at the table. An awkward silence fills the space, and Ji-Oh-Ma decides he should leave quickly. He stands offering a polite "excuse me," intent on making a swift exit. His face is set with determination, but before he can take a step, Leon calls out his name, his voice tinged with curiosity. Ji-Oh-Ma pauses and turns back. Leon looks at him intently and asks a strange question. "Where did you come from, Kang Ji-Oh-Ma?" The scene cuts to a preview for the next chapter, showing Rachel with a massive polearm, Speedweapon, and Ji-Oh-Ma standing together in a dark, cavernous environment, poised and ready for the challenges that lie ahead on the island. The tense silence in the room is broken by a single loaded question from the blonde-haired young man, Leon, who asks Kang Ji-Oh-Ma where he came from. The two are seated across from each other, Leon looking composed while Ji-Oh-Ma's expression is guarded, his dark eyes narrowed in suspicion. Leon's calm, blue eyes hold a steady gaze, giving nothing away. Ji-Oh-Ma's own eyes reflect a mix of confusion and caution. Internally, Ji-Oh-Ma notes that he's heard a similar question before, but this time feels fundamentally different. The question, "Where did you come from?" hangs in the air, echoing in his mind. He struggles to understand Leon's intent, wondering if the question is literal. He quickly dismisses that thought, reasoning that Leon could have easily asked during their earlier introductions when everyone was present. The fact that Leon waited until they were alone suggested a deeper, more significant reason for his inquiry. Ji-Oh-Ma's thoughts race, his expression turning serious as he contemplates the possibilities. Breaking the silence, Leon speaks again, apologizing for popping such a weird question out of nowhere. He explains that he just couldn't help but think something. His blue eyes begin to glow with a faint, ethereal light as he leans forward, the shadows accentuating his sharp features. He confesses that he felt Ji-Oh-Ma was similar to him. The word "similar" throws Ji-Oh-Ma for a loop, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. His mind immediately jumps to his own origins, thinking that while it's true this world's official language is Korean because of the game's setting, that doesn't automatically mean anyone can tell he's Korean, especially with flags of various nations like the USA, France, and Germany flying in the background of his thoughts. Leon suddenly waves a dismissive hand, a slight smirk on his face as he tells Ji-Oh-Ma to just pretend he didn't hear anything. He stands up, announcing that he'll be going now. Just as Leon turns to leave, Ji-Oh-Ma acts on pure impulse. His hand shoots out, firmly gripping Leon's shoulder to stop him. The two lock eyes, Leon looking back with a hint of surprise while Ji-Oh-Ma's expression is one of intense determination. Ji-Oh-Ma internally curses himself for grabbing Leon without thinking, but a stronger feeling overwhelms him. The certainty that he won't be able to get a wink of sleep if he lets this go. With his grip still firm, he echoes Leon's earlier question, demanding to know where he came from. Leon turns back fully, a knowing, almost amused smile spreading across his face as he calmly answers with a single word: Germany. Ji-Oh-Ma is left utterly speechless, his hand falling from Leon's shoulder. He can only watch as Leon walks away, his silhouette disappearing through a glass door. Standing alone, Ji-Oh-Ma's face contorts in frustration and confusion, muttering to himself about what on earth is wrong with that bastard. Later back in his own space, Ji-Oh-Ma taps his fingers on a table, lost in thought. A disturbing idea begins to creep into his head, a question born of paranoia. He wonders, with a jolt of alarm, If Leon could have come from another world too. The thought is outlandish, but he can't shake it. He reasons that there isn't some kind of rule that says only one person could be dragged into this game's setting. In fact, he considers the possibility that possessing the main character, Leon, would be far more probable than possessing a mere extra like himself. He looks at a nearby kitchen knife and a bowl of rice, a plan forming in his mind. He recalls that while the blessing of the sword god is active, his senses become strangely heightened, and he decides to test his wild theory. He activates the blessing. A surge of blue energy envelops him and his blade as he focuses his mind. His eyes narrow, glowing with concentration as particles of light float around him. A clear, system-like message flashes through his consciousness. Leon's existence is of this world. He is momentarily stunned by the definitive answer. He realizes he felt it again, that strange sensation that occurs when he activates the blessing and focuses intensely, like faintly hearing a voice from somewhere beyond. The mental strain is immense, triggering a sharp migraine that even his painless blessing can't completely nullify. He clutches his head, his face twisted in pain. Regardless of the side effects, the conclusion is clear. The Leon he met today was most definitely the Leon he had played as in the game. No actor in the world could replicate the character so perfectly, down to the way he wielded his glowing sword. This realization, however, leaves him with an even bigger puzzle. Did Leon really only mean to ask which country he came from? But even if that were the case, it still didn't explain Leon's strange comment about how he couldn't help but think they were similar. Frustrated, Jioma pulls out his phone and searches for Leon von Reinhardt on the Keikamu wiki, only to find no results. He sighs, regretting that he never had any interest in the male characters before. This confirms there is no public information about Leon in this world. Sitting on a stool in his room, he makes a firm decision, deciding that this would be the only time he gets involved with Leon. If anything like this happens again, he resolves to just go to Media. An image of the alluring woman flashes in his mind, her voice chiding him for not visiting her lately and asking when he's going to run away with her. He decides to keep his thinking straightforward and avoid any more bullshit. He reflects on his own composure, finding it strange how calm he remained in a situation he desperately wanted to avoid. He touches his chin, wondering if this too is the influence of his blessings. He pulls up the status of his blessing of the sword god. He's making smooth progress. His physical fortitude has increased from 5 to 7, while his mental fortitude and armament remain at 3 and 1 respectively. He slumps back, exhausted, attributing the physical boost to his recent training. He then considers his armament, thinking it will likely increase once he obtains the Murasame sword. He then focuses on his assimilation rate, which has jumped from 5% to 8%. He notes that the next unlock condition will be met upon reaching 7%. Meaning he's very close. He rests his chin on his hand, contemplating the cause. He wonders if it's related to everything he's done so far, like his intense duels with both the brother and sister. It's annoying that he doesn't know for sure, and it's not like he can ask anyone else about it. Just then, a notification sound rings out. A new system message appears, informing him that he has reached a certain number of blessing activations and that adjustments will be made. His eyes fly open in shock. The system displays an update for his blessing of painlessness. The duration has been increased to 40 seconds, and the cooldown is now 12 hours. He stares at the screen, a bubble of disbelief escaping his lips as he simply says, "Wow." He questions if it's actually 40 seconds, finding the upgrade almost too good to be true. A sense of accomplishment washes over him as he feels his labors have finally borne fruit. A wide, slightly unhinged grin spreads across his face as he lets out a laugh, asking, "What the hell?" He holds the kitchen knife, its blade gleaming, and declares that this feels great. And with that, time flew by. The countdown to the midterm exam began. 5 days out, Omar is seen drenched in sweat, pushing himself through a grueling set of push-ups. 4 days out, he's sitting with his classmates, Leon, Rachel, and Speedweapon, who are laughing and teasing him as he holds his hands up defensively. 3 days out, he's sparring with a wooden sword, while Chloe cheers him on to push a little bit more. 2 days out, Rachel offers him a small vial, but he glares at her menacingly, telling her to piss off. 1 day before the exam, he's back to doing push-ups, a single drop of sweat falling from his brow and hitting the ground with a soft splash. He practices his sword skills with immense focus, balancing a single droplet of water on the tip of his blade. With a swift, precise motion, he slices the droplet perfectly in half. He remains in his stance, his expression one of intense concentration, his blade and body surrounded by a faint, sparkling aura. Finally, the day arrives. D-Day, the midterm exam. Jioma stands before a massive subspace gate, its energy swirling. He observes that it has a completely different vibe than the training ground subspace he's used to. A voice calls out to him, telling him to come over here. He turns to see his team assembled and waiting for him. Rachel with her massive halberd, Leon with his sword, Chloe with her katana and speed weapon looking on. Rachel, the main DPS, smirks at him, her eyes glowing with playful mischief, remarking how ironic it is that the one who always preaches punctuality is late today. Leon, the leader, gives a welcoming smile and beckons him over. Speed weapon, the support, adjusts his glasses with a cool indifference, and Chloe, the sub-DPS, greets him with a wide, cheerful smile, wishing him a good morning. Jio-ma, designated as the rearguard, smiles back faintly and admits that he is a bit late. He takes a moment to assess his team's gear. Rachel is equipped with her S-Rank, Vermilion Phoenix halberd. He notes that Leon doesn't seem to have his legendary sword, Bamang, just yet. His gaze then falls on Speed Weapon's gear and he's completely bewildered. It appears to be a recorder. He silently questions if that's really his equipment. Speed Weapon catches him staring, his brow furrowed in annoyance as he aggressively asks what Jio-ma is looking at. Rachel leans in close, whispering to Jio-ma that the recorder is actually one of the few S-Rank equipment that aids with healing. She explains that a healing S-Rank armament is ridiculously hard to get, even if one dumps tens of millions of one in-game, and that its unassuming appearance actually contributes to its impressive specs. Jio-ma finds this incredible. As he processes this, Speed Weapon gets right in his face, angrily telling him not to get so close. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the air, announcing that the first-year midterms of 2034 will now commence. The sudden announcement startles Jio-ma, and Speed Weapon uses the opportunity to give him a shove. An instructor with a stern expression addresses the assembled students, remarking that they all seem prepared. He says he'll keep it brief since they should be familiar with the rules, but he gives a stark warning. If they encounter something they cannot handle, they must run away. He reminds them that they are not yet heroes, but cadets, and they shouldn't risk their necks for extra credit. Another instructor with purple hair adds that if they are injured or wish to surrender, they are to contact the instructor in charge. Leon watches the instructors, commenting that their briefing is getting less and less brief, and tells his team it's nearly time to prepare. He clenches his fist, encouraging them not to be nervous and to do their best. Jio-ma thinks to himself that they are finally starting. He then notices Chloe standing silently with her hands behind her back, looking downcast. He approaches her and asks if something is wrong. She looks up, admitting that she knows it's weird to be anxious now, but she just remembered that mermaids could appear on Scopuli Island. Jio-ma reassures her, telling her that the instructors said they checked everything beforehand, so there's no need to worry. Despite his words, Chloe remains concerned. She explains that back in her home of Sicily, mermaids were often sighted and had caused a great deal of damage. She elaborates that while there's a truce with demonic beings now, the fact that these rumors have persisted means the conditions for mermaids to appear have yet to be fully confirmed. Their conversation is cut short as an instructor bellows for them to step inside. The instructors stand with their arms crossed as the subspace gate hums with power, now fully running. Jio-ma places a reassuring hand on Chloe's head and tells her it's time to go. She looks up at him and nods, saying, "Ah, yes." Internally, she tells herself that she shouldn't worry because Jio-kun is with them. A look of profound trust and determination settles on her face. She believes in him. The team walks forward, stepping into the swirling vortex of the gate. The world dissolves into blackness. Chloe's thoughts become a distorted mess, with only Jio-kun's voice cutting through the chaos, calling her name over and over. The scene snaps back into focus, revealing they are in a dark, rocky cave. Jio-ma is shaking a dazed Chloe, desperately asking if she can hear him. Chloe's eyes are wide and unfocused as she wonders if she suddenly lost focus for a moment. The situation is dire. Speed Weapon frantically tries to get a signal, shouting that he can't contact the instructor in charge. He realizes they are in a cave and there's no connection, cursing their luck and wondering how this could have happened. Chloe is still completely bewildered. A massive vertical beam of distorted, glitching purple energy erupts in the middle of the cave, separating the team. Rachel, Leon, and Speed Weapon stand on one side, weapons ready, while Jio-ma stands beside a still confused Chloe on the other, all of them staring at the ominous phenomenon. The sun shines brightly in a brilliant blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds, heralding the group's arrival at the infamous Scopuli Island. On a pristine sandy beach fringed with lush palm trees, the aftermath of their sea voyage is immediately apparent, as the sounds of retching echo through the air. While two of his classmates are on their hands and knees, overcome with sickness, Jio-ma stands apart, completely unfazed by the journey. The team leader, a blond young man named Leon, approaches Jio-ma with a confident smirk. observing that Jio-ma seems to be fine. Jio-ma calmly replies that he doesn't generally get seasick, wryly adding that he doesn't believe their classmate's issue is mere seasickness. His point is immediately proven as a bizarre creature lurches out from the jungle's edge. A creature with the head of a piranha, bulbous yellow eyes, and a surprisingly muscular humanoid body complete with arms and legs. Jio-ma stares down at the strange being, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion, with large question marks materializing around his head, as he internally wonders if this could possibly be a merman. The creature lets out a guttural, gurgling cry, its fish mouth agape. Jio-ma continues to observe it, his initial tension easing as he notes in his thoughts that the merman is significantly smaller than he had anticipated. With a knife held loosely in his hand, he feels a wave of foolishness wash over him for having been so serious about the impending threat, musing that he might not even need his weapon for something so small, and recalling his original plan to simply take it easy in the rearguard position anyway. Leon clarifies the situation, explaining to Jio-ma that these are just the small ones and that they will encounter fully grown mermen once they reach their designated area. With that, he rallies the group, stating that their first objective is to rendezvous with Chloe, who had gone ahead to scout the area. The four students, Jio-ma, Leon, a red-haired boy, and a blonde girl, are seen from a distance as they walk along the shore, venturing into the dense, dark forest. They proceed cautiously through the thick woods, their senses on high alert. Suddenly, Leon throws an arm out, halting the party as he warns them to be careful. Jio-ma's eyes narrow, a sharp glint of perception flashing within them as he senses a presence, and declares that she seems to be here. In a flash, a thin red line of energy zips past the group, heralding the arrival of their scout. A red-haired girl named Chloe is seen leaping gracefully between the towering palm trees, a blur of acrobatic movement against the canopy. She lands perfectly before them, and Jio-ma calmly observes that she was climbing the trees on her way to them. Chloe, clutching the hilt of her sword, confirms his observation, explaining that she took to the trees so that she wouldn't be noticed. Leon, ever the calm leader, smiles and asks Chloe to report on the situation ahead. Chloe's expression turns serious, her eyes wide with urgency as she informs them that approximately 500 meters from their current position, there is a cave. The group arrives at the location, standing before the dark, gaping maw of a cave entrance set into a rocky cliff face, and Leon asks if this is the place, to which Chloe confirms it is. Peering into the oppressive darkness of the cave, they are met with the unsettling sight of innumerable pairs of glowing yellow eyes staring back at them. The sheer number of eyes reveals a massive horde of the fish-like mermen packed tightly within the cavern's depths. Deeper inside, a small group of the creatures is gathered around a crackling campfire, their grotesque fish faces eerily illuminated by the dancing flames. Standing outside, Leon coolly assesses the enemy numbers, estimating that there are somewhere between 50 to 60 of them. Jio-ma's eyes narrow as he processes the information, weighing their options. His mind flashes with strategic considerations. He acknowledges that hunting down this entire horde would undoubtedly secure first place for their team in the midterm exam. However, he also recognizes the immense risk involved, understanding that Leon, as the leader, must prioritize the safety of the team. An injury here would be disastrous, leaving them stranded in a cave with no means of outside communication. The ultimate decision, whether to take the risk or find a safer detour, rested solely on Leon, the team leader. Jio-ma's mind drifts back to their planning session before landing on the island, where Leon, looking over a chessboard, had confidently told Chloe that he was counting on her for scouting. Leon had then turned his attention to the red-haired boy, Weapon, moving a chess piece as he assigned him the role of handling buff-type blessings and healing from the rear. Weapon had retorted with a sneer, finding it amusing that someone with the hero class was a healer, prompting an angry outburst when he thought Jio-ma had said something insulting, demanding to know if Jio-ma didn't understand that the basics of being a hero involved helping others. Leon had then assigned Jio-ma the task of guarding the rear against any potential threats, a role that Jio-ma had internally celebrated as a sweet and easy job. Leon, holding a white chess piece like a king, had declared his own role. He would lead the offense from the center, and would of course join the fight personally if the situation demanded it. At that moment, the blonde girl, Rachel, had leaned in eagerly, asking what her role would be. Leon had turned to her, a knowing and slightly sinister smile playing on his lips as he addressed her by name. Observing that look, Jio-ma had known instantly that Leon had made his decision. Back in the present, Leon's order is given, and Rachel explodes into action, her blonde twin-tails flying as she uses Leon's own back as a springboard to launch herself headfirst into the cave. She becomes a streak of golden light, a devastating blur of motion as she hurtles towards the unsuspecting merman. Her polearm crashes into the ground with explosive force, sending shards of rock and bursts of light flying, causing the mermen to screech in shock and pain. The creatures are thrown into disarray, one looking up with a confused question mark above its head as Rachel, now a dark silhouette against the blast, descends upon them once more. Her weapon comes crashing down again, a terrifying harbinger of destruction. Rachel's face is a mask of demonic glee, her eyes glowing a fierce pink as she grips her weapon, channeling immense power into her attacks. She unleashes another devastating golden arc of energy, scything through the horde. The memory of the briefing concludes with Leon's command to Rachel. He had challenged her to tear them all apart, asking with absolute confidence if she could do it. Standing triumphantly amidst the carnage she has wrought, Rachel rests her gleaming polearm on her shoulder and replies with a smug "Bien sûr," confirming that, of course, she could. From the backline, Weapon raises a flute to his lips and begins to play. A vibrant green aura woven with musical notes erupts from him, a powerful blessing that flows over the battlefield. The remaining mermen recoil in terror as the buffs take effect. Empowered by the blessing, Rachel becomes an unstoppable whirlwind of destruction, cutting down mermen as she gleefully counts her kills aloud, the numbers rising rapidly. She spins her weapon in a wide, cleaving arc, taking out multiple enemies at once as her count climbs higher and higher. With a powerful spinning technique she calls the Grand Wheel, she annihilates another cluster of foes. A wild, ecstatic grin spreads across her face, her pink eyes glowing with battle lust as she thanks Weapon for the blessing and triumphantly announces her 25th kill. From the cave entrance, Ji-Oh-Ma, Leon, and Chloe watch the spectacle in stunned silence. Chloe, not to be outdone, draws her own sword, which begins to pulse with a vibrant pink energy. Her unique power is revealed as the blessing of the cat. She strikes a pose, her energized katana held ready as a faint, cat-tear-shaped aura forms around its hilt. Moving with incredible feline grace, Chloe darts forward, slicing through several mermen in a single fluid motion, leaving trails of pink light in her wake. Her own eyes glow a menacing red as she coldly states her kill count, 8. When 2 more mermen lunge at her, she drops into a low, ready stance, then springs up, dispatching both with a single, clean diagonal slice, bringing her total to 10. The battle intensifies, with the kill counts for both girls flashing on screen, climbing into the 40s as they unleash a torrent of golden and pink energy upon the hapless mermen. Ji-Oh-Ma and Leon watch with growing unease, and Ji-Oh-Ma thinks to himself with alarm, questioning why they aren't stopping and fearing what would happen at this rate. It becomes clear that the 2 girls are not just fighting monsters. They are locked in a fierce and reckless competition to see who can get the most kills. They fight side by side, their expressions alight with fiery determination as their rivalry fuels their destructive rampage. Just as their competition reaches its peak, a tremor runs through the cave, and a new, far larger threat emerges from the darkness. A monstrous, giant merman with a cavernous maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. The colossal beast, complete with a glowing lure dangling before its face like an anglerfish, looms over the 2 warriors. Unintimidated, both Rachel and Chloe launch themselves at the giant creature simultaneously, their weapons clashing against its massive jaw in a shower of sparks. The monster's head recoils slightly from the impact, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. Both Rachel's golden polearm and Chloe's pink katana strike the beast's chin at the exact same moment, the combined force staggering it. Rachel shoots a smug glance at Chloe, commenting that she was a little faster this time. Chloe glares back, her red eyes burning with intensity, as she retorts that she was the one who actually took it down. Rachel scoffs at this, calling her funny as they stand victorious over the fallen behemoth. Watching from the entrance, Ji-Oh-Ma lets out a sigh of relief, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead as he admits to himself that he is relieved. Leon appears beside him, a sort of shimmering blue light in his hand, revealing he had been prepared to intervene. He notes that it looked like Ji-Oh-Ma was worried about those 2. Ji-Oh-Ma looks over at his leader and concedes that it seems his worry was unnecessary after all. Inside the now quiet cave, the floor is littered with the bodies of the 60 slain mermen, and Chloe proudly announces that they got all of them. The team stands together amidst their victory, and Leon turns to Ji-Oh-Ma, gently chiding him to put some more trust in his teammates. With the battle won, Leon suggests that they should move on, and Ji-Oh-Ma silently agrees. As he observes Leon, Ji-Oh-Ma's thoughts turn analytical, acknowledging Leon's decisiveness and leadership as the solid, irreplaceable backbone of their team. This confirms for Ji-Oh-Ma that Leon's existence here, his role as a leader, is undeniably real. This thought, however, triggers a dark and jarring memory for Ji-Oh-Ma, a memory of someone pointing a glowing blue sword at him and asking a simple question about where he was from. He remembers getting carried away, and the memory sharpens into a horrifying image. He sees himself falling backward off a high cliff, pushed by that same blue blade, a trail of blue energy marking his descent. The rest of his team, Weapon, Rachel, and Chloe, watch in absolute horror, their faces frozen in shock as blood erupts from Jeon-ma's back. Jeon-ma's own eyes widen in terror as he plummets, a dark and powerful aura suddenly surging from the water below him. The vision shatters, and back in the present, the team screams Leon's name in panic. A massive vortex of water erupts from a pool within the cave, a shadowy figure swirling at its center. From the churning water emerges a terrifying new foe, a being with a feminine silhouette composed of pure dark energy and crackling purple lightning, identified only as the demon mermaid. Rachel stares in abject horror, questioning how a mermaid could be here when they had already scouted the area, wondering if this was all just a dream. Jeon-ma, however, curses internally, thinking that he knew things were going far too smoothly. His mind immediately shifts into tactical mode, a red glow highlighting his focus as he weighs their options: run or fight. He quickly deduces that attempting to flee with the injured Leon would likely result in the entire team being wiped out. Rachel desperately orders Weapon to contact their instructor, but he frantically reports that there's no connection. Jeon-ma grimly realizes that with communications cut, his teammates' panic will only escalate. Looking at their terrified faces, he concludes that he is the only one left with a clear head. Stepping up, Jeon-ma takes command, firmly telling Rachel to calm down before ordering Weapon to immediately begin pouring healing blessings on Leon. He then turns his attention to a startled Chloe. He gives her a direct order: get out, alert any other nearby cadets to evacuate and find the instructors. Chloe hesitates, calling out his name and protesting that it would be too difficult to escape with Leon before the mermen swarm them. Jeon-ma places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, and after a moment of stunned silence, she looks up at him with newfound resolve and agrees, turning to flee the cave. As Chloe dashes away, Weapon and Rachel turn on Jeon-ma, demanding to know his plan and questioning where he is going as he begins to walk forward alone. Jeon-ma calmly informs them that he is leaving the small fries to them. He advances towards the demon mermaid, his back to his shocked teammates, ignoring Rachel's furious shouts asking if he's insane and what he plans to do. A look of calm determination settles on Jeon-ma's face. He thinks to himself that he has always disliked fighting small fish, as there is no real skill involved in handling them. His eyes begin to glow with a chilling blue light as he grips the hilt of his weapon. This, he thinks, is his specialty, a big fish. As his teammates watch in stunned disbelief, Jeon-ma prepares to face the formidable boss all by himself. The narrative explains that demons can utilize a unique power similar to human blessings, a power known as magic. A stark reminder of this power is shown as the story's protagonist, Leon, is sent flying backward, defeated by just one normal attack from such a power. Kang Jeon-ma internally reflects on this overwhelming disparity, acknowledging that this is the fundamental difference in strength between humans and demons. He admits to himself that he can't say for sure that he'll reign triumphant, despite having the blessing of the sword god. His feet stand on the cracked, glowing ground as he recalls a crucial fact from the original game. It was considered impossible to subdue a magic-using demon without a full party. This makes his current predicament all the more absurd. He's being forced to solo a boss that would normally require a full-scale raid. A monstrous roar echoes through the cavern, and Jeon-ma, overwhelmed by the sheer unfairness of the situation, internally questions how he is not supposed to curse when he's in this deep of a mess. Despite the impossible odds, his expression hardens with resolve, his eyes glinting with a faint light. He concludes that there is no way he can back out of this now. He quickly calculates his limited time, estimating it will take around 10 minutes for Chloe to return, while the menacing purple demon mermaid grins wickedly in the distance. With his options narrowed down to one, he decides on his course of action. Gripping two knives that now glow with a brilliant cyan light, he declares his singular audacious goal. He needs to cut down that ugly fish in just 40 seconds. As he holds his blades, a series of system messages flood his vision. It announces that his nerves have settled upon grabbing the knives, bestowing upon him the mental fortitude required to wield the blessing. His words and actions now carry an increased sense of authority. To balance this power, restrictions are being applied to the blessing to adjust it to his current user level. With a final notification, the blessing of the sword god is now activated. A sinister, confident grin spreads across Jeon-ma's face, his eyes glowing with an eerie light, as he thinks to himself that it's been a while since he's had the chance to do some proper sashimi. Elsewhere in the cavern, the battle rages on. Rachel swings her massive polearm in a wide, powerful arc, the weapon glowing with a fierce orange energy as she attacks a piranha-like monster on the ground. The monster shrieks, its wide, bulbous eyes filled with alarm as it opens its massive jaw. With a sickening crunch, the creature's teeth clamp down hard on the shaft of Rachel's weapon, halting her attack. She grunts with effort, her face a mask of strain as she tries to wrench her weapon free. Taking advantage of her struggle, other piranha-like monsters cackle maniacally and swarm her, latching onto her body and legs with their sharp teeth. With her eyes glowing intensely, now with heart-shaped pupils signifying her rage, she grips her weapon tighter, a rainbow-colored aura flaring around her fist as she curses in frustration. With a furious scream, she tells them to get off, unleashing a powerful shockwave of golden energy that blasts the clinging monsters away from her body. She pants heavily, catching her breath for a moment, a look of sheer exhaustion and annoyance on her face. Watching from a safe distance is the red-headed supporter, his recorder held to his lips. He thinks to himself that he wants to give Rachel a blessing to aid her, but his focus is already stretched thin just trying to heal Leon. A close-up reveals Leon's chest wound, which is slowly closing under a faint green light. But the supporter notes with concern that while the wound isn't deep, it is recovering far too slowly. He swallows nervously, his eyes wide with apprehension. His gaze shifts to Gyo-ma, and he recalls their subspace duel, acknowledging that he knows that bastard Gyo-ma is absurdly strong. Yet seeing Gyo-ma standing alone, his two small knives glowing blue as he faces the towering, terrifying mermaid demon, the supporter can't help but think that there's no way he isn't completely crazy. The supporter feels a phantom pain, a chilling sensation as if his own bones are splintering just from witnessing the sheer pressure of the confrontation. He coughs, wondering if he should try to stop him, even though it's probably too late. The demon mermaid unleashes a horrifying screech, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy, and fires a massive, cross-shaped beam of light directly at Gyo-ma. Gyo-ma reacts with lightning speed, diving sideways just as the beam incinerates the spot where he was standing, carving a deep trench into the stone floor. His eyes narrow as he analyzes his opponent, deducing that the mermaid is a demonoid that primarily uses long-distance attacks with water property magic. He thinks to himself that while he doesn't know the first thing about magic, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's just a fish made of flesh and bones. With a simple, direct strategy in mind, dive in and cut. He launches himself forward, charging headfirst into the demon's next energy beam. As he closes the distance in an instant, he raises a knife to strike, startling the demon, which raises a hand in a hasty defense. With a flash of blue light, Gyo-ma's blade slices cleanly through the demon's massive purple forearm, which it had raised to block the attack. The demon's arm, wreathed in a protective vortex of water magic, is severed nonetheless, and the supporter stumbles back, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock at the incredible feat. The mermaid's face contorts in a silent scream of agony and disbelief. A piercing shriek erupts from its mouth, the sound visualized as a jagged red explosion of pure rage. The severed arm tumbles through the air as Gyo-ma, carried by his momentum, pushes off the ground to continue his assault, his knives still glowing brightly. He lands gracefully, skidding to a stop on the rocky terrain, and immediately curses under his breath. The cut, he realizes with frustration, was too shallow. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaps back into the air, twisting his body into a powerful spin and bringing his blades down in a vertical slash, aiming to cleave the demon in two. His attack misses its target and instead slams into the ground, causing a massive explosion of blue energy and water that shatters the rock beneath. Landing once more, Gyo-ma grits his teeth in annoyance, remarking internally that she really is a mermaid, and her fluid, unpredictable movements make it incredibly difficult to land a decisive blow. He briefly wonders if she deliberately sacrificed her arm to protect the smaller fish monsters, but quickly dismisses the thought, deciding that regardless of her motives, he has to press the attack. Just as he's about to move, the red-headed supporter calls out to him tentatively. Gyo-ma glances over, slightly annoyed, as Leon, still recovering on the ground, manages a weak smile and asks if he's okay. The supporter looks flabbergasted that Leon is concerned for Gyo-ma at a time like this. Gyo-ma curtly replies that he's fine, then looks back at Leon and tells him that he's relying on him, calling him a hero. With that, he dashes back towards the mermaid, a blur of motion against the cavern wall. The supporter watches, mesmerized, as Gyo-ma fearlessly re-engages the demon, which now lashes out with shadowy tendrils of energy. The word hero echoes in the supporter's mind, his green eye wide with a sudden realization. His mind explodes with pure, unadulterated excitement. He thinks it's so fucking cool. A flashback plays, showing him earnestly explaining his ideal of a hero to a bored-looking Gyo-ma, someone defined by justice and bravery, who sacrifices themselves for others and has the ability to turn despondence into hope. He had lamented that despite being at the world's best hero training school, he hadn't seen anyone who fit that description, not even in the elite dragon class. He had explained that this was why he joined Rachel's group, since as a supporter, the team composition worked out well, much to Rachel's surprise in the background. He had been so sure, he recalled with a confident smile, that he would find the hero he was looking for in Leon. Back in the present, Gyo-ma smirks slightly, thinking to himself that the supporter is right about Leon. The flashback continues with Gyo-ma asking what was wrong. The supporter had bluntly told him that while he was strong, he was far from being a hero in his eyes. Gyo-ma had scoffed, retorting that even if he were offered the title of hero, he'd refuse it, mockingly asking if being a hero was some kind of object that could just be given away. The supporter was left utterly crushed and speechless by his dismissive attitude. In the present, he mutters Gyo-ma's name, calling him a bastard under his breath. The demon mermaid interrupts his thoughts by unleashing a new attack, firing a volley of dark energy projectiles shaped like piranhas from her fingertips. The projectiles crackle with malevolent purple energy as they form, then streak through the air towards Gyo-ma at incredible speed. Gyo-ma leaps and twists gracefully in midair, dodging the deadly barrage. He notes internally that the projectiles feel a bit slow. His momentary confidence is shattered when the piranha-shaped blasts curve unnaturally in the air and begin chasing him. He realizes with a jolt that they are homing projectiles. His eyes widen in concentration and annoyance as he tracks their movements, while the demon mermaid lets out a triumphant, piercing shriek. Thinking fast, Gyo-ma carves several glowing blue lines into the cavern wall with his knife. He then kicks off the wall, dislodging a huge chunk of rock and sending it flying into the path of the projectiles. The energy piranhas slam into the makeshift shield, exploding harmlessly, while Gyo-ma uses the recoil to propel himself away from the blast zone, deftly dodging the few remaining shots. He lands at a distance, but the mermaid is already preparing her next move, reaching out with a clawed hand. A vicious grin spreads across her face as she lunges, not at Gyo-ma but past him. Rachel screams a warning about a weapon, as both she and the supporter watch in horror. The supporter's blood runs cold as he realizes the demonoid was aiming for them, for him and the vulnerable Leon, from the very start. The mermaid materializes a massive, glowing purple, cross-shaped weapon in her hand. Her eyes locked on her true targets. Just as she's about to strike, Gyo-ma intercepts her in midair, slashing at her torso. He curses again as he feels the blade slide off, the cut once more being too shallow. His face is a mask of intense focus as he internally berates himself, wondering if he's trying to take her down with small cuts and ordering himself to get his act together. Enraged by the interruption, the mermaid raises her glowing hand, the cross-shaped energy flaring brightly, and prepares to unleash a point-blank blast. She slams her hand down, creating a cataclysmic explosion of purple energy that shatters the very ground beneath them. The force of the blast is so immense that it blows the top off a nearby mountain, sending a shockwave rippling through the jungle landscape. The mermaid grins, believing she has won, but her triumph is short-lived as a brilliant beam of light erupts from the smoke and slams directly into her face, sending her reeling backward with a cry of pain. Far away, a blue-haired student notices the distant flashes and sounds, asking her companion, a silver-haired woman she calls Instructor Kim, if she saw it. The student describes the sound as a roar followed by a loud bam, while Instructor Kim confirms she also saw a flash of light just before the sound reached them. As droplets begin to fall, the blue-haired student cheerfully notes that it started to rain. Instructor Kim tells her they need to gather the wounded and move quickly. The student agrees, suggesting that the sounds they heard were probably just thunder and lightning now that it's raining. Instructor Kim, however, maintains a serious expression, issuing a firm order that they are to return to the academy as soon as possible. Back at the crater, a heavy downpour begins, soaking the devastated battlefield. The supporter shields the still-recovering Leon with his body as the rain intensifies. The remaining piranha monsters make gurgling noises and begin to retreat into a nearby pool of water, a fact that Rachel observes with a vigilant expression. The four students are left standing in the rain-swept ruins of the cave. Gyo-ma blames himself, wondering if his consciousness of protecting Leon was the reason he couldn't land a fatal blow. He stares at the pile of debris where the mermaid was buried, thinking that she was likely crushed to death in the collapse. But just as the thought crosses his mind, the rubble begins to glow with an ominous purple light before exploding outward. A smirk plays on Gyo-ma's lips, his eyes glowing faintly. He says he fucking knew it. She wouldn't die from something like that alone. From the dust and chaos, the mermaid's form coalesces once more, reborn from dark energy. Gyo-ma, having shed his torn jacket, pushes off a rock face, ready for round two. He calls out to Rachel, telling her that since the smaller fish are dealt with, he's leaving his own weapon and Leon in her care. Rachel, now holding Gyo-ma's massive axe, gives a firm nod of understanding. The supporter watches, completely in awe, thinking that he can't believe Kang Gyo-ma is actually facing the demon head-on. His entire perception of Gyo-ma shifts, Where he once saw only a madman, he now thinks he might be witnessing a legend in the making. Finally free of distractions, Ji-ma declares that he can now focus. He quickly injects a stim pack into his arm, stating that he has 10 seconds and is now making up for lost time. The mermaid lets out a furious, guttural roar, her eyes burning with incandescent rage. She dives down from above, a maelstrom of shadow and fury, but Ji-ma stands his ground, looking up calmly. He tells her to bring it on, his eyes narrowed with lethal focus. In his perception, the world dissolves into a grid of crimson lines, a matrix of possibilities and weak points. His eyes glow with cold, blue light as he tightens his grip on his knife, his mind singularly focused on one goal. He will cut everything down. The red-haired girl sprints through the dense, rain-soaked forest, her legs pumping with desperate speed. Her breath comes in ragged, panicked gasps, her face a mask of exertion and fear as she pushes herself faster and faster. An internal mantra repeats in her mind, a frantic command that she mustn't stop, no matter what. The burst of violet energy, she propels herself forward, her feet barely touching the ground as she lands with a sharp thud, kicking up dirt and debris. The strain is immense, and she grits her teeth against the agony, feeling as though her very legs are screaming at her in protest. But she pushes on, driven by a desperate resolve. She thinks that even if she has to use up her blessing to run, even if it only provides a sliver of help, she must continue. The pain is excruciating, a burning fire in her muscles, but her thoughts are consumed by a greater anguish. Her mind flashes to Ji-ma, and she knows that whatever she's feeling, he is enduring far worse. A memory surfaces from the chaos, her own voice, firm and urgent, instructing someone named Chloe to contact the instructors. Her thoughts drift to Ji-ma, his back turned to her, a silhouette of quiet strength. She reflects that Ji-ma is, without a doubt, the strongest person she has ever met in her entire life. However, a troubled look crosses her face as she recalls his nature. He always found fighting arduous, a difficult and unpleasant task. She remembers how he always avoided drawing his blade whenever possible, his hand hovering over the hilt but never committing, unless there was absolutely no other choice. She had always believed that Ji-ma made the best decision in his hesitance. But now, faced with the terrifying visage of the mermaid demonoid, regret floods her heart. She curses her own weakness, lamenting that if only she had been a bit stronger, things might have been different. Her desperate flight is abruptly interrupted by a tremendous explosion in the distance, a massive plume of water and energy erupting over the tree line with a deafening roar. She skids to a halt, her eyes wide with shock and terror, her mind screaming a single question. Was that a blast? Her face, already streaked with rain, is now slick with tears as a desperate prayer escapes her lips, begging for Ji-ma to be alive. Suddenly, her foot catches on a thick vine which snaps taut around her ankle. With a cry of alarm, she is violently yanked upside down, her body flipping through the air. She twists her body, managing to land on her feet, but the impact is jarring, sending a shockwave of pain through her already exhausted body. She stumbles forward, her determination unwavering as she tells herself that she can't fall here, that she can't stop here. She pants heavily, each breath a struggle, her mind fixated on a single goal. She needs to find him. Finally, her strength gives out, and she collapses to her knees in the mud and rain, her composure shattering completely. She throws her head back and screams into the storm, a raw, desperate cry for help, asking if anybody is there. As her desperate shouts echo through the forest, her tear-filled eyes suddenly flash with a spark of perception. She can sense something. Her senses are a chaotic mess from the exertion and fear, but she can feel it clearly now. There are mermen nearby. Her eyes widen in dawning horror as she realizes they are right there. With a surge of adrenaline, she lunges forward, her blade a blur of motion, parrying an incoming attack with a loud clang. Her attack is met not by a monster, but by the surprised face of a girl with vibrant blue hair, whose eyes widen as their blades lock. The blue-haired girl gives her a stern, questioning look, her own sword held ready. The red-haired girl, realizing her mistake, stammers an apology, relieved to see it was a person. She then looks past her would-be opponent and sees a whole group of students standing in the downpour, watching the scene unfold. The sudden wave of relief is too much for her battered body, and she collapses to the ground, her sword and scabbard falling from her grasp. The other students react with shock and confusion. A blonde-haired boy, holding the grotesque, severed head of a merman, demands to know what it is and asks if she's insane. Another student, a blue insectoid-like demonoid, observes grimly that this situation cannot be brushed over as the red-haired girl lies defeated and unresponsive on the muddy ground. A teal-haired girl tells them to hold it, her eyes narrowing as she recognizes the fallen student, commenting that she looks familiar. On the ground, the red-haired girl musters the last of her strength, tears streaming from her eyes as she pleads for them to please help her. She chokes out Ji-ma's name, explaining that he is in grave danger. The scene shifts, focusing on the ongoing battle. An orange-haired student watches the fight with wide, astonished eyes, reflecting that he doubts he will ever witness a day as astonishing as this one in the future. He struggles to find the words to describe what he is seeing, comparing Jeom-kun's movements to a skilled swordsman, handling a live, flopping fish on a chopping board with masterful precision. He marvels that Jeom-kun has moved beyond simply fighting the demonoid. He has completely outwitted it. The boy is absolutely certain that the incredible scene unfolding before him will be etched into his memory for the rest of his days. He continues his internal analysis, noting that Jeom-kun's movements aren't like the overwhelming speed he displayed during the subspace duel. Instead, he is employing a precise and fast technique, skillfully deflecting the demonoid's attacks while steadily closing the distance between them. With a series of blindingly fast slashes, Jeom-kun severs the demonoid's limbs, his blades moving in a brilliant, deadly dance. The orange-haired boy concludes that Jeom-kun's entire swordsmanship originates from the simple act of cutting, and its outcome is, quite literally, clear-cut. The other students watch in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief. Even Rachel, the proud successor of the Spear clan who grew up surrounded by the strongest warriors, has never seen swordsmanship of this caliber. Her eyes have transformed into literal hearts, her expression one of utter infatuation. The orange-haired boy and a completely smitten Rachel watch as the battle rages on, the boy thinking that at this rate, the mermaid might actually be defeated. Suddenly, Rachel screams out, calling Jeom-kun her weapon in a fit of adoration, her voice filled with crazed excitement. Annoyed by her outburst, the orange-haired boy swiftly kicks her legs out from under her, sending her tumbling to the ground. He angrily scolds her, telling her to get her mind out of the clouds and asking if she wants to die. As they argue, the very ground around them begins to crack and shift, the landscape being reshaped by the sheer force of the battle between Jeom-kun and the mermaid. The orange-haired boy looks around, admitting that the sight is so surreal he nearly forgot where he was. He observes that the surroundings have completely changed. He realizes the inherent disadvantage of the situation. Their opponent is a demonoid that utilizes magic, making it a poor matchup for someone wielding only a blade. He worries that even though Jeom-kun currently seems to have the upper hand, the tide could turn in an instant. He anxiously wonders what would happen if the demonoid uses a form of magic that simply can't be dealt with by a sword. As if on cue, Jeom-kun stands firm, his knife glowing with a faint blue light, his expression grim and focused as rain pours down on him. Across from him, the mermaid demonoid lets out a low, menacing growl, its glowing white eyes fixed on its opponent. It throws its head back and screeches, raising its arms as a torrent of purple energy swirls around it, unleashing an attack it calls Needle Felt. Its piercing shriek echoes through the newly formed canyon. The very ground erupts as countless sharp, shadow-like tendrils snap upwards from the earth, lunging towards Jeom-kun from all directions. The mermaid cackles with glee as it manipulates the shadowy needles, sending them hurtling through the air. The attack is a maelstrom of dark energy, a vortex of deadly purple projectiles. Jeom-kun leaps back, planting his foot on a rocky outcrop to gain distance, but the needles relentlessly pursue him. He twists and spins, his blade becoming a blur as he masterfully deflects the barrage of magical attacks, each parry sending sparks of purple and blue light into the air. His knife glows, the blue aura of his own energy now tinged with the violet corruption of the magic he's cutting through. He lands gracefully and slides across the slick rock, narrowly avoiding another volley of deadly projectiles. Seeing its attack failing, the mermaid demonoid launches itself into the air, its eyes burning with frustration and fury. It lands directly behind Jeom-kun, who is crouched defensively, and raises a massive, shadowy claw, preparing to smash him into the ground. The creature's monstrous form towers over him, a terrifying silhouette against the stormy sky. But just as the claw descends, a brilliant flash of blue and white light erupts from the ground. Jeom-kun's eyes narrow with intense concentration. Suddenly, two enormous fish-like mermen burst from the ground, their massive jaws clamping down on the mermaid demonoid's arms, restraining it. A large number, 21, appears in the air as one of the summoned creatures drags the struggling demonoid towards a pool of water. The mermaid, however, merely grins, its sharp teeth glinting menacingly. With a savage roar, it rips its own arms off to escape the merman's grasp, purple energy crackling from the bloody stumps. Its throat begins to glow with an intense pink light as it gathers a massive amount of magical energy. With its mouth wide open, it unleashes a devastating energy beam directly at Jeom-kun. From the sidelines, the orange-haired boy screams in terror, yelling for what sounds like Jeom-ma to get out of the way. But Jeom-kun remains frozen, his eyes wide, his internal thoughts revealing a terrifying truth. He can't avoid this attack. The world is consumed by a blinding pink light. The scene dissolves into a tranquil expanse of shimmering blue water, where Jeom-kun now stands, seemingly on the surface, looking around in confusion. He glances down at his feet, which are surrounded by a gentle blue aura, holding him atop the water. He looks at his open palm, where particles of light and water seem to coalesce into a gentle mist. A faint, knowing smirk touches his lips. In another dimension, a red-haired figure is seen floating in a sea of pink and white energy, seemingly the source of this power. Their eyes are wide with concentration, and then a confident smile spreads across their face as they whisper that they did it. Back in the physical world, Jeom-kun's eyes blaze with a fierce red light. He raises his sashimi knife, which is now enveloped in a blindingly brilliant white aura. In a single fluid motion, he swings his blade in a horizontal arc. A razor-thin red line of pure energy flashes across the entire canyon, bisecting the massive energy beam fired by the mermaid. In his mind, a single thought rings with absolute certainty. He had severed the magic itself. The once unstoppable beam of energy splits in two and harmlessly dissipates into the rain-filled air. In a glimpse of the future, a blonde woman with glasses is seen holding Jeom-kun close, suggestively stating that he should get compensated for his efforts. A handsome blonde man with glasses is shown talking on the phone, a small smile on his face. Rain pours down relentlessly on the desolate, rocky landscape, washing over the still form of a massive, purple-skinned demonoid. The creature lies sprawled on the ground, its muscular body limp and soaked in its own dark blood, a testament to a brutal battle just concluded. Standing over the vanquished foe is Kang Jeoma, a solitary figure against the stormy backdrop. His face is cast in deep shadow, his eyes glowing with a faint, menacing light as he clutches a blood-slicked blade, the rain plastering his dark hair to his forehead. The camera closes in on Jeoma's face, revealing a grim, determined expression, his eyes narrowed and focused, completely unfazed by the storm raging around him. The dying demonoid lets out a final, gurgling sound, a wet rattle signaling its last breath as it finally succumbs to its injuries. Watching from a safe distance, Speedweapon and the blonde girl are frozen in place, their faces a canvas of pure astonishment and disbelief at what they have just witnessed. With a final, decisive movement, Jeoma swings his blade in a brilliant arc, a flash of silver against the dark sky. The demonoid's head is severed cleanly from its shoulders, sent spiraling through the air in a spray of rain and blood. The severed head tumbles across the ground before rolling off the edge of the cliff, vanishing into the abyss below, while Jeoma stands stoically, his posture rigid, the deed finally done. Speedweapon's vibrant green eyes are wide with shock, his mouth hanging slightly open as he struggles to process the scene, rendered completely speechless. The camera pans across the rain-lashed, shattered battlefield, the evidence of Jeoma's impossible victory stark against the stone. The truth of the moment hangs heavy in the air. A mere freshman had single-handedly defeated a demonoid. Both Speedweapon and the blonde girl stare, their expressions mirroring each other's shock. She looks on with wide, fearful eyes, while he seems utterly confounded by the sheer scale of Jeoma's power. Just as the reality of his victory sets in, the adrenaline that fueled Jeoma begins to fade. He doubles over, a violent cough racking his body as he spits a mouthful of blood onto the ground. His strength gives out completely, and he collapses to his knees, his trusty sashimi knife falling from his grasp and clattering onto the rocky surface next to a rapidly growing pool of his own blood. Seeing him fall, the blonde girl and Speedweapon snap out of their stupor, screaming Jeoma's name, as they sprint towards their fallen comrade. Nearby, Leon, the blonde-haired team leader, is seen kneeling and clutching an injury, but he appears stable. Speedweapon's thoughts flash with relief that Leon is fine, but his focus immediately returns to Jeoma's critical condition. A new wave of alarm contorts his features as he rushes forward. Suddenly, Speedweapon's head whips around, his expression turning wary and hostile. He mutters under his breath, wondering if the merman who had fled earlier had decided to return for another round. His fears are quickly assuaged as a group of figures emerges from a nearby cave entrance, running towards them through the downpour. A sigh of relief escapes Speedweapon's lips as he recognizes them, muttering that it was about time they showed up. The arriving party, a group of fellow students led by a striking girl with long teal hair, skids to a halt. The leader, Abel, takes in the gruesome scene before her, the bodies, the blood, the sheer devastation, and her eyes widen in shock as she demands to know what in the hell happened. Her group stares in horror at the carnage. The dismembered bodies of students and a mermaid are strewn across the ground, a grim tableau of the battle's ferocity. While one student wonders aloud why a mermaid is even there, and another remarks that everything has been destroyed, the blonde girl cradles the unconscious Jeoma, his head resting in her lap as she desperately tries to wake him. She calls his name over and over, her voice filled with panic as she holds him close. Abel's sharp, yellow eyes narrow as she observes the scene, her internal thoughts questioning why the blonde girl is clinging to Gio-ma with such intimacy. A complex mixture of curiosity and perhaps a hint of jealousy crosses her face as she watches them from a distance. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk touches Leon's lips as he watches the chaos unfold. He internally marvels at the absurd luck of the situation, noting with a dark amusement that while his team members look half dead, their supposed leader, Gio-ma, appears pristine and unscathed by comparison. Abel announces to the group that she has successfully made contact with the academy and that instructors should be arriving at the earliest opportunity. She trails off, however, her gaze sweeping over the battlefield as she wonders aloud what could have possibly transpired here. She stands flanked by her two closest companions, a united front of confusion and concern against the relentless rain. Speedweapon lets out a derisive scoff, his hand stroking his chin as he curses the instructors. He declares the entire situation a joke, reminding them that the instructors were supposed to have thoroughly explored this island beforehand. Abel's eye twitches with irritation at his tone, and she curtly tells him they get it. Unfazed, Speedweapon snaps back, asking if she is ordering him around. Abel retorts, her voice laced with exasperation, questioning why he always perceives things so strangely and clarifying that it was a request, not an order. A small, knowing chuckle escapes Speedweapon's lips. He concedes that it's not like she would believe him anyway, but he tells her to listen up. With a sly glint in his eye, he leans closer and declares that explaining things just happens to be his specialty. Abel listens to his account, her expression one of utter disbelief. She repeats his story back to him, her voice dripping with skepticism, asking if he is seriously claiming that a mermaid appeared out of nowhere. She continues, questioning the most unbelievable part, that Kang Gio-ma, a freshman, defeated it all by himself. Speedweapon simply shrugs, confirming that's exactly what happened and asking what other explanation there could be. Abel's mind reels. She internally scoffs at the tale, thinking that the idea of a freshman single-handedly killing a demonoid is more fantastical and less realistic than the fairy tales her own grandfather told her as a child. Yet, as she stands amidst the wreckage, she has to admit that as ridiculous as it sounds, it seems to be the truth. She can't think of any reason why they would lie about something so significant. It truly does sound like a story pulled from the pages of a legend. This forces Abel into a moment of deep introspection. She reflects on her own prestigious lineage as a descendant of the legendary hero Baylor Joquin and his disciple Aaron Nibelung, a radiant bloodline that granted her a special class from birth. This heritage, this powerful bloodline, has always defined her. She remembers the incredible effort she has put in to avoid being overshadowed by her roots, the hard work that allowed her talents to flourish and brought her this far. However, as she thinks about Kang Gio-ma, she is struck by the ridiculous gap between their skills. A complex storm of emotions swirls within her, fear, dread, and a reluctant, undeniable admiration. For the first time, she questions her own strength, wondering if perhaps, compared to him, she has been an ordinary person all along. Shaking off her reverie, Abel turns to a pink-haired girl in her squad and asks if she can use her healing blessing on Gio-ma. The girl immediately agrees, stepping forward. As a warm, green light envelops Gio-ma's battered body, Abel watches him intently. She reflects on the fact that this boy, the same age as her, now lying tattered and near death's door, fought a demonoid alone and won. She lets out a long, heavy sigh, her mind racing. Speedweapon approaches her, seeking confirmation that she did, in fact, contact the academy. Abel nods, saying she had. Speedweapon then offers a piece of advice, suggesting that for the time being, it would be better not to tell the instructors the full details of what happened. When Abel asks why, he reminds her that the instructors claim to have scouted the island beforehand. Abel confirms that this is correct. Speedweapon's expression grows serious. He leans in closer and asks if she doesn't find the situation strange. He elaborates that while Scopuli Island is large, it's highly suspicious that a demonoid just happened to appear in a cave that was easily discoverable by cadets. The pieces of the puzzle just don't add up. Abel's yellow eyes narrow in thought as she absorbs the weight of his implication. Speedweapon adds that it's just a guess, but Abel, looking towards Leon, asks if he's suggesting there's a spy from the demon faction within the academy itself. At that moment, Leon is shown with a chillingly confident smirk, as if privy to a secret no one else understands. Speedweapon is momentarily taken aback by her jump to that conclusion, stammering that it wasn't exactly what he meant. He sweats nervously, then concedes that they can't rule out the possibility. He emphasizes the undeniable fact that the cave was not well hidden, and that if it hadn't been for Kang Geoma's intervention, Leon's entire group would have been slaughtered by the demonoid. Abel considers this, her thoughts turning grim. She wonders how this could have happened. She recalls the 700-year truce between humans and demons. While there had been conflicts, the demons had never once dared to harm a cadet from the prestigious Jokwin Academy. It was a sacred line, and there was even a clause in the truce stating that such an act would be grounds for a full-scale war. The implications of this breach hit her with the force of a physical blow. Her eyes fly open wide in horrified realization. Speedweapon says her name, Abel, gently placing a hand on her shoulder to ground her. He tells her that he knows what she's thinking, but she's blowing things out of proportion. He acknowledges that being wary of a spy is prudent, but cautions that it's far too soon to jump to such a drastic conclusion. Speedweapon then proposes a course of action. He suggests that they all need to get their stories straight. He reasons that if there truly is a spy, Geoma will become a prime target the moment word gets out that he single-handedly defeated a demonoid. Abel quietly agrees that he is right. Leon, overhearing them, chimes in. He states that while he doesn't feel it's right to keep Geoma's heroic act under wraps, considering how much he did for them. The blonde girl holding Geoma looks up, a question in her eyes. Abel makes a decision. She brings a finger to her lips, a gesture for secrecy, and suggests a different approach. She proposes that they first try talking to her grandfather. Speedweapon's jaw drops. He asks in a hushed, awestruck tone if she means the legendary Sword Emperor. The scene transitions away from the storm-swept island to a peaceful, sun-drenched room within the Academy's infirmary. Kang Geoma lies in a hospital bed, his eyes fluttering open as he slowly returns to consciousness. He takes in his surroundings, groggily identifying the place as a hospital. He raises a hand, slowly flexing his fingers as if testing his own existence. A wave of profound relief washes over him as the simple, powerful truth sinks in. He is alive. His mind flashes back to the final moments of the fight. He remembers the mermaid launching a final attack before it died, a condensed magic sphere of pure energy. It was an attack too fast to dodge, an unavoidable blast of power, but he had been able to see it. He recalls the feeling of his sashimi knife slicing through the sphere, cutting a perfect line through the magic. The sphere was severed into two harmless halves before it could detonate. He remembers the distinct sensation of cutting through water. He lies back, pondering the strange new sensations he experienced after activating the sword god's blessing, feelings he could not possibly describe in words. A translucent blue system window materializes before his eyes, displaying an update to his status. His physical fortitude has risen to 7, and his mental fortitude has increased by 1 point, from 3 to 4. His assimilation rate with the sword god's power has climbed to 2%, and a new assimilation condition has been met. He immediately understands that the increase in his mental fortitude is why he felt no fear when facing the mermaid, and he thinks to himself that the effects are quite nice. His attention is then drawn to the final, most intriguing line of the update. The text indicates that one part of something called S-line has been read, and the next part will unlock when his assimilation rate reaches 15%. He connects the dots, realizing that this must have unlocked the moment he drew that perfect line through the mermaid's magic attack. His thoughts are abruptly shattered when a woman's voice bellows his name. The door to his room flies open, and a green-haired woman with glasses, the director, bursts in and launches herself at him, wrapping him in a suffocating embrace. She cries out that she was so worried something horrible had happened to him. Geoma's face is squished against her, and he struggles to speak, begging the director to please let him go. She immediately pulls back, apologizing profusely and explaining that she was just so overjoyed to see him awake that she forgot herself. She then begins to rummage through a small, ornate pouch, muttering about where she put something. Geoma, still flustered, wonders if she's using a dimensional pocket. The director exclaims that she's found it and proudly presents a sheathed sword to him. She tells him to take it, declaring it his midterm reward. She holds up the magnificent blade, identifying it as the legendary Murasame. The chapter concludes with a glimpse of an imposing, gray-haired man, hinting at the upcoming meeting with the Sword Emperor. Geoma Kang's eyes are wide, his pupils constricted with a mixture of shock and focus as he stares at the object before him. A holographic display materializes, showing the stats of the weapon he now holds. It is a B-rank katana named Murasame, which means rain shower, with an attack power of 120 and dexterity of 400. The description notes that its blade is said to glisten with the essence of morning dew. The director of Jokwin Academy, a green-haired woman with glasses named Media, smiles at him from his bedside, telling him she hopes he likes it. She explains that this would normally be given to him in a more formal setting, but circumstances being what they are, they had to make do. As she speaks, a silhouette peeks through the doorway of his hospital room. Media's pleasant demeanor vanishes in an instant as she spins around and yells at the figure, calling them a geezer and telling them to quit acting shy and get in here. The man, a distinguished elder with white hair and a goatee, steps into the room, clearing his throat and adjusting his collar. He calmly asks Media how many times he must tell her not to call him that. Media, unfazed, retorts that he's in his 70s and should stop acting like a teenager. Geo-Ma, still sitting up in his hospital bed, observes the familiar sight, his mind racing as he recognizes the newcomer. He thinks to himself, questioning what is going on and why the Blade Emperor is here. Media's expression turns serious as she turns back to Geo-Ma. She informs him that his groupmates told her everything, and on behalf of Jokwin Academy, she sincerely apologizes. Both she and the Blade Emperor Sieg bow deeply to him in a gesture of profound regret. Media continues, stating that the Academy takes full responsibility for everything that happened during the midterms. Her eyes narrow behind her glasses as she elaborates that, because of what happened, not just his group, but every student on that island was in grave danger. She swears on her reputation as the director of Jokwin Academy that she will get to the bottom of why the Demonkin appeared. Sieg then speaks up, his voice low and respectful, acknowledging that Geo-Ma saved the students. Geo-Ma, sitting against the sunlit window, looks away slightly and scratches his cheek, humbly stating that he just did what he could. Media acknowledges that what he did was truly commendable, but she must ask him to keep this under wraps until they uncover the truth. She bows her head slightly, admitting that it's ironic for her to say this as the director, but it seems the problem may lie within the academy itself. She looks at him with genuine sorrow, saying she is so sorry and that he deserves far better than this. Geo-Ma simply tells her that it's all right. Media's expression softens into a knowing smile. She tells Geo-Ma that it's okay to be a little more selfish at his age, remarking that he acts like an old man. From the doorway, she and Sieg are reflected, and she lets out a small laugh. The sound of their footsteps clacks on the floor as Media and Sieg walk away down the brightly lit hospital corridor. As they walk, the door to Geo-Ma's room clacks shut behind them. Suddenly, Media's footsteps freeze. She stops and calls out Sieg's name. She asks him if he remembers the day they first met after enrolling in the academy. She recalls that he was lying on a bench, and when she told him to move, he dramatically drew his sword on her, the image of the academy's grand clock tower in the background. Standing by a large window overlooking the academy grounds, she continues her story, trying to recall his exact words, something about not taking orders from anyone. She remarks on how dramatic he was, but Sieg, standing beside her, curtly replies that he remembers no such thing. A slight smile plays on Media's lips as she looks at him. She muses that it feels like just yesterday, but she has already spent 60 years here. Life, she says, is full of surprises. She reflects that even after all this time, they barely made a mark on the Academy's history, noting that the place was ancient by the time they set foot here. She comments on its long legacy. Sieg listens silently, then adds that a lot has happened over the past 7 centuries, but the Academy has always trained and protected its students. And yet, as his words hang in the air, Media's expression darkens, a furious green aura beginning to rumble around her. The aura intensifies, and with a sudden, explosive shatter, the massive window beside them bursts into thousands of pieces. A red exclamation mark flashes in a sound effect bubble as Sieg is taken aback by her outburst. The green aura envelops both of them as shards of glass tinkle to the floor. Media's face is a mask of cold fury, her glasses glinting menacingly. A flashback begins, taking us to a time before the midterm exam. Media explains in a voiceover that she had the instructors conduct multiple preliminary surveys of the exam site. She knew that Scopuli Island, though rare, was a known mermaid sighting area, so she exercised the utmost caution, a shadowy image of a mermaid appearing in her thoughts. But despite all that, something still went terribly wrong. Back in the present, Sieg silently places a comforting hand on her shoulder. Media turns to him, her intense expression softening as she apologizes, admitting she got a little caught up in the moment. Sieg's eye twitches in annoyance as her mood instantly flips back to cheerful. She leans toward him, giggling and fawning over Geo-Ma, asking if he isn't amazing for defeating a mermaid all on his own. Sieg internally calls her a hag. She continues to press him, asking what he thinks of Geo-Ma, nudging him playfully. Sieg remains silent, turning to walk away from the shattered window, his mind deep in thought. 2 large characters appear over the broken glass on the floor, spelling out extraordinary talent. Sieg's internal monologue begins as a meteor streaks across a starry sky. He has seen so-called prodigies before, their names spoken with awe, only to see them burn bright for a fleeting moment before fading away like meteors. In a stark, shadowed room, a small child stands surrounded by imposing adult figures. Sieg reflects that in hero families desperate for prestige, even the smallest glimpse of talent is enough to earn the title of genius. A word he feels is tossed around carelessly, devoid of meaning. He didn't even let his own granddaughter bear that title. But Gyo-ma possesses a talent so distant, so unfathomable. Media's voice breaks his reverie, asking him to come on and tell her what he thinks. Sieg concludes his thought, stating that if there is such a thing as a genius, it must be that boy. He wonders how far Gyo-ma could go with time and experience. A split image shows Gyo-ma's determined face and Sieg's thoughtful one. Sieg wonders if, perhaps, Gyo-ma will reach the realm he himself has been chasing his whole life. Sieg turns and walks away from the window, Media following him with a questioning look. He declares that he will be staying at the academy for a while. Media is taken aback by his sudden announcement. Sieg glances back at her with a wry, almost challenging grin. She laughs, asking if the old man is broken, once again bringing up his claim of not remembering their first meeting. She tells him to just help her clean up the mess he caused with his outburst. He simply repeats that he remembers no such thing. Back in the Wolf classroom, Gyo-ma sits at his desk, deep in thought. He muses that it seems the fact he defeated a Demonkin at Scopuli Island has been kept a secret, just as the director requested. He reflects that while he doesn't want to pat himself on the back, if he hadn't taken down that mermaid, his classmates might not be sitting here laughing right now. A flashback shows the first thing he did after leaving the hospital was head to the academy forge. A burly, bearded blacksmith watches as Gyo-ma enters. Gyo-ma knew he had to reforge and strengthen Murasame. As outside the condition of the blessing of the blade god, it's nothing more than a hunk of metal to him. He presents the sword to the blacksmith, Wayland, who is fired up for the task. A note on the counter explains a special 700 Thier event, free reforging for 1 week. Gyo-ma thinks how lucky he is and thanks the blacksmith, hoping the reforging goes well. As he turns to leave, a voice calls his name. He looks up to see Chloe approaching him, limping down the classroom stairs with a crutch. He asks her what happened. She explains with a cheerful grin that she hurt herself a little but received speed whatever's emergency treatment. The doctor said she'll be able to walk without crutches in a week. She proudly puffs out her chest, declaring that after all, she is an auditor, before sheepishly apologizing for getting carried away. Gyo-ma thinks to himself that it's a relief she's doing well. He continues his internal reflection, acknowledging that it wasn't just his effort alone. While he may have been the one to defeat the mermaid, it was only thanks to everyone fulfilling their roles. He recalls Chloe's crucial rescue call, Rachel bravely holding back the merman, and Speed Weapon's essential healing buff. He then thinks of Leon with a question mark over his head, wondering what Leon did. He scoffs internally, concluding that Leon would die at the entrance of the demonic realm and couldn't beat the Demon King with that level of skill. His train of thought is interrupted by the instructor, a bold man with a mohawk who bellows for silence. The instructor looks nervous, sweat beading on his head as he makes an announcement. He stammers that it may come as a surprise, but as a temporary arrangement, their class will have an additional instructor, whom he will now introduce. The students murmur amongst themselves, confused and annoyed by the idea of having 2 instructors. Suddenly, their expressions turn to shock, mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. A figure emerges from the shadows at the classroom entrance. A pristine white shoe takes a step forward. The Blade Emperor Sieg walks calmly and confidently into the room, his cape flowing behind him. The classroom erupts in a buzz of whispers as the students recognize the legendary figure. The instructor trembles, bowing his head as Sieg takes his place at the podium. Sieg's sharp, golden eyes scan the room. Gyo-ma stares, his face a mask of pure shock and confusion, a sweat drop rolling down his cheek as he silently asks himself why he is here. The scene cuts to a dark, stone-walled room late at night. A hooded man is sent crashing violently into a wall. A hand with glowing purple energy grabs him by the chin, lifting his bloodied face. The man stammers that he's sorry. A sharp slap cracks across his face, the impact echoing with a guh. The man coughs, sputtering out another apology to Instructor Kim, and addressing his attacker as Elder Claddy. The assailant is revealed to be the 5th Legion commander, her eyes glowing with purple malevolence. Purple energy swirls around her hand as the narration states that she is furious. Her lips curl into a sinister smile, her eyes glinting with malice, as the text declares this to be the 2nd disaster of his own making. A hand holds up a brightly colored gummy snake, its green head and red body standing out against the dark backdrop, as a voice expresses weary exasperation. The hand, belonging to a woman with striking silver hair and magenta tips, dangles the candy over the bloodied face of a man on the floor. She coldly asks him why he didn't cooperate when he had the chance. The woman's eyes are sharp with irritation as she leans over her victim, letting out a sharp awe of frustration. She complains that he has a real knack for annoying people, her voice dripping with contempt. Before he can even process her words, a blinding flash of violent purple energy erupts, striking him squarely in the face with devastating force, the impact rendered as a chaotic explosion of red and white. The woman, whose name is Medea, stands over the now unconscious man, the gummy snake still dangling from her lips as she chews on it nonchalantly. She demands to know if he could repeat himself, muttering under her breath about how annoying he is. Nearby, another accomplice sits slumped against a wall, clutching his bruised face and letting out a pained groan, clearly having received similar treatment. A third man, looking on from the shadows with a disappointed expression, sighs heavily. He questions the others, asking if it was truly so difficult to bring Leon back in a half-dead state. Medea turns her cold gaze towards him, still chewing her candy. She retorts that even with Leon being a hero candidate, their subordinate failed to capture him, even with Mermaid's help. She adds with venom that because of his monumental failure, the bastard he was supposed to capture is now living comfortably at the academy. The man she had just kicked begins to stir, clutching his mangled face and trying to stammer out an apology, letting out a pained burp. Medea glances at him with disgust, her eyes glowing faintly as she assumes he must not take her seriously. Without another word, she lashes out again, her leg a blur as she delivers another brutal kick. A second explosion of purple energy connects with the man's head, the sheer force of the blow lifting him off the ground. The man can only cry out in agony, his hands flying to his bloodied face as he screams curses in utter defeat and pain. Medea scoffs at the sight, expressing her disbelief at the nerve of a mere instructor daring to fail her so spectacularly. She then looks down at her expensive-looking shoes with a grimace, complaining that he got blood on them. She crouches down, wiping the crimson stain off her footwear with a look of pure disgust, while the man she assaulted groans in pain beside her. Standing up and running a hand through her hair, she declares the entire situation to be utterly ridiculous, finding it unbelievable that a powerful being like Mermaid could be taken down by a bunch of mere first-year students. She clicks her tongue in annoyance, but then reconsiders, musing that given the caliber of new students this year, perhaps she shouldn't be surprised that they could accomplish anything. The first man she had berated, the one who had been slumping against the wall, finally speaks up timidly. He corrects her, explaining that it wasn't a group of students but was, in fact, the work of just one cadet. Medea turns, her interest piqued, and asks for clarification, wanting to know if he meant one person and guessing it must have been Leon. The man quickly shakes his head, saying it wasn't him. Medea's patience wears thin, her voice taking on a dangerous edge as she says she can't stand the suspense and demands he spit out the information immediately. With sweat beading on his brow, the man finally reveals the truth. He explains it was this year's top student, a special admission named Kang Jio-ma. The name hangs in the air, and Medea repeats it slowly, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Her expression shifts as the realization dawns on her. She says, "Oh," remembering that he was the special admission student. A sinister smile spreads across her face as she asks if that's how it is, a menacing purple aura beginning to coalesce around her hand. Her eyes gleam with malicious delight, and she licks her lips in anticipation, declaring how exciting this new development is. A sphere of raw, crackling purple energy ignites in her palm, radiating immense power and her own twisted excitement for the confrontation to come. The scene shifts dramatically to a bright, sunlit day at the academy grounds, where a different kind of training is underway. An instructor shouts a running cadence while a large group of students in blue and white tracksuits jog in formation. When the instructor yells that he can't hear them, another instructor with a bald head bellows, "Yes, sir," in response. On the sidelines, a cheerful red-haired girl with a crutch resting beside her claps her hands, offering words of encouragement. Amidst the runners, Kang Jio-ma pants, thinking to himself with a weary expression how jealous he is of her resting. Suddenly, an instructor yells at him, telling him he's too slow on his feet, causing Jio-ma to flinch in surprise. He's then addressed by a voice beside him, an old man with a striking white beard and hair running effortlessly at his pace, who asks if he's still injured from the midterms. Jio-ma, shocked to see who it is, immediately straightens up and shouts, "No, sir." His mind races in panic. He wonders what on earth is going on, and more importantly, why this specific man is running right alongside him. An internal monologue floods his thoughts, identifying the man as the legendary sword emperor, Siegfried von Nibelung. Jio-ma recalls his history, a descendant of the first sword saint, the right hand of Baylor Joquin, and the very man destined to inherit the title of sword saint himself, becoming one of humanity's greatest forces. The mental file continues. Not only that, but during the Second Demon War, Siegfried was supposed to become the protagonist Leon's swordsmanship master, a character whose importance was meant to skyrocket in the latter half of the story. The realization fills Ji-Oh-ma with dread. He screams internally, questioning why the hell Siegfried is even here at the academy so early. He desperately wishes for Siegfried to just go back to Leon, lamenting that the main story, which was already veering off track, is now completely falling apart before his very eyes. A memory surfaces in his mind. He remembers that in the original timeline, Leon never actually received the Sword Saint title. A pop-up from an old forum queue and it confirms it, with a developer apologizing that the acquisition of the title was impossible due to a system design flaw. Ji-Oh-ma recalls it being a pretty big issue among the players back then. He tries to rationalize the situation, thinking that since Leon can't inherit the title anyway, maybe it doesn't matter. But he immediately dismisses the thought, admitting to himself that this is still incredibly uncomfortable, especially as he sees Leon running far ahead of them. For a brief, bizarre moment, his panic gives way to a strange fantasy, picturing himself and the Sword Emperor running together in a glorious, poster-worthy image, bathed in a heroic light. Siegfried's stern voice cuts through his thoughts, lecturing him that the foundation of any warrior comes from physical strength and endurance. He states that no matter how outstanding a talent may be, it is useless if the body cannot support it, and that proper conditioning is the very foundation that enables further growth. He orders Ji-Oh-ma not to cut corners and to just keep up. Ji-Oh-ma mutters a quiet, "Yes, sir," but Siegfried barks that he can't hear him. Pushing himself, Ji-Oh-ma shouts a much louder, "Yes, sir, understood." As he struggles to keep pace, Siegfried gives a curt, approving "good," his expression unreadable. Then, without warning, he tells Ji-Oh-ma to keep up with him and accelerates dramatically, leaving Ji-Oh-ma in a cloud of dust, utterly speechless and dumbfounded. Ji-Oh-ma clutches his side, panting for air, and wonders in disbelief if the old man ages backwards. Later, the training shifts. Siegfried stands before the assembled students and announces that from this point forward, unless it's for field training, the use of personal weapons is strictly prohibited. To emphasize his point, a massive pile of confiscated weapons, swords, axes, and shields, is unceremoniously dumped onto the ground with a loud clatter. The students look on, completely baffled, question marks floating above their heads. Siegfried instructs them to each pick one of the weapons from the pile and master it. The students stare at the motley collection, which includes everything from proper blades to farming tools, and as one cadet points out in disbelief, even a sashimi knife. Ji-Oh-ma internally complains about the suddenness of this new rule, thinking about his own precious family heirloom. A brave student raises his hand, addressing the Sword Emperor with a question. He argues that for long-term growth, it would be best for them to get used to the weapons passed down from their families, and asks why this is being prohibited. Siegfried acknowledges it as a good question, leaning on a simple cane as he explains that it is because the basics are more important than anything else. He elaborates further, warning them that the more they rely on high-grade weapons, the more they are prone to neglecting their fundamental training, making it easy to mistake the power of a weapon for one's own strength. The student who asked the question boldly argues back, suggesting that in that case, it's even more important to learn how to use powerful weapons to compensate for their shortcomings. A nearby student mutters that he's just making a fuss to get attention. Siegfried's golden eyes narrow with intensity. He delivers a sharp rebuke stating that no matter how well-armed one is, if their skills are lacking, a fine weapon is as useless as a pearl necklace on a pig. He leans in slightly, his gaze piercing as he delivers the final, undeniable truth. A master never blames his equipment. Period. The words hit Ji-Oh-ma with the force of a physical blow. He stands silently for a moment before a small, knowing smile touches his lips, and he nods in complete agreement, thinking to himself that the Sword Emperor is 100% correct. Siegfried plants his cane firmly on the ground, declaring that once they master the basics, they will naturally become comfortable with any weapon. He then adds a crucial piece of information, saying that cadets who demonstrate skill with ordinary weapons will have a high chance of receiving a better score on the end-of-year class promotion evaluation. The moment the words leave his mouth, the students erupt into chaos. Shouts of "really?" are followed by a mad scramble towards the weapon pile, with cadets pushing and shoving, yelling that they were first. Ji-Oh-ma watches the pandemonium unfold, thinking that Siegfried certainly has a way with words to have inspired them so completely. He admits he'd always thought of the old man as little more than Media's punching bag. By the time the dust settles, the pile has been picked clean, leaving only undesirable items like a rake, a shovel, and an axe. Ji-Oh-ma looks at the meager leftovers with a sigh, thinking to himself that he knew this would happen. Deciding to make the best of it, he tells himself he'll just grab what he needs. He steps forward and picks up a simple, unadorned dagger. As he does, he notices Siegfried's piercing golden eyes fixed on him. Ji-Oh-ma feels a chill, thinking, "This geezer?" While Siegfried seems to think, "I knew it." Siegfried addresses the group again, his voice cutting through the chatter. He announces that for today, their goal is simply to get accustomed to their weapons through one-on-one training between cadets. The students murmur nervously, one asking if they're really doing this without the safety of the subspace, another worrying about getting hurt. Siegfried's voice booms across the training ground. He reminds them that they enrolled in the academy to become warriors worthy of the ancestral hero's legacy, proclaiming that a warrior can only truly grow through combat and the risk of defeat. He adds a stern warning, however, that if they clash swords without thinking, they could easily end up killing each other by accident. An image flashes, showing Siegfried standing ready with a sword, back-to-back with instructor Lee Wonbin, who holds a large, futuristic firearm. Siegfried announces that before they begin pairing off, he will personally provide a demonstration of proper sparring. A wave of excitement ripples through the students. They whisper in awe, amazed that they get to see the Sword Emperor's legendary skills in person, something they've only witnessed on YouTube. Instructor Lee Wonbin frantically tries to quiet them down, reminding them there is no talking during lessons. But Lee Wonbin himself is in a state of sheer terror. He looks to the heavens, sweat pouring down his face, thinking that in his entire career as an educator at the world's top academy, this is the single biggest and worst crisis he has ever faced. He internally bids his mother farewell, convinced that facing the Sword Emperor, even in a mere demonstration, means his end. He starts to protest, but Siegfried's sharp gaze cuts him off. The Sword Emperor ignores the instructor entirely and instead calls out for Cadet. He calls for Kang Ji-Oh-Ma. The crowd of students instinctively parts, leaving Ji-Oh-Ma standing alone in the center of a newly formed circle, his expression one of pure shock. The Sword Emperor fixes his gaze on him and commands him to come forward. The two lock eyes. Siegfried's expression is stern and challenging, while Ji-Oh-Ma's is wide with disbelief and apprehension. In another place, a handsome, blonde-haired man wearing glasses smiles pleasantly as he holds a phone to his ear, a rainbow-like shimmer of light catching his face, hinting at other events unfolding in the world. The Sword Emperor, Siegfried, his golden eyes glowing with an unnerving intensity, held his longsword at the ready, the blade catching the light with a sharp glint. His command cut through the air, ordering the cadet to come forward. A young man with black hair, Kang Ji-Oh-Ma, stood opposite him, holding a much shorter, simpler sword in a two-handed grip, his school tracksuit looking out of place against the legendary warrior's presence. The other cadets gathered at a distance, murmuring amongst themselves in a mixture of awe and confusion. One boy with short brown hair remarked with wide-eyed surprise that even that piece of junk sword looked sharp, admitting it was better than his own. Another, more cynical-looking cadet with a bowl cut, wondered aloud who this person could possibly be for the Sword Emperor to call him out personally. Oh, he couldn't deny his excitement at the prospect of witnessing a demonstration from the Sword Emperor himself. Kang Ji-Oh-Ma's sharp gaze darted to the side, his expression hardening with annoyance as he overheard their whispers. A thought bubble indicated he could hear every word the bastards were saying. The Sword Emperor's gravelly voice broke the tension, as he looked down at the young man and asked if his bones had healed. Kang Ji-Oh-Ma, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple, looked away slightly and confirmed that he was fine now. Siegfried's grip on his sword tightened with an audible creak, and he stated that if that was the case, then Kang Ji-Oh-Ma should pick up his sword. The two faced each other across the dusty training ground, the academy building looming in the background, as Kang Ji-Oh-Ma planted his feet, ready for whatever was to come. His mind, however, was a whirlwind of conflict. He thought to himself that even for a sparring match, this was far too much. He acknowledged that his physical condition was perfect after a long rest, but his opponent was Siegfried, the one and only Sword Emperor. He knew with chilling certainty that crossing swords with such a legendary figure would not end easily. He grimly predicted that at the very least, one of them would lose a hand, and if things went poorly, a head would roll. He questioned if this intense, almost bloodthirsty feeling coursing through him was the influence of his divine power, as the word victory flashed across his mind in a distorted wave. His instincts were screaming for a fight. Yet, he recognized this was far too different from his usual battle lust. He had to consider the consequences of this rash decision. Steeling himself, Kang Ji-Oh-Ma declared that he was nothing compared to the Sword Emperor and respectfully asked him to lower his sword. In the darkness of his own mind, he was immediately besieged by the shadowy silhouettes of his peers, their imagined voices mocking him. He could hear them laughing, saying of course he would back down after getting beaten up like a dog, questioning what he was even trying to prove. He remained silent, his expression unreadable, but his eyes narrowed with a flash of intense frustration. Siegfried's voice boomed, cutting through his internal turmoil, asking if he possessed no pride as a swordsman. The Sword Emperor's figure seemed to grow, casting a dark, intimidating shadow as he pressed his verbal assault. questioning how long Kang Jeong-ma believed he could survive while hiding his power. He berated the boy, asking what use his extraordinary talent was if he was going to act like such a coward. The single word pride flashed in Kang Jeong-ma's mind, superimposed over a memory of his younger self. He reflected that this word had been engraved in his heart ever since he first claimed the title of the greatest swordsman in the country. Those two characters, pride, were the very reason he had never once put down his sword. From the sidelines, the bald instructor watched with a grimace, thinking that the Sword Emperor's provocation was a test. The red-haired female student beside him looked on with wide, concerned eyes. The instructor knew that if Kang Jeong-ma fell for that provocation in this situation, he would definitely regret it for a long, long time. But still, despite the rational warnings screaming in his head, Kang Jeong-ma's hand tightened instinctively around the hilt of his sword. The instructor saw the movement and cried out, trying to stop him, his voice filled with panic as he yelled for Cadet Kang Jeong-ma to wait. But the Sword Emperor simply raised a hand, silencing him with a single gesture. With a knowing, almost predatory look in his eye, Siegfried stated that it seemed the boy had already made up his mind. The instructor and the red-haired girl could only watch in apprehension as Kang Jeong-ma looked up, his eyes cold and resolved. He formally addressed the Sword Emperor, stating that he would learn from him. In that instant, a blue notification window materialized before him, declaring that the blessing of the sword god would manifest. The world seemed to dissolve into a disorienting rush, reforming into a stark, minimalist void of white ground, and a dark, abyss-like sky. Two lone silhouettes stood facing each other in this strange dimension. Kang Jeong-ma took a heavy step forward, the ground beneath his feet cracking like obsidian glass. Siegfried watched him approach, a thought bubble revealing his inner reaction. As expected, he gripped his own sword, his aged face set in a look of profound concentration. He mused that even at 70 years old, that moment still came to his mind as vividly as if it were yesterday. He was remembering the enlightenment he gained through the sword. It was a memory from a time when he was not yet mature, the memory of a one-armed wandering knight. A flashback showed a much younger, white-haired Siegfried, his expression a mixture of awe and fear, facing a mysterious, cloaked figure who wielded a greatsword with only one arm. He recalled that the swordsmanship the knight had displayed was a clash of light and darkness, and was undoubtedly at the level of that realm. That memory was why he had been keeping an eye on the boy, Kang Jeong-ma, ever since the allocation test. He held the conviction that if it was this boy, he would be the clue that would finally lead him back to that elusive realm. His hand trembled with anticipation, and his sword began to pulse with a brilliant blue light, the energy extending down the length of the blade. Siegfried exploded into motion, his body a blur as he swung his glowing sword. He slashed downwards, and then horizontally, each movement leaving a trail of light. Kang Jeong-ma met the assault, his own smaller blade moving with impossible speed to parry the strikes. He ducked under a wide swing, his body low to the ground. The two combatants became a whirlwind of motion, their blades clashing in a furious exchange, a shower of blue sparks erupting where their steel met. Siegfried was internally impressed by the boy's boldness to charge head-on, without even attempting to avoid his attacks. He noted Kang Jeong-ma's peculiar sword path, which was almost like a swallow in flight. They locked blades, their feet digging into the cracked ground, struggling for dominance. Kang Jeong-ma deflected a powerful overhead strike with a circular motion of his blade, but the sheer force of the blow sent him sliding backward. Siegfried acknowledged that the boy's physical abilities were on another level compared to the past. He could push him back so effortlessly. However, Siegfried's own power was not to be underestimated. As memories of the one-armed knight flashed in his mind, he thought that his sword was not light. His eyes blazed with power, and his blade began to radiate a blinding white light that consumed the panel. Back in the real world, the cadets were utterly baffled. The cynical boy from before voiced his confusion, stating he didn't understand what was happening. He rationalized that Kang Jeong-ma must have just gotten lucky with his matchup in the last subspace sparring session. After all, he was at best only decent among the ordinary students, certainly not on the level of the special students. So why, he wondered, did the Sword Emperor care so much about this particular student? A group of other students watched from afar, one of them hoping aloud that the Sword Emperor would teach him a proper lesson, so they could all see him crying like a baby. The entire crowd stood in silence, watching the two combatants who were standing completely still, facing each other without moving a muscle. The confused cadets looked at each other, question marks appearing above their heads as they wondered why they were just standing there. The bald instructor, however, saw the truth. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he hissed that they were not just standing still. He admitted to himself that he had doubted the Sword Emperor's words, but he never expected Kang Jeong-ma to be at this level. A wave of panic washed over him as he considered the consequences. What if the headmaster found out? The cadets could be affected too. He called out to Siegfried, addressing him as instructor. Siegfried replied without turning, his voice calm, asking if the instructor truly believed he would cross a real sword with the boss. He told him not to worry, because if his thoughts were correct, Kang Jeong-ma would be able to step into that place. The instructor's eyes widened in dawning horror as he asked if he meant. Siegfried's profile was sharp and serious as he confirmed it with two chilling words. Mental realm, his golden eyes glowing with fierce determination. Inside that very realm, Siegfried was astonished that Kang Jeong-ma had not only managed to enter this place, but had also withstood his initial strike. He knew that a duel in the mental realm was an intense battle of wits, a truth that one could discern simply by crossing swords. He could see it clearly. That boy, even in this short amount of time, was growing. Kang Jeong-ma's stance was solid, his focus absolute, his body taut like a drawn bowstring. Siegfried gave a grim, approving smile, thinking to himself that it was impressive. If that was the case, he decided, then his sword would also answer in kind. A massive surge of blue aura erupted from his blade, coalescing into a technique he called Sword Spirit Protection. A spectral horned warrior materialized behind him, wreathed in blue flames, its movements mirroring his own as he raised his sword high. With a roar of "Take this!" he brought the empowered blade down in a devastating arc. Back in reality, the students jumped back in shock as a wave of energy pulsed outward from the two still figures. The instructor's face was a mask of terror. He recognized the blue light instantly, shouting that it was O. The other cadets were panicking, one screaming in disbelief, asking if Kang Jeong-ma had broken through the mental realm and returned to reality. Indeed, both combatants were now wreathed in visible, crackling blue auras, their power no longer contained to the mental plane. The instructor knew this was nothing like what the Sword Emperor had promised. He lunged forward, desperately screaming for the Sword Emperor to stop. He knew he had to intervene, convinced that if this continued, there would be bloodshed. He reached out a hand, shouting the Sword Emperor's name one last time as their blades neared each other. Suddenly, an enraged female voice cut through the chaos, screaming, "You crazy bastard!" A streak of green light shot down from above, and a woman with flowing green hair and glasses slammed into the ground between the two fighters. The earth shattered on impact, and a thick wall of rock erupted, blocking their swords just moments before they could connect. The woman, her eyes glowing a furious red, glared daggers at Siegfried. She screamed at him, demanding to know what he was doing to her student and questioning if he had completely lost his mind. A flashback replays the intense confrontation, with Media's voice echoing her disbelief. Seated on a plush sofa in a richly decorated room, she stares at the elderly man, Siegfried, her eyes wide behind her glasses, expressing that what he's saying can't be right. Her expression hardens, her red eyes glowing with fury as she thinks about the situation. She questions if he is in his right mind, suggesting that if he's senile, he should just stay home and rot. The scene flashes back to the training grounds, where Media, consumed by rage, grabs Siegfried by the collar of his tracksuit. She furiously reminds him that she busted her ass to get him a spot, only for him to pull something like this on a student, and she screams, asking if he is out of his mind. She demands to know if he wants to die. In the flashback, Media stands with a look of intense anger and concern, her green hair flowing as other students murmur in the background, their shadows stretching across the dirt field. Siegfried, his face etched with regret, looks away from her, thinking to himself that it wasn't his intention. He curses internally, admitting that in the heat of the moment, he lost his self-control. A close-up reveals his intense, glowing golden eyes as he recalls how he exerted his aura to its fullest. Back in the present or a calmer moment, Media stands with her arms crossed, her posture radiating impatience as she asks the old man if he is deaf. Siegfried, his back turned to her against a bright blue sky, finally addresses her by name, Media, and offers a sincere apology. Media is completely stunned by this, her mind reeling as she can only utter a confused, "Huh." This apology was so out of character that she feels a profound shock. Sitting once again in the opulent room, she reflects on this unprecedented event, noting internally that in the 50 years she has known him, she has never once heard him say he was sorry. And today, he had said it not just once, but twice. Composing herself, she leans forward, her expression serious, and asks him why he did what he did earlier. She questions his decision to unleash the sword spirit's blessing on a mere student, pressing him on what might have happened if she hadn't been there to intervene. Siegfried, now sitting opposite her and calmly sipping from a teacup, gives a shocking reply. He states that if he hadn't unleashed the blessing, he wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand. Media's jaw drops in utter disbelief, and she exclaims, "What?" She repeats his words to herself, unable to process the idea of him being unable to gain the upper hand. She questions what she just heard, finding it impossible that the incredibly prideful Siegfried would ever admit such a thing. She acknowledges that she knows Kang Jeong-ma has innate talent, but she is also acutely aware that she knows better than anyone just how truly strong Siegfried is. Siegfried then delivers the final, unbelievable piece of information, revealing that the kid, Gio-ma, has already reached the mental realm. Media's shock turns to frantic disbelief as she leaps to her feet, yelling at him. She points out that he, Siegfried, didn't even begin to master that state until he was nearly 30 years old. She demands to know how it's possible for a 17-year-old to have already accomplished it, questioning if that even makes any sense. Siegfried calmly replies that he doesn't know either. He leans forward, his hands clasped, and speculates that there must be something that can offset a lack of experience. Medea is completely overwhelmed by this revelation, slumping back onto the sofa and covering her face with her hand as she mutters, "My God." Her mind flashes back to the scene on the training field, her red eyes peering through her fingers as she remembers calling out Gio-ma's name. She recalls running towards him, asking if he was okay. A powerful dark purple aura crackles and swirls around Kang Gio-ma, who stands with a cold, impassive expression. Medea remembers her own reaction in that moment. She felt that any semblance of her dignity as an educator, or as one of the 7 stars, had completely vanished. The primary emotion she felt towards Gio-ma at that moment was a single, terrifying word: fear. She recalls that this feeling was eerily similar to the fear she experienced when she first met the 6th Division Commander Vasan. She wonders to herself why she gets such an eerie feeling from Kang Gio-ma, wryly questioning if it's simply because his name contains the word devil. The memory causes her to shudder, and she covers her face again, completely unsettled. Back in the present, Medea sits across from Siegfried, having processed his words. She concedes that it doesn't seem like he's lying. She looks at him intently, her red eyes narrowed, and asks the ultimate question that has been hanging in the air. Did he, Siegfried, lose the fight? Siegfried's composure shatters in an instant. He slams his hands on the table, roaring that there's no way he lost. He argues vehemently that even if Kang Gio-ma's talent is innate, it still doesn't compare to his own, adding that on top of that, he wasn't even fully armed at the time. Medea, now reclining languidly on the sofa, watches his outburst with an amused and slightly mocking expression. She finds his overreaction quite telling and points out the hypocrisy, reminding him that he is the one who always preaches that masters don't blame their equipment. Yet here he is, using it as an excuse. Leaning her chin on her hand with a sly smile, she asks if he doesn't think he looks a bit ridiculous. This final jab pushes Siegfried over the edge. His eyes blaze with a furious red energy as he trembles with rage. He explodes, demanding to know what she just said and asking if she wants to die. The scene shifts to Kang Gio-ma, who is lying awake in his bed late at night, the memory of the duel replaying in his mind. He sees the 2 combatants, glowing with a bright blue aura, clashing in a non-physical space. He recalls Siegfried's gritted teeth and determined face, and his own calm, focused expression as they faced off. The memory ends with a brilliant flash of light. Gio-ma stares up at his dark ceiling, lost in thought. He lies under his covers, thinking that while it ended well, the whole situation was absurd, picturing a cartoonish version of himself and the hit-headed sword emperor slashing at each other. He acknowledges that if Medea hadn't intervened when she did, things could have gotten really dangerous. He rolls onto his side, still pondering the events of the day. He confirms to himself that what he experienced was indeed the mental realm. Looking pensive, he admits that it's a strange feeling to actually experience it firsthand. An explanation follows, defining the mental realm as the pinnacle of mastery and understanding of one's weapon. It is described as an active space that can be activated when certain conditions are met. Only peak masters who have dedicated their entire lives to honing a single weapon can ever hope to enter it. Because of its extreme difficulty, not even 10 heroes in the world can freely enter this realm. The narrative recalls that even Leon, the protagonist of the game who was blessed with all the qualities of a hero, needed 3 full years of private training just to set foot in it. Gio-ma remembers this specific detail because that was the point in the game where he stopped playing. This leads him to the crucial question, why can he do it right away? He thinks about how even Leon, with all his protagonist buffs, took 3 years. Suddenly, a realization strikes him like a bolt of lightning. He sits up in his bed, the answer becoming clear. It was the sashimi knife. He realizes that when he includes his previous life, he has been using a sashimi knife for more than 20 years. He also considers that every time he unleashes the sword spirit's blessing, he experiences a state of concentration that transcends normal perception. A vibrant montage of his past and present life flashes through his mind, showing the tangled connections between them. He understands now that his 2 lives are harmoniously intertwining, allowing him to break through difficult situations. Sitting on the edge of his bed, holding his knife, he comes to a firm conclusion. Based on his experiences so far, he knows that avoiding situations only makes things worse. A determined smirk spreads across his face as he resolves to stop being swept along passively and instead to actively tackle and solve problems step by step. He stands up, his muscular frame silhouetted by the moonlight, and wonders if he should give it a try. He reasons that if he can freely control the mental realm, he can train in combat without having to rely on the sword spirit's blessing. Closing his eyes in deep concentration, he focuses his will. The sashimi knife in his hand begins to glow with a brilliant blue light. He stands barefoot in his room, the knife now a shimmering blade of energy. The world around him begins to distort and shift. His simple room transforms, the floor becoming the blue tiles of the academy court, and the grand academy building appears in the background. Suddenly, the reality of the mental realm cracks like a mirror. The world shatters into fragments, revealing glimpses of other figures, including Siegfried within the shards. From a crimson void, a gnarled, demonic blue hand emerges and places itself firmly on his shoulder. The blue aura around his knife intensifies as he looks over, his eyes wide with surprise, questioning what is happening. In an instant, the energy around his knife dissipates, breaking apart into countless glowing particles. He finds himself back in his room, the magical motes of light fading around him. He looks down at his now ordinary knife, utterly bewildered, and asks himself what that just was. The scene shifts to a clandestine meeting in a dark, vaulted chamber. An elder states that this time the Sword Emperor has gone too far. Another agrees, calling it a blatant disregard for their authority. A third elder, a man with a goatee, slams his fist on the table. He reminds the others that sending demons was something they all agreed to, but that they are their enemies. He insists that they need to eliminate these troublemakers as soon as possible. He then brings the focus back to their primary concern, stating that they must investigate the top student, Kang Ji-ma, again. An elderly woman with pale green hair expresses her concern, asking what they will do if that student turns out to be a candidate for the hero. The goateed man scoffs dismissively, questioning if the hero candidate isn't supposed to be Leon Van Reinhardt. He calls Leon a half-baked brat who can't even properly manifest his blessing. He then reminds the council of Ji-ma's incredible swordsmanship, which took down the genius twins during the class placement exam. The hooded figure at the head of the table remains silent as the man continues his tirade. He points out that media is blocking all information about the student under the guise of protecting him, and that the whole situation is suspicious from start to finish. He concludes that, in any case, the hero's fate is unavoidable. The hooded figure finally speaks, agreeing with the sentiment and adding that if the 7 stars are causing trouble, they must eliminate any possible sprouts of hope quickly, noting that they even brought the Sword Emperor to the academy this time. An elder with an eye patch slams his hand down in agreement, shouting that that is exactly right. Another elder with a large mustache chimes in, complaining that ever since Medea, one of the 7 stars, became the academy director, their standing as elders has been severely weakened. The goateed man laments that after the defeat of Basman, the public only looks up to the 7 stars, while they, the elders, are treated like outdated relics. He passionately declares that it is the elders who guide the foolish masses and maintain balance, and that the emergence of a new hero would threaten their very existence. A blonde-haired elder agrees, stating that to maintain their power, they need a public enemy. Another elder adds that the hero, who threatens the Demon King, must be eliminated. A flashback shows the goateed man colluding with a shadowy demonic figure, thinking about how he is also an elder of the academy. He internally fumes about that woman, Medea, and the effort he's expending to persuade the other elders with sheer force. He thinks about how the 5th Division commander is furious. He knows that if he does nothing, it would be better for him to beg for death. The voice of the commander, a woman named Acker who is wreathed in demonic flames, replies that she understands. Back in the present, the hooded leader of the elders, his face obscured by shadows, makes a decision. He issues his orders to the Aditor family. In a blacksmith's workshop, a heavy hammer falls to the wooden floor with a thud. Kang Ji-ma stands over a cowering, portly blacksmith who is on his knees, his hands up as he begs the boy to spare him. Ji-ma looks down, a slight tremor in his hand as he grips a newly crafted sashimi knife. He curses under his breath, thinking that this is all he could get. His gaze sweeps over a rack of proper weapons like spears and halberds before returning to the terrified man on the floor. The result of his quest for a suitable weapon clearly a disappointment. A system interface materializes, displaying the details of a newly acquired weapon, the new Murasame. It is designated as a rank E item with specifications listing its length at 35 centimeters, its destructive power at a C rating, and most notably, its growth potential at a remarkable rank. The description elaborates that this blade was once a dagger known as the sword that holds dew, a short sword meticulously crafted from carbon steel and imbued with the expertise of a master blacksmith. now reborn into its current form. The system notes that its performance may vary greatly depending on the skill and nature of its user. Kang Jeong-ma's eyes narrow slightly, his focus absolute as he listens to the blacksmith's tale. The stout, bearded man recounts his experience, his voice filled with a mixture of frustration and awe, explaining that in his nearly 30 years of hammering steel, he had never encountered anything quite like this. The blacksmith gestures with a calloused hand, attempting to convey the bizarre nature of his struggle to Jeong-ma. He explains that, to put it simply, it was as if the sword itself possessed a will of its own and actively refused to be forged. A vivid mental image flashes, showing the blade shattering under the hammer's blow, a testament to its defiant nature. The blacksmith continues his story, recalling how he had to hastily melt the rebellious metal down and reforge it, a process so arduous that he barely managed to give it a proper shape at all. He stands proudly amidst the roaring flames of his forge, asserting that if any ordinary blacksmith had attempted the same task, the precious material would have inevitably ended up as a useless, misshapen lump of metal. The smith throws his hands up in exasperation, remembering the moment vividly. He had struck it just once with his hammer, and it had simply snapped in two, a fact he swears is the absolute truth. Jeong-ma inspects the finished product, the blade of the Murasame glowing with a faint, ethereal blue light. He internally admits that even with his own 2 decades of experience handling knives, he finds the craftsmanship undeniably impressive. Specifications and the blessing were perfect, but its hardness was a critical issue. The blacksmith adds that the weapon's potential is still exceptionally good, and if it were properly reinforced, it would certainly become a very useful tool. With a look of genuine regret, he offers what he calls not quite an apology, promising that if Jeong-ma brings him the necessary reinforcement materials, he will perform the work without charging any fee. Jeong-ma's composure shatters in an instant. His eyes widen in alarm, pupils glowing a dangerous red as a crimson aura flares around him. He shouts back at the blacksmith, his voice laced with panic, demanding to know what would happen if it were to break again during the process. The blacksmith, unfazed by the outburst, passionately argues back that even though it was an E-rank weapon, its A-rank growth potential meant it could ascend to become an A-rank blade, or perhaps something even greater. He then brings up the existence of a never-fail material, but his expression darkens as he trails off, implying a significant catch. His face falls into shadow as he prepares to deliver the bad news. The source of this miraculous material is revealed to be a terrifying, hulking demonic beast with massive horns and glowing red eyes. The blacksmith somberly explains that the material can only be obtained from A-rank or higher demonic beasts. Jeong-ma processes this new information, his expression grim. He thinks to himself that A-rank demonic beasts are on a similar power level to E-rank demonoids, a category of foe he's all too familiar with. He internally questions if this means he has to go through the ordeal of hunting something like the mermaid all over again. He clutches his new weapon, his resolve hardening. He reasons that even low-ranked demons sometimes drop reinforcement materials, and he has no desire to risk his life on a high-stakes hunt just to reinforce a single piece of equipment. His thoughts drift to the game's cash shop, a bullet warrior package, priced a staggering $149,000 flashing in his mind's eye. His face contorts with financial pain as he thinks about his crying wallet, firmly deciding against buying the package. Returning his attention to the blacksmith, Jeong-ma looks him dead in the eye and asks for his promise that the reinforcement work will be free. The blacksmith solemnly swears on his honor as a craftsman. With that settled, Jeong-ma pivots to a new demand, stating that the blacksmith must also refund him half the cost of the leftover scrap metal from the B-rank sword that was destroyed. The blacksmith is utterly flabbergasted, shouting what? In disbelief. Jeong-ma calmly names his price, 10 million won. The smith protests vehemently, insisting that he made the new weapon exactly as ordered. He continues to argue, reminding Jeong-ma that he even offered to waive the enhancement costs. Jeong-ma, however, remains unmoved, holding the glowing Murasame. He coolly points out that his B-rank sword was reduced to scrap, and considering its market price, his demand for partial refund is perfectly fair. The blacksmith's face twists in outrage as he wonders what kind of audacious person he's dealing with, accusing Jeong-ma of trying to swindle an adult. Jeong-ma thinks to himself that this situation is actually perfect, since he was already planning to test the new weapon's performance anyway. He grips the Murasame, its blade flaring with a brilliant light as he prepares to make his point, a silent question mark and exclamation mark hanging in the air. The blacksmith, sweating under the intense pressure, finally relents. He stammers an apology and desperately offers 500. Jeong-ma's gaze becomes razor-sharp as he counters with a single, unyielding word. 1,000. The blacksmith, looking completely defeated with sweat pouring down his face, makes a final, desperate offer of 800, insisting it's the most he can do. Jioma simply tightens his grip on the sword's hilt, the silent gesture speaking volumes. The blacksmith's mind races. He knows that even the scraps of a B-rank weapon hold significant value. He laments how difficult it is to recoup even the original material cost in a situation like this. Jioma's eyes begin to glow with a terrifying intensity, his face cast in shadow as his intimidating presence fills the room. He utters a simple, two-word command, "Hand it over." The sheer force of his will is palpable, leaving the blacksmith stunned and frozen in place, two massive exclamation points appearing behind him to signify his shock. With a weary sigh of utter defeat, the blacksmith collapses to the floor, muttering his reluctant agreement. A system window promptly appears, detailing the updated blessing of the sword god. It confirms that his slices will always cut their target. His physical fortitude has increased from 7 to 8, and the constraints of the sword have been further relaxed. His mental fortitude remains at 4, but a new effect has been added. His words and actions now carry a tangible sense of authority. Furthermore, the pain experienced when the blessing is activated has been reduced by 1 level, and his assimilation rate with the sword has risen from 7.2% to 9.3%. A previously unreadable line in the blessing's description is now visible, its unlocked condition being a 15% assimilation rate. The final note specifies that the blessing only activates when the sword's dimensions meet certain hidden criteria. Later that evening, Jioma sits alone on a park bench under the soft glow of a street lamp, quietly eating from a bento box. He reflects on his progress. Obtaining the new weapon had increased his armament stat, which in turn unlocked additional options for him. He acknowledges that the biggest obstacle preventing him from using the sword's full power was always the excruciating pain that came with it. His status screen confirms his armament is now level 3, and the blessing's pain has been reduced by 1 level. While it's an improvement, he knows he needs to level it up further, no matter the cost. He recalls testing the blade earlier. The pain had diminished from a feeling like I'm going to die to a more manageable being able to breathe. However, as the glowing Murasame rests on the ground beside him, he admits to himself that it's still unbearable. He speculates that if a single level up provides this much relief, then with consistent leveling, he might eventually be able to use the sword god's blessing without any pain at all. A system notification pops up, announcing that his armament has leveled up, accompanied by a charming pixel art animation of his character receiving a sword and cape. This confirms his theory that his armament stat increases whenever he obtains or enhances a weapon. With his midterms now behind him, he decides to make weapon enhancement his absolute top priority. His face is momentarily overlaid with a digital static effect as he contemplates his future. He muses that if he continues to grow at this pace, he might finally be able to understand the full extent of the mysterious power he's been given. As he sits on the bench, his gaze drifts into the distance, and he wonders if this path will eventually lead him to the identity of the person who threw him into this strange world. He brings a piece of food to his mouth with his chopsticks, nonchalantly noting to himself that the anchovy is quite salty. Suddenly, a female voice calls out his name. It's the red-haired girl, Chloe, looking up at him from a lower vantage point. Startled, Jioma fumbles with his chopsticks, dropping the anchovy. He greets her, and she asks why he isn't finishing his meal. He replies vaguely that he lost his appetite. His attention is drawn to her leg, and he observes that she's taken off her cast, though she still uses a crutch. He asks if she's feeling okay now. Chloe responds with infectious enthusiasm, confirming that she feels much stronger than before. To prove her point, she happily hops on her good foot, boasting that she doesn't even fall over anymore. With a wide, triumphant grin, she posits that broken bones heal stronger after they mend, just like muscles. Jioma dryly corrects her, stating that bones are not, in fact, muscles. He abruptly tells her to wait a second. Leaning in close, his hand glows with a soft pink aura as he reaches toward her cheek. He gently plucks a single grain of rice from her face and shows it to her. Chloe's face instantly erupts in a deep blush, her entire demeanor becoming flustered and embarrassed by the intimate gesture. Overwhelmed, she loses her balance and stumbles backward with a yelp, crashing to the ground. Jioma quickly extends a hand, asking if she's all right. Chloe, sitting on the pavement, assures him she's fine and just tripped. Her gaze then lands on the Murasame resting on the bench, and her curiosity is piqued. She asks him what it is. Picking it up, her eyes light up with excitement. She exclaims at how cool it is and asks if it's his very first weapon. Jioma confirms that it is, thinking to himself that letting her see it should be fine. Chloe holds the blade up to the light, admiring its design. She remarks on how pretty it is, finding it hard to believe it's only an E-rank weapon because it looks so well made. Ji-On-ma's simple one-word reply, E-rank, makes Chloe realize her comment might have been insulting. She hastily tries to correct herself, stammering that it's not what she meant and that it looks really good for the lowest rank. Ji-On-ma reassures her that it's fine, explaining that he managed to get some money back from the blacksmith, who also promised free enhancements if he supplied the materials. He expresses confidence that with enough upgrades, it will become a usable weapon. Chloe smiles warmly, reminding him of how strong he was even when he was just using a sashimi knife. She encourages him, certain that with a proper weapon, he'll become even stronger. Ji-On-ma offers a simple thanks in response. Internally, however, he reflects that he doesn't feel a pressing need to get stronger. He's been able to handle mid-tier magical beasts ever since the incident with the mermaid. His primary motivation for enhancing the weapon, he admits to himself, is simply to reduce the debilitating pain caused by its blessing. A sudden, involuntary sigh of pain escapes his lips. Chloe misinterprets his pained sigh as a reaction to her earlier comment and immediately begins to apologize profusely, thinking she insulted his weapon. Ji-On-ma quickly cuts her off, clarifying that it's not about her. He explains that he was just sighing at the sight of the Murasame, the so-called compensation for his lost sword. Chloe's expression shifts as she processes this. Her thoughts darken, focusing on the blacksmith who forged Ji-On-ma's weapon and caused him this trouble. Her face becomes cold and impassive. A shadow falls over her eyes glowing with a menacing red light as a twisted, distorted thought echoes in her mind. A desire to kill all of those who are making Ji-On-ma suffer. Sensing the abrupt and dangerous shift in her demeanor, Ji-On-ma calls out her name sharply. He places a hand on her shoulder, successfully snapping her out of her dark trance. She looks up at him, dazed, and murmurs an apology. Ji-On-ma's eyes narrow, his senses on high alert. He glances towards a nearby tree, a feeling of unease washing over him. As he stands and walks toward the trees, leaving a confused Chloe behind, she asks where he's going. He ignores her, his focus locked on the woods. Without warning, he delivers a powerful kick to the trunk of a large tree. From behind the tree, a figure with wild red hair and a black face mask tumbles to the ground with a grunt of pain. Ji-On-ma looks down at the intruder, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he thinks that the two of them are the same. The masked man springs back to his feet, clicking his tongue in annoyance and admitting that he was careless. Chloe stares in disbelief, recognizing the man and uttering his relation to her. Brother. Ji-On-ma calmly returns to the bench and retrieves his sword. He sits back down with Chloe now peeking cautiously from behind him, her distinctive fox-like ears visible. He assesses the situation, noting the absence of the smell of blood, and concluding that this is meant to be a conversation, not a fight. The red-haired man, Nox, stands before them, and Ji-On-ma coolly asks if he needs something from him, a question that seems to catch Nox off guard. The three of them remain in a tense standoff in the quiet courtyard. Ji-On-ma reminds Nox that he already explained things to him in a way he should have understood, a statement Chloe silently nods in agreement with. Nox stammers, insisting that he came looking for him, but not for the reason Ji-On-ma is implying. He lets out a low growl of frustration. Ji-On-ma presses him, asking why he came. Nox explains that telling Chloe would have been pointless, as the information would have inevitably reached Ji-On-ma's ears anyway. Therefore, he decided it was better to speak to Ji-On-ma directly. He adds that the matter concerns Kang Ji-On-ma as well. Nox takes a step forward and reveals the grave news. The Academy's elders have put out a request to dispose of him. Ji-On-ma's eyes widen in shock as a holographic display showing the shadowy silhouettes of the elders appears before him. He thinks incredulously that those old men are after him and asks Nox if that's the reason he's here. Chloe reacts with wide-eyed fury, stepping forward protectively. Nox's gaze, his eyes glowing red, falls upon his sister. He remarks that she's been away from home for too long and has lost her edge. In response, Chloe shouts for Ji-On-ma to get behind her. She draws her own blade, which flares with red energy, and assumes a defensive stance, declaring that this is something she must handle herself. She urges Ji-On-ma to hurry and get to safety. Nox, observing her fierce protectiveness, comments that her instincts, at least, are still sharp. He then addresses Ji-On-ma directly, stating that he doesn't care what he has been up to. However, he reveals that the elders are oddly fixated on him. A flashback shows the Editor Family Council, where Nox explains that the entire family felt a sense of unease about the request, leading them to temporarily postpone it. He elaborates that a request to eliminate a mere student goes against the family's principles. Nevertheless, it's a direct order from the elders, making it difficult to ignore completely. Back in the present, Nox explains that if the pressure from the elders continues, The editor family will have no choice but to launch an investigation into Ji-Oh-Ma. He turns to Chloe, telling her that as a member of the editor family, she needed to be aware of the situation. Ji-Oh-Ma silently analyzes Nox's motives. He concludes that while Nox used the pretext of family principles, his true reason for coming was his concern for Chloe's safety. Nox turns to leave, declaring that he has said all he needed to. Just as he walks away, Ji-Oh-Ma calls out his name. Nox stops, turning back with a questioning look. With a knowing smirk, Ji-Oh-Ma reminds Nox of his own words from their last encounter, that Chloe is happiest when she is by his side. He adds that even Nox, her own brother, had admitted to never seeing her so happy before. Chloe looks on, her expression conflicted, while Ji-Oh-Ma himself seems momentarily puzzled by his own words. Nox delivers his final parting shot, a stern warning for Ji-Oh-Ma to not let Chloe get hurt anymore. The unexpected request leaves Ji-Oh-Ma completely baffled and speechless. The red-haired, masked student, whose name is apparently also Nox, stands over the seated main character, issuing a stern and final warning, telling him that he should never let her get hurt again. The main character looks up from the bench, a question mark materializing above his head as he processes the confusing accusation. His mind races, his expression one of pure bewilderment as he internally questions what this other Nox is even talking about. After all, he insists to himself that he wasn't the one who hurt Chloe. The masked Nox, however, is unmoved by his apparent confusion, glaring down with piercing, narrowed eyes that radiate pure intensity. In the distance, the subject of their conversation, Chloe, can be seen leaning on a crutch, her presence clarifying the situation for the main character. He offers a slightly flustered and awkward agreement, stammering out a sure. The masked Nox then states that he has just one question for him. He cuts straight to the point, asking the main character how he is so strong. Standing with his arms crossed in a posture of demand, he waits for an answer as the main character looks down, his expression unreadable as he ponders the question. The main character looks up slightly, his dark eyes sharp and focused, and he begins by questioning the very definition of the word strong. He elaborates, explaining that true strength is a title reserved for those who can genuinely stand their ground against anything, people like the legendary Blade Emperor. A mental image flashes in his mind of a terrifying, powerful figure with glowing white eyes, the embodiment of the Blade Emperor's might. He continues his internal monologue, admitting to himself that he can only maintain his current state of power for less than a minute each day. He firmly believes he isn't strong by any stretch of the imagination, though he knows he can't possibly reveal this truth to the person standing before him. He reasons internally that even though the original Nox used Chloe as an excuse, it wouldn't feel right to simply ignore this question, as it pertains to a family secret that has now been shared with him. Making a decision, he calls out the masked student's name, Nox. The red-haired boy looks over, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. The main character then delivers a piece of cryptic advice, telling Nox that he doesn't have enough hunger. Nox is perplexed, asking what he means by that. The main character explains that even for an audiora, there are certain things that can only be obtained through real-world experience. His gaze is intense as he warns Nox that if he remains cooped up inside the academy, he will inevitably hit a wall in his progress, sooner or later. He urges him to get out into the world, to work hard and push his limits, because that is the only way to learn something truly valuable. The masked Nox is visibly taken aback by this unexpected lecture, uttering a questioning "what?" The main character, however, simply turns away with a subtle, mischievous grin spreading across his face. He thinks to himself that his advice wasn't entirely untrue, but now was the perfect time to make a quick exit, or as he puts it, time to dip. The scene transitions to a lecture hall, where a teacher's hand is seen meticulously writing on a chalkboard with a piece of chalk. The words on the board describe a bygone era when the divine realm thrived with countless gods who ruled over everything, upholding an age of peace and prosperity. The camera pans out to show the classroom filled with students, and the elderly professor, clad in a long blue robe, pauses dramatically before continuing with the word "however." The focus shifts to the main character, who is sitting at his desk, completely ignoring the lesson. His mind is elsewhere, consumed by a single thought. The Academy's elders are after him. He begins to sketch out a mind map in his notebook, jotting down that the Council of Elders consists of 5 descendants from the original 7 disciples of Valor Joquin. He recalls from his game knowledge that they were an incredibly powerful group, not just within the Academy but throughout all of society. He circles the 5 elders and labels them with the nickname the players gave them, the Corrupt 5. He remembers how they constantly interfered with the protagonist's journey, all to protect their own selfish interests. A game-like graphic flashes through his mind, showing the protagonist, Leon, enveloped in a menacing purple aura, a visual representation of the conflict the elders caused. This constant obstruction was precisely why the players had dubbed them the Corrupt Five. The main character's face is illuminated by a green, digital glow as he contemplates the shadowy figures of the elders. He scribbles in his notebook, pondering the central question: how did he, of all people, become a target for them? His notes are now more detailed, listing his recent accomplishments and disruptions. Becoming the top-scoring student, utterly destroying Nox in a subspace duel, and slicing up the fish monster to protect Leon during the midterm exams. He leans back, realizing that upon reflection, he has indeed caused quite a significant mess since arriving here. He sits in the lecture hall, thinking that with all his recent actions, he's practically been screaming for everyone's attention. Yet, as he glances at the oblivious professor at the front of the room, he concludes that even with everything he's done, it still doesn't add up why the elders would want him gone. He stares intently at the list he's made, his eyes scanning the words he wrote. A series of keywords flashes in his mind: Scopuli Island, Leon, mermaid. Suddenly, everything clicks into place with terrifying clarity. A vision appears of him falling into darkness, a powerful enemy looming over him. He understands now that he was never their primary target. Leon is their target. The main character was merely an unforeseen variable, an outlier who completely ruined their sinister plan. An image of the calculating Medea comes to mind, and he realizes that no matter how well she tried to cover up the incident, the most powerful figures in noble society were inevitably going to discover that he was the one who had slain a mermaid. The pieces of the puzzle fall into place. If the elders are targeting Leon, the hero candidate, then it's highly possible that at least one of them, or perhaps every single one of them, is secretly colluding with the demons. A retro game text box appears, displaying demonic names like Zahara Sid and Zieg Freya. He envisions Leon facing off against a powerful foe, understanding that the elders aren't just trying to hinder him. They want him dead. The sheer scale of their conspiracy is staggering. He thinks about the immense resources and planning, all directed against a single student. Back in the classroom, his mind reels. He can't believe they would go to such lengths. He realizes with disgust that they would willingly sacrifice the entire human race and the very academy they lead, all to protect their own power and privilege. He admits to himself that he never knew they were so utterly vile. A surge of cold fury courses through him. He briefly entertains the thought of marching out and carving them all up right at that moment. His grip on his pen tightens until his knuckles are white, but he forces himself to calm down, deciding that it's not yet time. He makes a solemn vow to himself: when the time is right. His eyes flash with a dangerous crimson light, his expression turning murderous. He will cut them all down. He resumes writing, his focus now razor-sharp. The professor finishes his lecture on the chalkboard, but the main character is too lost in his own thoughts to notice. He scribbles frantically in his notebook, his mind a whirlwind of ideas. Divine realm? Cut. He can't focus on the lesson. He decisively circles the phrase, cut down the corrupt five, in his notes. A new objective forms. He needs to upgrade his armament, and to do that he must raid a dungeon to gather the necessary materials. He jots down notes about his failed reforging attempt and his blade, Murasame. He acknowledges that he can't accomplish this alone. He needs a party. His notes show potential party members, with Rachel's name crossed out. He knows Chloe would join without question, but he thinks he'd prefer someone with a more strategic mind over a pure powerhouse like Rachel. As the professor's lecture drones on, a sudden idea strikes the main character like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widen in realization. Speed weapon. He quickly writes it down, deciding that he will ask him for help. Later, the main character stands outside the doorway to the prestigious dragon class. A gruff voice calls out, mockingly addressing him as Big Shot. A large, muscular student with a thuggish demeanor steps forward, cracking his knuckles with a menacing sound. He sneers, telling the main character that this isn't a place for gutter rats like him to be wandering around. The large bully looms over him, his face contorted in a hostile snarl. The main character remains completely unfazed, calmly identifying his aggressor as a special entrant. Internally, he scoffs, wondering who this chump even is. He reflects on his past life, remembering the countless drunkards he had to deal with over 20 years in the restaurant business. A walking teenage tantrum like this, he concludes, isn't even worth his time. He looks the bully dead in the eye and coldly tells him to beat it before he's forced to restructure his square jaw. Without waiting for a response, he turns to walk away, leaving the bully utterly stunned and stammering in disbelief. The bully's shock quickly turns to rage, and he lets out an infuriated curse. He throws a powerful punch aimed directly at the back of the main character's head. The main character stands his ground, his body tensing as his eyes narrow with focus. From his heightened perspective, The incoming fist seems to move in slow motion. The bully's eyes widen in terror as he realizes his attack has been completely read. A deafening wapow echoes through the hall as the main character pivots and delivers a devastating counterpunch right to the bully's jaw, sending a spray of saliva into the... He watches calmly as the force of the blow sends the bully flying. The bully crashes hard onto the wooden floor with a loud thud. He lies there, clutching his jaw and groaning in pain. The main character, meanwhile, nonchalantly shakes his own hand, internally remarking on the surprising durability of the guy's chin. Onlooking students begin to murmur, wondering what the commotion is about. The main character looks down at his handiwork, musing that while he's heard of muscle mages, a muscle healer is a new one for him, wryly considering that perhaps he hit him too hard. Just then, a new confident voice asks if he's here for him. A young man with vibrant orange hair tied in a top knot and piercing green eyes steps out, a playful smirk on his face. The main character simply suggests they talk outside. The scene shifts, and the orange-haired student, Speed, is holding a can of coffee as he summarizes their conversation. The main character needs to form a party as soon as possible. Speed clarifies the proposed terms. He will help find party members, and in exchange, the team will receive the main character's share of the dungeon's spoils, as the main character is only interested in the monster materials. The main character confirms this is correct, explaining that his own reputation is so poor that only Chloe would agree to join him. He figured things would go much more smoothly with the help of someone well-connected in the dragon class like Speed. Speed takes a thoughtful sip of his drink, acknowledging the Academy's rule that requires a minimum of 4 people for a raid clearance. He then adds with a grin that if not for those regulations, the main character could probably clear dozens of dungeons all by himself. A bead of sweat rolls down the main character's cheek as he looks away, thinking to himself that the truth is he couldn't even clear one dungeon alone, a weakness he desperately needs to hide. Speed scoffs at his apparent humility, telling him to stop being so modest, finding it insufferable coming from the guy who took down a mermaid single-handedly. The main character realizes with a sigh that Speed just thinks he's being modest. Speed gives him a knowing look, a slight smile playing on his lips. Changing the subject, the main character observes that Speed seems to have fully recovered now. Speed confirms this, saying he bounced back quickly after a couple of comfortable days in the hospital, and he owes his recovery to the main character. With a sigh of resignation, Speed finally agrees to the deal, stating that there's really no reason to say no. He adds that something tells him teaming up with the main character again is going to be a very interesting experience. The main character offers a simple thanks, a look of satisfaction on his face. Speed then asks which dungeon he has in mind. The main character specifies the Buffalo Dungeon, a C-tier dungeon located in Chiorwan. Speed nods, remarking that the Buffalo Dungeon is a classic choice, a menacing silhouette of a giant buffalo appearing behind him as he speaks. He does a quick head count, noting that with the main character, Chloe, and himself, they have 3 members. He then asks if the main character has a specific type of person in mind for their 4th and final member. The main character's expression turns serious as he states his one condition: anyone but Rachel or Leon, preferably. Speed bursts out laughing, reassuring him that he couldn't get them to join even if he tried. He explains that Rachel has been holed up in the school's training hall ever since the main character was hospitalized. A brief flashback shows Speed watching Rachel train with ferocious intensity. He adds that Leon is currently busy preparing for a high-level dungeon raid with the upperclassmen. The main character lets out a quiet sigh of relief, muttering, "Thank goodness," under his breath. Speed pauses in thought for a moment before an idea strikes him. He tells the main character that he's got someone in mind. He thinks to himself that she should probably be asleep at this time, prompting the main character to question why someone would be asleep in the middle of the day. Speed simply replies that she has her quirks. He finishes his drink and casually tosses the empty can into a nearby bin with a clank. He then tells the main character they need to make a quick stop at the shop first, as there's something he needs to buy. The scene transitions to a tranquil night, the sky dotted with stars and a bright full moon. They arrive at a traditional Japanese-style estate. Speed slides open the gate, announcing their intrusion. The main character hesitantly asks if they're just walking into someone's home, but Speed points out that the gate is open and urges him to come inside. The main character is captivated by the serene garden, admitting he never knew a place like this existed on campus. It feels, he thinks, as if he's been transported to Japan. He walks along the stone path, carrying a black plastic bag from their shopping trip. He reflects that even during his time playing the game, he never once visited this location. Looking at the elegant architecture, he finds it ironic that despite being trained in Japanese cuisine, He's never actually set foot in Japan. He muses that he always wanted to visit for market research, and for now, this is the closest he'll get. His attention is then drawn to an archery range in the courtyard, where several arrows are embedded in the targets. "Oh, there she is," Speed says, spotting a figure sleeping on the veranda. He walks toward her as the main character watches with a mix of curiosity and surprise. Speed approaches the sleeping girl, who has long, light blue hair, and calls out for her to wake up. She remains fast asleep, a small ZZZ bubble floating beside her head. Speed tries again as the main character watches, simply saying, "All right." Speed leans down close to the girl's ear and whispers that he got her some. Her ear twitches and she groggily mumbles, asking where it is. She slowly sits up, her eyes still half closed with sleep, while the main character looks on, completely bewildered. With a mischievous grin, Speed points over his shoulder with his thumb and declares that he has it. In the blink of an eye, a blue blur rockets past Speed, heading directly for the main character, whose eyes widen in shock at the sudden movement. The blur is aimed squarely at the black plastic bag in his hand. The bag is snatched from his grasp with incredible speed. The blue-haired girl performs an acrobatic flip in midair, her long pigtails whipping around her as she grabs the bag. She lands directly on top of the main character, tackling him to the ground. They crash onto the wooden deck with a resounding thud. The main character is left completely dazed, his eyes swirling as the girl sits on his chest, happily unwrapping and eating a jelly bar in a pristine professional kitchen. Two figures in clean white uniforms and hats are diligently at work, one chopping red vegetables while the other kneads green dough. Suddenly, a sharp, resonant click sound echoes through the room, causing the chef on the left to flinch in surprise, his knife pausing midair. The focus shifts to a man's face, beads of sweat tracing paths down his temples, his eyes wide with frantic, feverish anticipation. An internal monologue screams with excitement, declaring that it's here, it has finally arrived. This, he reflects, is his one and only pastime after a life consumed by nothing but work. His fingers tremble above his smartphone, hovering over an icon depicting a magnificent, glowing golden door, the gateway to the game Miracle's Blessing M. He muses on his difficult life, a constant struggle just to hold on amidst the stench of men, both in the game and in reality. But now, at long last, the moment he has been waiting for has come to him. The scene pulls back to reveal him sitting on a toilet in a sterile, white-tiled bathroom stall, a small, self-satisfied laugh escaping his lips as he stares at his phone. He grumbles with a hint of amusement, finding it typical that this special event would pop up right after he had already spent his money. He gazes at the screen with adoration, referring to the character he desires as his angel, the one who effortlessly makes him spend his money. An image of a stunning girl with long, turquoise hair and piercing yellow eyes flashes in his mind. Her name is Abel. The word "one" appears in a brilliant blue font, positioned between his own determined, hopeful face and Abel's cool, confident gaze, a symbol of the victory he craves. With a final, decisive movement, his finger taps the screen, unleashing a blinding flash of golden light. But the result is not what he expected. A new character card materializes, featuring a different girl with light blue hair tied up, a smug grin on her face. She cheekily asks if he has any yongging. This is Saki Ryozo, a 5-star character depicted in her school uniform holding a golden bar of the sweet jelly treat. Two massive red exclamation marks fill the screen, perfectly capturing his utter shock and disbelief. His face is a mask of horror as he begins to utter a curse. SC. Clutching his phone, the devastating realization crashes down upon him. He got scammed. The narrative then provides context on the game itself. Miracle's Blessing M, which is a story-driven game centered around its protagonist, Leon, and the numerous heroines who accompany him. Among this cast, the one officially designated by the game developers as the main heroine was the incomparable Abel Ivan Nibelung. The narrator explains that while each heroine possessed unique charms and abilities, Abel was in a league of her own. In a flashback from the game's story, another heroine named Rachel desperately calls out Abel's name, relieved that she has finally arrived. Abel is shown standing resolutely beside the protagonist, Leon, both of them radiating power as they face down a horde of demonic enemies. A dialogue box shows Leon apologizing to Abel for being late. The game's story meticulously depicts Abel and Leon overcoming countless hardships together, showcasing the gradual and beautiful blossoming of their love. The narrator admits that even he was completely captivated by Abel's charm, so much so that he couldn't resist opening his wallet. He lets out a primal scream of financial pain as a web notification confirms his payment of 149,000 for Miracle's Blessing M. As a direct consequence of Abel's overwhelming popularity and central role in the plot, the other heroines gradually faded into the background, becoming less relevant to the players. Among these forgotten heroines, the one who faded from the spotlight the fastest was none other than the narrator's very first 5-star character, Saki Ryozo, the daughter of Tialgung. The scene snaps back to the present, where the real-life Saki Ryozo, with her striking light blue hair and serious expression, stands before Kang Jeonma. She holds out a golden bar of Yongging, just like in her character art, and asks him if he happens to have any more. Jeonma can only stare back, utterly bewildered, and utter a confused huh. Saki sizes him up with a critical eye, bluntly remarking that he looks a bit foolish. Jeonma's mind races. This, he realizes, must be why his companion Weapon was so confident. From his extensive experience playing the game, he knows that Saki Ryozo is a top-tier damage-per-second character among ranged attackers. A ghostly green silhouette of her drawing a bow appears in his mind's eye. He recalls that, although it might not seem obvious, her playstyle is skill-based, making her fundamentally different from the game's protagonist, Leon. Most importantly, he remembers that she has barely any impact on the main story, meaning that her joining their party is unlikely to disrupt the established plot. His eyes shift nervously as he adds a mental, probably, to that assessment. Deciding to take the risk, Jeonma concludes that it will likely be fine and turns his attention to the red-haired boy, asking Weapon what brings him here. Weapon stands awkwardly, clutching the bar of Yongging he brought as an offering. Jeonma, losing patience with the boy stammering, tells him to just spit it out. Weapon clumsily drops the Yongging into Saki's hand. He then explains to Saki that he's talking about Kang Jeonma, asking if she knows him. Saki, her attention focused on the snack, confirms that she does, mentioning that he had come to see her earlier that afternoon. Weapon presses for more information, asking and. Weapon begins to ramble, saying he saw Jeonma getting harassed by some punk earlier, but Jeonma sharply cuts him off, demanding he get to the point. Finally, Weapon reveals the reason for their visit. They are recruiting for the Buffalo Dungeon raid scheduled for the following week and will split all rewards except for the valuable horns. Jeonma internally sighs, thinking that Weapon's explanation is a complete mess, perfectly living up to his nickname. Saki, who has been listening with a look of utter indifference, remains silent. She then turns and walks past Weapon, striding purposefully toward Jeonma. She gets right in his face, pointing a finger at his chest, and asks for confirmation that he was the one who fought that person during the subspace training. Jeonma calmly affirms that he was. A tense moment passes as they stare each other down, their faces shown in a dramatic split panel. Saki turns her back on him, stating that since clearing dungeons affects their grades, there is no logical reason to refuse the offer. However, she adds with a critical tone, he seems far less determined than she had anticipated. Jeonma, his eyes heavy with exhaustion, thinks to himself how ridiculous it is that she's judging him while he's practically half asleep. Saki stops walking and offers a half-hearted apology, but declares that she has no interest in working with someone who seems so unmotivated. Weapon immediately panics, rushing to her side and pleading with her. He insists that she saw Jeonma's duel and knows he's no ordinary guy. Saki dismisses his claim, suggesting that perhaps Jeonma's opponents were simply weak. Flustered, Weapon exclaims that she can't be serious, revealing that his opponent was from the prestigious Editor family. He starts to mention something about midterms, but abruptly claps a hand over his mouth, realizing his mistake. Jeonma watches the exchange with a cold, shadowed expression. Weapon, now completely exasperated, yells at Jeonma that he can't explain it, and that he should just listen. Jeonma coolly retorts, asking if he's Weapon's family dog and why on earth he should obey him. Weapon, losing his temper, fires back that Jeonma was the one drooling over Yongging like a mutt, demanding to know his excuse. He reminds Jeonma that he was the one who bragged about being a Yongging expert, which was the entire reason he brought the treat in the first place. Jeonma simply stares back, internally wondering what Weapon's problem is. Jeonma reflects that a party member can be greedy or rude, but having both traits is unacceptable. He decides there's no point in begging someone like Saki to join them. He tells Weapon that's enough and that they're leaving, declaring that her poisonous attitude would ruin any party. As he turns to go, he says they'll just find someone better. Saki's eyes suddenly glow with an intense blue light as she interjects, coolly guessing that the dungeon raid must not be that urgent for them after all. A tense silence descends upon the room as they stand in a standoff. Without warning, Jeonma reaches into his school jacket and produces 2 short swords, their blades humming with a vibrant blue energy. Saki and Weapon both gasp in shock at the sudden display of power. Jeonma grips the hilts tightly, and with a flick of his wrists, sends the glowing daggers hurtling through the air. They slice through the room, leaving twin trails of cerulean light before embedding themselves with a satisfying thud, perfectly centered in the bullseye of a nearby practice target. Saki is frozen in place, her eyes wide with astonishment as she watches the feat. A close-up of her eye reveals the reflection of the vibrating blades. The daggers have not only hit the bullseye, but have split it clean in two. Ji-Oh-ma now stands over her, his expression calm and confident, and asks if she's interested now. Saki can only stare up at him, utterly speechless. The following day, the group meets again. Saki, now wearing glasses and a more formal school uniform, is already seated at table with a laptop when Ji-Oh-ma, Weapon, and another red-haired female student arrive. She greets them, noting that they are early. Ji-Oh-ma is visibly surprised to see her there. Saki gives a slightly awkward wave and a hesitant hi, to which Ji-Oh-ma responds with a curt, "Oh, hey." Weapon expresses his amazement that she's already finished with the preparations. Saki casually replies that it only took a few clicks and turns her laptop around, announcing that the permits are ready and they can begin. Weapon agrees, and the briefing for the Buffalo Dungeon commences. Weapon stands before a whiteboard, marker in hand, looking contemplative. He explains that the dungeon is home to C-rank demonoids known as buffaloes, illustrating his point with a comically simple drawing of one mooing. He adds that they're commonly nicknamed water buffaloes. The other girl praises his nice art, and Ji-Oh-ma dryly concurs. Weapon continues, stating that the creatures charge from a distance, making close combat difficult. Saki chimes in, adding that their weakness is ranged attacks. Weapon's demeanor turns serious as he holds up the marker for emphasis. He declares that there is one crucial rule they must never break. They must never open the stone gate located at the dungeon's center. An image of a massive, foreboding gate bound by glowing purple chains flashes on screen. The red-haired girl asks what would happen if they did open it. Weapon strokes his chin thoughtfully, explaining that rumors suggest it's a seal of some kind, but it's all just a hypothesis with no confirmation. Saki adds that their academy permit explicitly requires them to leave the gate closed, so there's no reason to disobey. Ji-Oh-ma, his hands clasped firmly on the table, agrees, reiterating that they should never, under any circumstances, open it. After a brief, thoughtful silence, Weapon looks directly at Ji-Oh-ma and asks what he knows about what lies behind the gate. Ji-Oh-ma flashes a mischievous, shifty-eyed grin and replies no, though the subtext screaming yes is impossible to miss. He then adds that obviously they shouldn't touch it because there's a hidden boss inside. Weapon lets out a sigh of relief, admitting he had been imagining the worst. Saki quietly murmurs awe as she absorbs this new piece of information. Ji-Oh-ma silently reflects that the gate only opens under very specific conditions and is currently locked by the system anyway. He concludes that, ignoring that one significant risk, this particular dungeon offers unmatched efficiency for leveling up. Meanwhile, Saki has started eating a bar of yongging. Weapon notices and expresses his surprise, commenting on how much she seems to like them. Ji-Oh-ma nonchalantly remarks that brainy types need their candy. He then gives Weapon a condescending smirk, thinking that if the boy can't even speak properly. His thought is cut short by a low, grating sound that fills the air. Ji-Oh-ma's eyes widen in alarm as he senses a shift in the atmosphere. Under the table, the other red-haired girl's eyes glow an ominous red as she secretly clutches a dagger with a pink, glowing blade. Ji-Oh-ma becomes aware that they are being watched. The other students in the cafe are now just silent, observant silhouettes. The girl with the glowing eyes notices his change in demeanor and asks what's wrong, a red alert symbol flashing beside her head. Ji-Oh-ma quietly tells her to wait for now. His gaze hardens as he thinks to himself that their enemies will appear when the time is right. A final panel teases the next chapter, showing the red-haired girl facing a massive, monstrous buffalo demon inside the dungeon, ready for battle. A bus travels along a winding road carved into a lush green mountainside, the title Chiorwen hanging in the air. The vehicle, a large white coach, kicks up dust as it speeds along the asphalt. A young man with striking black and white hair, dressed in a sharp black school uniform, sits alone, his blue bag resting on the seat beside him. He gazes out the window with a pensive, slightly grim expression. His internal monologue reveals his deep-seated aversion to this place. He had sworn upon his discharge from the army that he would never return to Chiorwen, not even to relieve himself in it. He never imagined he would come back under these circumstances. The bus's tires screech as it comes to a sudden halt. The bus attendant's voice cuts through his thoughts, asking how he might assist, noting that the young man is from Hawakin Academy. Outside the window, a security guard in a blue uniform struggles to move a heavy yellow and black striped barricade. The young man silently observes the scene, deducing that the civilian restrictions are in place because this border is a dungeon zone. He notes the tight security with a cool, analytical gaze. From his vantage point, he can see two figures in the distance, perched on a staircase overlooking the area, and realizes with a flicker of annoyance that the elders are watching them. A cheerful voice suddenly calls out to him, addressing him as Kang Jeoma, a fellow student with vibrant orange hair tied up in a top knot, and a friendly grin leans over the seat, offering him a boiled egg. He enthusiastically calls it the national staple. Kang Jeoma glances at the offering and politely declines with a simple no thanks, internally questioning if people still eat those nowadays. The orange-haired student, undeterred, tries to lighten the mood, asking if Jeoma is getting nervous over a measly C-rank dungeon and telling him to lighten up. Jeoma forces a smile and replies with a flat, yeah. The friendly student then turns his attention to the girl sitting across the aisle, a beautiful but aloof student with long, light blue hair, offering her an egg as well, calling her Saki. She responds with a curt and absolute no without even looking at him. Next to her, a red-haired girl with a sword strapped to her back is fast asleep, oblivious to the conversation. Saki, meanwhile, peels her own egg and takes a bite, letting out a satisfied MMM as the bus window beside her whirs slightly. The orange-haired student turns back to Jeoma, asking if he plans to show off again this time. Jeoma, his expression unreadable, simply says nope, as he turns his head to look away. He catches Saki staring at him with wide, intense, almost startled blue eyes. She quickly averts her gaze, looking down with a thoughtful expression. Jeoma feels the weight of her stare and internally groans, complaining about why everyone is staring at him and noting that he already feels watched. A thud echoes as the red-haired girl jumps off the bus. She lands on the pavement, her short red hair bouncing, and exclaims with wide-eyed excitement that they've arrived. Looking up at the clear sky and the beautiful mountain scenery, she declares that the weather is perfect. Kang Jeoma stands behind her, his expression somber as he surveys the area. He reflects on the history of this place, once a nesting ground for ancient demons, now reduced to nothing more than a simple farming dungeon. The group gathers outside the bus, and the orange-haired student points at Jeoma's large duffel bag, asking why he has so much luggage. The red-haired girl, Chloe, leans in with a curious whoa-wah. With a faint, knowing smirk, Jeoma unzips his bag, revealing a chaotic, clanging pile of kitchen knives of every imaginable shape and size. His orange-haired companion is utterly baffled, asking if he's here to sell knives. Jeoma calmly replies that it's better to be safe than sorry. The student remarks that Jeoma talks like an old man but concedes that he must have his reasons. Chloe announces that she'll take the point position, as always, and her teammate tells her they're counting on her. The orange-haired student then rallies the team, shouting for them to move out. The four of them, Chloe in the lead, followed by Saki, Jeoma, and the orange-haired boy, walk forward in formation. They approach the dungeon entrance, a massive steel door set into a rock face, flanked by guards and barricades. As they take their final steps, one of the guards, a man with a weary face and a black cap, notices their arrival with a start. The two guards stand at attention as the students approach. Saki and Jeoma walk side by side, both looking forward with serious expressions. A guard confirms they are from Hawakin Academy and presents a clipboard, instructing them to write all four of their names on the visitor log. Jeoma takes the pen and begins to write. Chloe added her speed weapon, Saki Ryozo. As his pen forms the characters for his own name, Kang Jeoma, the guard's eye widens in shock, a single bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he recognizes the infamous name. Speed Weapon impatiently asks what's taking so long, and Jeoma calmly replies, yeah, finishing up and rejoining the group. The heavy metal doors grind open with a deafening roar, bathing the four students in a brilliant golden light as they stand silhouetted against the dungeon's maw. Speed Weapon complains about the stench, and Jeoma cautions him to watch his step. Jeoma glances back, his internal thoughts confirming his suspicion. The guard's eyes had wavered when he saw his name. He sees the guard's silhouette in the doorway and thinks to himself that this will be fine before the door thuds shut behind them, plunging them into darkness. Inside the cavernous dungeon, the group proceeds under the dim light, filtering from cracks in the ceiling. Jeoma looks at the strange graffiti-like markings on the wall with an expression of pure annoyance, wondering since when dungeons became tourist spots, and muttering about the audacity of nobles. Suddenly, he feels a tug on his jacket. He turns to see Saki gripping his sleeve, her head bowed as she quietly says she's tired. He glances at her, a silent question in his eyes. She clarifies that it seems that way, and she would feel better if she had something sweet. With a hopeful look, she asks if he has anything. As Jeoma reaches into his pocket, Saki licks her lips in anticipation, a small musical note appearing beside her head. He produces a small, triangular green candy, and holds it out to her. She eyes it disdainfully, stating that candy isn't her thing and asking if he has any yonging instead. Thoroughly exasperated, Jeoma snaps at her, asking if she thinks he's her mother and telling her to bring her own things. She simply responds with a small "oh," seemingly unfazed while saving his comment for later. Jeoma watches her pop the candy into her mouth anyway, his eye twitching as he internally begs her to focus. His plea is interrupted by Chloe, who points ahead and shouts a warning, reporting that there are 3, no, 4, enemies charging at them from 200 meters away. Speed Weapon calmly states that they should stick to the plan. He tells Chloe and Saki that the enemies won't be dangerous if they follow it. He then specifically addresses Saki, promising to buff her properly and warning her not to let him down. With a flourish and a cheerful "Okay, tilde," Saki summons a massive, intricately designed red and black bow that materializes in her hands in a flutter of blue energy. Jio-ma's eyes widen in surprise. He recognizes it as the S-grade weapon, the Crimson Bow. With a weapon like that, he thinks, clearing this dungeon should be a breeze. Saki, however, flexes her fingers on the bow's grip, complaining that it's been a while and it feels stiff. Suddenly, Speed Weapon yells, "Oh, wait," and tosses something towards her. She effortlessly catches a snack bar, unwraps it, and takes a large bite, her eyes closing in bliss as she declares it's so good. Jio-ma's face turns red with frustration as he watches this display, a vein popping on his forehead as he seriously questions whether he can actually trust her. Chloe's voice cuts through the tension as she yells that the monsters are coming and for everyone to get ready. The thunderous sound of hooves stamping on stone echoes through the cavern as massive, shadowy forms charge towards them. Speed Weapon raises a flute to his lips, a green aura enveloping him while Chloe stands firm and Saki draws her bow. A horde of roaring, muscular minotaur-like creatures with glowing eyes stampedes forward. Chloe braces herself, ready to meet the charge head-on. Saki aims her bow, a red energy string materializing as she prepares to fire. A crimson arrow streaks through the air and pierces one of the charging monster's eyes with a sickening squelch. The beast roars in pain and collapses, but the others continue their relentless charge, their advance marked by a wave of crackling blue energy. Chloe stands her ground against the remaining monsters, declaring that she will slow them down up front. Speed Weapon urgently shouts for Chloe to fall back as planned, reminding her to aim right between the eyes. A dynamic shot shows Chloe and Saki ready for their combination attack. Saki unleashes a devastating volley of glowing blue arrows that rain down from above. The arrows streak towards the charging buffalo monsters, but instead of hitting their targets, they detonate harmlessly on the ground in a series of bright yellow flashes just short of the beasts. The monsters are completely untouched. Saki, however, turns around with a proud, confident grin, the bow creaking in her hand as she announces that they are already down. A moment later, she adds a tiny oops tilde under her breath as she realizes her blunder. While Jio-ma looks on with a deadpan expression, Saki is already enjoying another snack, blissfully declaring it tasty with hearts floating around her head. Jio-ma internally acknowledges that she's a skilled DPS and a good carry, despite her personality. Saki turns to the group, proudly asking how her horns and enhancement materials were. Speed Weapon, ignoring her blunder, suggests they should head deeper into the dungeon. Just then, a piece of rock crumbles from above, and the buffalo monster that was shot in the eye earlier, presumed dead, rises again, its remaining eye glowing with furious red light as it lets out a roar. Saki gasps in alarm, recognizing the creature. She grits her teeth, her expression hardening as she mutters how annoying this is. The monster lunges forward with incredible speed. It closes the distance in an instant, its massive form looming over the terrified Saki. In her shock, the crimson bow slips from her grasp and clatters to the ground. She freezes, clutching her head in panic as the beast prepares to strike. In that critical moment, a brilliant flash of blue light erupts between Saki and the monster. Kang Jio-ma appears in a blur of motion, now standing protectively in front of her. In a single fluid motion, his arm flashes, a simple kitchen knife glinting in the dim light. The blade slices through the air. Saki stares in wide-eyed, glowing disbelief. The massive buffalo monster is cleaved cleanly in two, its halves sliding apart and collapsing onto the rocky floor. Jio-ma stands over the fallen creature, his back to Saki, his blue cape fluttering slightly. He turns his head, his expression calm, and asks if she is okay. Saki, her face flushed and her eyes wide with shock, can only manage a small hiccup as she covers her mouth with her hand, completely speechless. Far away, back at the dungeon entrance, a cell phone on a desk begins to vibrate and ring insistently. The guard who had recognized Jio-ma's name swiftly picks it up, answering with a respectful "Yes, sir." The person on the other end is a man in a dark cap, his face obscured in shadow, listening intently to the report. The final image shows a flustered Chloe, blushing intensely, accompanied by text that cheekily advises against pursuing romance in a dungeon. Jio-ma, dressed in his dark academy uniform, kneels down, placing one foot on the metallic carcass of a defeated robotic enemy. He holds up a sparkling, golden buffalo horn, explaining to his companions that the reason they came to this specific dungeon was for this very item. A pop-up identifies the sparkling item as buffalo horns, a versatile C-rank reinforcement material used for weapon upgrades and other purposes. He states his intention to take as many as he can carry. Just then, the blue-haired girl, Saki, approaches him from behind, calling out to him and thanking him for his help earlier. As she speaks, a rustling sound is heard, and she presents him with a solid gold bar, explaining that this is her way of saying thanks. Ji-Oh-ma remains silent, his expression unreadable as he glances down at her offer. He then turns away from her without a word. A purple, crackling aura of pure rage and disbelief erupts around the spiky-haired boy who had been with Saki, his face contorted in a silent scream as he wonders why Ji-Oh-ma would do such a thing. Ji-Oh-ma ignores the outburst and calls out to Chloe, the red-haired girl. Startled, Chloe responds with a quick "huh." "Yeah." He leans in close, his hand cupped near his mouth as he whispers to her about the staff member they encountered earlier, his proximity causing her to blush with wide, surprised eyes. After their brief, murmured exchange, she seems to understand, replying that she's got it. As they walk away, Saki and the orange-haired boy, Weapon, watch them. Saki casually asks Weapon if the two of them are dating, remarking that it would make sense. The word dating sends a jolt through Chloe, who clutches a barrette in her hair, her face flushing a deep red as a small heart floats by her head. The thought of dating Ji-Oh-ma filling her with flustered excitement. However, Ji-Oh-ma, with a cool and slightly condescending expression, immediately shuts down the notion, stating that assuming all male-female relationships are romantic is narrow-minded, a comment that makes Chloe's eyes widen in shock. Weapon, still watching them, seems surprised, commenting that he really thought they were a couple because they were always sticking together. Saki smirks knowingly, her hand resting on her chin. Ji-Oh-ma continues walking, and Chloe follows, a look of disappointment on her face, while a small bead of sweat icon appears next to Ji-Oh-ma's head, indicating his own mild frustration or awkwardness with the situation. As they venture deeper into the cave, Chloe breaks the silence, wondering aloud if there are always this few mobs around. A heavy thud echoes from further down the dark, stone-paved tunnel ahead of them. The group of four walks onward, their footsteps echoing in the eerily quiet dungeon. Weapon agrees with Chloe's assessment, noting that no matter how popular a dungeon is, it wouldn't be empty to this extent, before turning to ask Saki for her opinion. Saki, looking thoughtful with her gloved hand near her mouth, muses on the matter, suggesting that those buffaloes they fought earlier seemed off. Weapon asks her to clarify what she means by off. She explains her theory that the creatures looked like they were running from something. An image flashes in her mind of the muscular, minotaur-like buffaloes charging with panicked expressions. She elaborates that buffaloes don't normally behave that way, so it just doesn't make any sense. Weapon, with a serious look, agrees that it's true. He adds that the creatures are typically so docile that locals even use them for farming. This prompts a thought from Ji-Oh-ma, who visualizes a shadowy figure leading a demonic buffalo like a farm animal. He internally scoffs at the idea, wondering what's wrong with people who would use demonic beasts for farming. Saki mentions there's one more suspicious thing, but dismisses it as probably nothing. Weapon shrugs it off, saying that whatever it is, they have a signal in here, so it should be fine. Changing the subject, Ji-Oh-ma looks over at Saki and Weapon, asking how the two of them know each other. Saki proudly declares that she topped the written exams and that Weapon, whom she refers to as Speed Weapon, was second. Weapon, flustered and annoyed, tries to shush her, grabbing her shoulder as she explains that he bragged about it for weeks. He tells her not to dirty his name. Saki, with a playful and smug expression, holds up 2 fingers, adding that, for the record, she ranked 3rd in the placement tests. Ji-Oh-ma looks at Weapon with a newfound, albeit mild, respect, remarking that he thought Weapon was just a loudmouth, not second place. Weapon defensively explains that Rachel is his cousin, a distant one, but still family. Ji-Oh-ma processes this information, flashing back to a memory of a stern-looking young man, realizing that this connection explains why, as a player, he didn't know about Weapon's connections to the main characters. A memory of Rachel, a blonde girl, surfaces, where she explains that her family is a branch of the Changseong clan, while Rachel's is the main line. Weapon, arms crossed, confirms that this is the reason for their connection. Ji-Oh-ma dismisses the topic, wondering why they are even talking about this. Chloe continues to walk silently behind him. Weapon, annoyed by Ji-Oh-ma's attitude, tells him to quit glaring, boasting that he's the one living the dream. He then taps Ji-Oh-ma's chest with his fist, telling him that he's the impressive one, and that he shouldn't forget him when he's famous. Ji-Oh-ma deadpans that it won't happen, so he shouldn't worry. Weapon insists that he might even join the 7 heroes one day. Saki immediately chimes in, agreeing that he's right and that he could. Suddenly, Saki draws her large, curved red and black weapon with a swift SHFFT sound, causing Ji-Oh-ma to look back in surprise. She walks ahead of the group, her weapon held ready, and comes to a stop, her back to them. Chloe and Weapon look on, confused by her sudden action. Saki begins to speak, her voice low and serious, and then she declares with cold fury that she hates the 7 heroes. She stands firm, her long blue hair flowing behind her, her gaze filled with an intense animosity. Her sudden declaration leaves the other 3 completely baffled, with Chloe openly wondering what her problem is. Ji-Oh-ma, ever the pragmatist, tells them to get going, wanting to finish the dungeon fast and go back. Weapon snaps back to the task at hand, confirming that they need 20 kills to clear the dungeon, just as 2 purple energy slashes appear on the ground in front of him. These slashes dissipate with a swoosh sound as Ji-Oh-ma looks on, a thoughtful expression on his face. He calls out to Weapon, who seems to be lagging behind, asking what he's doing and telling him to let's go. Weapon quickly agrees, saying, yeah. The purple energy remnants flicker and vanish from the stone floor. Elsewhere outside the dungeon, a man in a cap and tactical vest is on the phone. The person on the other end asks if the preparations are done as instructed, and the man confirms that they are. He reports that the students have likely encountered the enraged buffaloes by now and assures his superior that there's no need to worry. The voice on the phone, belonging to a woman with purple hair and green goo dripping from her eye, chides him, saying it's easy for him to say and asks if he did anything else. The man confirms he followed instructions, but adds that he personally thinks the students will be dealt with by the enraged buffaloes. The woman on the phone snaps at him, telling him not to sound so cocky. She warns him, asking if he will take responsibility if the plan fails. She quickly changes her tone, saying she trusts he did well and that he should just call her with the results before wishing him good luck. The man lowers his phone, a grim look on his face, and mutters that he understands. He sighs, glancing over his shoulder with a resigned and bitter expression, thinking to himself that either way, he is dead. He recalls tampering with the dungeon gate, which is now swirling with a dark, ominous purple energy. He thinks about how, just in case, he forced the gate open, making their chances of surviving the dungeon absolutely 0. However, he's unsettled by the memory of one of the students' eyes, feeling as if the boy could see through everything. Shaking off the feeling, he decides to check inside, walking with heavy thuds towards the large, concrete dungeon entrance. Back inside the rocky cavern, Chloe calls out to Ji-Oh-ma, a question mark appearing over his head as he turns. She reports that she can sense magical beasts approaching from behind them. Ji-Oh-ma calmly asks for a number. Chloe, her eyes focused, replies that her blessing detects roughly 50. The number shocks Weapon and Saki, who both exclaim in disbelief. Ji-Oh-ma's expression turns serious as his companions ask what's wrong. A rhythmic, heavy thudding sound begins to echo from the tunnel behind them, growing louder and louder. The entire group looks back in alarm, wondering what the noise is. The thudding intensifies, shaking the very ground beneath them. A massive, dark silhouette of a stampeding herd emerges from the tunnel, charging towards them at incredible speed. Saki exclaims in shock, wondering what the hell is happening, and since when do buffaloes swarm? Chloe, her mouth agape in terror, questions if they are even buffaloes anymore. A close-up reveals the horrifying truth. The buffaloes have glowing red eyes, sharp teeth, and are wreathed in a malevolent red and purple aura, looking utterly demonic and enraged. Their eyes glow with a terrifying intensity as they charge, a blur of fury and muscle. Weapon turns to Ji-Oh-ma, his voice filled with panic, reminding him that he had said they were harmless. Ji-Oh-ma remains silent, his expression grim and focused. The stampede of buffaloes is upon them. Ji-Oh-ma's mind flashes back to a memory, his eyes narrowing with resolve. He recalls his master, a stern-looking chef with one arm, teaching him that every blade has its purpose. The master had explained that you can't use a chicken knife to kill an ox, just as sashimi knives are meant for fish, demonstrating on a fresh fish. The younger Ji-Oh-ma, dressed as an apprentice, had cheekily asked what about beef sashimi, a slight smirk on his face. He had then wondered aloud if that isn't the same as using a sashimi knife to butcher an ox. A swift whoosh sound filled the air as the master's hand came down, striking the apprentice. The young Ji-Oh-ma had immediately apologized, stammering an apology to his master, who stood over him with a stern, focused expression. The master's brow was furrowed in concentration, before he quietly looked down at the perfectly sliced fish. A small, warm smile appeared on the master's face, as he conceded that what the boy said was also true. Snapping back to the present, Ji-Oh-ma grits his teeth, a bead of sweat on his brow as he is suddenly reminded of his past. He smirks grimly, thinking to himself that it looks like they are about to slice cows with a fish knife. Taking command, he orders Chloe to distract the herd. He stands with her, instructing her not to charge straight in but to move quickly left and right to disrupt their formation, clarifying that there's no need to attack, just draw their attention. Chloe, her expression determined, acknowledges the order with a sharp, "Got it." Gyo-ma then turns to Weapon, asking if he's ready. Weapon, a confident grin spreading across his face, declares that he was born ready. Saki watches Gyo-ma, her mind reeling as she wonders why he's so calm in the face of 50 charging buffaloes. Gyo-ma calls her name, grabbing her attention. He instructs her to hold the front and stop anything that gets close. Saki, though surprised, agrees to his command. She can't help but wonder again why he is so composed. Weapon stands beside her, holding a flute-like weapon, and tells her not to be surprised. She looks at him, confused, asking what he means. She silently questions the logic of bringing a sashimi knife to a buffalo herd fight, thinking it's a case of overthinking. But Gyo-ma's internal monologue reveals his true strategy. It's better to be safe than sorry. A blue aura surrounds him as he thinks that's precisely why he came ready. He declares internally that no matter what's in front of them, no matter how many there are, he will cut it all down. With a surge of power, he pulls 2 glowing blue blades from his bag, his eyes shining with the same energy as the blessing of the sword god activates. A monstrous buffalo with glowing red eyes and a lolling tongue bellows as it charges forward. Gyo-ma meets the charge head-on, his twin blades flashing as he unleashes a powerful slash. In a single fluid motion, he slices through the beast, leaving a trail of dismembered parts and splattering blood in his wake. He lands gracefully on the cave wall, running along its surface as the bisected monster falls behind him. His allies, Saki and Weapon, watch from a distance, their faces illuminated by the bright blue energy emanating from him. Saki's eyes are wide with utter shock and disbelief at the incredible display of power she has just witnessed. A golden-hilted dagger lies discarded on the cracked, purplish stone floor of the dungeon. The blue-haired archer stares in utter disbelief, her eyes wide with shock as she processes the scene before her, managing only to gasp out that it was completely crazy. Standing atop a gruesome mound of vanquished buffalo demons, Kang Gyo-ma presents a chilling figure against a blood-red, chaotic backdrop. A simple knife held firmly in his hand. The red light of the slaughter gleams off his weapon, his grip steady and unwavering. The archer's mind reels, her glowing cyan eyes reflecting the sheer impossibility of what she just witnessed. She struggles to comprehend that the entire massacre took place in what felt like no more than a split second. Her mind flashes to the lightning-fast movements of another warrior, a red-haired girl with feline features, unleashing a technique called Feline's Blessing. This other fighter moved like a phantom, her blade a blur as she took on monstrous, bull-headed creatures. Her ultimate skill, Schrödinger's cat, creating multiple afterimages that struck simultaneously. She was a whirlwind of motion, her pink energy trails slicing through the air as she single-handedly held back a swarm of shadowy monsters. With a sharp click, she knelt in a defensive posture, her single blade deflecting a barrage of attacks from all sides in a shower of blue sparks. But what Kang Gyo-ma had just done was on another level entirely. A storm of blue light and steel that tore through the demonic horde. He moved with an ethereal grace, leaping over the massive horns of a charging beast, his body a blur of motion as he descended upon them. Wielding 2 daggers that shone with an intense blue aura, he weaved through the enemy ranks, leaving trails of light and fountains of dark blood in his wake as he carved through the thick hide of one monster after another. One of the massive beasts let out a final, agonized roar, its red eyes wide with pain and shock as Gyo-ma's blades found their mark. A powerful blow sending chunks of the stone floor flying as he effortlessly parried and countered. The archer and the orange-haired boy could only watch from a distance, their mouths agape in stunned silence, completely speechless at the overwhelming display of power. A fresh wave of buffalo demons charged forward, a tide of muscle and rage, only to be instantly cut down, their bodies piling up into a grotesque mountain of the slain. The archer, her voice trembling, noted that there were far too many of them for anyone to handle, her eye widening in terror as the reflection of a massive, blood-red demonic arm filled her vision. Yet in the face of this overwhelming force, Kang Gyo-ma stood his ground, his arms spread wide with a dagger in each hand, a brilliant red aura erupting from his body as he met the charge head-on. His expression was one of cold, unwavering focus, his dark eyes burning with intensity in the crimson glow. The archer could only breathe a single, awestruck phrase, exclaiming, "My God." In the aftermath, the battlefield was silent, a sea of defeated monsters lying at Kang Gyo-ma's feet as he stood calmly amidst the carnage, the red mist of battle slowly dissipating around him. The archer stared at his back, unable to form a coherent thought, the sheer scale of his power leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Gyo-ma glanced over his shoulder with a subtle, confident smirk, thinking to himself that this should be enough. He casually began collecting materials from the monsters, placing a bottle and some skeletal remains into his blue duffel bag. He reflected internally that thanks to the 40-second duration of his painless blessing, taking down a staggering 50 buffaloes had been a complete breeze. Chloe, the red-haired girl, ran up to him, her eyes shining with admiration as she exclaimed that Kang Jeong-ma had absolutely crushed it that day. He privately acknowledged that it was, of course, with the party's help, before turning to her and offering praise, telling Chloe that she did nice work, and it had been a clean run. Chloe's cheeks flushed with a faint blush as she stammered her thanks, clearly flustered by the compliment. As the two of them conversed, the orange-haired boy and the blue-haired archer stood apart, still looking completely dazed by the events that had transpired. The orange-haired boy broke the silence with a smug grin, remarking to the archer that he had told her there would be no surprises. She shot back, her voice filled with incredulity, asking how she was possibly supposed to not freak out over what she had just seen. He laughed, admitting that he bet she was speechless, and adding that Kang Jeong-ma always finds a way to shock them. The archer's gaze drifted back to Jeong-ma, her expression a mixture of awe and apprehension, as she silently wondered what kind of being he truly was. The orange-haired boy simply shrugged, admitting that he had no clue, as they watched Jeong-ma and Chloe standing together on the pile of monster corpses. He then mused aloud that the display was legendary and wondered if the public cared about things like live streaming. But the archer cut him off, asking what he was talking about. He started to call out Jeong-ma's name, prompting a weary sigh from the archer, who was clearly overwhelmed by the day's events. As the party made their way out of the dungeon's main chamber, their footsteps echoed in the vast cavern. The orange-haired boy commented that the dungeon's clear condition was only 20 buffaloes, yet Jeong-ma had soloed more than twice that number, calling him a show-off. Jeong-ma casually replied that it was whatever, reasoning that he hadn't done anything of note during the midterms anyway. The boy started to bring up a past incident, beginning to say something about back then, but he quickly stopped himself, changing the subject to a simple never mind and thanks. He thought to himself that honestly they had almost died screaming during that previous event. His thoughts then turned to another mystery, and he wondered aloud if the Lion King had died in a similar fashion, and whether he too was being controlled by some outside force. It was then that Chloe noticed a change in the atmosphere, turning to Jeong-ma to ask why it had suddenly become so quiet. Jeong-ma's eyes narrowed with suspicion, confirming her observation and directing his gaze towards a large, pillar-like structure in the distance, telling the others to wait. In an instant, the ground trembled and thick, spiked purple chains erupted from the floor, wrapping themselves around the massive stone object with a deafening rattle. Jeong-ma's eyes widened as he realized with dawning horror that the structure was a gate, and it was being chained shut. A dark look crossed his face as he recognized exactly where they were. Elsewhere, a man wearing a dark cap stared down at the bloody remains of a body on the stone floor. Standing at the mouth of the now desolate cave, where the students had fought, he looked at the heaps of slaughtered buffalo demons, his mind struggling to process the scene. He wondered aloud if the students had killed all of these monsters, swallowing hard as he muttered that they were freaking insane. His mind flashed back to a few days prior, when a mysterious woman with white and purple hair, claiming to be a Howican instructor, had approached him. She had made him an offer he couldn't refuse. If he did one thing for her, she would completely wipe away his crippling 20 billion won debt. Stunned, he had asked how that was even possible. She had laid out her simple, sinister plan. He was to use a special item to tame the buffaloes in the dungeon, whip them into a frenzy with an E-grade demon frenzy stone she provided, and then release the enraged horde the moment Kang Jeong-ma's party showed up. Her final, most crucial instruction was for him to open the ancient stone gate hidden in the depths of the dungeon. The man had been horrified, realizing that she was asking him to sacrifice students, but his eyes were drawn to the glowing purple stone in her hand. Sensing his hesitation, the woman had feigned disinterest, asking if he wasn't interested and coolly stating that she hated risky bets too, making a show of turning away to find someone else. In a panic, the man lunged for the stone, desperately shouting no. With a greedy, manic grin, he eagerly promised that he would do it, that he would help her in any way she needed. The woman smirked, calling him sharp for a debt-ridden fool, and instructed him to answer every call from an unknown number, as she would be in touch soon. He clutched the glowing stone as if it were the most precious thing in the world, his face alight with manic joy as he agreed. Back in the present, the man walked through the blood-soaked cave, cackling to himself. He chanted the number 20 billion over and over, his mind filled with thoughts of how he could finally start gambling again with that kind of money. He sneered at the thought of the students, dismissing them as worthless brats compared to his massive payday. He laughed hysterically, absolutely certain that with the stone gate now open, there was no way any of them could survive. Back with the party, they stared up at the massive, ornately carved gate that now blocked their path. Chloe wondered aloud if that was the gate they'd heard about, while the orange-haired boy nervously asked if this meant they were now trapped inside it. Kang Jeong-ma's mind raced, his expression grim. He thought to himself that it was no wonder everything had felt too easy. They had walked right into a carefully laid trap. He cursed himself, recalling that the gatekeeper's glare had felt off, and that he should have trusted his gut instinct. He knew this place from the game. This gate, he recalled, could only be opened with a giant's demon stone, a key item for a mid-game quest. He realized that the fragments he'd noticed earlier must have been pieces of that very stone, and he couldn't believe the trapper had been foolish enough to leave the door open. He knew that if the situation followed the game's script, the reward for clearing this area was immense, but his priority was clear. Surviving came first. Activating his unique sight, the world shifted, and he could see the intricate web of chains binding the gate shut. A single, thin red line was visible, carved into the surface of the supposedly indestructible stone gate. A system window popped up in his vision, informing him that his assimilation rate was rising, and that he could now read what was identified as S-line. He knew he had used all 40 seconds of his painless blessing, but he trusted that his sword, Murasame, could hold out a little longer. His plan was simple and desperate. Slash the gate along the line and get everyone out before the entire structure shattered around them. But before he could act, the ground violently erupted with a surge of purple energy, catching everyone by surprise. Chloe yelled out to him, asking what the hell was going on, while the others shouted in alarm. From the fissure in the ground, a colossal shadow rose, wielding a battle axe the size of a man. The party looked up in sheer terror at the towering silhouette. The archer stammered, asking if it was another buffalo, her voice filled with dread. Kang Jeong-ma's face was a mask of cold fury, his eyes shadowed with grim realization. He cursed under his breath, knowing that the true boss had just broken through. A new notification appeared in his vision, detailing the area's clear reward. The Blessing of Transition, a single-use item that could transfer and amplify the owner's blessing onto a chosen target. But more importantly, the system identified their new foe. It was an A-grade demon, the Inatoros Minotauros, known by a much more common name, the Buffalo King. In a classroom setting, a blonde girl with cat ears lounged at her desk, scrolling through her phone. She complained aloud, calling Kang Jeong-ma the Buffalo King and questioning how he dared to go farm buffaloes without her. Another girl nearby sighed, noting that Rachel wasn't there this week either. The blonde girl's eyes widened in frustration as she realized the preview for the next chapter was gone. She scrolled down frantically but found nothing. She suddenly shot up from her desk in outrage, slamming her fists down as she learned there would be a hiatus next week, meaning no Kang Jeong-ma. A final message appeared from the author, expressing gratitude to the readers for their support over the past 6 months, and announcing a 1-week break to maintain the quality of the work, promising to return with more exciting stories. The chapter concludes with a shot of Chloe, looking over her shoulder with a confident smile, promising that she'll be back as the words "to be continued" appear over a blood-stained dagger. Heavy, determined footsteps echo through a vast, stone-carved hole, the sound bouncing off the towering pillars that line the path. In the flickering firelight of a massive brazier, a hulking, bull-headed guardian stands sentinel, its muscular, black-furred form a terrifying silhouette against the cavern's rough-hewn walls. The flames dance wildly, casting long, menacing shadows across the chamber. From a high vantage point, the true scale of the throne room is revealed. A shadowy figure, the presumed boss, sits upon a throne of stone, flanked by 2 formidable Minotaur guards. Far below, 4 small figures, the students, advance steadily, their path leading directly to the heart of the danger. The 2 primary threats are identified as Jae-Wa-jeong, a ferocious purple Minotaur, and U-jeong, a sinister green one, both baring their teeth in anticipation of a bloody conflict. Jeong-ma Kang's mind races as he assesses the dire situation, his gaze fixed on the daunting path ahead. He internally acknowledges the presence of a powerful monster lurking within the gate, and his eyes flick towards his companions, Saki and Chloe, realizing they are all trapped. His expression hardens with grim determination as he calculates their odds. He knows that even if he were to somehow cut a path through the gate to the outside, it would be nearly impossible for everyone to escape unharmed once the main boss awakens from its slumber. This was a far cry from the controlled environment of the midterm exam. He recalls that while the mermaid boss was an unknown variable, he had extensive experience fighting the Minotaur during his time in the game, giving him a slight edge of familiarity. However, his current physical state is a major concern. He muses that if he were at full strength, he could confidently take on all 3 bosses by himself, but a critical resource has already been depleted. He's already burned through 40 seconds of his precious pain immunity blessing. With time and options running out, he resolves that he must act with the utmost efficiency to ensure their survival. In a swift motion, he turns and firmly grasps the arm of Weapon, the orange-haired boy, a faint blue light glowing where their bodies connect. Jio-ma Kang urgently asks Weapon if he can provide a pain-reducing blessing. Weapon, startled by the sudden request, quickly confirms that he can. Jio-ma Kang presses further, demanding to know how long the blessing can be maintained. Weapon concentrates for a moment before replying that the absolute maximum duration is about 2 minutes. A flicker of grim satisfaction crosses Jio-ma Kang's face as he declares that 2 minutes will be enough. He then issues a stern warning to Weapon, telling him to keep his abilities active while he engages the main threat, cautioning that a single moment of lost focus could result in Weapon's death. Weapon, sweating under the immense pressure but seeing the resolve in his friend's eyes, reluctantly agrees, cursing under his breath but affirming his trust in Jio-ma Kang. With the support secured, Jio-ma Kang turns his attention to the two girls, Saki and Chloe. He instructs them to fall back and tend to any wounded students, explicitly warning them to stay away from the main boss because it is far too dangerous for them to handle. His face is a mask of calm confidence, hiding the immense strain he is under. Chloe watches him, her wide blue eyes filled with a mixture of awe and concern. Jio-ma Kang reassures them that it will be just like their previous encounters, a silent promise of his capability. Suddenly, the battle erupts as a minotaur lunges forward in a red blur. It's more wide open and filled with sharp teeth. A notification appears in Jio-ma Kang's vision, announcing the activation of the blessing of the sword god. His sashimi knife begins to glow with an intense, ethereal blue light as he prepares to meet the charge. His entire body becomes wreathed in crackling blue energy, resembling bolts of lightning dancing across his school uniform. The sheer force he is channeling is immense, causing him to cough up a spray of blood as the power surges through him, red streaks mixing with the blue aura. His hand trembles, but his grip on the glowing blade remains ironclad. Elsewhere, Weapon plays his recorder with puffed cheeks, channeling his power. He feels the connection and realizes with a start that he can move again. Jio-ma Kang grits his teeth against the agony, blood staining his lips, internally thanking Weapon for the blessing that allows him to endure the overwhelming power. He forces his screaming muscles to obey, roaring a silent command for his body to move. The massive red minotaur boss soars through the air, a hulking crimson meteor descending upon the lone, small figure of Jio-ma Kang. In response, Jio-ma Kang dashes forward, a manic, blood-splattered grin on his face, leaving a trail of blue light in his wake as he charges headfirst into the fray. The cavern is illuminated by the flickering flames of the braziers, setting a hellish stage for the duel. The two forces collide in a devastating explosion of power. Jio-ma Kang, enveloped in his blue aura, meets the Minotaur's attack head-on, the impact shattering the stone floor beneath them. He internally screams at the pain, a searing agony so intense he feels he could cough up his very organs. The Minotaur swings its colossal axe in a wide, horizontal arc, but Jio-ma Kang is already moving, sliding low to the ground as the massive blade cleaves the air above him and smashes into the floor with catastrophic force. He fluidly dodges another crushing blow, the wind from the weapon's passage whipping his hair. A spray of blood hits the ground, though it's unclear from whom. He plants his feet firmly, his glowing knife held ready. He feels a strange clarity, as if all the senses that were dulled by the pain immunity have now roared back to life, sharpening his perception to a razor's edge. He faces the dark, shadowy silhouette of the beast, which swings its axe again in a furious pinkish-red blur. With incredible timing, Jio-ma Kang parries the monumental blow with his small blade, the clash sending a shower of sparks across the cavern floor. He ducks and weaves past the follow-up attack, his face inches from the deadly weapon, a feeling of absolute freedom washing over him as he flows through the battlefield like water. He spins on his heel, narrowly avoiding another devastating overhead smash that pulverizes the ground. With gritted teeth, he brings his knife up to block a downward strike, the sheer force of the impact buckling his knees. The Minotaur roars in frustration and rage, and their next clash creates a blinding explosion of fiery energy. As the dust and smoke begin to settle, the Minotaur emerges, its muscular form radiating fury. A close-up reveals its vicious, grinning face, its red eyes glowing with malevolent intent. In a display of incredible agility, Jio-ma Kang leaps onto a large, shattered chunk of the floor, now standing above his foe. Watching from the sidelines, Chloe is utterly stunned. Her eyes are wide with disbelief as she internally questions if the movements she is witnessing could possibly be human. As the second, blue-skinned Minotaur begins to charge, Chloe springs into action, becoming a blur as she knocks an arrow to her vibrant red bow. Her mind, trained in the theory of combat, rapidly analyzes Jio-ma Kang's technique. She recognizes his masterful use of muscles, posture, stride, and energy positioning, a combat sense so refined he can topple an enemy's center of gravity with the most minimal of movements. She draws her bowstring taut, acknowledging that while she understands the theory, the gap between that knowledge and applying it in real life-or-death combat is immense. She lets her arrow fly, striking the blue minotaur in the face and drawing blood. She marvels at how Geoma Kang remains completely unflustered, his focus absolute even when facing certain death. His presence, his sheer aura on the battlefield, feels familiar, reminding her of a legendary figure. Her train of thought is interrupted by Saki, who steps in front of her and bluntly tells her not to block the view. Annoyed but undeterred, Chloe draws her bow again, a golden light gathering at the tip of her arrow as she prepares another shot. She leaps high into the air, gaining a better vantage point to support the fight from above. It is then that the comparison finally clicks in her mind. His presence is just like that of the legendary sword Emperor Siegfried. The realization shocks her to her core, as she recalls the rumors that the Sword Emperor had once unleashed his powerful aura against the Academy's special trainees. The main Minotaur boss's eye flares with a brilliant red light, and it unleashes a wave of dark energy that engulfs Geoma Kang. Unfazed, Geoma Kang crouches low, his own blue aura flaring violently as he gathers his strength, his knife glowing with blinding intensity. The Minotaur roars and brings a gigantic fist crashing down upon him. Geoma Kang meets the blow with a powerful upward slash, his small knife against the monster's massive fist. The resulting explosion of light is blinding, a testament to the incredible forces at play. Blood trickles from the corner of Geoma Kang's mouth as he pours every ounce of his strength into the single strike. In a shocking turn of events, his attack prevails, and the Minotaur's entire arm is severed at the shoulder, sending a geyser of dark blood into the beast stumbles back, roaring in pure agony as its body begins to glow with a furious, pulsating red energy. Meanwhile, the other students are engaged in their own desperate battles. Saki elegantly dispatches a green, muscular monster while Weapon continues to provide support with his music, his face strained with effort. Saki, though victorious, is covered in the monster's blood, her expression a mixture of exhaustion and ferocity. The green monster collapses to the ground, defeated by her precise strikes. Catching her breath, Saki wipes blood from her cheek, thinking to herself that Weapon is still inexperienced when it comes to fighting monsters. She reflects on a crucial piece of combat knowledge. The more a monster resembles a human, the more dangerous it becomes. While it varies between individuals, a monster that acts as human-like, as the one Geoma Kang is facing, is a different level of threat entirely. Her thoughts are confirmed as the main Minotaur boss, now wielding a massive dark red axe, adopts a swordsman's stance. Saki recognizes the form instantly and breathes the monster's true title, Demonic Sword Master. The Demonic Sword Master lets out a terrifying roar, gripping its axe with newfound purpose. To the student's horror, a swirling vortex of purple magical energy begins to gather around the weapon. Chloe cries out in disbelief, questioning how it's possible for a mere monster to wield magic. All three students, Chloe, Weapon, and Saki, can only watch in shock and horror. The monster's severed arm begins to writhe and bubble, grotesquely regenerating into a pulsating, fleshy limb. Chloe realizes with dawning terror that the monster must be burning its own life force to generate such a massive amount of mana. The sheer pressure radiating from the boss intensifies, pushing the students back. Chloe notes that the rampant mana is so oppressive it's difficult to even get close. But even in this overwhelming situation, she notices Geoma Kang's unwavering stance. Weapon and Saki's gazes are also locked on their friend, Weapon muttering the monster's name again in awe and fear. Despite the blood dripping from his own mouth from the strain of maintaining his blessing, Weapon reaffirms his faith, thinking to himself that he believes in Geoma Kang. The Demonic Sword Master stands ready, its regenerated arm a grotesque mockery of its former limb, and its axe glowing with sinister red and black energy, facing down the lone swordsman. The immense pressure takes its toll on Geoma Kang, who spits out another mouthful of blood. The monster brings its empowered axe down in a cataclysmic strike, and the world erupts in a blinding clash of red and golden light. Yet through the chaos, Geoma Kang stands his ground, a lone figure of defiance against an overwhelming tide of power. He remains poised on the fractured, unstable ground, his sashimi knife held at the ready, the battle far from over. In the aftermath, a preview for the next chapter shows Chloe with a knowing, almost seductive smile, cryptically stating that delicious things are impossible to resist once someone gets a taste. The colossal, horned beast, a minotaur wreathed in malevolent red energy, brings its massive, glowing axe down in a devastating arc. Standing alone against this overwhelming force is Kim Magon, clad in his school uniform, his face set with grim determination as he spits a spray of blood from his mouth, the impact of the previous exchange still rattling his bones. A torrent of red and green energy streaks through the air as the beast's weapon descends. The Minotaur, a hulking mass of corded muscle and raw fury, roars, its eyes burning like crimson coals as its axe meets Magun's defense in a cataclysmic explosion of light and power. Magun, a solitary figure against the blinding onslaught, doesn't yield an inch. His feet are planted firmly on the shattered stone floor of the dungeon, the ground cracking under the immense pressure of the confrontation. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Magun grits his teeth, his expression a mask of strained effort as he pushes back with his ridiculously small sashimi knife against the monstrous weapon. The air crackles with violent energy as purple and red forces collide, the shockwave of their struggle tearing through the cavern. The Minotaur's face is a contortion of pure rage, its glowing red eyes fixed on the defiant human before it. Magun, his face smeared with his own blood, stares back with unwavering resolve, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as a thought crosses his mind. He realizes with dawning horror that the magic emanating from the beast is unnaturally dense. His hand, gripping the hilt of his knife, is enveloped in a pulsating pink aura as he struggles to maintain his stance. A quick glance over his shoulder reveals his teammates, Belsu, Weapon, and Chloe, standing behind him, vulnerable. The thought crystallizes in his mind with terrifying clarity. If he dodges here, they will bear the full brunt of the attack. The beast lets out a deafening, guttural bellow that echoes through the dungeon, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage. Magun groans, a pained sound escaping his lips as the sheer, overwhelming force of the axe begins to push him back. His shoes dig deep furrows into the stone floor, the friction doing little to halt his slow, agonizing retreat. The Minotaur, seemingly shocked that this tiny human is still resisting, lets out another roar, its eyes flaring with incandescent red light. From a safe distance, Belsu watches the desperate struggle, a tempest of blue energy swirling around her slender frame. She shouts in exasperation, her voice cutting through the din, demanding to know what Magun is doing and ordering him to simply cut the beast down. The Minotaur growls, a low, menacing rumble in its chest, its gigantic red axe locked against Magun's small blade. Magun's face is cast in shadow, his expression unreadable as he holds his ground against impossible odds. In a moment of intense focus, his eye flashes, glowing with a dangerous crimson light. His internal voice rings with absolute certainty, a principle he lives by. If you cut, it must be severed completely. The world around him transforms into a complex web of countless thin, red threads, a visual representation of fate or power, as a single decisive beam of purple light descends from above. In response, his sashimi knife ignites with a brilliant azure glow, becoming a blade of pure blue light. He swings it in a precise arc, slicing effortlessly through the tangled red threads. With a final, desperate push, he brings his glowing blue knife against the monster's colossal red axe. In the chaotic background, Chloe, her own face stained with blood, watches the clash with wide, disbelieving eyes while other students continue to fight lesser monsters. Belsu's mind screams at the sight of the brilliant blue light that has just erupted from Magun's blade. A single, powerful thought declares that the axe will be severed. Magun's eyes now blaze with the same intense blue light as his weapon, channeling an incredible amount of power into this single, decisive strike. The blue energy from his knife expands, forming a massive blade construct that cleaves through the Minotaur's axe with an earth-shattering crunch. The beast's magical weapon is obliterated, and it lets out a shriek of pain and disbelief as Magun's attack continues, unabated. The azure light of the slash arcs through the air, a beautiful and deadly crescent of energy. The world whites out in a blinding flash as the attack finds its mark. The explosion of power a testament to Magun's incredible skill. He stands firm, his glowing knife held steady, the blue aura around him slowly dissipating. The severed head of the Minotaur's axe tumbles through the air, no longer a threat. Wreathed in the last vestiges of his blue aura, Magun dashes past the now staggering and disarmed monster, his movement a fluid blur. Belsu and Chloe can only stare in stunned silence, their mouths agape, as the afterimage of the blue slash hangs suspended in the air between them and the defeated beast. A digital timer in the corner of their vision shows that mere seconds have passed. Magun's dash carves a deep scar into the dungeon floor, the ground cracking and splitting from the sheer force of his passage. He finally skids to a halt, kicking up dust and debris, before hunching over, panting heavily as he tries to catch his breath, blood still smeared on his lips. He stands alone in the aftermath, the ambient light of the dungeon casting him in a heroic silhouette. A close-up reveals his hand, knuckles white as he maintains a death grip on his simple sashimi knife, the source of his unbelievable power. Belsu whispers the words "blue light," her bright blue eyes wide with a mixture of awe and disbelief, as the timer on her display continues to tick down. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the red-haired boy, Weapon, finally collapses onto the cracked stone, utterly spent from the fight. Chloe stands nearby, looking on with a silent, concerned expression. Pushing himself up, Weapon looks over at Magun and mutters to himself that every single time he sees Geo Ma Kang, the man completely shatters any semblance of common sense. Chloe, too, stares at Magun's back, her mind replaying the incredible feat she just witnessed. She thinks to herself about the blue light, so dazzlingly bright that it illuminated the entire dark cave. She marvels that he awakened his aura at the same time she did, and she can't help but wonder what exactly Geo Ma Kang is. Noticing her hyperventilating, Belsu places a hand on her shoulder and calmly tells her to breathe. Weapon, overhearing this, turns to Belsu with a confused look, asking what she means and why she's telling him to. Belsu gives him a sly, knowing smirk, a small musical note appearing beside her head as she begins to connect the dots. She tells Weapon that she thinks she finally understands what he had said to her earlier. Weapon's mind flashes back to their previous conversation about the legendary live stream where Magun first made a name for himself. Belsu continues, a teasing glint in her eye, saying that she now comprehends why Weapon has been following Magun around so persistently. Weapon immediately becomes flustered, throwing his hands up in denial and defensively asking when he ever did such a thing. Belsu waves off his protests and changes the subject, thoughtfully stating that according to the current school rules, a weapon master like Geo Ma Kang can't skip a grade this year. Weapon is taken aback by this sudden non sequitur, his eyes wide with shock as he asks if she has lost her mind from the battle or if she's been cursed. Belsu cleverly counters his point, asking him to consider the opposite. She points out that while there's no rule allowing it, there's also no specific rule that says it can't happen. Weapon is forced to concede her point, admitting that while what she says is true, he still seems hesitant about the idea. Belsu's expression softens into a genuine smile, her eyes gleaming with newfound admiration as she confesses that somehow, she now feels like she wants to stick around Magun too. Meanwhile, Magun, identified in his own thoughts as Geo Ma Kang, assesses his condition. He knows that even with the supportive blessing he received from Weapon, he won't be able to avoid a period of rest after pushing himself so hard. He tries to look on the bright side, thinking that the outcome isn't too bad and that he should take pride in being able to fight so effectively without the benefit of his usual pain immunity blessing. Just as he finishes his thought, his body gives out. Chloe screams his name, Kim Magun, and lunges forward, catching him just before he hits the ground. She holds him tightly, her face a mask of panic as she frantically asks if he's hurt and if he's really okay. Magun groans, leaning against her for support, and tells Chloe that he is indeed hurt and just needs a second to recover. Realizing she's holding him in a rather intimate embrace, Chloe's face explodes in a deep blush, tiny pink hearts floating around her as she stammers an apology. Magun, caught in the awkward situation and utterly exhausted, closes his eyes and thinks to himself that he would rather just die right now. His eyes snap open, wide with mortification from the sheer embarrassment of the moment. Suddenly, a translucent blue screen flashes into existence before him, announcing a new reward and congratulating him on obtaining a new blessing. He stares at it with a blank, tired expression. His mind begins to process the information, recalling that this particular blessing was one that was originally supposed to be obtained by the story's protagonist, Leon. He reflects on its incredible rarity, noting that it's a spirit-class blessing in this world, a type of power that only reaches its full potential when combined with the abilities of others. The system window displays the details of the blessing of transfer. It explains that this ability allows him to transfer his own blessings to another living being or even an object. However, there's a critical condition. The caster's body must be in physical contact with the target to activate the transfer. He also learns that this blessing is practically essential for controlling the legendary weapon Bameng, a weapon where the forces of yin and yang coexist. Despite the unexpected acquisition, he forces himself to look at it in a positive light. Pushing himself up from Chloe's arms, he gets to his feet, a new plan already forming. He turns to Chloe and reminds her of the favor he had asked of her earlier. Chloe, startled by his sudden shift in demeanor, looks at him with wide eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she snaps to attention and enthusiastically confirms her readiness. At the now open stone gate of the dungeon, a staff member wearing a vest and a baseball cap turns around, a confused expression on his face as he asks what's going on. His confusion turns to sheer shock in an instant. A massive red question mark, an exclamation point icon exploding over his head as he sees the students approaching. Before he can react, Chloe is upon him, a blur of motion wreathed in red energy. She launches a powerful kick that connects squarely with his face, sending him flying backward. As he tumbles to the ground, she follows up, thrusting her sword through his leg and pinning him to the stone floor. He lets out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Chloe stands over his writhing form, her expression cold and merciless, and orders him to stay still. The man, utterly terrified, babbles incoherently, asking what is happening. Magun walks into the light of the entrance, flanked by Belsu and Weapon, and calmly explains that he had asked Chloe to do something for him earlier. The pinned staff member stares up at them in terror, calling them a bunch of damn brats, and demanding to know why they are doing this to him, pleading his innocence by asking what he could have possibly done. Magun looks down at him, his face still stained with dried blood, and states with chilling calmness that figuring that out is precisely what they are here to do now. The pieces of the puzzle begin to click into place for the others. Belsu voices her realization that the buffalo herd suddenly going berserk and the stone gate being inexplicably open must have all been this man's doing. She remarks that the entire situation had seemed unnatural from the start. Magun adds more evidence, pointing out that there were no surveillance cameras inside the dungeon, yet this staff member appeared at the exit as if he had been waiting for them. Weapon, still catching up, asks with a puzzled expression why this guy would target their specific group. Belsu shoots him a look and calls him an idiot, telling him that they still need to find out the rest of the details. Magun focuses his attention back on their captive, addressing him as Mr. Staff Member with mock politeness. He asserts that there's no way a small fry like him could have orchestrated all of this alone. He then gets straight to the point, demanding to know who is backing him. Belsu crosses her arms, her stern gaze adding to the pressure. The man remains silent, his face contorted in pain from the sword still embedded in his leg. He can only stammer, unable to form a coherent answer under their intense scrutiny. Magun notes his reluctance to talk and makes a chilling suggestion, proposing that they should perhaps loosen his mouth for him. Belsu's glare intensifies, silently seconding the threat. Magun's eyes narrow into dangerous slits as he delivers his ultimatum. If the man doesn't want to talk about who is behind this plot, the threat hangs in the air and the man's resolve shatters. He screams that he will talk, that he'll tell them everything. He begins his confession, explaining that some time ago, an instructor from the rival Jokwin Academy had approached him. He reveals that they offered to pay off his substantial gambling debt in exchange for his cooperation. Weapon explodes in righteous fury, shouting in disbelief that the man endangered their lives over a gambling debt. He yells "wow" in disgust, lambasting the man for selling out students for a bit of cash. The staff member weakly tries to correct him, stammering that it wasn't just a few bucks, but 20, likely 20 million. He desperately tries to save face, claiming that he resisted at first. Weapon cuts him off, telling him to shut up and calling him a total piece of sh*T. Belsu calmly tells Weapon that's enough, bringing the focus back to the interrogation. Magun interjects, asking for description of the instructor. The man begins to describe a female instructor with purple. A brief flashback shows the man cowering before a tall, imposing woman with vibrant pinkish-purple hair and piercing, glowing purple eyes. Belsu puts her hand to her chin thoughtfully, musing that their own class's assistant instructor has purple eyes, and that she never forgets a face once she's seen it. The man adds that the instructor's gaze was incredibly striking, which is why the memory is so vivid for him. Magun simply says that he sees. A new thought occurs to Magun, and he wonders aloud if this same person was also behind the incident during their midterms. Chloe, who wasn't involved, asks what happened back then. Magun explains that during the midterm exam, their group encountered a powerful demonized mermaid. Weapon's eyes go wide with shock as he connects the dots, asking if that's the reason Leon ended up hospitalized, because he fought a demon. Belsu decides to finally lift the information embargo, correcting him by revealing that it was Magun, Geomakang's brat, who took down the mermaid all by himself. Weapon is rendered speechless by this revelation. Magun, seeing that he has all the information he needs, concludes the interrogation. He calmly pulls out his smartphone. He turns the screen towards the captive, revealing that he has been recording the entire confession. The timer on the recording app shows a length of 7 minutes and 18 seconds. Belsu and Weapon let out sounds of impressed surprise. Whoa, and no way. Without any warning, Magun's hand flashes out, his blade slicing through the blood sprays as he severs the man's fingers, eliciting a horrific scream of pure agony. As the man clutches his mutilated hand, Magun coldly explains that a dungeon that was never supposed to open, opening by accident, creates the perfect situation to make someone disappear without a trace. The terrified man looks up at him, his face pale with dawning horror, asking what he means. Magun turns his back on the man and addresses Chloe, telling her that as an assassin, he will leave the final decision to her. Chloe's expression becomes deadly serious as she acknowledges his order, responding with a firm, "Yes, Geomakang." She prepares herself for the grim task, her eyes glowing with red intent, as she wipes a smear of blood from her face with the back of her arm. The condemned man begins to stammer a plea for his life, begging her to stop and desperately asking if this is all just a twisted joke. Ignoring his cries, Chloe raises her glowing red sword and declares that she will now deliver judgment. A sickening splash of fresh blood spatters across the stone floor, signaling the end of the traitor's life. Magun stands with his comrades in the aftermath, his mind already on the larger conflict. He thinks of his true enemies, the Academy's elder council, the corrupt instructors, and all the shadowy forces that are targeting him. With his team behind him, he stares into the darkness of the cave and issues a silent challenge. Come. He makes a solemn vow to himself that he will cut down every last one of them. In a quiet moment after the ordeal, Magun's bandaged hand rests on a wooden table, his blood-stained sashimi knife lying beside it. A stark reminder of the battles fought. A final thought suggests that equipment should be treated with the same care and respect as a lover, hinting at the bond he shares with his humble blade. A gleaming, golden, S-shaped object rests on a wooden countertop, its polished surface reflecting the light. A description identifies it as the Cow King's Horn, a rare material dropped by the Minotaur, the boss of the Buffalo Hidden Dungeon, which guarantees success when enhancing any weapon below A rank. A young man with dark hair and intense, shadowed eyes, Geoma Kang, looks down at the horn with a stoic expression, simply telling the person behind the counter to please enhance his weapon. His hands rest on the counter over the valuable item. The man behind the counter, a burly, bearded blacksmith in a green shirt and overalls, stares in stunned silence, his mind blank as he processes the sight before him. His internal thoughts explode with disbelief as he realizes that Geoma actually brought the legendary horn. His eyes widen, and dark, monstrous silhouettes manifest behind him, representing his shock as he exclaims that this is the material of an A-rank beast, something he can't believe even students from Jokwin Academy could acquire. He presses Geoma, his face a mask of incredulity, asking if he took down the beast and acquired this A-rank material all by himself. Geoma calmly replies that he did it with his team, rhetorically asking how he could possibly accomplish such a feat alone. He then places another object on the counter with a thud, a heavily worn and battered sashimi knife, its handle wrapped in crude bandages. He nonchalantly adds that since things are as they are, the blacksmith might as well enhance the knife while he's repairing it. The blacksmith's face turns beet red with fury, and he slams his fist on the counter, erupting in anger. He shouts at Geoma, calling him a little punk and demanding to know what in the hell he did to his weapon to mess it up so terribly. Geoma, unfazed by the outburst, narrows his eyes slightly and repeats the blacksmith's words with a deadpan tone, questioning what he means by mess it up like this. The blacksmith's anger suddenly deflates, replaced by a sheepish concern. He stammers that Geoma could have handled the weapon more carefully, admitting that he was worried the young man might have been hurt during his endeavors. Geoma turns to leave, reminding the blacksmith over his shoulder that he had promised to do everything as requested, so he was leaving the matter entirely in his capable hands. Alone in his shop, the blacksmith glares at Geoma's retreating back, muttering under his breath about how things ended up like this, and cursing the damn brat, vowing to himself that this time, he'll make the knife even shorter. Geoma pauses at the doorway, a thought striking him. The blacksmith flinches, surprised by the sudden stop. Geoma looks back, his expression still neutral, and instructs the blacksmith to sell any leftover materials from the horn and to have a drink on him. He then adds a simple sure, as if confirming his own generous offer. The blacksmith is left utterly speechless, his mouth agape as he watches Geoma leave, finally letting out a long, exasperated sigh. Later in a spacious, tiered lecture hall, Geoma sits alone at his desk, the room quiet around him. He reflects on his physical condition, noting that it has gotten a lot better, though he acknowledges he will have to ask his classmate weapon for another blessing later. He leans back in his chair, letting out a deep sigh of contemplation. A holographic blue status screen appears before him, detailing the blessing of the sword god. It shows his physical rank at 8x9, the sword's restrictions as loosened, and his mental rank at 4x5. It also notes that his words and actions now gain a sense of intimidation, and the blessing itself is at level 3. He gazes at the information, his mind processing the data. His internal monologue focuses on the most noticeable change, the synchronization rate, which stands at 12.7%. He muses that unlike his other stats, this one jumps up dramatically after he experiences a significant event. A montage of his recent battles flashes through his mind as he concludes that if he clears another dungeon, the rate will probably rise again, eventually unlocking the blessing's full potential. He considers the side effects, thinking that unlike the rapid increase in his stats, there haven't been any major negative consequences, except for one small thing. He recalls a moment of fear, huddled in the dark, and realizes he is getting more gray hairs little by little. A humorous diagram equates strength with baldness, leading him to worry if all his hair will fall out once it turns completely white. Shaking off the trivial concern, he refocuses on the serious threats he faces, sitting upright with renewed determination. He knows that there are forces targeting him, and he needs to be fully prepared. He thinks to himself that after coming this far, he cannot allow himself to die a meaningless death. He resolves to study how to better use his blessing, acutely aware of the huge gap in power between those who have blessings and those who do not. A fleeting thought goes to the story's protagonist, Leon. He feels a bit sorry for him but dismisses it, reasoning that, as the protagonist, Leon's buff window would be overflowing with other blessings anyway. For now, he decides his first priority is to focus on recovering his body. His gaze falls upon a small, elegantly wrapped box on his desk, a gift of celebratory yakin meant to wish him a quick recovery after clearing the dungeon. He finds the gesture incredibly sweet, almost too much to handle. He reflects on his recent journey. For the first time, he formed his own party and successfully cleared a dungeon. At the same time, having his life targeted has become a daily occurrence. But it wasn't all bad. He muses that he gained 2 classmates he can now call friends, thinking of Weapon and Chloe. He considers them friends, though he admits they don't really affect the main story, and he isn't even sure if Chloe sees him as a friend in return. He remembers that Chloe was hospitalized with a fever after the dungeon, and makes a mental note to visit her when he has time. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the quiet hall, ordering students to return to their seats. 2 figures, one of them an instructor, stride towards the front. Another student mutters in annoyance, wondering how long the Sword Emperor is going to keep them waiting. Geoma, however, is preoccupied, staring at his phone with a puzzled expression. A message from an unidentified user has appeared on his screen, showing a picture of an alluring woman with pink hair and asking what he is doing. He wonders who it could be, suspecting they sent the message to the wrong person. Just then, a new notification from the same user pops up, its message short and direct. It tells him to look in front of him. Geoma's eyes lift from the screen, and his expression shifts from mild confusion to wide-eyed shock. Standing at the front of the lecture hall is a girl with long, vibrant blue hair and red, horn-like hair accessories. She playfully holds up her phone, its screen displaying a cute bunny mask logo, and gives him a sly wink. The instructor, a stern-looking man with a bald head and a unique hairstyle, stands at the podium and announces that as of today, Cadet Saki Ryozo has been reassigned to their class. He commands silence from the murmuring students. Saki, standing beside him, smiles brightly and says she hopes they will all get along well. The instructor concludes the announcements, dismissing the class and instructing them to change and gather at the training hall within 30 minutes. The moment he finishes, the classroom erupts. Students buzz with excitement and disbelief, questioning if Saki is seriously in their class now. They gossip about how the instructor mentioned she requested the reassignment herself, and they begin to swarm her, asking personal questions like what her type in men is. Geoma watches the chaos unfold, a look of dread on his face as he silently pleads for her not to come his way. His mind races, recalling everything he knows about her. Among this year's cadets, known as the Generation of Miracles, she ranks 4th. An image of the top 4 cadets walking together comes to mind. Saki is known for having a brilliant mind that topped the written exam, complemented by combat skills to match, making her a true embodiment of the Kyushu styles, brains, and brawn philosophy. On top of that, she is the daughter of Saki Kojima, one of the legendary 7-star heroes known as Absolute Bow. Her own title is also Absolute Bow, and to cap it all off, her father is the Prime Minister of Japan. In this world, Japan is a superpower, making Saki essentially a princess. Geoma understands why everyone is freaking out as if they're meeting a celebrity. He desperately wishes she would stay away, thinking her presence would be 200% annoying. His worst fears begin to materialize as Saki starts walking down the aisle, past the fawning students. Humming a cheerful tune, Geoma squeezes his eyes shut, repeating please, please, please in his head, begging the universe to spare him. She stops directly in front of his desk. With a sharp tone, she warns him that if he isn't going to eat the yakin, she'll take it back, addressing him by his full name, Geomakang. Geoma's eyes snap open in alarm. Saki leans in close, a playful glint in her eyes, and asks if she can sit next to him. Before he can answer, she holds her phone up to his face, the screen demanding that he save her number right now, and proceeds to sit down in the empty seat beside him. Geoma can only think to himself, lamenting why his bad feelings are never, ever wrong. The scene shifts to the entrance of a dungeon at night, an area cordoned off by yellow agent line tape. An investigator asks a guard what the missing staff members said before they entered the dungeon. The guard recalls that they claimed to be worried about the cadets, and insisted on going inside. When asked if there was anything unusual about them, the guard pauses, then remembers that they looked a little pale. A senior investigator with graying hair and a weary expression dismisses the guard, telling him they still need to inspect the scene and thanking him for his cooperation. Later, under the full moon, the senior investigator lets out a heavy sigh. His younger colleague asks if death in a dungeon isn't just a common accident. The senior investigator, lighting a cigarette, concedes the point but adds a crucial detail. No matter how gruesome the accident, there is always a body left behind. This time, however, was different. He shudders, stating that he still can't forget what he saw. He was utterly shocked when he first entered the dungeon to conduct the search, a memory that brings a look of sheer horror to his and his partner's faces. They had stepped into a cavern of absolute carnage. A mountain of buffalo corpses lay soaked in blood, a massacre on an unbelievable scale. He knew that cadets from Jokwin Academy had been there, but this was far beyond anything mere cadets could have accomplished. The facts were baffling. The cadets returned safely, but the staff members who went in after them were never found, vanishing as if they had never existed in the first place. His colleague wonders aloud if they could be inside the mysterious stone gate. The senior investigator expresses his doubt, saying it's unlikely since the stone gate has never been known to open before. He grimly adds that their hands are tied, as they can't exactly interrogate the Jokwin cadets, who are all children of nobles. His partner agrees, questioning if their higher-ups would ever issue a warrant for an elite school, before excusing himself for a bathroom break. Left alone, the investigator sighs in frustration, muttering that the situation is driving him crazy as he takes a drag from his cigarette. Suddenly, a flash of purple light erupts behind him. He turns in shock to see his colleague struck down, his body convulsing as his phone flies through the air. The man collapses lifelessly to the ground. The investigator stares in horror, his mind reeling as he questions if it was magic or a demon. A figure emerges from the shadows, wreathed in crackling purple energy. It's a woman with short white hair and glowing purple eyes, who offers a cheerful greeting. The investigator is stunned, realizing she's human. Before he can react, a whip of dark energy lashes through the air with incredible speed. The woman is now behind him, bidding him a simple goodbye. The investigator's eyes widen in terror as purple energy fractures his vision. In his final moments, he understands the terrifying truth. She is a human who has made a pact with demons. The woman, a half-human, half-demon, stands triumphantly amidst the carnage. She looks down at the fallen agents with a smirk, commenting that while working hard is admirable, they all seriously lacked awareness. She is a villain, and she has left no witnesses. A blue-haired girl with distinctive red horns takes a hearty bite out of a yellow-wrapped protein bar, her lips parted in satisfaction. In the lecture hall, the same girl, Saki Ryozo, savors the snack with pure delight, her eyes closed and a blissful expression on her face as little red hearts float around her head, clearly enjoying the taste immensely. Beside her, Geoma Kang watches with a completely deadpan and unimpressed look, his dark eyes observing her peculiar behavior. He lets out a quiet, hesitant sound, clearly unsure how to react to his new deskmate. Saki turns to him, her cheeks slightly puffed, and asks with a hint of accusation why he didn't eat the snack she had offered him, pointing out that she had gone through the trouble of sharing it, and that he was ignoring her kindness. Geoma remains silent, his internal thoughts revealing his reasoning. He had left the snack on the desk because Chloe sometimes sits in that very spot. Saki's eyes widen in surprise as she asks if that's really true. Geoma internally questions the logic, musing on whether they even have assigned seats in the first place, believing it to be a first-come, first-served system. Saki, however, seems to take his reasoning at face value, leaning back with a sly, knowing smirk and conceding that he was, well, technically correct. Saki looks around the grand lecture hall, expressing her amazement at how incredible it all is. Geoma looks at her sideways, his mind racing with questions, beginning a thought with a simple, but his train of thought is interrupted by a voice from elsewhere in the hall asking Saki why she transferred to their class, just as a booming announcement declares that the assembly will begin in 5 minutes. The silhouettes of other students are seen, one of them groaning about how annoying the sudden assembly is. Geoma sits silently, contemplating the situation, while Saki, now sitting beside him, asks if their class has morning training every single day and pointedly asks if he isn't going to attend. Geoma calmly replies that he won't be going because he is doing mental training instead, wishing her good luck with the physical exertion. In response, Saki promptly pulls out a sleeping mask, slips it over her eyes and crosses her arms, immediately beginning to snore softly. Geoma looks over, his expression a mixture of disbelief and annoyance, muttering to himself about how serious she was about skipping. Just as he turns away, Saki lifts her mask slightly, adding one more thing. She instructs him that from now on he should call her Ryozo, not Saki. When Geoma questions this, she explains that in her country it is customary for close friends to call each other by their first names instead of their surnames. Geoma points out that even Weapon calls her Saki, but she dismisses this entirely, stating that it has nothing to do with it. With a slight smirk, she wishes him good luck with his training again before pulling her mask down. A moment later, a loud snore escapes her, and Geoma's eye twitches in irritation, a dark shadow crossing his face. Elsewhere in a different classroom marked by a hanging sign, a blonde girl with cat-like ears, identified as Rachel, stretches her arms high above her head with a satisfied grip. She then complains about how noisy it is getting. Leaning back in her chair, she casually asks her friend if she had heard the news that Saki was reassigned to their class, remarking on how Saki always used to laze around and do her own thing, wondering what sort of crazy idea could have possibly gotten into her head. Her friend, a girl with striking teal hair named Abel, responds with a quiet confirmation, saying she sees, her expression thoughtful and distant. Rachel leans forward conspiratorially, a mischievous, toothy grin spreading across her face as she asks Abel if she is perhaps disappointed by this news. Abel looks genuinely confused, asking what she could possibly be disappointed about. Rachel elaborates, explaining that class reassignments only ever happen when there's an open spot, reminding Abel that their class had been missing one student this year. She muses on how Saki, the very same girl who used to do nothing but sleep in the archery hall, could have found out about the opening ahead of everyone else. Abel, still not following, asks again what Saki's transfer has to do with her feeling disappointed. With a dramatic flair, Rachel reveals a juicy piece of gossip she heard from Weapon. That last week, Abel had teamed up with none other than Geoma Kang and successfully cleared the Buffalo dungeon. Abel's eyes widen in shock at this revelation. Internally, Abel thinks with a hint of exasperation that Saki must really like him a lot to go to such lengths. Rachel leans in closer, her voice dripping with playful drama, declaring that there's supposed to be a proper order to these things, and that Geoma-kun was already reserved by their dear Abel. Flustered and blushing, Abel grabs Rachel's arm, demanding to know what on earth she's even saying. Rachel simply smirks, pointing out that she has always noticed how Abel reacts the most whenever Geoma's name comes up. She presses her point, getting right up in Abel's face and asking if she is absolutely sure there isn't anything going on between them. Pushed to her limit, Abel shuts her eyes and firmly states that she will make things perfectly clear. She declares emphatically that she has only spoken to Geoma Kang a few times, and that there is absolutely no relationship between them. With her arms crossed, she tells Rachel that she would appreciate it if she stopped making such weird and unfounded assumptions. Rachel simply hums in a noncommittal way, her hands resting on the desk. With a sly look, Rachel clarifies Abel's statement, rephrasing it to mean that there's nothing between them until now but coyly adding that who knows what the future might hold. She leans in very close to Abel, her eyes glowing with an intense purple light, and whispers her name. She continues in a low, serious tone, telling Abel that lying to others is one thing, but lying to herself doesn't seem like a good idea. Abel is struck silent by Rachel's words, her expression frozen in shock as she is forced to think about it for a long moment. A close-up on Abel's golden eye reveals a storm of internal conflict, a dawning realization reflected in her gaze as her world is tinged with purple light. The scene shifts to a memory, where an elderly man with white hair informs Abel that starting tomorrow, he will be taking up a temporary instructor position at the academy. Light streams through a grand window in a well-appointed room. Abel protests vehemently, pleading with her grandfather not to follow her to the academy, complaining that she's already receiving far too much attention as it is. Her grandfather, calmly holding a cup of tea, clarifies that he will be in charge of the first-year special class, a detail that does little to soothe her. Abel is utterly stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she processes the news. She stammers, asking what he means by that. He calmly reminds her that this was something she herself had requested after the midterm exams had concluded. As her grandfather sips his tea, Abel is left speechless, unable to form a coherent response. He attempts to reassure her, telling her not to worry too much as their paths won't cross very often. Abel watches him, her internal monologue revealing her true thoughts. She notes that while he tries to suppress it, she can clearly see the excitement on his face. She knows that her grandfather, the legendary sword emperor who always seemed so bored with the world, has only come forward and taken this position because of one person, Geoma Kang. Abel is surrounded by a swirling green aura as she thinks about Geoma. She reflects on his nature, describing him as a once-in-a-lifetime genius who completely ignores status and noble backgrounds, a person who solves every problem through the sheer force of his own strength. She thinks about how his talent is so absurdly immense that it feels fundamentally unfair, remembering his status as a special trainee. She recalls her first impression of him as just a scrawny kid who was slacking off, but she acknowledges how much he has changed. Now he has become a well-built, sharp-featured young man radiating masculine charm, a thought that brings a faint blush to her cheeks. In her mind, he surpasses even Leon van Reinhardt, the so-called hero candidate. A split image shows Geoma's dark, determined profile contrasted with Leon's bright, noble one. Abel believes that Geoma continuously walks the difficult path of a true hero, yet never shows off or boasts about his incredible achievements, silently enduring any hardship. Standing in a sun-drenched courtyard, she muses that if he were at least arrogant, she could find a reason to hate him for it. The truth, she admits to herself, is that she's jealous because her own grandfather acknowledged Geoma's strength while seemingly ignoring hers. A realization she finds deeply embarrassing. Suddenly, Rachel's voice whispers directly into her ear, teasingly asking if that's really the case. Abel yelps in surprise, jumping away from Rachel, who is now standing right behind her with a smug grin. Rachel laughs at her reaction, asking what she's doing. Completely flustered, with a deep blush spreading across her face, Abel vehemently denies having the feelings Rachel is talking about toward Geoma Kang, insisting that she doesn't have the time or the mental space for such things. Rachel steps back, feigning relief, and saying that if Lady Abel insists so strongly, then she is relieved. She exclaims what a relief it is that she won't have to compete with Abel for Geoma's affection. With a confident, almost crazed expression, she declares that while she can handle that little brat Saki, she knows she could never hope to compete with Lady Abel herself. Caught off guard by this turn, Abel fidgets nervously, stammering and asking if that's really so. Rachel's eyes narrow slyly as she pounces on the hesitation, asking if Abel is admitting it now. Abel is once again left speechless and cornered by her friend's relentless teasing. The scene changes to a lecture hall, where a textbook on basic blessing analysis is open. The text explains that the rank of a blessing is determined by the entity residing within it. A guardian spirit results in a guardian class blessing, while a regular spirit results in a spirit class blessing. A professor with shaggy green hair stands before a blackboard listing the hierarchy of blessings: heroic spirit, spirit, guardian spirit, and personal spirit. A student raises his hand and asks a peculiar question. If an ancestor were to reside in a blessing, would it then be considered an ancestor class blessing? He adds that he's been dreaming about his late grandfather a lot recently. The professor pauses, then replies with a wry smile that while ancestors might be able to help one lift weights at the gym, they do not inhabit blessings, causing the class to erupt in laughter. Geoma watches the scene unfold with his usual stoic expression, while next to him, Ryozo remains fast asleep under her mask. The professor glances towards Geoma, wondering internally if this particular student is untouchable even for the professors. He then moves on with his lecture, turning back to the topic of blessing ranks. Geoma glances at the sleeping girl beside him, thinking to himself how well she sleeps. His thoughts drift to her sudden appearance in his class. He muses that it has been 2 days since Saki transferred, yet he still hasn't found out the reason she joined their class. It's ridiculous, he thinks, that she sleeps so much he hasn't even had a chance to ask her. He wonders why, if she's just going to sleep, she doesn't move to a corner seat instead of sitting right next to him. A flash of red energy signifies his thoughts turning to a more serious matter. He feels a sense of relief that Chloe is currently hospitalized, but he also acknowledges that Saki handled the post-dungeon cleanup, ensuring everything was wrapped up without any major issues. He concludes that her skills are truly on a different level compared to weapons. The professor continues his lecture, explaining the classification of blessing ranks from the blackboard. He posits that most of the cadets present likely possess personal class blessings. He urges them not to be discouraged by this, however. He explains that if used skillfully, even a personal class blessing can be just as effective as a guardian class one. Besides, he adds, spirit class blessings are incredibly rare in this world anyway. Geoma listens, internally questioning if this is supposed to be comforting, especially since he himself had happened to snatch one of those very rare blessings just a few days ago. At that moment, a student with pink hair raises her hand and asks the professor about heroic class blessings. The professor smiles, explaining that the world often calls them hero-grade blessings. He confesses that, as a professor of blessing studies, he hesitates to even speak of them, as they are practically the stuff of legends. He reveals a stunning fact. Since the first manifestation of blessings in all of human history, only one person has ever possessed one. A powerful, shadowy silhouette of a heavily armored warrior appears in the students' imaginations. The professor names this legendary figure as the founding hero, Baldur Jormungandr, the only one to ever awaken such a power. The students gasp in awe. The professor then adds that, of course, there is one more example in modern times, the so-called miracle blessing. Before he can elaborate, the school bell chimes loudly, signaling the end of the lecture. He dismisses the class, promising to continue this topic next time. As the other students begin to leave, Jioma raises his hand, announcing that he has a question for the professor. The professor, now standing alone at the front of the empty hall, turns and acknowledges Cadet Jioma Kang. Jioma, still seated, asks the professor if he knows anything about a specific phrase. "May the blessing of the gods be with you." The professor looks at him, a thoughtful expression on his face, while Saki stirs slightly in her sleep nearby. The professor admits that he doesn't quite understand the intent behind Jioma's question, but he points out that there is a fundamental contradiction in the statement itself. Jioma asks what contradiction he is referring to. The professor stands tall, a confident smirk on his face, and delivers a chilling revelation. The contradiction is that there are no gods left in this world. He then praises Jioma's admirable thirst for knowledge and extends an open invitation to visit his research lab anytime he has more questions. With that, the professor turns and walks out of the lecture hall, leaving Jioma alone to process the implications of his words. Suddenly, Saki peeks out from under her sleeping mask, her eyes darting around as she asks if everyone is gone. Jioma, without turning, replies that it doesn't seem like it. Saki immediately pulls her mask back down and resumes her nap. With a sigh and a tired, slightly amused look on his face, Jioma decides he might as well take a nap too. He lowers his head onto his arms, resting on the desk. His world fades to black. In the darkness of his slumber, his eyes flicker open slightly. His eyes then shoot wide open in alarm as a strange phenomenon occurs. A glitching digital message materializes in the void of his mind, stating that GM is requesting a conversation with you. The scene around him transforms into a chaotic, broken digital space, with the shattered remnants of a city, a derailed subway train, and floating debris orbiting a fractured planet. A system prompt appears before him, asking if he will accept the conversation, with the options Y/N glowing in the darkness. In a final glimpse of this strange world, a lone figure in a suit is seen floating helplessly in a crimson-red, grid-like dimension. In the silent, fractured void of a digital dreamscape, a glitched message materializes against the backdrop of a colossal, ringed planet. Its distorted text informing an unseen recipient that GM is requesting a conversation. The space itself is a chaotic tableau of destruction, where a subway train has been ripped apart, its cars tumbling through the star-dusted abyss alongside fragmented buildings, cars, and other urban debris. Floating amidst this surreal wreckage is a young man in a green school uniform, his form flickering with digital static, a silent exclamation of shock escaping his lips as he drifts helplessly. A stark, computerized prompt hangs in the void, posing a simple but profound question, whether he will accept this mysterious invitation. The young man, Jioma, gazes forward with a mixture of confusion and apprehension etched onto his face, his brows furrowed as he tries to comprehend the impossible vista before him. A new message flashes into existence, confirming that he has accepted GM's request, and another more ominous notification follows, stating that GM is now interfering with the world line, a string of code trailing behind the cryptic word. Jioma's mind latches onto the term world line, a concept that only deepens his confusion, making him realize that everything around him is utterly and terrifyingly unknown. A sudden jolt of energy surges through the void, sending him hurtling upwards through the cosmic junkyard. The chaotic motion ceases as abruptly as it began, and he finds a moment of stillness, observing that the space has calmed down once more. However, his brief respite is shattered by a series of system messages that deliver a harsh reality check. The opponent's level is too high, his own level is too low, and he does not yet meet some unspecified requirements. Despite these warnings, another prompt appears, asking if he still wishes to proceed. Jioma looks up at a massive, glowing ring structure dominating the sky, his mind racing as he tries to make sense of the situation. He concludes with a growing certainty that this is no ordinary dream. A profound thought strikes him. Perhaps this surreal experience is the very reason he fell into this world in the first place, a potential clue to the enigmatic blessing of the sword god that was bestowed upon him. With a new sense of purpose hardening his expression, his resolve becomes clear. A pixelated cursor materializes and clicks yes, confirming his intent to move forward. The system responds instantly, informing him that GM has confirmed his choice and is now using a suppression force to make contact. Jioma floats weightlessly, a passive observer as the world around him begins to deconstruct. The system announces the beginning of a full adjustment and transformation of the world line code, and the very fabric of his dreamscape dissolves into countless glowing, digital blocks that cascade into nothingness. The scene then shatters like a pane of glass, the blue fragments flying apart to reveal a new reality behind them. a dark space defined by a glowing red grid and intersecting lines of light. Gyo-ma stands amidst the crystalline debris of the former world, taking in this strange new dimension. A jolt of recognition runs through him. He realizes this sensation is remarkably similar to the day he first awakened the blessing of the sword god back at the academy entrance. He recalls seeing that same mysterious thing back then as well. A fierce determination fills his eyes as he decides that, no matter what, he has to find out what that thing is. He raises his hand, his fingers outstretched as if to grasp a pulsating, star-like point of red light, glowing intensely in the distance. He feels himself drifting closer to the mysterious light, a sense of progress filling his thoughts. He feels he is getting closer, little by little, just a bit more, just a little more. His focus entirely on the crimson goal ahead. Suddenly, a muffled voice yells at him to wake up, and a hand clamps down firmly on his shoulder from behind, yanking him from his focused state. The system immediately reports an error, stating that due to external interference, G.M. is losing memory. Gyo-ma's eyes widen in panic as he looks at his own hand, which is now glitching and dissolving into digital noise. He desperately questions what is happening and why. A final, urgent message from G.M. pulses from a swirling red vortex that has appeared before him. The message is simple yet cryptic, instructing him to cut and slice whatever it is, a final thought of whatever it is echoing in the void. The message concludes with a final, fading benediction. May the blessing of the gods be with you. The voice from the real world cuts through the dream again, this time clear and insistent, shouting his full name, Gyo-ma Kang, and demanding that he wake up. Gyo-ma's eyes flutter open, his mind hazy with confusion. He finds himself in a classroom with the familiar face of Saki Ryo, a girl with striking blue hair, leaning over him. She chides him with a playful smirk, pointing out the irony that he had scolded her for sleeping too much. Yet here he was, passed out cold himself. She tells him he should be thankful she woke him, otherwise he might have remained asleep through the school day. Her teasing demeanor suddenly vanishes as her eyes widen in surprise. She stares at his face, noticing something incredible. A warm, golden light envelops Gyo-ma, and a single tear traces a path down his cheek, catching the light as it falls. Later, Gyo-ma sits alone on a park bench on the academy grounds, his shoulders slumped, and his expression somber as he stares at the ground. Ryo approaches him cautiously, her earlier teasing replaced with genuine concern. She softly asks if he is okay and wonders if he had a sad dream. Gyo-ma looks up, his thoughts still clouded. He tells her that he thinks he had a dream, but he can't remember any of it. Internally, he feels a wave of embarrassment, mortified that the notoriously sleepy Saki caught him crying, and he's left to wonder what could have possibly made him weep. His quiet moment is interrupted as he spots the rest of their group approaching, announcing that they are already here. The group, consisting of the orange-haired Weapon, the red-haired Chloe, and Ryo, gathers around the bench. Weapon immediately launches into a briefing, wanting to go over their situation one more time, reiterates that there seems to be an enemy within the academy targeting Gyo-ma, with the midterms being a likely time for an attack. Ryo, clearly exasperated, interrupts him, complaining about how many times she has to hear this. She tells him to stop rambling and just hit the main points, sarcastically asking if he'll take responsibility if her ears start bleeding. Weapon snaps back, telling her that this attitude is precisely why she isn't at the top of the class. He reminds her that he had asked her to explain the situation beforehand, but she must have been having a rough time. He then leans in and playfully pretends to administer first aid to her ears, making a beeping sound. While the two bicker, Gyo-ma turns his attention to Chloe, who stands slightly apart from the group. He asks her if she is feeling any better. Chloe confirms that she is, but explains she'll maintain some distance to avoid spreading her cold, which makes Gyo-ma realize why she had been standing so far away. He reflects that he's already heard the situation from the others, but thinking about it alone hasn't yielded any solutions. Deciding to formalize their group dynamic, he calls out to Ryo by her first name. She turns to him, her bright blue eyes meeting his. He then calls out to Weapon, addressing him as Joe. Finally, he combines their names, calling Ryo Ryojo, and asks if that's what he should call her now. A warm smile spreads across Ryojo's face as she agrees, stating that she's looking forward to working with him, Gyo-ma. Weapon claps his hands together, bringing the focus back to the task at hand. He declares that he's organized everything to help them figure things out. He opens a notebook, pointing to two key points he's written down. First, the academy elders are targeting Gyo-ma, and second, the mysterious female instructor they heard about from the checkpoint staff. He's even included a surprisingly well-drawn sketch of the instructor, which Ryojo compliments. Weapon muses that it feels like they could find her soon, but then dismisses the thought, figuring the elder's request is too vague and will likely be dropped at editor's level anyway. Ryojo then provides an update on the female instructor. She reveals that she broke into the Academy's internal records and searched through 546 personnel files, from head instructors to assistants. She managed to find one person who matched the description, but strangely, she couldn't verify the woman's identity, receiving only an error message on her screen. Weapon expresses his surprise, asking if she can really do things like that. Ryojo boasts with a confident smirk, explaining that in a world overflowing with fourth industrial technology, having a few skills like that is nothing special. She adds that it wasn't easy, as the Academy has the world's best security system. She had to wait for the early dawn when the system was at its weakest, which meant she got no sleep and is now even more tired, thanks to Weapon's incessant nagging. Gyoma internally scoffs at her excuse, thinking to himself that she's not just a sleepyhead, she's practically a ghost. He recalls how she had somehow obtained his phone number without him ever giving it to her, sending him a message from an unverified user with a catgirl avatar. He now understands how she figured things out. Weapon summarizes their progress, or lack thereof, stating that basically, nothing has been clearly revealed yet. He adds that they can't just barge into the Elder's quarters and start making threats. He looks at Gyoma and concedes that while Gyoma might be able to pull it off, it would only make their situation worse. From a short distance away, Chloe quietly agrees with his assessment. Weapon then raises a finger, a spark of inspiration in his eyes, and proposes his grand idea. They should start a club. Gyoma looks at him, bewildered by the suggestion. Ryojo immediately explains the logic. At Jokwin Academy, clubs are granted special privileges, including free movement and funding. Because the Academy emphasizes cadet cooperation, clubs are treated as affiliate organizations, which means simply being in a club grants its members a level of protection from the Academy itself. Weapon, growing impatient, grabs Ryojo's face and exclaims that being just a cadet isn't enough protection for them. He explains that with enemies both inside and outside the Academy, a club would act as a crucial double barrier. Ryojo pushes his hand away, conceding that it sounds convenient. Gyoma's mind flashes back to the game he used to play, Blessing M***. He remembers the club system, which was also known as the housing system. It was a feature that allowed players to decorate a private space with furniture and items, invite other characters to build affinity, and was a classic staple of otaku games designed to empty fans' wallets. He recalls never paying it much attention, because he was always short on time in the game. But now, in this reality, he's shocked to realize it could have such a practical and important use. He asks what the specific requirements are to start a club. Ryojo informs him that they need at least 5 people, and a club founding proposal submitted to the proper department. The number 5 catches Gyoma's attention, as he realizes they are currently only a group of 4. He asks, just to be sure, if all of them are planning on joining. Weapon scoffs, acting offended by the question, retorting that of course they are, and that they were brought together for this purpose from the start. Chloe chimes in enthusiastically, declaring that if it helps Gyoma, she's in. Ryojo adds that she owes him one from their time in the dungeon, and that a brainy type like her is essential for this kind of endeavor. Gyoma is touched by their immediate and unwavering support. He reflects on his past life, where relationships grew to be nothing more than calculated exchanges of give and take. Yet here, these people who barely know him are willing to follow and trust him, even in a world where social class dictates everything. A simple, heartfelt thanks escapes his lips. Seizing the momentum, Weapon suggests they pick a name for their club. Chloe is the first to offer a suggestion, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. She proposes Memories of Assassination, imagining them as a group that assassinates corrupt powers while brandishing a glowing red kunai. Weapon immediately shoots down her edgy idea, much to her disappointment. Weapon then suggests something completely random, like Leaf Village Neighborhood Patrol, arguing that the name doesn't even matter. Ryojo promptly tells him to shut up. Amidst the bickering, Gyoma offers a more grounded suggestion, a travel club. He explains that as a travel club, they could clear dungeons and explore the world outside the Academy, then asks if it's a bad idea. The others immediately approve. Ryojo declares she's in favor, Chloe agrees it sounds good, and Weapon gives the final okay. With the name decided, Weapon moves on to the next hurdle, finding a faculty advisor. He reminds them that the written test is next week, so they need to prepare early. Gyoma silently wonders if a travel club is really a good idea. Ryojo points out that this is their biggest problem, as they can't form the club without an advisor, and the rules state that advisors must be at professor level or higher. Chloe suggests asking Professor Damien from Blessing Studies, mentioning his popularity and kindness. However, Weapon dismisses the idea, stating that Professor Damien is far too busy and it wouldn't work. He sighs, lamenting how few options they have. Out of 500 staff members, only about 30 are professors, and a mere 10 of them teach first years. Ryojo sits back on the bench, frustrated, commenting on how the academy system is full of contradictions by encouraging club activities, but making it nearly impossible to find an advisor. She turns to Jioma and asks if he has anyone in mind. Jioma looks thoughtful for a moment before clarifying a key detail, asking if the advisor just has to be professor level or asterisk higher asterisk. Ryojo confirms this is correct, but adds that there's almost no one in the academy ranked above a professor. Just as she says this, a realization dawns on her, and she recalls that their asterisk is asterisk one such person. But it's too late. Jioma has already pulled out his phone and is making a call, leaving the others to stare at him in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock and curiosity. A preview for the next chapter shows a door opening inside a building, hinting at the person Jioma is about to meet. The process to establish a club required the head of the club to appear in person at the administration office to apply, a rule set against the backdrop of a grand and imposing academy building. Inside an office, Jioma, with his signature black and white hair and crisp academy uniform, stated with a flat expression that he was the head of the club wishing to apply. A blonde woman with her hair tied up in two buns, sitting behind a desk, looked at him with an expression of utter disbelief and disdain, incredulously questioning if he, of all people, was the head. Jioma stood silently before her, his expression unchanging, while the woman let out a small, contemptuous laugh. Internally, Jioma lamented how annoying this situation was becoming. He spoke with a hint of irritation, his eyes narrowed as he looked down at her, insisting that as long as they followed the proper procedure, the application should be approved without issue, and she should simply accept it. Just then, a voice interrupted them, politely saying, "Excuse me," causing Jioma to turn his head slightly. The blonde woman seized the opportunity, her expression turning smug as she corrected him, referring to him dismissively as a special admission before amending it to first-year cadet. She then laid out another bureaucratic hurdle, informing him that to apply for a club, he needed a faculty advisor. With a condescending look that raked over him from head to toe, she added that she highly doubted anyone would ever agree to be his advisor. Jioma coolly asked what she meant by that remark. Suddenly, a blond man with a smug grin appeared beside him, mockingly asking if he really didn't understand what was being said. He then spelled it out for him, questioning if Jioma genuinely believed any professor at the academy would be willing to advise a club founded by a mere special admissions student. The blonde woman leaned back in her chair, the picture of smug satisfaction, and told Jioma that given his background, he should at least know his place. Jioma remained silent, his mind racing. He thought to himself that, as he expected, even the faintest glimmer of justice he held onto was fading away. A darker part of him was tempted to resort to what he considered the most effective method of communication in such situations: violence. His thoughts drifted back to his nearly 2 decades of experience in the restaurant business, where he had encountered countless disgusting individuals. Flashing back to a memory of a chaotic kitchen, he knew from experience that the best response in these cases was often a swift smack to the face, and a close-up of his eyes revealed a dangerous glint, his anger barely contained as he fought the urge to strike her. Instead of lashing out, Jioma calmly took out his phone and made a call, greeting the person on the other end politely. The blonde woman looked up from her desk, her mouth slightly agape in surprise at his unexpected action. Jioma continued his call, explaining that he was at the admin office regarding a club registration. The woman watched him, thinking to herself how audacious this kid was. Jioma noticed that the person on the phone wasn't hanging up, a small smirk playing on his lips. He confirmed that they were nearby and could come over, ending the call by saying he would see them shortly. The staff member was utterly flabbergasted, finding it unbelievable that a special student thought he could resolve things with a simple phone call. Jioma turned to her and calmly stated that they should proceed by the rules, as the person he called was on their way. This sent the woman into a sputtering fit, as she stammered, demanding to know who was backing him and giving him the nerve to act so cocky. Leaning forward with a shocked and furious expression, she yelled at him, wondering what kind of powerful support he could possibly have, her outburst drawing the attention of other office workers. Her anger boiling over, the woman began to boast about her own connections, claiming she was the cousin of the principal's close friend. She threatened that with a single word from her, a special student like him would be finished, but her threat was cut short by a dismissive snort from Jioma. Enraged by his disrespect, she slammed her hands on the desk and screamed at him, asking if he was crazy. Jioma leaned in close, his voice low and menacing, and told her to quiet down because she was being too loud. The woman froze, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and fear at his sudden proximity and audacity, stammering as she asked what he had just said. Her face contorted into a mask of pure rage as she shrieked at him. Jioma simply looked back with a cold, knowing smirk, remarking that all of her hypocrisy was now laid bare for everyone to see. He added that this was precisely the reaction he had wanted to witness. At that exact moment, the office door flew open with a loud bang, the force of it making the woman's pigtails fly up in surprise. The sudden entrance was punctuated by two large red exclamation marks, emphasizing the collective shock in the room. The other staff members in the office turned their heads in unison, their faces reflecting their stunned silence. The blonde woman was also frozen in place, her mouth hanging open as she stared at the figure who had just entered. A single, elegant green high-heeled shoe stepped firmly onto the floor with a distinct clack. A new, authoritative voice commanded someone to show respect, explaining that the person arriving was. The blonde woman's face paled, her eyes wide with terror, while Gyo-ma stood calmly beside her desk. The voice finished its sentence, announcing that this person was the club advisor. A stunning woman with long, flowing green hair, stylish glasses, and a form-fitting black dress strode into the room, her presence radiating an aura of immense power and authority. The blonde staff member was completely aghast, her shock represented by two red exclamation marks hovering above her head. Gyo-ma turned to the newcomer with a slight smile, warmly greeting her as our Gyo-ma, and expressing his happiness at seeing her in person after so long. He apologized for troubling her, but the green-haired woman brushed it off, assuring him it was no trouble at all and that she would have run over barefoot for his request. The blonde staff member, now trembling, finally processed the name she had just heard, stammering, Kang Gyo, Gyo-ma Kang. A dawning horror on her face as she realized this was the name of the academy's top-ranked incoming student. The green-haired woman, the headmaster, walked over to the desk and addressed the stunned staff member by name, Gyo-ma, curtly ordering her to hand over the club application document and get going, reminding her that the written exam was next week. Gyo-ma noted the time and said he would leave matters in her capable hands. The headmaster nonchalantly took a seat in a nearby office chair, which an assistant quickly pushed in for her. She crossed her legs, exuding an air of absolute command. The terrified staff member began to sweat profusely, trying desperately to backtrack by addressing the woman as headmaster, and stammering that there must have been a misunderstanding. The headmaster cut her off sharply, her expression cold and severe. She stated that she didn't need any special ability to see that the staff member had judged Gyo-ma based solely on his background. A green magical aura flared around her pointed finger as she declared that the cadet she had just disrespected was someone that both she and a person named Zeke had marked as a successor. The blonde woman bowed her head, her face a mask of pure terror. The headmaster, radiating power from her chair, gave the woman a chilling ultimatum, 5 minutes. With her piercing red eyes gleaming behind her glasses, she gave a single, cold command, write it down. Instantly, a document glowing with green energy materialized on the staff member's desk. A letter of resignation, which she stared at in utter horror. Sometime later, Gyo-ma checked his phone, reading a text exchange that confirmed his club registration had gone smoothly and would be official after one more member joined. He mused to himself that the rude staff member had probably been fired. He sent a reply to the headmaster, thanking her and promising to visit soon. As he stood outside under a clear blue sky, a new message arrived, summoning him to the headmaster's office after class. Gyo-ma soon arrived at a heavy door set in a formidable stone wall, announcing his presence. Inside a blazing forge, a large, muscular blacksmith with a beard and a topknot turned from his work, asking if Gyo-ma was there for his gear. The blacksmith, Violent, told him to wait a moment, his focus returning to the forge. Gyo-ma watched him, thinking that for once, the man actually sounded like a proper blacksmith. He contemplated his complex feelings about this NPC from his past life as a gamer. While he didn't know Violent's opinion of him, he himself had a love-hate relationship with the character, admitting that the hate was currently stronger, though he also felt a degree of pity. The intense heat from the forge became overwhelming, forcing Gyo-ma to loosen his tie as he muttered about how hot it was. His thoughts then turned to the game's lore, recalling that Blacksmith Violent was a major NPC responsible for nearly all weapon-related crafting and upgrades. A memory of the old game's pixelated interface appeared, showing Violent at his anvil with the text, tighten, polish, and oil it up. Gyo-ma remembered how, like in many K-mobile games, Violent was designed to be a frustrating resource sink for players. As a light spender, he hadn't suffered too much, but he recalled how heavy spenders would perform ritualistic prayers, begging Violent for a successful upgrade. One game screenshot even showed a player character bowing before Violent, offering a high-rank item as a tribute, and reciting a dramatic pledge. In the end, however, most players cursed his name, calling him Craplant or Doomlant. Gyo-ma grimly remembered cursing Violent himself when his prized Murasame was downgraded from B rank all the way down to E rank. Violent's voice broke through his thoughts, asking what he was pondering so intently. Startled, Gyo-ma let out a small gasp. He quickly composed himself, Sitting down and brushing it off by saying Bylent simply reminded him of someone he used to know. Bylent chuckled heartily, boasting that this person must have been as handsome as he was. The blacksmith then presented Geoma with his upgraded weapon, declaring with immense pride that the job was beyond perfect. He also mentioned adding a special option and urged Geoma to check it out. The weapon was revealed to be his sashimi knife, now glowing with power and renamed Murasame Dog. Overwhelmed with emotion, Geoma shot to his feet and yelled Bylent's name. The blacksmith was taken aback by the outburst, asking what was wrong with him and calling him creepy. A system notification popped up, revealing an update to Geoma's Blessing of Painlessness. The blessing's activation time had been extended from 40 to 50 seconds, with a 12-hour cooldown. Geoma was pleasantly surprised by the new 50-second duration. Sitting on a bench outside, he examined the floating system window, reflecting that 40 seconds had felt insufficient for the dungeons he planned to tackle. He realized that while it was only a 10-second increase, it was a massive improvement. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he began planning how to combine this enhanced blessing with the blessing of transfer during his next gear upgrade, concluding it was a very positive development. He remembered how he used to complain about this blessing in the past, but now he understood that the blessing of painlessness, awakened by the original Geoma Kang, was an incredibly versatile commander-class ability. Recalling Bylent's instruction to check something, he drew his newly upgraded knife. He activated his system interface, which identified the Murasame Dog as a D-rank weapon with C-rank destructive power and A-rank growth potential. Geoma was slightly underwhelmed, muttering that it was only D-rank. He thought that for all the effort, the upgrade wasn't as dramatic as he'd hoped. Using materials from the A-rank Cow King, he had expected at least a C-rank outcome. Nevertheless, he touched the blade, feeling encouraged that its hardness had increased by 2 levels, meaning it would no longer be at risk of crumbling on impact, especially when he eventually infused it with aura. Suddenly, a new notification appeared on his interface, featuring a button that seemed to be screaming for him to press it. The button, part of a newly added feature, simply said, "Please touch." Geoma confessed he had a bad feeling about this. He pressed it anyway, and the interface transformed, showing his knife surrounded by 3 empty triangular slots. A system message explained that due to the successful enhancement, up to 3 special abilities could be granted to the weapon using mana stones, which would activate randomly. As he stared at the D-rank label and the 3 empty slots, his face grew pale, and he stammered the word mana. The full realization hit him like a ton of bricks. Mana stones? The dreaded gacha system was back. He cursed Bylent under his breath. A visceral flashback showed his former self smashing a keyboard in a fit of rage, screaming about how infuriating this kind of system was. The scene then shifted to a dark, opulent room where a disheveled man, Zeke von Baimhark, stared at his haggard reflection in a shattered mirror, sighing in despair. Slumped in a chair amidst empty bottles, he looked utterly defeated. After taking another long swig from a bottle, he tossed it aside and wondered aloud what he should do, his gaze falling upon a portrait on the wall. He addressed the portrait as father. The portrait depicted a stern nobleman, Lyman von Baimhark. Zeke's thoughts turned to his father, one of the legendary 7-star heroes known as the Mad Tiger. His father had died heroically 40 years ago during a battle against the Demon Legion of Basman. While the public lauded him as a noble hero for his sacrifice, his death plunged the Baimhark family into chaos, as relatives and rivals launched endless attacks to seize control. To survive, a young Zeke had to become ruthless, carrying poison in his heart. He masterfully turned the assassins sent by his own relatives against each other, watching them wipe each other out while he worked to restore order and protect his family's legacy. By the time he was 30, he had become an elder of Joquin Academy, accepting it as his destiny to guide humanity and uphold the supremacy of the chosen elite. He rationalized that controlling the masses required a common enemy, a role conveniently filled by the demons, which justified their rule. But as symbolized by shattering red glass, variables always appear without warning. That variable was Leon von Reinhardt, the prophesied hero destined to defeat the Demon King, whose heroic image now haunted Zeke's thoughts. Zeke was pragmatic, knowing the power gap between humans and demons was immense, and that Leon's chances of victory were practically zero. He remembered the legend of the founding hero, Lycan Valor Joquin, who had sealed a legion commander. That legend was a dangerous precedent, and Zeke was determined that such a thing must never be allowed to happen again. A memory surfaced of a shadowy woman with glowing eyes, offering to help him deal with the hero candidate. He had initially scoffed at her, questioning her place as a mere instruct, but a flash of her sinister, glowing purple eyes and an overwhelming surge of red energy had shown him his mistake. In that moment, he knew who was superior. She was a villain, a half-demon who had made a direct pact with a Legion commander, forsaking her humanity for power. Back in the present, Zeke brooded on his bed, thinking that dealing with Leon was already a massive headache. And now the emergence of that lowly special admit brat, Gioma, was making everything worse. He felt stuck, as even his associate editor couldn't proceed without a clearer justification. As he sat in silent contemplation, a voice called out, and the silhouette of Elder Clady von Baimhark appeared in his doorway. A grim determination settled on Zeke's face as he gave a new, chilling order: summon the Undertaker squad. In a special bonus chapter, a girl with a blonde ponytail and her blue-haired friend arrived at a studio, excited to watch Lady Abel's cover shoot. They found the green screen room empty except for a single sword, wondering if everyone was in the dressing room. Inside, Lady Abel, a girl with long teal hair, was struggling to tie it up, musing that she should try a new hairstyle. Suddenly, a blonde, cat-eared girl named Rachel snuck up behind her, teasingly asking what she was doing. Startled, Abel screamed and scolded Rachel for scaring her, to which Rachel just laughed. Flustered, Abel's attention was drawn to a gleaming sashimi knife sitting on the vanity before her, and she could only say, "Oh." Kang Gioma sits in a classroom, his focus entirely on the notebook before him as he scribbles down notes with a mechanical pencil. His thoughts are consumed by a single concept: mana stones. He rests his chin on his fist, his expression serious and contemplative as he murmurs the words to himself. He affirms that the acquisition of a mana stone has indeed changed everything drastically. His notes are a chaotic web of ideas, with mana stones circled and starred at the top. An arrow points from it to the source of these damned stones, which branches out to magical beast and demonkin. He has also jotted down Murasame and 3 slots. Key elements in his planning. A new quest, perhaps? He considers the situation from a gamer's perspective, realizing that having 3 open slots to embed mana stones is an absolute jackpot. In a game, mana stones would be rare materials dropped by powerful dungeon bosses. They typically come from magical beasts ranked and above, or from demons. As he mulls this over, he glances to his side at his blue-haired companion, who is fast asleep at her desk, a small ZZZ floating above her head. The mention of demons sparks a moment of dark humor in his mind. He wonders if his fate is cursed to be intertwined with demons simply because the character for Ma in his name means demon. He notes that his companion is pulling an all-nighter again. It has been a week since he and his club friends cleared the Water Buffalo dungeon. His sleeping companion suddenly jerks awake, her eyes wide with alarm beneath her mask, though she quickly falls back asleep. He recalls that mana stones are the key to unlocking the stone gate where the formidable Cow King appears. That specific stone, he remembers, came from a behemoth, a giant. Somehow, someone had managed to defeat the colossal creature and obtain its mana stone. The memory of the game floods his mind, picturing the towering, shadowy silhouette of the gigant, a single purple eye glowing menacingly as it charges forward, wreathed in fire. He remembers the sheer power of the beast. In the game, even one stomp from Gigant would cause the entire area to shake violently. Yet, he reflects, Gigant is nothing compared to the monsters introduced in the game's later updates. Horrifying images flash through his mind. The S-Class tainted night basilisk with its glowing red eyes, the S-Class malicious beast manticore enveloped in a swirling vortex of toxic green energy, and the Lich King-class Drog, a creature of pure destructive power. These were beings on par with natural disasters. He leans back, pondering the risks. He questions whether risking one's life to strengthen equipment is truly worth it. But then, he concedes that this is supposed to be Leon's job, the endless grind of farming mana stones and hunting monsters. His train of thought is broken by a voice. A red-haired girl with bright red eyes approaches his desk and asks if the seat is taken. Gioma looks up, slightly surprised, recognizing her immediately. He greets her, calling her Chloe. Chloe smiles and observes that he looks like he's fully recovered. She then brings up a past incident with excitement, reminding him that he was the one who was seriously hurt back then, so much so that his weapon, Murasame, even glowed blue. Gioma's expression darkens slightly at the memory, and he starts to tell her not to talk about that story. Chloe immediately catches his discomfort and quickly apologizes. Gioma lets out a short, weary sigh, a quiet ha, escaping his lips. Internally, he concludes his earlier debate, deciding that yes, farming mana stones is definitely worth it. A montage of his past battles flashes in his mind, his blue-glowing sword clashing against a red energy attack. He reflects on the irony that he now craves power. He has thrown away his old ideals of peace, stability, and safety, but his main goal hasn't changed in the slightest. His ultimate objective remains the same: to survive. The problem, he muses, is that unpredictable variables that didn't exist when he was just a player keep popping up constantly. The entire storyline he once knew is starting to change, feeling as though the whole world is conspiring against him. He can hardly believe that it's already been a month since he first entered this academy. Just then, another person arrives, a tall young man with vibrant orange hair tied up in a top knot. He cheerfully greets Chloe, then turns to Gyo-ma with a smirk, calling him Weapon. Gyo-ma's eyes narrow in annoyance at the nickname. His internal monologue continues, acknowledging that the truth behind the second demonic war, which is set to erupt in 3 years, will soon be revealed. In preparation, strengthening his body and upgrading his gear are no longer choices. They have become absolute necessities. The orange-haired boy notices the blue-haired girl still sleeping and asks Chloe if she's sleeping again, telling her to go somewhere else if she's going to do that in class. Gyo-ma feels a sense of urgency, worrying that if things continue on this unpredictable path, he doesn't know what the outcome of the war will be. He admits to himself that, honestly, he doesn't really trust Leon, the so-called protagonist of this world. His skepticism is rooted in recent events. He recalls how that mermaid, who was a demon and supposedly the next hero, was defeated in a single hit. He thinks it's utterly ridiculous. His frustration boils over, and with a surge of anger, he slams his fist down on the desk with a deafening crash, his face contorted in rage. The sudden noise startles everyone around him. The orange-haired boy yelps in surprise, pointing at the now-awake blue-haired girl and complaining to a captain that she hit him. He then finally notices Gyo-ma's presence, asking when he arrived. Gyo-ma retorts dryly that he's still too early by 10 years. He then states his purpose, explaining that he came to check on the club's progress. He informs the group that the principal has already approved their club, and they just need to recruit one more member. He then firmly tells the orange-haired boy to stop calling him captain. The boy agrees immediately, saying, okay, got it. He then shifts to gossip, asking Gyo-ma if he's heard the news about Leon doing really well lately. He mentions that Leon cleared a high-ranked dungeon, finally acting like a real protagonist. Gyo-ma grimaces, mentally telling himself to forget the inner monologue he just had doubting Leon. The blue-haired girl, now fully awake and leaning forward, chimes in with more details. She reports that Leon even cleared an A-ranked dungeon yesterday with just a small party. She contrasts this with their own recent efforts, pointing out that they barely managed a C-ranked dungeon and even had complications. The orange-haired boy smirks at her, asking how she knows so much and teasingly wonders if she's stalking Leon. Her piercing blue eyes glare back at him. He presses on, asking if her lack of denial means she likes Leon. The girl's intense, glowing eyes remain fixed on the boy, while Gyo-ma watches the exchange with a blank, unreadable expression. She finally speaks, her voice cold and firm, stating that she is not interested. She adds a quiet but definitive, "Not anymore." Her response leaves the orange-haired boy utterly confused, asking what she means by that. Gyo-ma, however, understands the implications. He knows Leon is getting stronger. He foresees that at this rate, Leon will successfully obtain the legendary sword, Balmung, during the upcoming deserted island survival training. He reflects on his own precarious situation, thinking that the fact sashimi, his old game handle and a reflection of his perceived weakness, has survived this long with 0 special traits is nothing short of a miracle. A disturbing theory forms in his mind. What if he's just a lightning rod, a sacrificial pawn meant to divert all the misfortunes originally intended for the protagonist? The very thought makes him feel nauseous. His friends notice his sudden change in demeanor, asking if he's okay. But despite the sickening feeling, he resolves not to simply accept such a fate. He clenches his fist tightly on his notebook, a fierce determination in his eyes. He vows that if his life is on the line, he will not hesitate to swing his sword. He has neither the reason nor the desire to play the part of the perfect protagonist. He reminds himself that he is not the main character. The one living in this world is Kang Gyo-ma, the sword demon. As if hearing his thoughts, the blue-haired girl turns to him, her eyes sharp, and delivers a cryptic warning. If he swings, he will get hurt. The orange-haired boy overhears this and curiously asks if that line was from a game, wondering if Gyo-ma likes anime. Gyo-ma stammers, denying it. Elsewhere, in a grand, opulent hallway, a trio of imposing figures walks forward as a maid bows deeply. One of them, a man with a wild, spiky mohawk, excitedly exclaims that they've been summoned by one of the elders from Jokwin Academy. He turns to his leader, declaring that it's time to seize the opportunity. The leader, his face obscured in shadow, coldly threatens to rip out his subordinate's tongue if he says one more word. The man flinches back in terror. The third member of their group explains to the terrified man that he must be new, informing him that their boss harbors a deep hatred for the academy's higher-ups. The new guy, confused, asks why their boss would accept this job then. The other man grins, revealing the simple reason. The pay is insane. He laughs, elaborating that in the end, it's all business. They are being paid 100 million won upfront per head, with a double bonus upon completion. Their leader cuts him off with a sharp command to shut up. The two subordinates immediately fall silent, their leader's menacing purple eyes glowing in the dim light. A woman with short, silver hair announces their arrival to someone named Clady von Baimhark, stating that she has brought them. From behind a massive, ornate door, a voice instructs her to let them in. The doors swing open, revealing the group who are identified as the Undertaker Assassin Villain Union. The leader is Captain Ray Shun, also known as the Predator Villain. The woman is Vice Captain Jang Ti-pung, and one of the men is Villain Squad member Parik. A weary-looking older man, Clady, sits at a large desk and thanks them for coming. Jang Ti-pung observes him with a cool, analytical gaze, a small thought bubble showing a dog's face appearing over his head. Clady, looking stressed, instructs his subordinate to give them that. Jang Ti-pung is handed a file, and she opens it to find photos and information about their target, Kang Jioma. Parik leans over to look, scoffing that the target looks like some newly rich teenage brat. He then adds with a sneer that he's more handsome. Clady lays out the mission details. The Valkyris Island survival training is next week, and their job is to kill Kang Jioma there. He confirms the payment terms as previously agreed upon, 100 million per head upfront, with a bonus after completion. Captain Ray Shun, his face still in shadow, asks about the cleanup. Clady sets his glass down with a thud, stating coldly that the island is surrounded by the sea. He suggests that the body can simply become fish food. The scene shifts back to the academy on the day of the written exam. Kang Jioma eats a sandwich while reviewing his notes, which mention the divine blessing appearing 694 years ago after the French Revolution. He thinks that his midterm scores were good, so he shouldn't have to worry too much. However, the fact that the rankings get posted publicly on the Academy's board adds pressure. If not for that, he would have just breezed through it. The thought of his club members, Ryo Joe and the orange-haired boy, ranking first and second respectively, flashes in his mind, fueling his competitive spirit. He feels he has to maintain his dignity and can't afford to lose to them. He settles on a classic test-taking strategy. When in doubt, go all in on answer 3. Just then, his phone buzzes on the desk, the screen showing a pink-haired anime girl. He wonders who could be texting him so early. He picks it up and sees a message from Ryo Joe asking if he ate breakfast for the exam. He thinks to himself that she's not his mother. He texts back that he had a sandwich. She replies instantly, asking if he had enough sugar and warning that his brain won't handle the exam without it. She then launches into a long-winded recommendation for red bean jelly, listing its benefits from boosting metabolism to skincare, and mentions that's why she always brings it. Jioma stares at the phone with a deadpan expression, wondering what she's even talking about so early in the morning, and questioning how the #1 ranked student can be so eccentric. Another message pops up, this time from Chloe. She tells him there's a tradition in Korea to eat sweet snacks before exams. In another room, Chloe is seen leaning over her desk, smiling as she types, pleased that he replied instantly. Ryo Joe sees the mention of a tradition and eagerly asks what it is. Jioma's response is a single, blunt text, "Eat yod." Chloe stares at her phone in stunned silence for a moment. She then furiously types back, telling him not to joke and repeatedly calling his name. Jioma clutches his phone, ignoring her frantic messages, his expression hardening with resolve. He declares that it's time to ace this exam and that he refuses to lose to a jelly-eating idiot. Later, the results are in, and Jioma is slumped over a table, a metaphorical blue beam of doom striking his head. He laments that it turns out he's the idiot, admitting he didn't even answer the first question correctly. Chloe approaches and asks him how his test went. Jioma, looking utterly defeated, replies that he answered 3 for everything. Chloe bursts out laughing, commenting on how short his answers were. The orange-haired boy, equally dejected, sighs that Jioma probably did better than him anyway, calling Jioma evil for his simple strategy. Jioma decides to change the subject and asks Chloe if Knox has contacted her, mentioning he hasn't checked in for a while. Chloe looks away, flustered, and admits that her brother did call yesterday. She explains that she went to bed early and missed it. Jioma inquires about the time of the call. She replies that it was at 7 p.m., adding that she'd been staying up late recently. Jioma internally scoffs, thinking that she's a night owl and must have dodged her brother's call on purpose. He reflects that auditor member contact info is confidential, so without Knox showing up himself, asking Chloe is the only way to get in touch. He observes that the siblings seem distant, but hopes they can get along, as they are still family. At that moment, the orange-haired boy explodes, grabbing his hair in frustration and screaming about how he stayed up late too, before repeatedly banging his head on the table. Ryo Joe, sitting calmly, extends a hand and tells him to just admit it was a failure of intelligence. Jioma and Chloe watch the scene unfold in silence. Chloe then asks what the two of them were whispering about. Ryo-jo leans in close to Jioma, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and directly asks if they are dating, wondering if that's all young people think about. The suggestion causes Chloe to blush intensely, her mind filled with hearts at the thought of dating Kang Jioma. Jioma flatly denies it, stating that's not what's going on. Chloe clutches her neck awkwardly, muttering that maybe she just slept wrong. Ryo-jo, unconvinced, presses Jioma further, asking why he has been ignoring her messages all this time. She leans in even closer, a smug smile on her face, leaving Jioma speechless. He internally protests that all this time is an exaggeration, as he only ignored her once. Suddenly, a dark, menacing aura erupts in the room. Jioma's eyes widen, his pupils glowing as he senses the shift in energy. The word contact echoes in his mind. The source of the terrifying aura is Chloe, who is now shrouded in a dark purple energy, her eyes glowing an ominous, empty white. She grits her teeth, her voice distorted and filled with malice as she asks if the two of them are in contact. A dramatic split screen captures the intense confrontation. Chloe's face is consumed by a raging red and purple aura, her eyes glowing with raw, demonic fury, while Ryo-jo's face is bathed in a cool blue light, her own eyes glowing with a challenging, unwavering intensity. The word contact hangs in the air, a blood-red splash of text echoing the sudden, violent shift in the atmosphere. Chloe, her eyes now glowing with an eerie pink light, stands enveloped in a menacing purple and pink aura, her gaze locked on Jioma Kang. A tremor seems to run through Jioma's body as the intensity of her focus hits him. The blood-red marks of her killing intent seem to slash through the air itself. Jioma, caught completely off guard, can only stammer, questioning what these two, Chloe and Abel, are. A split panel shows the stark contrast between the two women. Chloe on the left, her eye wide and glowing with a furious red light, radiating pure obsession. And Abel on the right, her eyes a cool, glowing blue, her expression unreadable and calm. Jioma, looking over his shoulder in confusion, internally questions the absurdity of the situation. He reflects on how Chloe didn't seem to care at all when he sat next to her moments ago, yet the mere mention of a contact has triggered this extreme reaction. Ryo-jo, sitting across from them with a drink, senses the tension and asks Jioma what's going on with Chloe. Abel, with a completely straight face, parrots the question back, feigning ignorance and asking what's up with Chloe. She leans in very close to Jioma, her expression smug, and tells him to get away from her. She then addresses Ryo-jo, asking what's going on and pointing out that he's known Chloe for a while, so he should know why she's acting this way. Abel just smiles cryptically, uttering a couple of questioning "huzz" as if she's enjoying the chaos. Jioma, his brow furrowed in deep thought, wonders what in the world is going through her mind. The source of the tension, Chloe, finally speaks, her voice filled with a chilling accusation directed at Jioma. She states that he is Jioma, but then her voice turns into a furious, blood-red declaration, accusing him of not even giving her his number. She stands there, her small frame trembling with rage, her red eyes wide with a mix of hurt and anger. Jioma, however, maintains a surprisingly calm, almost smug expression as he explains to Chloe that it's because her number is classified. His eyes narrow as he finishes the thought with a possessive, chilling internal monologue, stating that her number is his alone. Chloe's rage only escalates, her voice a crimson scream as she reminds him that he promised to be her prince. Her face contorts in fury, her red eyes burning with obsession as a dark, crackling energy emanates from her hand. With a sudden burst of speed, she lunges forward, a green blur of motion. Abel lets out a shriek, wondering what the heck is wrong with Chloe. She leans in close to Jioma, her body language betraying a bit of fear as she whispers, asking Ryo-jo if he knows what a yandir is. Ryo-jo, completely lost, asks if nyandir is English and what it means, mispronouncing the word entirely. Abel, exasperated, clarifies that it's not English and even tries to say a phrase in Japanese to make her point, before devolving into nonsensical sounds. Ryo-jo, finally snapping, shoves Abel away from Jioma, yelling at her and asking if she doesn't get what's happening right now. Abel tumbles to the side, clutching her head and shouting back at Ryo-jo, demanding to know why he pushed her and threatening to kill him. Meanwhile, Jioma's eyes are fixed on Chloe, who has produced a red box cutter, its blade extended and glowing with a sinister red light. He internally notes that she's insane and that this situation is completely different from the last time. He faces her, a dark, swirling energy now emanating from her entire body, and he feels a sweat drop from his temple. He laments to himself that he's slacked off on watching his yandir study videos on YouTube lately, and has forgotten everything he learned. Chloe takes a step forward, the dark energy swirling around her feet, and makes a terrifying declaration. She states that from now on, she will make sure he only looks at her. A close-up shows her crimson eye, burning with an obsessive fire. Gyo-ma, trying to de-escalate, begins to suggest that they should talk this out. But Chloe cuts him off, her voice a guttural roar as she screams his name, Gyo-ma. She lunges forward, a blur of red hair and motion, swinging the box cutter in a vicious arc aimed at Abel. Gyo-ma reacts in a split second, his body a blur of blue energy as he intercepts the attack. His hand shoots out, grabbing Chloe's wrist just before the blade can connect. A loud exclamation mark appears, signifying the shocking intervention. Ryojo screams Gyo-ma's full name in alarm. Abel, who was the target of the attack, simply stares with wide, glowing blue eyes and utters a single, impressed, "Wow." Chloe, her wrist still in Gyo-ma's grasp, turns her furious gaze on him, her voice dripping with sorrow and accusation. She tells him that he always makes her sad. She continues her tirade, her face twisted in anguish, declaring that he is always surrounded by everyone except her. With another burst of rage, she swings her arm, trying to break free and attack again, screaming that he's always hanging out with other girls. She specifically glares at Abel, who is sitting right next to him. Gyo-ma, however, is faster and stronger. He twists his body, using his momentum to slam Chloe's hand down onto the table, pinning her. The impact is emphasized by two large, red exclamation marks. Abel, watching the entire exchange, simply says, "Oh," her expression still one of detached curiosity. Chloe, now pinned, continues her desperate plea, her face close to Gyo-ma's. She tearfully insists that she always does her best for him, that she gives it her all. Ryojo and Abel can only watch, gasping in shock at the intense scene unfolding before them. Gyo-ma, leaning over the struggling Chloe, speaks in a calm, firm voice, telling her that they should talk this out. He looks down at her, his expression serious and unwavering. He then forcefully pushes her down onto her back on the table, holding her in place. Chloe, momentarily stunned, weakly tells him to let go. Gyo-ma tightens his grip on her wrist, forcing her to drop the box cutter. He grunts with effort and tells her to calm down and listen to him. His face is a mask of determination as he leans over her, his own power asserting itself. Chloe, still struggling beneath him, yells back, asking what's there to talk about when he doesn't even contact her. Gyo-ma explains that he just wanted to talk to her face to face. He continues, his voice softening slightly, explaining that communicating through a cold piece of metal like a phone just feels impersonal. He leans in closer, their faces just inches apart, and adds the crucial words, "Between us." The phrase echoes in Chloe's mind, her eyes widening in shock as she repeats it, "Be between us." Her red eye, now showing a hint of surprise rather than just rage, trembles slightly. Gyo-ma confirms it, saying her name softly, "Chloe." He then leans in even closer and tells her that he is going to put a stake in it right there, thanking her for always thinking of him. The effect is instantaneous. Chloe's rage melts away, replaced by a flustered blush and floating pink hearts as she stammers in confusion. A pink, loving energy now flows from her body as she lies there, completely disarmed by his words. Ryojo and Abel watch from the side, Ryojo's hand covering his mouth in shock while Abel simply stares, a silent observer to the bizarre turn of events. Gyo-ma continues his speech, telling Chloe that he has always relied on her, even during the Buffalo Dungeon, so she shouldn't be too upset. Chloe, now completely won over, looks up at him with sparkling eyes and asks if he really means it. Gyo-ma, a slight sweat drop on his temple, confirms with a simple "yeah," thinking to himself that he somehow managed to get through the crisis. Ryojo leans over, asking Abel if she's okay. Abel, her expression neutral, replies that she is fine. With the situation seemingly resolved, Chloe stands up, blushing and fidgeting, and asks Gyo-ma what they should talk about now. Gyo-ma, turning away, suggests they clean up the mess first. Abel agrees with a simple yeah, and begins to walk away. Gyo-ma watches her leave, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wonders to himself what's up with her now. Later, as the sun sets over the city, casting a warm orange glow, Ryojo and Abel are walking together. Ryojo calls out Gyo-ma Kang's name, deep in thought. He walks beside Abel, who is preoccupied with her phone, his expression serious and contemplative. He reflects on the recent event, noting that at some point, whenever Gyo-ma was involved, Chloe would instantly unleash a terrifying killing intent. He concludes that if he had to guess, Chloe's feelings were a form of twisted love. A memory flashes in his mind of Chloe, smiling sweetly at Gyo-ma, but with a sashimi blade held behind her back, a detail that shocked him more than anything. Ryojo continues his analysis of Gyo-ma's character, observing that he prefers persuasion and negotiation through conversation. However, he also recognizes that Gyo-ma skillfully mixes that persuasion with force. He knows how to wield fear when necessary, and while he may seem like a villain at a glance, his actions reveal something more. Ryojo concludes that Gyoma possesses the quality of a ruler. The image of a king on a throne with subjects bowing before him flashes through his mind. He is certain that Gyoma will become something great. His train of thought is interrupted when he notices Abel tapping away at her phone. He asks her what's wrong with her, pointing out that she'd been sulking this whole time. Abel defensively asks when she was ever sulking and tells him to forget it. But Ryojo presses on, asking what she'd been doing on her phone. She explains that subscribers weren't following her video instructions, so she's purging her uploads. He looks over her shoulder and sees the title of the video she's deleting. Perfect Yandir response strategy, learn this and life gets easier. Abel adds that it's not professional or anything, she was just bored. Ryojo is flabbergasted, exclaiming in disbelief at the video title. He notes the video has 210,000 views and questions if it isn't too popular to delete, but Abel dismisses his concern, stating that she doesn't need it anymore. Ryojo concedes that it's her call, but then he notices the channel name, Saki-chan's Japanese, and asks if she's trying to teach Japanese, remarking that nobody uses that name these days. Abel casually replies that she just slapped on a random name. Ryojo bursts out laughing at the name, and Abel, blushing with embarrassment, tells him not to laugh and threatens to kill him. The scene shifts to the grand exterior of the Jokwin Academy Library. Inside, an announcement is displayed about an upcoming event. Starting next Wednesday, a 2-night, 3-day deserted island survival training will be held on Avalon Island. The announcement clarifies that while the name sounds like pure survival, participants can form teams of 1 to 4 people. Gyoma is seen in the vast library, searching the shelves and announcing that he's found it. He pulls out a book, and the narration explains that the training schedule is clearly announced to all cadets and is treated more like a camping or school trip event. Gyoma holds a stack of books with titles like Surviving on a Deserted Island and A Guide to Identifying Poisonous Plants, thinking that this should be enough. The narration adds that because it's labeled as survival, the Academy treats it seriously, and while it doesn't affect grades, it's known to evaluate each cadet's survival skills over the 3 days. Gyoma sits at a table, lost in thought. He recalls this specific event from his time as a player of the game. It is the main story event where the protagonist, Leon, acquires the hilt of his signature weapon, Bamang. A flashback image shows Leon and Abel together in a forest setting, hinting at the start of their romance. Gyoma remembers that this is where emotions begin to grow between Abel and Leon, and where the emotional wall between them will finally fall. He reflects on how immersed he was in this event back when he played the game, but now in his current reality, he isn't really jealous. He thinks about how cynical he's become about romance due to the endless chaos that has surrounded him since enrolling. He looks at a photo album filled with pictures of the various troublesome characters he's encountered. Chloe, Abel, the ninja, the blonde girl, the shady old man, and the green-haired instructor. He muses that an academy elder is after him. There's a mystery instructor to deal with, and he still needs to recruit club members. With all that going on, he feels it's just not the time for feelings, no matter how pretty someone is. He concludes that youth and romance are for the next life. What interests him more as a swordsman is the weapon itself. Bamang, a holy and demonic sword. He admits that maybe it's the swordsman in him, but as a former player who knows exactly where Bamang is and how powerful it is, he can't help but want it. He remembers the game mechanic of tracking down the broken pieces of Bamang from red chests, which is a core part of the story arc. However, he acknowledges that even if he knows all the locations, he still can't get it. A flashback shows a smirking player in the game. The condition to obtain Bamang is that it must choose its master. A game interface appears, asking a sacred one to prove their worth to awaken the blessing of miracle. The protagonist, Leon, is shown bathed in a divine light, accepting his destiny to save the world from the Demon King. Gyoma laments that it's a weapon made exclusively for the protagonist, a complete pie in the sky for him. He then thinks about his own weapon, a sashimi knife, and what a stark contrast it is. So instead of pining for what he can't have, he decides to focus on brushing up for the 3-day trip. He reads that Avalon Island is deserted with no monster appearances, but he hopes there won't be any sudden ambushes like the one at Scopuli, recalling the shadowy figure from that incident. He then reads a new piece of information. By special order of the headmaster, a temporary instructor, the Sword Emperor of the Wolf class, is joining the supervising team. A montage shows the headmaster, the green-haired instructor, and Gyoma himself. Gyoma repeats the name Avalon to himself, thinking it's absurd that the strongest hero of mankind is leading a freshman camping trip. He walks through the library, realizing this is a divergence from the original story, but it might allow him to reach his goal safely. He wonders if the information he seeks is in a specific book he's looking for. He reaches between two large tomes on a high shelf. He thinks to himself that, in an age where the internet is overflowing with information, he didn't come to the library just to learn basic survival skills. He believes ancient knowledge is more likely to be found in old books like these. He reveals his true motive. He, too, has something he needs to find on Avalon Island. He carries his books through the grand, empty library. He sits down and reads from one of the old texts, which describes Avalon as an island far in the Western Sea, a mysterious place where the terrain constantly shifts. It mentions an ancient lake called the Queen's Lake at the island's center, a land referred to as the Land of Beginning or Paradise by some minorities, and that it's an uninhabited island. Geoma's eye twitches in frustration. He thinks to himself that it's only stuff he already knew. He slumps in his chair, running a hand through his hair in exasperation, wondering if he'll have to dig through the entire library to find what he's looking for. As he sits there, a voice from off-panel comments that he's here too. Geoma looks up, a questioning expression on his face. The voice greets him, saying it's been a long time. Geoma Kang, a tall, blonde-haired young man in the academy uniform, stands over his table, casting a shadow on him. Geoma's eyes widen in shock, signified by two large red exclamation marks. Two female students, their faces obscured by a shadow of excited blushes, whisper to each other as they gaze upon someone with admiration. The object of their attention is a handsome young man with styled blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, Leon, who greets an unseen person, stating that it has been a long time. Opposite him, Geoma Kang, with his dark, sharp features, is caught off guard while holding a red textbook titled Intro to Magic. Geoma is internally stunned, questioning why Leon would be reading an introductory magic book. He wonders if this is an attempt to learn from the events of the midterms. This development is highly unusual. His inner thoughts confirm that Leon, the protagonist, shouldn't be in the library studying magic at this point in the story's timeline. Leon, looking directly at Geoma, cuts through the silence, expressing his skepticism and stating that he isn't sure he believes whatever Geoma was just thinking or implying. He then pointedly asks Geoma what book he was reading. Geoma, maintaining his composure, explains that he was simply researching Avalon Island, the location for the upcoming training session next week. Leon falls silent for a moment, processing this, while Geoma looks back at him, a flicker of confusion in his eyes at the strange interrogation. Leon then offers a compliment, remarking that Geoma is super diligent. Geoma glances at the stack of books on his table and concedes that he can't deny it, admitting that he is indeed very busy with training. A brief mental image flashes through his mind. Him, clad in a simple tank top, looking utterly exhausted as he hunches over a desk late at night, surrounded by books and notes. He internally reaffirms his motivation, reminding himself that because he knows what will happen 3 years from now, he must prepare to the best of his ability, all for his own sake. He has to take care of his own future, a thought he repeats with grim determination. Leon shifts his gaze upwards, looking at the grand, vaulted ceiling of the library and its magnificent chandelier. He speaks in a philosophical tone, telling Geoma that they are different from each other, and then poses a deeply unsettling question. Where did Geoma come from? Geoma's expression turns serious as he looks down, contemplating the weight of the question. Leon continues his unnerving analysis, observing that while Geoma hasn't strayed far from his original path in the game, he feels distinctly different from the Leon he once knew. He adds that there's a tangible sadness shadowing Geoma's face, coupled with a strangely conflicted attitude. Deciding to end the heavy conversation, Leon tells Geoma to keep up the good work and advises him to get back safely, as the library is about to close. Geoma, still seated, thanks him and wishes him the same as he watches Leon turn to leave. As Leon's figure retreats down the long, empty hall, Geoma ponders his words, wondering if the burden Leon spoke of is the hero's fate, the immense pressure of carrying humanity's destiny on his shoulders. Leon's departing form casts a long shadow, and to Geoma, it seemed as if light and darkness were weighing on his shoulders like lead weights. Shaking himself from his reverie, Geoma rubs his tired eyes, resolving to hurry up and find what he came for before the library officially closes. The scene shifts to the Academy's massive training grounds under a bright blue sky, a title card announcing that it is D-Day for the deserted island survival training. A blonde girl with prominent cat-like ears, Rachel, cheerfully greets a girl with long teal hair, Saki, exclaiming that she's finally found her and that it's been hard to catch her lately. Saki seems surprised by the sudden appearance. Rachel also greets Abel, a blue-haired girl with distinctive red horns, and another red-haired girl, mockingly referring to one of them as Shrimp. Abel returns the greeting. The group of girls stand together on the training grounds. Abel asks if everyone is set for the training. Saki responds nonchalantly that she'll just do what she always does before turning the question back on Abel. Rachel watches them with a sly, knowing smirk, a hint of mischief in her eyes. She then decides to stir the pot, calling Saki out for sneaking into the advanced class behind their backs, and sarcastically commenting that her school life must be fun. Saki calmly retorts that her actions were all within official procedure and that she didn't feel any need to inform them. Rachel throws her hands up in mock despair, lamenting dramatically about whether she has to sit by and watch Geomakun be stolen away. She vehemently points out to the others that it's true that Saki went to the Buffalo Dungeon and participated in club activities with him. The final blow is her dramatic announcement that Saki will now be with Geoma for the entire 3-day training trip. This news sends a shock through the group. Abel asks for clarification, remembering that Geoma had said he wanted to do this training alone. The red-haired girl confirms this, explaining that Geoma had said there were things he wanted to try solo, so he would be acting alone. At this revelation, Rachel's demeanor instantly changes from despair to wide-eyed excitement. She eagerly asks if it's really, really true. The gears in her mind are turning as she realizes that this means during the survival training, no one is officially paired up with Geoma yet. Abel, sensing trouble, warily asks what Rachel is planning to say now. Rachel's eyes begin to glow with a pink light, her pupils transforming into hearts. She declares that she thinks all 4 of them are secretly thinking the same thing. With a devilish grin, she proposes a fair and square competition, the Rachel game. Both Abel and Saki repeat the name with incredulity and suspicion. Rachel lays out the premise, reminding them that Avalon Island's terrain is in constant flux, meaning the warp gate will deposit everyone at random locations. Therefore, she explains, finding each other to team up is part of the challenge and the charm of the training. She gets to the point of her scheme. Whoever finds Geoma first gets him, and the other 3 must back off completely. She points forward with possessive determination, staking her claim on the exclusive rights to Geomakun. The other 3 girls are left utterly speechless by the bold proposal. Their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Rachel clarifies the stakes. The winner can charm him, cling to him, or do whatever they want without any interference. The red-haired girl is the first to break the silence, declaring that she likes the idea and will win this time, promising to send a verification photo as proof. Abel then turns to Saki, calling her shrimp, and challenging her to show how much she's grown. Saki's face flushes with a deep blush, a fire of determination in her eyes as she internally vows to be the first to find Kang Geom and claim those exclusive rights. A title card with Geoma Kang's name appears as Saki recalls a past memory. Rachel directly asks Saki if she's in on the game. Saki apologizes to Rachel, but her eyes begin to glow with a fierce golden energy. She states firmly that she doesn't have time for such petty games and that she is out, turning her back on the group and walking away. Abel scoffs, calling out that if Saki is out, the rest of them will just do it themselves. Rachel watches Saki's retreating figure with a thoughtful expression. The other girls comment on how diligent Saki has been lately, always busy with special training, as she walks away from the group. Elsewhere, Geoma looks completely drained, sighing to himself that he's tired from being holed up in the library all night. Slugging his bag over his shoulder, he reassures himself that he's noted everything he needs in his phone. A screenshot of his notes reveals a practical list. The headmaster said it's not a monster zone, but they should bring light equipment anyway, followed by a list of 24 sashimi knives from Deso plus secret weapon. He then checks his messages, finding a string of texts from Saki that read like a mother's checklist. She asked if he brought medicine and clothes, reminding him to bring proper gear after what happened last time, and even specifies that he should bring at least 3 pairs of black underwear so they don't show dirt. Geoma lets out a small laugh, thinking she's like a real mom, before amending his thought with a wry smile, deciding she's more like a grandma. He looks up at the gathered students, figuring it's about time to head out. His eyes scan the crowd, and his thoughts turn serious as he recalls the information he has on a potential threat. A fairly tall female instructor with purple hair and eyes. He admits he doesn't know her intent, but he suspects that if she's targeting him, this deserted island training is the perfect opportunity for an attack, as the island's shifting terrain would make cleaning up any evidence easy. However, he reflects that this logic could work in his favor as well. He clenches his fist, his expression hardening. He doesn't like the idea of using a blade on people, but he resolves that he's not going to let himself be killed. A thought strikes him. He remembers that a weapon had drawn a sketch of her. A laughably crude stick figure drawing appears in his mind, labeled with the vague descriptors purple hair, strange eyes, and fairly tall. He scans the crowd again, his frustration mounting as he sees several people with purple hair. He thinks despairingly about how he's supposed to find his target with such a useless sketch, wondering if everyone here has purple hair. He lets out a heavy sigh of exasperation. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Cadet Geoma Kang, complimenting him on not slacking in his training lately. Geoma turns to find the Sword Emperor, incongruously dressed in a vibrant Hawaiian shirt with a large case slung over his back. Standing just behind him, looking surprised, is Saki. Geoma immediately recognizes the legendary figure. The Sword Emperor offers some wisdom, telling Geoma that when great talent is backed by hard work, the results multiply rather than simply add. He advises him that his body needs rest to endure, so he should enjoy the training as much as possible. Geoma smiles and thanks him, cleverly wishing the Sword Emperor luck in landing a big catch of his own, alluding to the fishing rod-like case. The Sword Emperor clears his throat, acknowledging the clever remark with a slight blush. He coughs again and says he'll be going, then walks away. Geoma watches him, a small smirk on his face, thinking that the old man is seriously kind of cool. In a flash of movement, Saki is suddenly standing directly in front of him, her yellow eyes fixed on his. Before he can react, Abel appears at his side, teasingly remarking that Saki should lighten up since she'll have a boyfriend soon. Geoma manages an awkward smile as the teasing continues. All at once, his senses scream, his eyes widening as he detects a presence moving towards him. Acting on pure instinct, his hand shoots out and connects squarely with Saki's forehead with a loud smack. Saki stumbles back, clutching her head in pain and shock, crying out that she was just trying to joke around because she was bored, and questioning why he hit her. Geoma quickly apologizes, explaining that he felt a presence and reacted instinctively. Still rubbing her throbbing forehead, Saki complains that her head is in a punching bag. She mutters that she only came to wish him luck on the training, but now she's just leaving. As she storms off, Geoma watches her go, thinking to himself that he really can't figure out her character. His internal monologue reveals his observations. Lately, she barely sleeps and is always hovering around him. A memory shows him sitting between two manifestations of Saki in a classroom, realizing that if he doesn't react to her somehow, she becomes even more restless and erratic. He doesn't understand what she finds so interesting about him, but he can't ignore the fact that Saki Ryojo is, officially, one of the story's heroines. A past conversation with Leon flashes in his mind, where he denied having any interest in her anymore. His resolve is firm. He doesn't want to build any unnecessary closeness with her. An official announcement rings out. The dimensional gate to Avalon Island is activating. A swirling vortex of bright blue energy materializes as the voice advises the students to be cautious and have a pleasant time. Geoma's focus sharpens. He thinks that this time, he just wants to find what he came for and get through the training quietly, without any trouble. As he steps into the shimmering portal, he sends up a silent prayer, hoping that the blessing of shadow warding will be with him. He is consumed by a flash of pink light, and for a split second, he sees the eye of a mysterious female figure. He's then pulled through a chaotic tunnel of light and color, landing firmly on solid ground a moment later. He takes a steadying breath, thinking that although it's been a year since he fell into this world, it's only now that it truly feels like he's in a fantasy realm. He looks around in awe at the sacred land of Avalon. The ground is a strange purple hue, the sky is filled with floating islands, and in the distance, a colossal, luminous tree. The apple tree of beginning, Yggdrasil, reaches for the heavens. He quickly pushes the awe aside, deciding to save the sightseeing for later. He stands alone in the vast alien landscape, his purpose clear in his mind. He is here to see if he can find a new blessing. The word, start, flashes across the scene, marking the official beginning of the survival training. The final image is a chilling premonition. Saki Ryojo is seen sinking helplessly into the dark depths of some body of water, ethereal blue wisps of energy swirling around her as she descends into the abyss. A close-up view of a smartphone screen reveals a hand-drawn map of Avalon Island, where a specific location near a large, gnarled tree has been circled in bright red. Geoma recalls marking this spot, identifying it as the location of the blessing of regeneration. With intense focus, he compares the map on his phone to his own knowledge, an ethereal image of the unique tree overlaying his determined expression. Now clad in his academy uniform, he holds the phone, remembering that the blessing was supposed to be some kind of rock. He deduces that its location must be near the lake situated at the island's center. This realization solidifies his plan. He must head toward the lake where the legendary world tree stands, a journey that will force him to traverse both treacherous rocky terrain and a dense forest. He contemplates the path ahead, acknowledging that he still has 3 days left, giving him a reasonable amount of time to reach his goal. The Academy, after all, hadn't sent them to this island for a simple vacation. Their primary mission was to find special orbs scattered throughout the landscape, a task he likens to a treasure hunt one might experience on a school picnic. The rules were simple. The more orbs a student found, the higher their score would be. As an added incentive, these orbs could also be used as enhancement materials, making the search a worthwhile endeavor even beyond the mission's requirements. With his objective clear, Geomad decides his first priority is to gather some essential survival gear. Following the wisdom he gleaned from Bear Garlic's book, a flash of purple light emanates from his hand. As he materializes his equipment, he unsheathed a formidable 50-centimeter machete, a secret weapon he had splurged on specifically for this training exercise, purchased from the hiking section of a supermarket. He reflects that he needs to get used to this new blade, as he wants to save his precious 50-second blessing of painlessness for a more critical moment. With a sharp grunt, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light, he takes a powerful practice swing. The large blade slices through the air, leaving a shimmering blue trail in its wake. He grips the handle tightly, noting that while the grip feels excellent, there's an undeniable awkwardness to the weapon's balance. Standing beneath a sky painted in hues of pink, he resolves that if things get too difficult, he can always fall back on his trusted sashimi blade. Suddenly, a rustling sound from the nearby bushes snaps him to attention. His eyes narrow with predatory focus. He decides this is the perfect opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. He can get used to the machete while also securing some much-needed food. From the foliage emerges not a small, timid creature, but a surprisingly large and muscular white rabbit, its physique almost comically buff. Geoma pauses, momentarily bewildered. He had just taken down the Cow King, so he thought a mere rabbit would be nothing, but this creature looked like it was straight out of a fantasy world. A bead of sweat forms on his temple as a wry smirk crosses his face. He tells himself not to feel guilty because food is food, no matter how unusual it appears. He prepares to strike, attempting to activate his blessing of the sword god, but to his surprise, the power does not manifest. Undeterred, he lunges forward with fierce determination, but his attack is met with an unimpressed, almost annoyed glare from the rabbit. Unseen by Geoma, a girl with vibrant turquoise hair and insect-like antennae peeks out from another part of the woods, her expression one of utter confusion as she wonders what is happening. This girl, Abel von Nibelung, can only mutter a bewildered "huh" as she observes the strange scene. In another part of the forest, Abel is seen crouching before a small, seemingly ordinary white rabbit. She greets it warmly, first calling it food before quickly correcting herself and asking if it is a rabbit. She finds it so adorable that she can't bring herself to harm it, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She reaches out a gentle hand, asking the little creature why it is all alone and where its mother is. Her kindness is met with aggression as the rabbit's eyes flash red, and it sinks its sharp teeth into her finger, causing her to cry out in pain. The rabbit then leaps back and begins to transform, growing to a monstrous size right before her shocked eyes. As the giant rabbit bounds away, Abel, now brandishing a massive sword, yells for it to come back, declaring that she had been prepared to spare it due to its cuteness. However, she now sees this as a perfect chance to test the results of her training, her expression hardening with resolve. She confidently states that a rabbit like this is nothing to her. She gives chase as the rabbit moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion leaving a red trail in its wake. Abel realizes she has underestimated her opponent. It was hiding its true skill, a tactic that reminds her of him. Green energy swirls around her feet as she channels her power, declaring that no matter how fast the creature is, it stands no chance before the legendary blade of Nibelung. Shouting "Gotcha!" she leaps into the air, ready to strike, proudly proclaiming herself the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. But as she lunges, the ground beneath her vanishes without a warning. Her eyes widen in pure shock as she realizes she is falling. She plunges into a deep body of water, sinking into the dark blue abyss, her identity as Abel von Nibelung, heir to the Nibelung family, flashing across the screen. Underwater, her glowing yellow eyes are open, her expression one of weary resignation as she thinks to herself, "Well, anyway." Back on the surface, the giant rabbit lands safely within a swirling purple energy field, where Geoma Kang is revealed to be standing. Meanwhile, Abel continues her silent descent into the depths. Back in the forest, Geoma is locked in a desperate struggle with the massive rabbit. Blue energy flares from his machete as he parries a powerful blow from its paw. He grits his teeth in frustration, lamenting that despite all his training, he feels like garbage without his blessing activated. He pants heavily, clutching his chest, admitting to himself that while he thought his current physique was a vast improvement over his past life, it clearly isn't enough. Doubled over and gasping for air, he decides to stop the futile chase, concluding that he would rather starve than waste precious energy running around aimlessly. He stands his ground, facing the creature with a cold, exhausted expression, and tells it to leave, stating that he will let it go. The rabbit seems to mock him with a menacing smirk, a silent taunt of "so weak" echoing in Geoma's mind. This is the final straw. A switch flips within him. His eyes begin to glow with an intense white light as he holds up his sashimi blade. He declares the activation of the blessing of the sword god, and the blade ignites with a brilliant blue energy. Elsewhere, under the same sunlit forest canopy, a girl with long blonde pigtails and feline ears, Rachel joyfully shouts, "Yahoo!" as she leaps through the air wielding a long spear. She lands with a crackle of electricity, her expression wild with excitement as she twirls her weapon, creating arcs of golden energy. She pauses, looking around the dense woods, and muses that she feels like she's been going in circles. With a nervous laugh, she admits that this is bad, especially after she had been boasting about the Rachel game. Scratching the back of her head in frustration, she wonders where to go next. Just then, a crow flies overhead, catching her attention. A brilliant idea strikes her. Seeing the blackbird reminds her of Geoma's black hair. She remembers that crows are drawn to shiny things and glances at her spear. She reasons that if she follows the crow, she will definitely find her Geomakun. Deciding that thinking is a waste of time, she channels yellow lightning around her feet, declaring that it's better to move. She blasts off with incredible speed, leaving craters in her wake, and shouts that she is coming for him. In another location, a girl with long blue hair touches her head, thinking she might have heard Rachel's voice, though she can't be certain. She runs through a mental checklist of her supplies. Food, jelly snacks, blanket, cardigan, and weapons are all accounted for. With a sly pout, she notes the one thing missing is Geoma Kang himself. She reflects on their agreement to play this game, determined not to be the loser. Having landed on the island's shore, she knows she needs to use the unique terrain to find her target. Her gaze settles on the glowing world tree in the distance, identifying it as the world boundary, the only unchanging landmark on the island. Knowing Geoma's personality, she deduces he would most likely head deep into the central forest. She sighs, admitting it's a hassle, but she has no choice. A small smile plays on her lips as she admits to herself that she also kind of wants to see him. Her expression becomes fiercely determined as she states she doesn't want to lose him. She smirks, vowing to pay him back for a previous forehead flick when she finds him, and silently urges him to wait for her. As night falls over the island, a pair of snarling wolves with glowing eyes are swiftly dispatched, yelping in pain as they fall to the glowing pinkish sword of a red-haired girl. Her eyes burn with an obsessive fire as she thinks to herself that on this island, she will find Geoma before anyone else, ensuring that his attention will be hers alone. As she dashes through the darkened woods, she suddenly detects a human presence. Her heart leaps as she instantly assumes it must be Geoma, and she sprints towards a warm light glowing in the distance. That light is from Geoma's campfire, where he sits roasting a large piece of meat from the rabbit he successfully hunted. Having skinned the hide, he feels confident that food will no longer be an issue, and he plans to turn the leftovers into jerky. His calm is shattered as he senses an approaching presence. On high alert, he notes that it doesn't feel like a beast. Suspecting it might be someone after him, he refuses to let his guard down. He retreats into the shadows, his sashimi blade at the ready, as the presence draws closer without pause. His eyes narrow, his senses on a razor's edge. Here it comes, he thinks, his blue-glowing blade held tight. Just as he prepares to strike, the red-haired girl bursts into the clearing, trips, and falls flat on her face, crying out Geoma's name. Before she can recover, Rachel appears, disdainfully asking if she's looking at shrimp. The red-haired girl looks up in disbelief, first at Rachel's blonde hair and then with pure fury, screaming why it had to be her again. The two girls immediately face off, their bodies radiating hostile, fiery auras. But their confrontation is cut short by a sudden flash of movement. In an instant, Geoma is standing in the center of the clearing, his glowing sashimi blade pressed firmly against the throat of Abel, who is kneeling on the ground before him, having appeared from the very spot where his rabbit trap had been. The sudden development shocks everyone, including Geoma, whose eyes are wide with surprise. Abel, looking down, is utterly speechless. When she finally looks up at him, her face is beet red with embarrassment as she stammers an incoherent, well. Her attempt to speak is interrupted by a loud, unmistakable grumble from her stomach. The sound echoes in the quiet night, and she looks down, mortified. Geoma clenches his fist, realizing the truth as he glances at the perfectly cooked meat roasting over his fire, just as another pathetic grumble escapes Abel's stomach. The tense standoff has dissolved into an incredibly awkward moment, with the girl who declared victory upon landing now at his mercy, blushing and starving. In the deep, dark woods, with embers from a crackling fire dancing into the purple night sky, a lone figure sits in contemplation. Her thoughts drift to the practicalities of her situation. She has a warm-looking pelt and enough jerky to last without going hungry. Still, her mind wanders to the thought of rabbit meat. Even on this isolated island, the memory of her defeat stings her pride. She lost to Geoma, and the thought is both embarrassing and chilling. A shiver runs through her as she hugs herself for warmth, feeling utterly cold and defeated. Suddenly, the sound of a step breaks the silence, and her golden eyes snap open, wide with alarm. A voice tells her to cover herself with something warm. She looks up to see Gyo-ma standing over her, holding out a large white fur pelt. She can only manage a stunned huh as he drapes the pelt over her shoulders. Gyo-ma turns away without a word, sitting down near the fire, a blush dusting his cheeks as he avoids her gaze. He silently scolds himself, wondering what he was even doing there. He admits to himself that he should have just turned back, but he couldn't resist the smell of the cooking meat wafting through the trees. Wrapped in the surprisingly warm pelt, Abel sits by the fire as Gyo-ma tends to the flames, a comfortable warmth spreading through her. She mutters a quiet thanks, but her gratitude is cut short by a sharp cry of pain. Her ankle throbs with a sudden, intense ache, a red scrape visible on her skin. She wonders if she hurt herself when she slipped earlier. Before she can react further, Gyo-ma is suddenly kneeling in front of her. Her face flushes a deep crimson, and she stammers, asking what in the world he is doing as her heart begins to pound furiously in her chest. He grabs her leg, his touch firm and unexpected, causing her to flinch as her heart thumps against her ribs. He calmly informs her that the wound will get infected if it isn't treated. He then takes a strip of cloth and begins to carefully wrap it around her injured ankle. Abel is left speechless, her cheeks burning as she watches him tend to her wound with focused determination. Once he's finished, she offers another quiet thanks, her voice barely a whisper. They sit in silence by the crackling campfire, an awkward tension hanging in the air between them. Gyo-ma finally breaks the quiet, asking her why she is all alone. Abel looks up, startled by the question, and hesitates for a moment. A flashback reveals a conversation with her friends. Rachel had suggested a game where the first person to find Gyo-ma could claim him and do whatever they wanted, an idea that clearly disgusted Abel at the time. Returning to the present, a blush creeps up her neck as she explains that there was something she wanted to do, and that she simply prefers being alone. The memory of another woman, perhaps her mother, coldly stating to count me out, flashes in her mind. A spectral image appearing behind her as she looks down, a complicated expression on her face. As Gyo-ma tends to the fire, his back to her, Abel discreetly pulls out her phone. With trembling fingers, she frames him in her camera and snaps a quick picture. She immediately sends the photo to a group chat named Rachel Game, triumphantly announcing that the first person to find Gyo-ma in Avalon has been decided. Her friends react instantly with a flurry of keyboard smashes and messages exclaiming, "What the heck?" amidst peals of laughter. Elsewhere, Rachel is seen laughing maniacally at her phone while Ryojo screams in frustration, a thought bubble revealing someone's assessment that Abel was a wolf in sheep's clothing all along. Back at the campfire, Abel looks at her phone screen, a tiny, mischievous smirk playing on her lips. Her covert operation is interrupted when Gyo-ma offers her a skewer of freshly cooked meat, telling her to eat. Startled, she jolts and shuffles closer, hesitantly accepting the food with a mumbled yeah. The night sky is vast and starry above them as they eat in a slightly less tense, yet still awkward, silence. The only sound is the crackle of the fire. Abel breaks the silence again, her curiosity getting the better of her. She asks him how he is so strong. Gyo-ma turns to look at her, his dark eyes unreadable. He explains that it's thanks to a great mentor, his mind flashing back to Jinti's temporary power-up and his own past victories at the academy, acknowledging that his strength is no longer a surprise to people. He adds that his mentor taught him how to use a knife. Abel reflects on this, thinking about her own life. She spent all 17 years of it learning the sword from her grandpa. She had believed she knew everything there was to know about swords, but she had never seen anything like Gyo-ma's technique. Eagerly, she asks what he learned and what the name of his clan is. Gyo-ma turns to her with a knowing look and shares a piece of wisdom he learned a long time ago. He explains that being strong doesn't always guarantee victory. Instead, he says, it's the people who never give up who ultimately win. True strength, he continues, is about surviving, enduring, and making it through to the very end. Abel stares at him, her eyes wide with surprise for a moment, before she suddenly bursts into a fit of giggles, covering her mouth with her hand. She tells him he sounds like a geezer, correcting herself to say an old man. She apologizes, laughing, admitting that his line was so cheesy she couldn't help herself. Still chuckling, she asks if he's really 17 because he sounds exactly like her grandpa. She smiles, remarking that this conversation takes her back to their chat on the bench, realizing they haven't really talked since then. Shaking her head, she dismisses the thought and offers him more of the cooked meat, which he accepts. She takes another bite of her own skewer, commenting on how good it tastes. The next morning, sunlight filters through the trees. Abel wakes with a sudden gasp, her antennae twitching as she sits up. The forest is quiet, the birds chirping softly. She looks around to find the campsite deserted. The fire has died down to embers, and Gyo-ma is nowhere to be seen. She realizes he left everything behind for her, the rest of the food and the warm pelt she is still wrapped in. The memory of him carefully tending to her injured ankle flashes through her mind, a blush rising to her cheeks. She looks down at her now neatly bandaged foot, a thoughtful expression on her face. A single drop of water hits the dusty ground. She touches her cheek in surprise, her eyes wide as she realizes she is crying. She wonders what. The realization hits her that she is crying because someone cared for her. All her life, no matter what came her way, she had always faced it alone. Even when she hit a wall, she always managed to overcome it in the end. She never had the luxury to cry or act her age, always carrying the immense burden of inheriting the Nibelung name. She asks herself why Jioma would do this for her. In a moment of clarity, she understands that all this time, she had envied and resented the one person who showed her kindness without expecting anything in return. Her sorrow turns to resolve. She reminds herself that she still has 2 days left. She knows that just sitting there and crying isn't going to change anything. With a decisive clack, she sheathes her sword and squeezes her fist, her expression hardening. Her yellow eyes gleam with newfound determination. She decides that she better give the pelt back to him. She gracefully throws the white pelt over her shoulders like a heroic cape, grabs her sword, and with a determined step forward, she tells her sword, Abel, that it's time to go. Meanwhile, Jioma makes his way through a dense part of the forest, slicing through thick vines with his blade. He notes that while it was cool last night, the daytime has brought considerable heat. He figures Abel is probably awake by now. He thinks back to her, admitting to himself that she's pretty, but for some reason, she doesn't seem to be very fond of him. He recalls her calling him a geezer and simply dismisses her behavior as part of her character, that of a haughty young lady. He tells himself that he only ran into her last night and helped her out because she looked so pitiful, insisting it wasn't out of any romantic interest. Besides, he reasons, it's not like a small act of kindness will cause a cosmic shift. He believes the timeline might get a little twisted, but it shouldn't matter too much compared to everything else he's altered so far. As he finally emerges from the woods, he comes to an abrupt halt. A crucial piece of information from the original story suddenly comes to mind. He realizes that today is the day. Today is the day that Abel and Leon are supposed to start developing feelings for each other. A frown creases his brow as he wonders if she would give the pelt he gave her to Leon instead. A pang of regret hits him, and he starts to think that maybe he shouldn't have given it to her. He quickly shakes the thought away, telling himself to forget it all and focus on his own objective, finding the blessing before the sun sets. He looks up at the vibrant pink and purple sky with renewed focus and takes a determined step forward. His target is the blessing of renewal, a guardian tier blessing, 1 tier below transference, that rapidly boosts regeneration. Normally, it can only be used by the caster themselves for self-enhancement. However, as someone who possesses the blessing of transference, that limitation doesn't apply to Jioma. He can transfer its healing effects to others. While it might seem overpowered at a glance, as a Chibai Jinti complains about receiving the wrong arm, the narration clarifies that it's not powerful enough to regrow a severed limb. It can only close wounds. Since this blessing is a hidden bonus in the game, obtaining it won't interfere with Leon's progression. Jioma concludes that since Leon is destined to become a powerhouse anyway, he might as well grab this useful blessing for himself. He reaches a steep cliff face and begins to climb, gripping the rock tightly. Pulling himself over the edge, he grunts that the climb was nothing like the in-game graphics and complains that it took him all day just to scale some rocks. Panting heavily, he looks up and his eyes widen. He's found it, the ruins where the blessing of renewal is hidden. As he surveys the scene from the cliff top, he questions what the shiny object is, since the blessing is supposed to be hidden. Down in the ruins, he spots a massive, glowing orb resting on a pedestal, pulsing with light. He's surprised, realizing there's a huge orb right here. He muses that he came for the blessing but ended up finding an orb as well, calling it a nice bonus. A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks that maybe his luck is finally turning around, considering how awful it has been so far. He decides to grab the orb first, admitting to himself that he can't resist anything shiny, and then search for the blessing. He hopes he can find it before it gets dark. As he starts walking towards the ruins, a bolt of dark energy suddenly shoots out and strikes the orb. Jioma stops dead in his tracks, his eyes wide with shock. He whips his head around to see where the attack came from. A calm voice remarks, "Oh, look who it is." A figure steps out from the shadows of the ruins, expressing surprise that Jioma came this far. The figure states that he's sure Jioma isn't here for sightseeing and asks if he came all this way just to look for orbs. The speaker is revealed to be Leon, standing coolly next to the pedestal. Jioma's expression tightens as he recognizes his rival. Leon's eyes glow with a menacing blue light, as he fixes his gaze on Geoma, asking if there is another reason he is there. Geoma calmly replies that he saw the orb from a distance and simply came to grab it, claiming that's all there is to it. Leon acknowledges his statement, glancing at the shimmering orb. Well then, Leon begins, an aura of blue energy starting to emanate from him. I guess we're doing this. He declares that the orb is Geoma's to take. With a dramatic thud, he summons his glowing blue sword, its light illuminating the dark ruins. He finishes his challenge, stating that Geoma can have the orb, if he can get past him first. In the preview for the next episode, Leon is seen preparing to unleash an attack with his Twilight Sword. A single luminous feather drifts through the black void, its ethereal blue light trailing behind it like a comet's tail. This is the hero's emblem, a symbol of immense power and destiny. Below it, a face is split in two. One half shows a young man with white hair and piercing blue eyes, set against a cool cyan background, while the other half reveals a figure with dark hair, his features cast in a sinister green glow. In a moment of clarity, a voice declares that it has been found. Amidst a war-torn and crumbling city, bathed in the warm light of a setting sun, the feather continues its descent. This chapter is titled Twilight Blade. The camera pans down to Geoma Kang, who stands alone in the desolate landscape, his academy uniform looking starkly out of place. He whirls around, his expression a mixture of confusion and alarm, wondering aloud what is happening all of a sudden. His eyes lock onto a figure in the distance. Leon, a fellow student with blonde hair, now holding a sword that pulses with an otherworldly purple and white light. Geoma's mind races, a cold dread washing over him as he realizes the gravity of the situation. He frantically thinks that Leon shouldn't be here. According to the story's timeline, this was the moment he was supposed to be with Abel for a major turning point. A horrifying possibility flashes through his mind. Accompanied by the image of the insect queen, her face flushed in a moment of passion. He questions with mounting panic if he could have possibly, accidentally, interrupted their crucial event. He tries to calm himself, reasoning that nothing happened, but the seed of doubt has been planted. From across the ruined plaza, Leon stands poised, his sword radiating a palpable aura of menace. Suddenly, with a sharp crackle of energy, Leon unleashes a devastating slash of purple power that screams through the air toward Geoma. The sheer unexpectedness of the attack is represented by a burst of red filled with frantic question and exclamation marks, mirroring Geoma's complete shock. Leon holds his follow-through, his blonde hair whipping around his face, his blue eyes cold and focused. Geoma, his own eyes wide with a dawning recognition, stares not at Leon but at the blade itself. Leon breaks the silence, confirming that Geoma has found it, Balmung, but he cryptically questions its current condition. Geoma's mind processes this rapidly. He understands that the sword is incomplete, but its very presence here is a cataclysmic shift in the plot. His internal database, a holdover from his knowledge of the game, brings up the weapon's profile. Balmung is known as the worst, most wicked demonic sword in the entire setting. He visualizes the blade, focusing on the blue gem embedded in its hilt. This gem, he recalls, is the Ether Jewel, a catalyst that grants holy power to the demonic blade, neutralizing its corrupting magic. However, Geoma knows the system's nuance. Since Balmung's power is fundamentally rooted in magic, the Ether Jewel can only do so much. The sword's alignment is ultimately determined by the wielder's character. In the game, this meant Balmung could become either a holy sword or a demonic one, depending on the player's choices, a concept visualized by a holy warrior clashing with a demonic one, each wielding a different version of the blade. Staring at the boy before him, Geoma's expression darkens as he wonders if this is Leon's true nature manifesting. Leon casually suggests they think of this as a friendly sparring match, a suggestion so absurd it leaves Geoma momentarily speechless. Internally, Geoma is screaming. He thinks it's completely insane that Leon, who hasn't even mastered the basic skill of mental imagery yet, is wielding such a legendary weapon. He asks aloud, his voice strained, if Leon is being serious. Leon, standing bathed in the golden twilight with his glowing sword held loosely at his side, replies with unnerving calmness that he is not good at lying. He then begins to walk toward Geoma, each step echoing across the broken stones. Geoma's strategic mind analyzes the situation with grim certainty. Leon is planning to use Balmung and defeat Geoma, turning him into a stepping stone to accelerate his own growth. He tries to rationalize Leon's actions, admitting he can somewhat understand the protagonist's drive, but dismisses it as mere speculation. Before he can finish his thought, Leon cuts him off, stating that he doesn't have a lot of time. With a final, sharp command to get started, Leon lunges forward, his body becoming a blur of motion as he closes the distance in an instant. Elsewhere in a mystical forest bathed in purple light, A young woman with long blue hair and demonic horns lets out an ear-splitting shriek. A young man with a fiery orange topknot walking behind her jumps in alarm, demanding to know why she is suddenly yelling. The girl turns, her face a mask of pure fury, and complains that she's so mad. Of all the people in the world, she laments she had to run into this weapon-obsessed jerk. The orange-haired boy fires back, indignantly asking if she thinks he wanted to run into her either. He then accuses her of having no sense of direction and of following him around. He suddenly pauses, a thought striking him. He asks if she's looking for someone, specifically Gyo-ma. When she confirms this with a curt, "yeah," his eyes narrow with suspicion. He tells her not to tell him that she has feelings for Gyo-ma, a suggestion she dismisses by coolly asking why he would even think that. He lays out his evidence with the precision of a detective. He points out that just a month ago, all she did was laze around the archery range. But now, whenever Gyo-ma is involved, she becomes incredibly active. Furthermore, she used to despise hacking, calling it annoying, but now she's taking on tasks no one even asked her to do. He concludes that her behavior is just plain weird. His deduction causes her to stop dead in her tracks, making him bump into her back with a startled act. He complains that she can't just stop like that, but then he sees her expression. He covers his mouth, a look of dawning comprehension on his face as he addresses her by her nickname, Weapon. She turns to him, her expression unreadable. A faint blush colors her cheeks as she averts her gaze, quietly asking if it was that obvious. Her confession is met with two giant, pulsating red question marks, signifying her companion's absolute bewilderment. He stares at her, his mind struggling to process this revelation, and asks if she's been possessed or is under some kind of mental magic. Her response is swift and decisive. With an enraged shout to shut up, she lands a solid right hook on his jaw, sending him stumbling back with a pained cry. Just as he's recovering, a deep, powerful tremor shakes the forest, causing birds to burst from the trees in a panic. The orange-haired boy, rubbing his sore jaw, wonders if it was an earthquake. The blue-haired girl, however, knows better. Her eyes glow with a faint light as she senses the source of the disturbance, her expression turning serious. She recognizes the energy signature and whispers Gyo-ma's name with a mix of concern and awe. Back in the ruined plaza, Gyo-ma dodges another of Leon's attacks, his bag tumbling from his shoulder and spilling his sashimi knives onto the ground. He clenches his fist, his brow furrowed in concentration. This is insane, he thinks, his mind reeling from the relentless assault. Across the battlefield, Leon pauses, his sword held ready, a look of confusion on his face. He wonders why Gyo-ma isn't fighting back. Even if Gyo-ma knew the initial attack would miss, this continued passivity is nothing short of disrespectful. Leon's expression hardens into a cold glare. He states flatly that Gyo-ma has no respect. Gyo-ma is trapped in his own thoughts, admitting to himself that he couldn't even react to the first swing, never believing Leon would actually attack him with bombing. He knows he can't just dive into a fight he doesn't understand, especially since he hesitated, fearing that activating his own blessing might result in him accidentally killing the story's protagonist. Leon's voice cuts through his thoughts, calling out his full name, Gyo-ma Kang. The weight of the situation crashes down on Gyo-ma. He knows with chilling certainty that if he makes a single mistake, he's dead meat. Leon, his sword pulsing with light, issues a challenge, telling Gyo-ma to grab his sword. Gyo-ma realizes this confrontation was inevitable. He identifies Leon for what he is, the protagonist of Blessing M, the wielder of the miracle blessing. Resigned to his fate, Gyo-ma reaches for his own weapon, the sword god's sashimi knife. He knows it's absurd to face a monster like the protagonist without using his own blessing. It's time to forget naive thinking. It's time to fight. A powerful aura erupts around him as text declares that his blessing is activating. The two combatants clash in a brilliant explosion of energy that rocks the very foundations of the ruined plaza. They engage in a furious dance of blades, steel ringing against steel as sparks fly. Leon presses his advantage, his attacks relentless, forcing Gyo-ma back across the broken terrain. Gyo-ma parries a vicious overhead strike, the impact sending a shockwave through his arm, his face contorted in a grimace of shock and effort. Leon deflects Gyo-ma's knife with a sweeping arc of purple energy from bombing, then slams his gauntleted fist into the ground, creating a tremor to unbalance his opponent. As Gyo-ma stumbles back, pulling more knives from his bag, Leon lunges again. Their blades lock once more, a flash of blue and purple light illuminating their determined faces. Leon pivots, unleashing a whirlwind of slashes, his movements fluid and deadly, his blue eyes glowing with intense focus. For a fleeting moment, Gyo-ma breaks through his guard, the tip of his knife inches from Leon's throat, but Leon is already moving, their eyes meeting in a silent exchange of deadly intent. A wave of overwhelming red energy slams into Gyo-ma, his eyes widening in pure shock and strain as he struggles against the immense power. The entire battlefield begins to disintegrate under the force of their battle. The towering stone pillars that surround them glow with a malevolent red light, before violently shattering, raining down massive chunks of rock. Gyoma is thrown back by the blast but quickly recovers, using the falling debris as platforms to leap and weave through the chaotic battlefield, desperately trying to find an opening. He lands hard, panting for breath, thinking that this is on a completely different level from his midterm exams. He grits his teeth in frustration, cursing the unfairness of protagonist buffs and wondering if Leon is the only one who gets to level up. He barely dodges another volley of red energy slashes, his confusion mounting. The crimson energy explodes all around him, kicking up a storm of dust and rubble. Leon lets out a heavy breath, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple, Bamung's demonic form pulsing with a sinister red glow. He takes another deep breath, his focus absolute, as he watches Gyoma's silhouette emerge from the smoke, still standing, still ready to fight. Gyoma's voice is strained as he calls out his opponent's name, demanding to know why Leon is going this far. Leon remains silent, standing firm as power gathers around his feet. He glances up at the sky, a flicker of pain in his eyes, and murmurs a single phrase about saving the world. A dark, nightmarish vision flashes through his mind, a monstrous entity and a promise he once received, a voice telling him that he could make everyone in this world happy, accompanied by the image of the glowing hero's feather. A bitter, humorless laugh escapes his lips. The ether jewel in Bamung begins to shine, its corrupting red light transforming into a brilliant, holy gold that crackles with pure energy. Leon tells Gyoma that now he will finally understand. He raises the transformed Bamung high, its light banishing the shadows, and declares that with this power, Gyoma can only watch, bracing himself for the inevitable. A colossal pillar of golden light erupts from a runic circle on the ground, soaring into the heavens and bathing the entire area in its divine radiance. Leon's voice echoes, asking a fragmented question. Who is? Who? Their faces are illuminated by the blinding light, their expressions etched with fierce determination. They charge each other for one final, desperate clash, their bodies becoming streaks of light and shadow. As Leon prepares the final blow, Bamung glowing so brightly it seems to be made of pure sunlight, a thought flashes through his mind. I am. It's followed by the memory of that same voice, filled with conviction. I believe in you. The immense power causes the tip of Bamung to crack and splinter. The battle culminates in a single, frozen moment, the two combatants silhouetted against the radiant explosion. When the light fades, the fight is over. Leon stands looking up at the sky, where the single, glowing white feather now drifts serenely down. He watches it, a profound sadness in his eyes, and thinks that it's too high. A look of deep, sorrowful resignation settles on his face. He speaks to the empty air, his voice heavy with regret, stating that it should have been Gyoma who was chosen. He continues to watch the feather, the hero's emblem, as it gently descends against the vibrant colors of the twilight sky. The feather lands softly on the broken ground, coming to rest directly in front of the stunned and exhausted Gyoma Kang. In the deepening shadows of a distant forest, a new threat gathers. A group of sinister figures with glowing eyes and cruel smiles emerge, their leader's forked tongue flicking out in anticipation of the chaos to come. Amidst the desolate ruins of the training ground, the aftermath of a fierce battle lingered in the air, with dust settling on shattered stone pillars. The dark-haired swordsman stood alone in the center of the destruction, a solitary figure against a backdrop of chaos. He examined the hilt of his sword, its blade gone, now just a glowing remnant of what it once was, while in the distance his recent opponent, Leon, was nowhere to be seen. A sound of a latch clicking echoed briefly as he secured the broken hilt. His eyes narrowed in confusion as a single large white feather drifted down from the sky, landing softly on the broken ground. He wondered what had just happened, questioning how Leon had simply disappeared like that. He reflected that it had been an unexpected duel, surmising that Leon likely wanted to use the fight as a catalyst for his own growth as a hero. However, our protagonist had his own principles. He internally declared that it was his misfortune that he had no intention of losing to anyone, ever. He looked down at the shattered remains of his weapons scattered on the ground, lamenting what a waste it was, annoyed that Leon didn't even allow him to end the fight on his own terms. The duel had been perilous. He acknowledged that if he had made even one wrong move, he would have been dead. He recalled how he was forced to try his best not to target Leon directly, which resulted in him dodging all over the place just to stay alive. Despite the difficulty, he conceded that Leon's growth was certainly at a level befitting the protagonist of the story. And he also mused that he thought he had managed to slice Bamung a bit during their exchange. His thoughts drifted to the future of the legendary sword, picturing a burly, bearded blacksmith skillfully enhancing the weapon. and he couldn't help but think that the blacksmith was actually quite competent. He reasoned that as long as Bameng was repaired and all its parts were collected, reaching its final, ultimate form shouldn't be a problem. He felt a sense of relief, glad that at least he hadn't cut Leon himself, a scenario that could have triggered a world destruction, game over bad ending where he would have been the one lying defeated on the ground. He concluded that what he had accomplished was good enough for now. With the duel behind him, he turned his attention to his original goal, a glowing orb resting on a stone pedestal amidst the ruins. As a beam of blue light shot upwards from the orb, he confirmed that he had found it, realizing it had been in here all along. He reached out his hand, and a brilliant purple and white light erupted as he made contact with the artifact. A system window materialized before him, congratulating him on acquiring a new blessing. The message detailed the blessing of regeneration, which rapidly multiplied damaged cells to heal wounds, though it specified that detached body parts could not be regenerated. He wondered if this was a passive ability. To test its efficacy, he unsheathed a knife and without hesitation drew it across his forearm, creating a deep, bleeding gash. Instantly, a vibrant green light filled with glowing crosses enveloped the wound, and in a matter of moments the skin sealed itself, leaving no trace of the injury. He remarked internally that the effect was indeed solid. He raised his perfectly healed arm, a faint, satisfied smile playing on his lips, feeling glad that he had finally obtained what he came for. Letting out a quiet sigh, he admitted to himself that the whole ordeal had been tough. Later that night, under a dark, cloudy sky, he sat alone by a crackling campfire, the flames casting dancing shadows on the rocks around him. His mind replayed the strange events of the day, and he questioned what that whole situation was about, wondering if it was truly because of Abel. He recalled the tense confrontation with Leon, how things had become so strained that he couldn't even question what Leon meant by his cryptic statement. The mystery of Leon being an existence of this world lingered, forcing him to question his own nature in this new reality. He decided to set aside the perplexing thought for the time being, resolving to focus on what he needed to do right now. He reflected on his own personality, remembering that even in his past life, he had a fiery disposition. He admitted that while he had been holding himself back recently, he could never truly ignore injustice. He recalled getting into fights with rude customers, never backing down due to his own strong sense of justice. Initially, his plan was not to interfere with the main storyline, but as events unfolded, he knew that protecting himself had become his top priority. He now considered his recent actions to be a matter of fate. Even though his only goal was to get a blessing that wouldn't alter the main plot, he had ended up fighting Leon. And now, on top of everything else, he was under the threat of assassination, his mind flashing with images of shadowy figures who were after his life. He soberly acknowledged that if his life was truly on the line, he would likely end up cutting down an actual person, not just a monster. Staring into the flickering flames, he let out a quiet sigh. He looked up at the moonlit sky, questioning if he was truly okay and musing that perhaps he needed to learn to take it easy. Suddenly, a sharp female voice cut through his thoughts, telling him that he talked too much and should just act like himself. He was startled, turning to see the blue-haired girl, Ryuzaki, standing over him, her expression stern. His eyes widened in disbelief, utterly confused by her sudden appearance. He turned away, shaking his head slightly, convincing himself that he must be hallucinating from sheer exhaustion. He muttered that if Ryozo were here, she would probably act just like that. He then found himself wondering what the other students were up to. Unseen by him, Ryuzaki sat a short distance away, looking at her phone, a distinct line drawn in the dirt before her, silently declaring that crossing it meant death. Elsewhere, the blonde girl was enthusiastically taking a selfie with the annoyed-looking red-haired girl, a small spark of irritation popping over the redhead's head. In a secluded cove, the long-haired elf girl was bathing in a glowing blue pool, her clothes and sword resting on a nearby rock. Back at the campfire, our protagonist let a small, cynical smile grace his lips as he thought about the concept of friends, finding it all so cheesy. As the night wore on, the fire dwindled to smoldering embers, leaving him in near darkness. From the shadows of the dense woods, a group of assassins emerged, their dark uniforms marked with a U. One with a purple mohawk crouched, ready to pounce, as their leader, a woman with striking red and white hair, gave a silent nod. A barrage of glowing blue shuriken hurtled through forcing the dark-haired cadet to react with blinding speed. He twisted and contorted his body, narrowly dodging the deadly projectiles that whistled past him. An exclamation mark flashed in his mind's eye as he felt the wind from the blades. One of the shuriken grazed his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood, but he continued to evade the onslaught with fluid movements. One of the assassins, a man with a wild purple mohawk, expressed his disbelief, wondering aloud to his captain if their target was really just a cadet. Another member with spiky brown hair chimed in, calling their target insane and suggesting they should try to scout him for their organization instead. The leader of the group, a woman with heterochromatic red and white hair, coldly told the mohawked man, Parik, to be quiet. The protagonist's eyes widened slightly in recognition. He knew who she was. He identified her as Lei Shen, the leader of the assassin group Undertaker, and the first half-demon that the hero Leon ever faces. He recalled her tragic backstory. Once the daughter of a noble, she was betrayed by her own family and became a contract killer. Her hatred festered over time, transforming her into a villain destined to be defeated by Leon. Despite her past, he felt no sympathy for a killer who had willingly given up her humanity. One of the assassins, Parik, brazenly asked him what his deal was. He claimed they had held back, yet he had dodged their attacks so easily, leading him to question if the cadet was a contract killer working undercover. His companion agreed that the brat was not normal. Parik was bewildered, wondering how someone so young could maintain such a stoic expression in a life-or-death situation, once again suggesting to his captain that they should genuinely try to scout him. Lei Shen ignored her subordinate's chatter and addressed the protagonist directly, her voice cold as she asked him which organization he belonged to. He was internally exasperated, his face contorting in annoyance as he wondered why these hitmen couldn't just see him as a regular cadet. Parik sneered, telling the punk that he had guts for someone who was about to die. He then turned to the brown-haired man, the vice captain, asking if this was the prey their captain was so interested in. The vice captain affirmed this, adding that judging by the cadet's movements, he was clearly not average. He admitted he initially thought being the top freshman just meant he was a go-getter, but he had to concede that while the dodging wasn't perfect and he had cuts everywhere, it was still impressive. A strange feeling washed over the protagonist as his body tensed. He recognized this pressure. Seeing that these specific assassins had been sent meant that whoever was behind the attack must be at least an elder. A sly grin spread across his face as he correctly identified them, asking if they were the corpse disposal squad. The assassins were visibly stunned by his knowledge. The vice captain erupted in anger, demanding to know who the punk really worked for and how he dared to investigate them. Before he could continue, Lei Shen raised her hand, silencing him with a single word. Enough! She acknowledged that he seemed to know about them. The protagonist stood calmly under the night sky, his expression dismissive, as he confirmed that he did, and then insultingly referred to them as nothing more than sons of bitches who kill people for money. The insult struck a chord. The vice captain's fists clenched, and Lei Shen's face twitched with suppressed rage, a silent fury brewing in her eyes. Our protagonist pressed his advantage, stepping forward and asking what was wrong. He taunted Lei Shen directly, comparing her dislike of being called a butcher to a scholarship cadet like him being reminded he used to be a noble. He leaned in provocatively close to her, their faces mere inches apart, a confident smirk playing on his lips, causing her to recoil in shock. The vice captain, unable to restrain his fury any longer, bellowed "motherfucker," and lunged forward, his fist aimed directly at the protagonist's face. Just as the punch was about to connect, the protagonist's eyes glowed with a faint blue light as he silently activated the blessing of the world tree. In a blur of motion, he sidestepped the attack, the vice captain's fist sailing harmlessly through the air where his head had just been. The vice captain spat out a curse, telling him to just keep dodging like a rat. But as he finished his sentence, his angry sneer morphed into a look of confusion. A thin, crimson line appeared across his neck. The protagonist now stood behind him, his sashimi knife glowing with a faint blue aura. The mohawked assassin, Parik, screamed in horror, demanding to know what was wrong with the vice captain. The protagonist let out a soft breath, a pensive look on his face as he thought to himself that he had just cut down a person. He immediately corrected the thought, reminding himself that this wasn't a subspace, this was reality. As the realization hit him, the vice captain's head slid from his shoulders and his body crumpled to the ground. The protagonist cursed under his breath. Lei Shen's eyes, now glowing with a furious red light, were locked on him. She screamed at her remaining subordinates, asking what they were waiting for and ordering them to get that bastard. A red targeting reticle appeared in her eye as she prepared to strike. In the protagonist's vision, a digital timer appeared showing 7 seconds, which then ticked down to 8. As he braced for the coming onslaught, his expression grim and determined. A final message flashed across his view, stating, "May the blessing of the gods be with you." Far away, a white-haired old man in a floral shirt looked on in utter shock, exclaiming, "Holy shit," as the chapter came to a dramatic close. A hand firmly grips a smartphone, its screen illuminating the darkness. The display reads December 7th, 12:07 a.m., a curious alignment of numbers that the user mentally notes as a matching time and date. In a brightly lit modern kitchen, a young man clad in a pristine white chef's uniform gazes down at his phone, his expression weary. He internally decides he'd better find what he's looking for quickly so he can finally go home. A peculiar thought crosses his mind as he wonders aloud just where he could have left his humanity. With a determined look, he reasons that it should be in the fridge and moves to open it. Inside, nestled amongst cans of soda, are several milk-like cartons with bizarre labels reading, "Blessing of the Blade God," which causes him to pause in confusion. The scene abruptly shifts, and a different young man with stylish black hair and a white collared shirt stands in what appears to be a cafe after hours. He stares into a commercial display fridge with an annoyed expression, wondering who the hell organized these punks in such a messy way. Despite the clutter, he confirms that his target item is indeed inside. With a sigh of resignation, he concludes that it looks like he'll have to take everything out just to get to it. As he begins removing the cartons, one labeled "cut" and catches his eye, and he suddenly freezes. His eyes widen slightly as he notices the cartons inside have mysteriously rearranged themselves to spell out the word "slash." He takes a step back, thoroughly perplexed, questioning if the words had actually just changed right before his eyes. He blames his fatigue, thinking he must need some sleep. Yet, as he looks again, the cartons shift once more, now spelling out "no matter." Utterly bewildered, he stares as they rearrange a third time, forming the phrase, "what IT may be." Before he can process this impossibility, his entire being is engulfed in a blinding red light, his face a mask of pure shock as he lets out a questioning wah. The crimson light intensifies, flooding the room. He finds himself standing at the threshold of the kitchen, but now a vast, glowing red grid extends from his feet, and the word "slash" materializes in the air before him. The world transforms into a digital, red-gridded space. A timer appears, counting up from 0 to 6 as he stands with a knife, the word "slash" echoing in the void. The timer continues to 07, 2, his expression grim and focused. As the digital clock hits 12:07, the word "slash" appears again, followed by an ominous declaration that it shall be. Slit and cut. The scene violently transitions to a dark forest at night, where the young man, now wielding a blade glowing with purple energy, slices through a cloaked assailant. One of the attackers, a man with fiery red hair, cries out in horror for his vice captain. The young man is now surrounded by a group of shadowy figures in a dark, desolate clearing. One of them snarls, calling him a little, before being cut off. An order is shouted to swarm and kill him, and the cloaked assassins surge forward as one. An attacker leaps through the air, their internal thoughts revealing their underestimation of their opponent, thinking he's just a kid. But the young man moves with preternatural grace, sliding low to the ground to evade the coordinated attack. The assassins are left momentarily stunned, their confusion represented by a massive, jagged question mark. He weaves between them like a phantom, a blur of motion as his glowing red blade flashes, cleanly slicing through two of his pursuers. Blood sprays as another falls to his blade. He ducks into a low stance, his knife held at the ready, pulsing with a dangerous red energy. His eyes are narrowed with deadly focus. One of the remaining killers screams "die" and lunges with a sword. The young man expertly dodges, causing two of his opponents to collide with each other in their haste. He lands silently on his feet, his knife glowing ominously. A gruesome spray of blood erupts as he finishes the remaining foes, his shadow casting a demonic, winged silhouette on the ground behind him while a final scream of "Gah" echoes through the woods. He stands amidst the carnage with a cold, almost satisfied smirk, blood dripping from his chin. A new figure steps into the clearing, a woman with distinctive silver and red hair, clad in a sleek uniform. She berates her fallen comrades, ordering them to pull themselves together and calling them morons for being bested by a single kid. With a ruthless expression, she commands them to dash forward and stab him all at once. But her command is met with more screams of pain as the young man becomes a whirlwind of death, a shadowy, winged aura erupting from his back as he tears through her subordinates. They cry out in agony as they are cut down. The vice captain, whose name is Shen Lei, watches in stunned disbelief, her face splattered with the blood of her own men. She internally struggles with the reality of the situation, thinking it can't be right because he's just a student, even as more of her soldiers are effortlessly dispatched. One of her last remaining men turns to her, his face pale with terror, asking if this is real and admitting he thought the target would be easy. The young man closes in on another attacker, a man with a purple mohawk who stammers in fear, asking what they are going to do. A crimson arc of light is the only answer as the student's blade slices through the air. The punk's head tumbles to the ground with a wet thud, spraying a fountain of blood at Shen Lei's feet, leaving her horrified and her question unfinished. Her mind reels, recalling how this job was supposed to have been a walk in the park. She remembers the lucrative offer, 100 million per head. With a bonus, a brief flashback shows a sinister old man making the proposal. Clenching her twin daggers, She silently curses that old man for sending them into this slaughterhouse. The battle concludes, leaving the young man standing alone in a sea of blood and bodies. Shenlei's internal assessment is grim and absolute. That thing is no ordinary kid. The young man lets out a weary sigh, a fresh cut visible on his cheek. Shenlei comes to a terrifying conclusion. He is a half-demon, half-human, disguised as a student. He lunges toward her, his movements a blur. She grits her teeth, branding him as villain scum as she prepares for his attack. In the next instant, the fight is over. He stands over her, his knife pressed firmly against her throat, declaring her defeat. She is on the ground, completely at his mercy. With a grunt of pain, she slumps to the ground, unconscious. He internally notes that he has 9 seconds left, realizing with some frustration that he spent too long fighting Leon and the Undertakers. He reflects on the battle. It was self-defense, but he hopes he won't have to kill humans again. The sensation was unfamiliar, he thinks, nothing like cutting monsters. However, he quickly dismisses any lingering guilt, reasoning that they were killers sent to take his life. So there was no reason to hold back, and thus he feels no regret. Sometime later, only he and Shenlei remain. She is now conscious and bound tightly to a tree, her hands tied behind her back. He kneels before her, his expression cold and serious. He gets straight to the point, demanding to know who sent her. Shenlei glares back with defiant eyes. She scoffs, asking with contempt if he really thinks she would tell him that. He thinks to himself that this is his chance to find out who is trying to kill him. He strategizes that in a situation like this, fear is the most effective tool. If he can break her, she will talk. He knows that if he kills her without learning the truth, the mystery will haunt him. He looks at her stubborn face and wonders aloud if her silence is bravery or stupidity. She grits her teeth, letting out a sharp huh. He gestures to the carnage around them, telling her to look at what happened to her men, and advising her to start talking while he's still giving her the chance. The sight of her fallen comrades only fuels her rage. She curses him under her breath, calling him a son of a... She grits her teeth, shaking with anger, and then begins to cough violently. He watches her impassively. A wry, pained smile touches her lips as she lets out a weak laugh. She reveals that he ordered the hit on him precisely for this reason, explaining that she should have known something was amiss when she saw all his records had been scrubbed clean. Kneeling before her, he listens intently as she elaborates that he has no family, no parents, nothing. She then curses the rotten old bastard who sent them, lamenting that he sent them to kill a villain. The young man's brow furrows in confusion, as he silently wonders what on earth she is talking about. Shenlei's own thoughts drift, realizing that it all made sense now. The job had always seemed too easy, but her words strike a deep chord within the young man. He repeats her statement, questioning if his family records were truly erased. A hazy, pixelated memory of himself as a smiling child flashes in his mind, followed by a blurred image of a family photo. With a jolt of horror, he realizes he can't remember what his parents looked like. His eye twitches with suppressed emotion. Shenlei gets his attention by saying his name. He rises to his feet, his shadow falling over her, his voice low and dangerous as he demands to know what she just said. She looks up, confused by his sudden change in demeanor, asking what he meant. He presses her, his voice laced with intensity, asking if she just said he has no family. He pulls out a sharpening rod and scrapes it against his knife, the sharp clack echoing in the tense silence. Shenlei flinches at the sound. He leans in close, his eyes cold, and tells her that she could have had a clean death if she had simply told him who sent her. But now he informs her he has more questions. He holds the gleaming blade before her eyes, stating plainly that this is not a negotiation, but a threat. Her eyes widen in fear as the knife inches closer. He adds with chilling calm that she'll still be able to talk, even without a few limbs. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently with a deep rumbling sound. Both of them are startled by the tremor. Shenlei cries out in confusion and pain, wondering what is happening. The young man feels an immense pressure, a powerful surge of mana from an unknown source, before it abruptly stops. He looks down in alarm, noticing the pools of blood from the corpses are moving, being drawn into the earth with a sickening slurping sound. He questions if it's the blood from the corpses that's causing this phenomenon. To his horror, crimson tendrils of blood snake across the ground, converging on the tree where Shenlei is tied. She watches them approach, her face a mask of terror, pleading for them to stop and get away. The blood swirls around her and the tree, and she screams for it to leave her alone. A massive vortex of crimson energy erupts from the ground around her, forcing the young man to brace himself against the powerful blast as he wonders what the hell is going on. Far away, an old man with a white goatee sits by a river, fishing under the night sky. He inspects his expensive-looking rod, commenting that it's not bad for a supervisory role, though he's annoyed he hasn't gotten a single nibble yet, muttering about the cost of the equipment. His bobber sits motionlessly in the calm water. Abruptly, the bobber is yanked underwater with a loud sploosh. The old man's eyes light up with excitement as he wonders if he's finally caught something. The water begins to churn and rumble, and to his shock, several large, monstrous fish leap from the depths. His expression turns deadly serious as he recognizes the sign. He feels an incredibly intense mana, a power that could only belong to one being. A legion commander, an image of a towering, shadowy demon flashes in his mind. Back in the forest, Shenlei is consumed by the red energy, screaming in pure agony. Veins bulge on her skin as the power courses through her, and she groans in unbearable pain. In a desperate plea, she cries out that she'll tell him everything, begging for him to make it stop. But the young man is powerless, himself being struck by lashes of the red energy, clutching his leg in pain. His eyes are wide with shock and confusion. Shenlei's face is a contorted mask of terror as the final tendrils of blood envelop her, her last thought being that she doesn't want to die. A brilliant flash of golden light erupts from her position. A cataclysmic explosion of fire bursts from the ground, sending the young man flying backward. A colossal pillar of fire shoots into the night sky, shaking the very earth. Miles away in a stone room, a purple-haired woman is about to drink a glowing green potion when she senses the massive energy release. She stops, looking toward the window, and wonders if it could be her lord. At the epicenter of the blast, a single U-shaped metal clasp, all that remains of Shenlei's uniform, clatters onto the scorched ground. The sky above burns with roiling clouds of fire and smoke. The young man stands in the center of the smoldering crater, surrounded by the residual flames, utterly stunned. A figure begins to rise from the flames, letting out a deep sigh of relief that quickly turns into a wild, joyous laugh. A woman emerges, her hair a torrent of living fire, her body wreathed in flames as she laughs with manic glee. Closing her eyes, she whispers that at last, after 7 long centuries, she has returned to the human realm. The young man stares, his mind reeling at her words, thinking that 7 centuries was impossible. The fiery woman takes a deep breath, remarking on the potent mana in the air, so powerful it would make a mermaid seem like a mere pond fish. Her gaze falls upon him, and she notes the sinister flame within him. In a flash, she is before him, her fiery hand grabbing a fistful of his hair. Her red eyes burn with an ancient power as she greets him simply, calling him boy. A title materializes in the air, identifying her. Demon King's Army, 5th Legion Commander, Succubus, Bewitching Flame, Agar. Her entire form radiates an overwhelming, ancient power. A wild, unrestrained laugh echoed through the chaotic, fiery landscape. A small, white, bird-like creature soared through the crimson-tinged sky, a beacon of purity in the midst of destruction. Standing before the young man was a tall, imposing woman whose hair burned like a living flame. She mused aloud, her voice carrying a hint of ancient power that it had been 700 years since she left the demon realm, and confessed she didn't really know human manners anymore. With a theatrical flourish, she introduced herself as Agar, the commander of the Demon King's 5th Legion, and offered a pleasantry about it being nice to meet him. Her crimson eyes, burning with embers, fixed on him as she leaned forward, her expression a mix of curiosity and predatory interest. She beckoned to him, calling him Little One and asking for his name. The young man, however, remained stoically silent, his posture rigid and his dark eyes betraying no emotion. Agar noted his silence, remarking on how cold he was for not even telling her his name. A command flashed in his mind, urging him to try and recall his memories. His mind raced, sifting through fragments of a past life. He remembered a fundamental truth about this new reality, a thought that even a seemingly useless piece of information could be used as a mirror to see the future. His greatest advantage, he knew, was his memory from playing the game Miracle Blessing M. A hazy memory surfaced of him in his previous life, overhearing 2 men in lab coats discussing the game, one of them remarking with surprise that he was still playing that. His game knowledge was now his lifeline. He identified the woman before him as Agar, a name he recognized from the game's lore. He recalled her profile, Agar of the Bewitching Flame, a fire-type demon, a female, and one of the Legion commanders. Her physical strength was noted as unremarkable, but she excelled in mental-type magic. He remembered reading about her on the Keikaumuiki back when he quit the game. But his knowledge had its limits. He couldn't understand why Agar had descended to the human world after 700 years. He stared at her, pondering her goal for possessing a host like Rayan. Returning to the present, he stood his ground, sashimi knife held firmly in his hand, facing the fiery demon commander. Agar's gaze swept over the carnage around them, littered with the bodies of fallen cultists. She asked the Little One if he was responsible for all of this. She gestured towards a blood-soaked corpse at her feet, a flicker of amusement on her face. She commented that it was impressive, adding that it was no wonder he didn't seem like an ordinary human, seeing as he was still standing sane after looking directly at her. She assessed him from afar, noting that while he looked like a brat, He might still turn out decent someday. A sly smile played on her lips as she made a startling proposition. She asked him how he would feel about making a contract with her. The young man's composure shattered, a massive red exclamation mark appearing behind him in a visual representation of his shock. He demanded to know what the hell she was talking about. Agar let out a soft chuckle, telling the kid to consider it an honor, as she was giving him a special chance to become special. Her expression grew more serious as she launched into a cynical monologue about humanity, accusing them of pretending to be noble while constantly judging each other and ranking themselves, all while chasing their own benefits and killing people. She stepped closer, her foot crushing the ground near a fallen body. In that case, she proposed, he should dream a glorious dream with her. She closed the distance between them, her flame-wreathed hand reaching out to lift his chin. The young man's mind raced as he processed her words. He admitted to himself that, come to think of it, Agar's words did kind of make sense. A painful memory flashed in his mind. The silhouette of two figures standing over a third cowering on the floor in a dark room, followed by the image of a shattered bottle and spilled pills. He reasoned that, honestly, accepting Agar's offer was probably the right move to stay alive. His ultimate goal of surviving would be made far easier if he rode along with the Demon King's army. As he was caught in her spell, Agar leaned in close, her red eyes gleaming as she thought to herself that he was good-looking, too. The words, "a glorious dream" and "survival" flashed across his vision. His thoughts continued, affirming that his ultimate goal was survival, but then a critical piece of information resurfaced in his mind. He remembered that she was a demon, the succubus queen, Agar. This realization shattered the illusion, and with a surge of will, he broke free from her mental grasp, the ethereal chains binding him shattering. Agar's eyes widened in genuine surprise. She exclaimed in disbelief, asking how he managed to break free from what she insisted was a high-tier spell. She then began to complain bitterly about her host's pitiful body, revealing that she had only made the contract because he had whined so much, and lamented that she had done a sloppy job. She grumbled about how she couldn't even operate properly with such a weak host. A small, dry laugh escaped the young man's lips. Agar stared at him bewildered and asked if he had just laughed. He looked up, a smirk on his face, and confirmed that he had, stating that hearing her load of crap was kind of funny. The two stood facing each other across the cracked and scorched earth under a starry night sky. He clarified that he was referring to her offer about him becoming her slave and all that nonsense. He gripped his sashimi knife, its blade beginning to glow with a brilliant blue light, and flatly declared, "Screw that." He took a ready stance, the blue energy flaring around his weapon. Agar's expression soured slightly as she commented on his bad manners. Unfazed, the young man dashed forward, navigating through pillars of flame that erupted from the ground. Agar, however, seemed entirely unimpressed. She casually dodged his first strike while humming a little tune, even letting out a theatrical yawn as if bored by the whole affair. The young man pressed his attack, his eyes narrowed in concentration as his glowing blue blade sliced through the air towards her again. Suddenly, Agar's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a flicker of surprise as she finally raised a hand to defend herself. His blade clashed with her fiery aura, and a wild, booming laugh erupted from her. She declared that she had only been half joking before, but now she was really getting tempted. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she called him Little One and challenged him, telling him to let his big sis here see just how far his skills could go. With a cry of inferno, she unleashed her power, causing the very ground to rupture and spew forth a torrent of flames and jagged, crimson spikes. She taunted him to give it his best shot. The young man moved with incredible speed, dodging and weaving through the barrage of fireballs that rained down upon him. He sliced through the flames with his glowing knife, leaping and twisting through the air in a deadly dance. Agar watched with a confident smirk, but her expression shifted to one of genuine surprise as he closed the distance with impossible speed. She muttered that he had gone beyond human limits, while she, on the other hand, had just descended, and her adjustment was still a bit slow. In that moment of hesitation, he was upon her, the cold, glowing edge of his blade pressed against her throat. Her red eyes widened in shock as she realized he had caught up to her that fast. A massive explosion of fire and energy tore through the area, leaving a smoking crater. Agar's voice echoed from the smoke, chiding him for being so impatient. She reappeared, effortlessly catching his wrist and stopping his blade just inches from her face. She asked if he was in a hurry, coolly stating that she had plenty of time. The young man gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his brow, thinking to himself that he couldn't stop, that there was no time to waste. He unleashed a torrent of slashes, the word none flashing as he refused to yield. A digital timer materialized, starting at 03, 0 seconds. His eyes glowed with an intense blue light as he thought he was getting faster and faster. Agar met his flurry of attacks with a wild grin, her fiery hair whipping around her as she blocked each strike. The timer ticked down to 01. One as their clash resulted in a massive explosion of red and gold energy. The explosion intensified, and as the timer hit 000, a final, blinding flash of light consumed the battlefield. When the light faded, the young man was left panting, blood dripping from his mouth, but still standing, his knife held tight. Agar examined her hand, which was now wreathed in writhing flames she called red piranhas. She mused that if it weren't for a certain clause from 700 years ago, things would be different, and noted that she wasn't used to this feeling, that it was like she had turned human or something. The young man, hunched over but defiant, told her it would be a waste to leave a human like her. Agar found his comment intriguing, remarking that his flame-like spirit burning his own body was so charming. She admitted his words were a little rude, but she liked that heat. She observed that at his age, he was showing more promise than the child who was foretold to be his vessel. She let out a soft laugh, announcing that she had just about adjusted to this body. Floating into the air, surrounded by a swirling vortex of fire, she declared that she would see if he was truly the child who could fulfill their wish. She would give him one final test. If he could take her next attack, he would pass. She unleashed a massive, swirling fireball, a technique called flamma. The young man looked up, his expression grim, knowing that he had to endure at least this much. The colossal vortex of fire descended upon him, but just as the inferno was about to consume him, a figure shot past, a massive blue sword cutting through the flames. An old man with white hair and a vibrant floral shirt, the sword master, appeared before him, roaring at him to get a grip. Agar's face twisted in annoyance, wondering what this guy was doing and telling him not to get between them. The swordmaster's glowing blade clashed with the fiery vortex, the impact creating a blinding light. A look of sheer panic crossed the swordmaster's face as he realized something, screaming that it must not be this boy. He roared a challenge at Agar, telling her to protect him if she could, as he poured every last ounce of his strength into his sword. The fiery attack intensified, completely engulfing the old swordsman in a pillar of golden light. The young man was thrown back by the shockwave, his body limp as he flew through the air. He briefly wondered if he was dead. He coughed violently, spitting up blood, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His eyes widened in shock and horror. The smoke cleared to reveal the swordmaster standing before him, having taken the full force of Agar's attack to protect him. The old man's greatsword was planted firmly in the shattered ground, his body serving as a shield. In disbelief, the young man weakly called out his name, Swordmaster Nim? A status screen then appeared, displaying the number 100. The scene then cut to a special interview segment. A reporter asked Kang Jio-ma from South Korea to check the status, to which he responded with an annoyed expression. The reporter then posed a question to several other students. Do you have one? Leon Reinhardt from Germany looked utterly confused, asking if it was some kind of homework. Rachel de Muir of France vehemently denied it, repeating that she did not. Abel von Nibelung from Switzerland calmly stated that he didn't really have one and was fine without one for now. Chloe Aditer from Italy excitedly said she did, only to be immediately silenced by her brother Knox. Speed Weapon from the USA confirmed he had one, but seemed confused about the question. Finally, Saki Ryozo from Japan simply giggled while staring at her phone. She then held up her screen excitedly, exclaiming that she had finally gotten one. The phone displayed the cover of a new Japanese manga, Sashimiro Academy Musu, with an announcement that its serialization would begin on June 5, 2025. In a vision of a potential, devastating future, a voice declared that such unmatched talent must not be wasted in a place like this. A brilliant explosion of energy ripped through the earth, heralding the arrival of a destined hero named Kang Jio-ma. This boy, it was foretold, was the one who would surely break the cursed chain that bound humans and demons, becoming the last hope for humanity in a world consumed by fire and conflict. The vision showed an older, grizzled warrior, a swordmaster with fierce eyes and a garish Hawaiian shirt, wielding a blade of pure blue energy. But the vision ended in tragedy, with a wounded Kang Jio-ma looking on in horror at the swordmaster's fallen body. A great sword plunged into the cracked, burning earth beside him. Back in the present, the aftermath of a brutal battle was laid bare. The swordmaster coughed, rousing a bloodied and dazed Kang Jio-ma, asking if he was coming to his senses. He grimly advised the boy to rest and recover, noting that the situation looked bleak. Jio-ma, silent and processing the chaos, suddenly noticed the swordmaster's grievous injury. His eyes widened as he pointed out that the old warrior's entire arm was missing. The swordmaster, however, was the picture of stoicism, his left side a bloody stump. He casually brushed off the concern, stating it was fine and that he didn't need two hands to wield a sword anyway. He urged Jio-ma to stop worrying about him and focus on himself. Their moment was interrupted by their adversary, the fiery demon commander Agar, who addressed the old man with a mocking tone. She found it strange, she mused, that a mere human was somehow resisting her powerful magic, her crimson eyes glowing with malevolent curiosity. The three figures stood in a tense standoff, the two humans against the lone demon, surrounded by the smoldering ruins of their battlefield. The Swordmaster knew the truth of the situation. For a demon commander to manifest, they had to weaken the boundary between worlds and possess a human body as a catalyst. This meant that even a commander couldn't unleash their full, terrifying power while in such a state. Yet they remained an unstoppable disaster all the same. Agar clicked her tongue, expressing her annoyance. She internally complained that this host body didn't mesh well with her, which explained why she was struggling against the lively brat, Gioma. But it made no sense that she was also having trouble with a half-dead old man. Turning her attention back to the Swordmaster, she declared that she didn't know what trick he had pulled, but this time he wouldn't be getting away with just the loss of an arm. With that threat, she launched herself into the air, a comet of fire streaking towards them. The Swordmaster's golden eyes narrowed with intense focus, and in a blur of motion, he met her attack, his blue energy sword clashing against her fiery assault. A piercing scream of rage tore from Agar's throat as she was repelled, landing hard on the scorched earth. She looked down in utter disbelief to see her own flaming hand, severed at the wrist, lying on the ground before her. Stuttering, she demanded to know how it was possible. The Swordmaster stood his ground, calm and collected, and coolly stated the obvious. She was afraid. The accusation struck a nerve, and Agar exploded in fury, demanding to know what he said, and calling him an insolent, filthy little worm. A massive vortex of fire erupted around her, a testament to her unrestrained rage. Unfazed, the Swordmaster admitted he didn't know her exact reasons for crossing into their realm, but he could see one thing clearly burning in her eyes. As a colossal serpent made of fire lunged at him, he named the emotion he saw: fear. With a single powerful swing of his sword, he unleashed a wave of blue energy that cleanly sliced through the fiery attack. Agar scoffed, thinking him a cocky worm for believing a lucky shot that severed her arm put them on equal footing. The Swordmaster then closed the distance, leaping through the air and bringing his glowing blade down in a deadly arc. Catching the demon commander by surprise, Agar's eyes widened, a flicker of panic mixed with her anger. She was shocked that this decrepit old man possessed such a dense aura. A sudden realization dawned on her as she looked into his eyes, wondering aloud if he could possibly be a descendant of the legendary Eren. In that instant, a colossal, shadowy blue aura erupted behind the Swordmaster, forming the silhouette of a horned warrior, a stark contrast to Agar's fiery form. Cursing her luck, Agar rationalized that he was still just a human in a body long past its prime, a worn-out and pitiful descendant of Eren. To prove her point, she conjured a barrage of flaming projectiles, challenging his frail body to dodge her attack. The sky filled with a deadly meteor shower of fire, and Agar's maniacal laughter echoed across the wasteland. She taunted them, asking if it was too much for them to handle. In response, the Swordmaster charged forward, a blur of motion weaving through the deadly rain of fireballs, his face a mask of pure determination as he deflected and dodged the onslaught with breathtaking skill. Kang Jioma watched in horror, wanting to help, but finding that simply remaining conscious was a battle in itself. He clutched his chest, knowing that if he lost control of the power within him, he'd never regain it, but realizing that giving up the blessing now would be suicidal. The Swordmaster pushed on, his blade a whirlwind of blue light cutting through the inferno, though red slash marks began to appear on his body from the few projectiles that slipped past his guard. Agar watched with a condescending smirk, acknowledging that it wasn't bad for an old body, revising her assessment of him from a worm to perhaps a rat. As he closed the distance, the Swordmaster reflected on his life. He admitted that demons were absurdly stronger than humans, a fact he had resented in his youth, an immovable wall that mere effort could not overcome. But now, at his advanced age, he finally understood something profound. Agar dismissed his impending revelation as senile drivel, yet she knew his experience was dangerous. She scanned for a weakness and found it. His severed left side was completely exposed and wide open. Mockingly, she urged him to finish his speech. As she lunged, her fiery fist aimed directly at his vulnerable flank. Though he grunted in pain from her strike, the Swordmaster continued his speech, telling Agar that even she knew the truth. Humans evolve and grow stronger in hopeless situations. That, he declared, was what demons feared most, and the very reason they constantly sought to invade the human realm. He swung his sword, meeting her attack head-on. Agar's expression flickered with surprise, which quickly morphed into a wicked, condescending grin as she simply replied, "Nope." The Swordmaster stumbled, caught completely off guard as a pillar of fire erupted from the ground directly beneath him, a trap he hadn't seen coming. Agar cackled with glee, but her laughter was cut short as the Swordmaster, even while being engulfed in flames, thrust his blue sword forward, impaling her through the torso. Dismissing his speech as nonsense, Agar clenched her glowing hand into a fist and drove it straight through the old man's chest in a devastating counterattack. The swordmaster's head snapped back, blood erupting from his mouth as his life force was extinguished. He gasped in agony, blood pouring from the fatal wound. Agar scoffed, asking if that was the best line he could muster. She looked down on him with contempt, remarking how cliché humans were, just as they had been 700 years ago. Still, she offered a sliver of praise, conceding that for a worm destined to live less than a century, it was a decent last will. Kang Jioma screamed the swordmaster's name in despair. Agar's attention snapped to him, her memory jogging. She recalled his name was Kang Jioma and announced that it was time to give him the results of her earlier test. With his last breath, his eyes wide with terror and urgency, the dying swordmaster screamed for Kang Jioma to run away. Ignoring the old man's final plea, Agar declared the result. Jioma had passed. Her eyes glowed as she lunged at the shell-shocked boy. Placing her fiery hand on his chest, she purred that his body would now serve the will of the demons, telling him not to resent her and that she'd see him in hell. The swordmaster, refusing to die quietly, roared at her for turning her back on an enemy, screaming that Jioma was just a cadet. Agar dismissed him as a yapping corpse she had no interest in. Leaning close to Jioma, she revealed a purple demonic sigil on her tongue, telling the swordmaster to watch as she gave the boy his pass stamp. Just as she was about to brand him, Jioma's hand shot up, a small sashimi knife clutched tightly within it. The swordmaster cursed her as a devilish creature. Agar paused, amused, asking if that was supposed to be a compliment. Suddenly, a strange purple energy emanated from Jioma's eyes, and a complex sigil ignited on his forehead. His entire body lit up with a network of glowing purple circuits as a system alert flashed. Error. An unauthorized external intrusion had been detected, initiating an autonomous defense program. However, an unexpected error occurred. The program couldn't run due to the user's low level and the world line's low tier. But a catalyst, identified as Yggdrasil, temporarily elevated the user's level, engaging a suppression force to reconfigure and synchronize the world line. A digital counter skyrocketed to 99.9%, and a system message announced that the conditions had been fulfilled to become something unknown. Agar noticed the demonic branding process was slowing down. She turned to the swordmaster, shocked, demanding to know how he was still moving. She scoffed, remembering that even worms wriggle after being decapitated. But the swordmaster was on his knees, his sword glowing with a new, brilliant light. He vowed that this time he would take both of her legs with him. Agar's eyes widened in recognition of the aura's color. It was the same as the sword saints from the war 700 years ago. She realized with disgust that he had evolved his aura in his dying moments, making it imperative to finish him immediately. She flew at him, screaming for the descendant of Eren to die quietly. An immense pillar of celestial blue light erupted from the swordmaster, engulfing Agar and forcing a scream of pure agony from her lips. Blasted back, she gasped in pain and confusion. Her eyes widened in shock as she saw a new figure standing in the light. She wondered if it was the brat, but knew this was different. A chilling, unsettling feeling washed over her, a sensation she hadn't felt in 700 years. A system message announced the forced elevation and manifestation of all user blessings. Pain, immunity, and regeneration, both at the divine level, were activated and harmonized by the divine blessing of transition to prevent the world line from tearing. Agar cursed these maggot-like bastards for interfering once again, screaming the name Hokkien with absolute fury. A figure, presumably the transformed Jioma, floated in a blinding white light, a strange symbol on his chest, as a system message declared the blessing of the sword god disengaged. In its place, another message appeared. False resurrection annulled, accompanied by a new, ominous demonic symbol heralding the activation of a far darker power. Under the shroud of a dark forest night, a figure with long, teal hair unsheathes a colossal black sword from their back, the metallic ring of the blade echoing in the stillness. A woman with striking turquoise hair and luminous yellow eyes, her expression grim, declares that this is the final day. In the distance, the teal-haired warrior stands alone, gazing up at the moonlit sky in silent contemplation, a heavy sense of anticipation hanging in the air, yet a lingering uncertainty remains. A hand illuminates the darkness, holding a smartphone that displays the time as 6:58 a.m. on June 25th, its screen adorned with the stylized image of a white rabbit mask with piercing blue eyes. Elsewhere, a girl with long blue hair and distinctive red horns approaches a boy with a fiery red undercut, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. She questions him, asking why he is already awake when it isn't even dawn yet, wondering if he managed to get any sleep at all, unaware that the dawn has already passed. A different blue-haired girl, her hair tied up in a practical ponytail, looks on with a skeptical frown, demanding to know what they are talking about. while the red-headed boy sits sullenly against a tree in the background. She clarifies with a hint of condescension that the sunrise actually occurred a while ago. This statement is met with utter confusion from the red-headed twins, who murmur to each other, questioning if it's just them or if the sky is genuinely still pitch black. The blue-haired girl sighs, questioning aloud how he could possibly be the written exam's runner-up with such poor awareness, before brushing the matter aside and announcing that it is nearly time to return to the academy. Not far away, a blonde girl and a red-headed girl lie fast asleep on the hard ground, bundled together under a single large gray blanket for warmth. Other cadets are scattered around them, also lost in slumber, wrapped in their sleeping bags on the cold, rocky terrain as the red-headed boy urges everyone to get back to the return point quickly. A small thought bubble revealing his own doubt about whether the sun has even risen. It's clear that the other cadets had likely begun gathering since the previous day, making this group late. The girl with the red horns grows impatient, snapping at her weapon to hurry up, a palpable sense of unease creeping over her as she admits to herself that this strange darkness doesn't feel like a good sign at all. Suddenly, the tense quiet is shattered by a cataclysmic explosion of fire and smoke that tears through the landscape, revealing a battlefield consumed by raging infernos. Amidst the devastation, a young man with light blue hair stands defiant, his shirt torn open to expose a chiseled torso and back covered in intricate glowing markings. He faces two formidable opponents, a swordsman poised for battle, and a woman wreathed in living flame before taking a determined step forward. The woman of fire, her name Flamma, looks around in a state of shock, her body and hair a roaring blaze as she cries out in disbelief, demanding to know what happened to Hokin and questioning how he could have possibly been chosen. Her focus shifts to the silhouette of the young man as he is suddenly enveloped in crackling blue lightning, the arcs of electricity intensifying around him. He is revealed to be Kang, now shirtless, his body a canvas for glowing blue tattoos that pulse with raw power, the very air around him vibrating with energy. The lightning dances violently around his feet, grounding his immense power. Flamma can only stare, her mind struggling to comprehend the scene before her. She stammers his name, questioning how this brat, Kang, could be the one standing there. Internally, she furiously curses her own carelessness, admitting that even though she felt the bastard's blessing, she had dismissed it because Hokin was merely human and couldn't possibly have survived. She berates herself, calling the situation the absolute worst, and lamenting that her judgment has gone to hell, trapped in what she deems a piece of crap body. A fragmented memory flashes through her mind, a vision of a young girl running through the fire, and she wonders what that was just now. The realization dawns on her. That kid was Ganjiama. Her expression hardens, her eyes glowing a menacing red as her fiery resolve intensifies. Nearby, an old man with white hair and a garish floral shirt, his face covered in bandages, spits blood onto the ground. He collapses to his knees, his face a mask of agony and shock, his wide yellow eyes reflecting the chaos around him. As he falls, he looks up to see the radiant figure of Kang standing over him, a silent, glowing sentinel. Kang's feet are wreathed in the same ethereal blue energy that surrounds his body. His face is an image of serene power, his eyes closed as he emanates a blindingly bright light. The old man, Siegfried, stares up in utter bewilderment, his confusion turning to sheer shock as a brilliant green light suddenly erupts from his own chest. To his horror, he sees a miniature, ethereal version of Kang embedded within his torso, the source of the healing light. He clutches his chest, realizing with alarm that his injuries are mending themselves. Clenching his jaw, he growls, demanding to know just what in the world is happening here. Kang's eyes snap open, now glowing with an otherworldly blue intensity. He unleashes his power, and blue lightning erupts from his body, causing him to levitate slightly as crackling energy strikes the ground around him, shattering the stone beneath his feet. A pinkish blade materializes in his hand as he prepares to strike. Flamma watches, her own flames flaring in response to the immense pressure radiating from him. In a blinding flash of movement, Kang vanishes and reappears directly in front of her. Flamma's eyes widen in terror, her senses completely overwhelmed by his impossible speed. Her mind races, screaming that something is profoundly wrong, that she can't even properly perceive his shape. She grits her teeth, wondering how he could have moved so fast. She initially blames her inferior host body, but quickly realizes this is something far beyond mere perception. This is dangerous, she thinks. He isn't human. Coming to a grim conclusion, she decides that if that's the case, she has no other choice. She offers a silent apology to Ganjiama, clenching her fists of fire. She declares that she'll have to take back what she said a moment ago, and slams her flaming hands into the ground with devastating force, causing the earth to shatter and erupt in a volcanic torrent of fire. Facing Kang, she concedes that he may have a body fit to be a king, but she has no choice but to finish him right here and now. She warns him that if left alive, he will undoubtedly become a great obstacle to the future of demonkind, a declaration that causes the watching Siegfried to look on with concern. Flamma unleashes her full power, activating a skill called Blaze Flame, gathering a swirling vortex of fire. She follows it immediately with another skill, Tempest, conjuring a massive, swirling sphere of incandescent fire that hangs above her like a malevolent sun. Siegfried looks up, his expression filled with alarm at the sheer destructive potential of the attack. Flamma grins with maniacal glee, her eyes glowing with raw power, and announces that as regrettable as it is, she will have to call an end to their brief entertainment. With a ferocious roar, she bids Gangjiyama to see him in hell, and launches the colossal fireball forward. The miniature sun streaks across the battlefield, crashing into the ground and unleashing a world-shaking, fiery shockwave. Siegfried recognizes the immense power instantly, just as Kang calmly states that he will. A cascade of system notifications fills the air. Blessings of flexibility, regeneration, and transference have all been activated at the divine level. The blessing of the sword god is being released. Kang finishes his thought, his voice ringing with absolute certainty, declaring that he will cut her down. He dashes forward, now wielding a sword, moving through a digital-like blue energy field and leaving a spectral afterimage in his wake. His movements are a blur of light and energy as he stands ready before a spectral blue opponent, a manifestation of his power. A tremendous clash of red and blue energy erupts, a visual representation of their titanic struggle, sending chaotic waves of power rippling through the battlefield. The skill's name appears in elegant calligraphy, Heavenly Sword. A single, impossibly thin line of crimson energy slices through the void. Kang stands at the center of it all, a vertical pillar of radiant pink light extending from him, piercing the heavens and the earth. This divine beam of light lances through Flamma's massive fireball, splitting it perfectly in two. Flamma can only watch in abject horror, her hand outstretched in a futile gesture, as the attack not only negates her ultimate spell, but continues on its path toward her. The beam strikes her before she can react, the heavenly sword technique cutting through her as if she were nothing. Flamma lets out a choked grunt of pain, looking down to see her arm has been completely severed, dissolving into embers before her eyes. Her body gives out, and she collapses to her knees, smoke rising from her grievous wound, utterly speechless as she lies on the ground, blood dribbling from her lips. Far from the battlefield, the academy students see the impossible sight. A blond boy points frantically, urging his friend to look. His companion can only gasp in awe, asking what it is they're seeing. The teal-haired warrior and the blue-haired girl with horns stare with wide, stunned eyes. The other blue-haired girl exclaims in disbelief, asking what in the hell that is. She declares that the sky has opened. A brilliant column of light has torn through the perpetual darkness, creating a false dawn that bathes the landscape in light. A crowd of students stares up at the phenomenon, utterly mesmerized, with some even pulling out their phones to capture the unbelievable event. One of them remarks that even the sunrise is crazy in this place. Back on the broken ground, Flamma coughs violently, the pain overwhelming her. A cold wave of terror washes over her as she realizes she cannot regenerate her wounds. It feels as though the very source of her mana has been severed at its root. At this rate, she thinks with dawning horror, she is going to die. Seeing his opponent weakened, Kang staggers, the immense power he wielded clearly taking a heavy toll on his body. Flamma sees a fleeting chance. She pushes herself up with her remaining strength, her mind screaming that she cannot die such a meaningless death. With her last ounce of will, she declares that the boy, Gangjiyama, will be a catastrophe for all of demonkind if he is allowed to live. She roars her own name, Flamma, channeling her last reserves of power and vowing that even if she's going down, this is her one and only chance. She unleashes a desperate beam of blue energy from her mouth, but just as she does, Siegfried appears in a flash. He scolds her for turning her back on an enemy, contemptuously stating she's no better than the 6th Corps Commander Basman. He thrusts his glowing blue sword directly through her chest. Flamma screams in pure agony, cursing the old man as his blade pierces her core. Siegfried pushes the sword deeper, callously remarking that she's a bit more durable than Basman was, before identifying her as a damned descendant of Araun. He channels crackling energy through the blade, snarling for the demonic bastard to burn in hell. Flamma lets out a final, incoherent shriek as her body is consumed by the holy energy. Siegfried stands over her disintegrating remains, the battle finally over. He stands alone on the cracked and smoldering earth, a silent victor. He then speaks to the empty air, clarifying that his name is not a descendant of Araun. It is Siegfried von Nibelung. As he stands under the bright, artificial sky, Kang finally succumbs to his exhaustion and collapses unconscious behind him. Siegfried turns to the fallen boy and kneels beside him, checking his condition. He notes with some relief that Kang's breathing is steady, and that while he has some blocked meridians, there are no critical wounds. his life is not in immediate danger. He looks at the boy's peaceful face and wonders aloud just what is Ganjiama. Siegfried reflects on the incredible display of power he just witnessed, recalling Kang's glowing form and thinking that his own reflexive response to help was the unconscious act of a true swordsman. He begins to narrate, his thoughts drifting back to ancient times. He muses that since the dawn of humanity, people believed an unfathomable will was imbued in natural disasters like storms, floods, lightning from a clear sky, and comets falling from the heavens. Kneeling beside the unconscious boy on the desolate ground, he continues his internal monologue, explaining that such supernatural forces have always struck fear into the hearts of humanity. Yet paradoxically, those same humans worship these forces, praying to receive blessings and protection from the very things they feared. He gazes up at the sky, his thoughts coalescing into a final, profound conclusion. He realizes that people came to call these powerful, incomprehensible forces by two names, a calamity or a god. As he finishes his thought, the camera focuses on Kang's unconscious form, where a faint, cracked pattern of light glows softly on his chest, a mark of the divine power sleeping within him. The sky is a muted canvas of pale blue and soft white clouds, edged by the dark silhouette of trees. This peaceful image shatters into a blur of motion and chaos, streaks of blue and black suggesting a frantic, violent event has just transpired. In the aftermath, a crowd of students dressed in sharp black and gold uniforms stands in stunned silence. Their faces are a mixture of shock, confusion, and fear. A young woman with vibrant light blue hair and determined eyes stands at the forefront, her expression hard and concerned as she surveys the scene. The title, The Academy Sashimi Sword Master, appears against a backdrop of two figures facing off, hinting at the conflict that has just passed. Further in the distance, a group of men wheel a stretcher away, carrying a covered figure, while an older man with white hair and a floral shirt walks beside them with a grim expression. The blue-haired girl's piercing eyes are locked onto this somber procession, her gaze filled with an unspoken dread and intensity. The surrounding area is a mess of disheveled students. A red-haired girl screams, trying to push past her peers who hold her back, while a silver-haired woman in a black jacket watches with cold detachment. The blue-haired girl clenches her jaw, a silent fury simmering beneath her composed exterior. Another student stands tall in his uniform, a silent observer to the unfolding drama. A young woman with teal hair and insect-like antennae, Abel, covers her mouth in sheer horror, tears welling in her emerald eyes. The blue-haired girl, Saki, places a reassuring hand on Abel's shoulder, trying to offer some comfort in the face of tragedy. The shock is too much for Abel, whose legs give way beneath her, but Saki holds her steady, her own expression a mask of stoic concern. The world outside the academy is abuzz with the news, as seen on a smartphone screen displaying a NeoTube live chat. The headline reveals a shocking development. The Sword Emperor has lost his left arm, and the reasons are being kept under wraps. The live chat explodes with speculation, with users throwing out theories of betrayal, an enemy infiltrating the academy, or even the absurd idea that the Sword Emperor cut his own arm off. The text on screen explains that with humanity's forces already weakened due to the Sword Emperor's recent incident, the entire world is now consumed with concern over whether another vacancy will arise among the 7-star heroes, of whom only 4 currently remain. In a grand, cathedral-like classroom, Saki sits alone, scrolling through her phone with a grimace. She internally laments that there's still no news about Jio-ma, desperately hoping he's awake. Her brooding is interrupted by the chatter of 2 male students nearby. One asks the other if he's seen the special admissions student from Avalon Island lately. His friend replies that he hasn't and asks what he thinks happened, adding that he heard a rumor that the student is hovering between life and death. The first student reacts with shock, exclaiming in disbelief, and asking if he's actually going to die. Saki's eyes narrow, her patience wearing thin as she overhears their gossip. She calls out to them with a sharp, "Hey!" The 2 boys jump, startled, turning to see her cold gaze. They nervously address her as Haim-sama, a title meaning princess, and stammeringly ask if she's talking to them. Saki, without looking up from her phone, coolly asks them if they could go talk in a corner over there. She explains with a chillingly sweet smile that she didn't get much sleep last night, and they're being too noisy. The boys immediately understand the threat behind her words, letting out a nervous ah. They quickly agree, laughing awkwardly as they retreat, saying that guys like them belong in the corner anyway. Saki scoffs internally, her expression hardening as she stares at the back of an unseen person's head, thinking they shouldn't make her laugh. She declares with absolute certainty in her mind that Jio-ma would never die. Her gaze then shifts to the side, where Chloe, the red-haired girl from before, is hunched over her desk, her shoulders shaking with sobs. Saki thinks to herself that Chloe hasn't stopped crying since that day. Through her tears, Chloe whispers Jio-ma's name, crying that she can't even see him. Despite her outward display of confidence, Saki admits to herself that even though she said he would never die, she's worried too. It's been over a week since any of them have seen him. A memory surfaces of them trying to visit him, only to be met by a sign declaring no visitors allowed. Saki, Chloe, and their orange-haired friend stood defiantly in the hospital corridor. The boy had tried to reason with the guards, explaining that they were cadets who just wanted to check on their friend. But two men in black suits and sunglasses stood firm, stating that no one was allowed inside by direct order of the director. Enraged, Chloe had tried to charge past them, screaming for them to move aside. The orange-haired boy had called her name in alarm, while one of the guards shouted for someone to stop her as she desperately called for Gyo-ma-kun. Saki had watched grimly, telling Chloe to stop. Saki's mind works through the situation, deducing that a special direct order must be related to the Sword Emperor. She recalls the terrifying events, Avalon Island turning into a boiling sea of lava, and the eerie mana they had felt several times. She connects these events to the news that humanity's strongest hero lost his left arm. Her most reasonable deduction is that a demon or demonoid invaded, and the Sword Emperor fought it off, which is all she can logically assume. Back in the present, Saki is seen in a dark room, wearing glasses and staring intently at a computer screen showing game-like footage of a battle. She has been scouring the forums and searching every corner of the internet for any information she could find. But her efforts yielded nothing. The situation was made worse by Director Media's announcement that she would personally review and release updates, effectively cutting off all contact with the outside world. Not even the media could get any information. Saki stares at her phone, at her last text exchange with Kang Gyo-ma. He had told her there was something he wanted to try and that he was going alone. Her simple reply was to take care. Her thumbs hover over the keyboard, wanting to type a message to tell him to text her when he wakes up, but she can't send it. The feeling of helplessness is frustrating. She lets out a long, weary sigh. She thinks about how that text exchange was the last time they spoke. A harrowing memory flashes in her mind. A hand crackling with purple energy reaching for her face, her own expression a mask of pure terror. The memory fades, and she looks down, her thoughts returning to the present. She silently asks Kang Gyo-ma when he's coming back, her composed facade finally cracking as she leans forward, admitting to herself that she's worried about him. Meanwhile, in the Star Class classroom, a blonde girl named Rachel asks Abel if she is okay. Abel is staring blankly into space, lost in her own thoughts. Rachel gently prompts her again. Abel snaps out of her trance, apologizing to Rachel and explaining she was just lost in thought. Rachel says it's okay and then asks about the Sword Emperor, wondering if he's all right. Nearby, a male student chimes in, mentioning that his uncle, the Spear Saint, is also very concerned. Abel reassures them, stating that she's been told he's okay and thanks them for their concern. However, a thought bubble reveals her true feelings. She apologizes internally, knowing they will all find out the truth soon enough. She then muses on her current situation, wondering why she is the one taking care of Cadet Gyo-ma. A flashback shows her looking with concern at an injured Gyo-ma, with her grandfather, the bandaged Sword Emperor, standing nearby. She doesn't know the full details, but she's certain that Gyo-ma was hurt while helping her grandfather. Back in the classroom, Rachel watches Abel, her expression worried as she clenches. Elsewhere in a dimly lit room, a haggard-looking man with messy dark hair chugs liquor straight from the bottle. He slams the bottle down on the table with a crash, gritting his teeth in anger. He thinks to himself that things are getting more and more troublesome. He glares at a tablet on the table, which displays a mission failure report stamped with a large red failed. The report states that the Undertakers are all deceased. He curses them as worthless worms. In a starkly different setting, a lavishly decorated office, Director Media discusses Gyo-ma's condition with the Sword Emperor, Siegfried. She recounts the initial diagnosis. All his muscle fibers were torn and his nerves were wrecked, a state far from normal. But now, she continues, he has recovered and been discharged, perhaps even healthier than before. Media smugly takes credit, saying she mobilized every single medical staff and healer for him. Siegfried retorts, sarcastically asking if her mobilization involved threatening them to save him at all costs, reminding her that he sent Gyo-ma to her for his safety. Media waves a dismissive hand, telling her old friend not to get so worked up over something that's already over, lest he get wrinkles. She sighs and suggests they try to be positive. She then asks Siegfried if he's holding up okay. Siegfried reflects that he supposes he's lived a long time to have to experience all this. He flaps his single remaining arm to demonstrate, stating that as she can see, there are no major inconveniences. A memory plays of a doctor in a lab coat speaking to Media, expressing his astonishment. He had told her that in over 30 years as a doctor, he'd never seen a case like this. He had confirmed that Gyo-ma was perfectly healthy, with even his old illnesses wiped clean, calling it nothing short of a miracle from the gods. Back in the present, Medea pinches the bridge of her nose, sighing in frustration and admitting she just doesn't understand what's going on anymore. Her thoughts turn to Siegfried's uncharacteristic behavior. While she partly blames Siegfried for Jeon-ma returning in tatters, she also recalls how he never left the boy's side during his hospitalization. He even spent a ridiculous sum of money to book the entire ward for him. She had never seen Siegfried go to such lengths for anyone and wonders what exactly happened between them. She laments that even her blessing of the poet ability can't figure it out, as the situation is beyond cognitive understanding. Medea presses him for answers, pointing out that now that Jeon-ma is awake, he can surely tell her what happened. She complains that the media has been hounding her for days, and she hasn't been able to sleep. Siegfried calmly picks up his teacup, explaining that he needed time to gather his thoughts. It took him a while, he says, to process the events on the island. Medea insists he tell her what happened. Siegfried's hand instinctively squeezes the empty space where his left arm used to be. Then he drops the bombshell. Agar, the 4th Legion commander, appeared on Avalon Island. Medea's eyes fly wide open in utter shock. She stammers, repeating the name Agar in disbelief, exclaiming that it's impossible. Siegfried confirms that while it's hard to believe, it's true. A flashback of Agar engulfed in flames crosses his mind as he states that she was the one who took his arm. Medea, trembling slightly, asks if Jeon-ma was hurt because of her as well. She then urgently questions what happened to Agar. Siegfried calmly replies that she was eliminated. He clarifies that it's too early to make it public, but he saw it with his own eyes and has no doubt. Medea asks if he managed to take her down by himself, to which Siegfried lets out a laugh, asking if she really thinks that's possible. Medea is left speechless, her mind reeling. She thinks that Siegfried has finally lost it. Her internal logic screams that not even Siegfried could take down Agar solo, and even with help, a commander was just too powerful. Her thought process stumbles as a horrifying realization dawns on her. She stammers, "And no way." As she looks at Siegfried, who is about to reveal who defeated Agar, Siegfried meets her gaze with a knowing silence. He tells her he will explain everything when they all get together soon. But for today, he suggests, considering the adult matters at hand, there's a place a youth should visit first. He takes a serene sip of his tea, a small smile on his lips. Medea glares at him, thoroughly exasperated, and mutters "sheesh, boomer" under her breath. She then sighs in defeat, saying fair enough as she slumps onto the couch. Outside on the academy grounds, the orange-haired boy, Weapon, tries to lift his friend's spirits. He declares that they can't stay depressed forever and proudly unfurls a poster he made to recruit for their club. The poster is a garish explosion of rainbow colors and clip art, advertising their adventure club and seeking members to share youth, friendship, romance, and casually conquer dungeons. He asks if it will stand out, musing that they've always relied on Jeon-ma and never really done anything for him. He presents the poster to Saki and Chloe. Asking for their opinion, Saki stares at it with a blank face and states that she is, in fact, surprised by him in many ways. She adds that she doesn't think she could create something so unique, even if she tried. Weapon misinterprets this as a high compliment, puffing out his chest and declaring that Saki knows her stuff because color is everything in a poster. He proclaims that it will definitely catch the eyes of passers-by. As he poses dramatically with his creation, Chloe silently steps forward and flicks open a lighter. Weapon cries out in alarm, asking what she is doing. With a determined blush, Chloe holds the flame to the corner of the poster, stating that there is no way she's letting Jeon-ma-kun see trash like this. Weapon is horrified, yelling at her for trying to burn something he stayed up all night to make. Saki watches their argument with a detached air, commenting dryly that at least it's burnable trash, so that's something. Saki sits on a park bench, letting out a soft sigh. She thinks to herself that the noisier it gets, the more empty she feels inside. She looks down at the bar of yakin in her hands, noting that even its sweetness feels diminished. Her thoughts inevitably return to Jeon-ma. She had heard he was back, that he was discharged from the hospital, and she silently urges him to hurry up and come back. Her thought is cut short as two figures walk into her line of sight, stopping before her bench. She looks up, her eyes widening slightly. Standing there is Kang Jeon-ma himself, looking pale but upright, with Chloe and Weapon beside him. Weapon is in the middle of saying that, man, he really had them worried. Suddenly, Jeon-ma's eyes lose focus and he slumps forward, about to collapse. In a flash, Saki is on her feet. She reaches out and gently taps her finger against his forehead, stopping his fall. Jeon-ma looks up, dazed and confused by the sudden contact. Saki looks down at him, her usually stern expression softened by relief, and quietly welcomes him back. Jeon-ma stares at her, his expression unreadable. As the chapter comes to a close, in the background, Weapon and Chloe continue their bickering, with Chloe insisting Weapon not show Jeon-ma that garbage poster. and Weapon dejectedly agreeing it's trash. Left forgotten on the bench is the bar of Yakin, now adorned with a small hand-drawn heart. A special message from the author, G-Man, appears on a smartphone screen, introducing himself as the author of Conquering the Academy with just a sashimi knife. He explains that the following chapter is a special episode he had been looking forward to, but due to its length, he had to split it into 2 parts, for which he apologized. G-Man describes the chapter as a slice-of-life story about Ji-Oh-Ma and his friends on vacation, a light, movie-like special set slightly apart from the main story. He then complains with a playful emoticon that he had to stay up all night letting these brats go on vacation, expressing particular envy for that lucky guy, Ji-Oh-Ma. A hand holds the phone, the person viewing the message remaining silent, their brow furrowed slightly as they wonder what the author is even saying. The viewer is revealed to be none other than Kang Ji-Oh-Ma himself, sitting on a beach chair under the bright sun, looking sternly at his phone with a deadpan expression. He's inexplicably dressed in a full black suit and tie, a stark contrast to the idyllic beach scenery behind him. The screech of tires signals the arrival of a beautiful, classic light blue convertible. A voice from the driver's seat announces that they've arrived, addressing Ji-Oh-Ma. Looking out from the back seat of the car, where Siegfried von Nibelung is driving and Medea Poison sits in the passenger seat, Ji-Oh-Ma thanks Sieg for getting them there safely. He gazes at the sparkling blue ocean and remarks that it has been quite a while since he was last at the sea. The group stands on a stone promenade overlooking a pristine beach dotted with umbrellas and lounge chairs, yet completely devoid of people. Ji-Oh-Ma turns to Medea, who is still in the car, and asks if she reserved the entire place. Medea nonchalantly replies that you can't take money with you to the grave, so you might as well use it for occasions like this, before pointing out that their friends are already there. A short distance away, their classmates are waving enthusiastically. Speed Weapon, with his vibrant orange hair, shouts a greeting to Ji-Oh-Ma-kun, while the red-haired Chloe Editor chimes in, noting that the director and the Sword Emperor have come as well. The group, including the blonde Rachel de Muira and the turquoise-haired Abel von Nibelung, calls out a collective hello to their grandfather, Kang Ji-Oh-Ma. Another girl with small horns greets Ji-Oh-Ma-kun, while Abel looks on with a slightly surprised expression. Saki Ryozo, however, stands with her arms crossed, her light blue hair tied back with a yellow ribbon, her expression a mask of stern indifference. The 2 groups converge on the promenade, with Siegfried, Medea, and Ji-Oh-Ma walking away from their stylish car to meet the students. Saki remains slightly apart from the main group, maintaining her stoic posture. Speed Weapon falls into step beside Ji-Oh-Ma, casually asking if Leon had come along. Ji-Oh-Ma tells him not to even get him started on that subject, explaining that Leon basically lives inside the dungeon now. Speed Weapon smirks, remarking that at this point, it's hard to tell whether Leon is a demon or a human. Ji-Oh-Ma silently acknowledges the truth in that statement with a simple agreement. Speed Weapon then claps him on the back, cheerfully suggesting that since they are all here now, they should just focus on having fun without him. The entire group proceeds to walk together, with small thought bubbles indicating that Siegfried and Medea look suspicious as they lead the way, while the younger members follow, ready to begin their vacation. This marks the beginning of the special summer vacation chapter. The scene immediately shifts to the beach, a bare foot stepping onto the wet sand with an excited cry. The students are already in the water, a whirlwind of activity. Speed Weapon, balancing on a surfboard, issues a challenge to Weapon, presumably Ji-Oh-Ma, to see who can stay on the longest. Nearby, Chloe lounges on a green inner tube, splashing happily and exclaiming how refreshing the water is. Speed Weapon, now wearing a bright orange life vest, proudly boasts that he's already caught the first wave. His moment of glory is accompanied by the announcement of his popularity poll results, revealing he is tied for 6th place with a 2% vote rate out of 655 total votes. Not to be outdone, Rachel de Muira expertly carves through a wave on her own surfboard, a fierce look on her face. She taunts her unseen rival, asking if they've forgotten who she is, and vowing to make them remember in no time as she rides the crest of the wave. Her skill is rewarded with 4th place in the popularity poll, securing a respectable 10% of the vote. In the chaos, Chloe lets out a grunt, as she is unceremoniously dumped from her inner tube into the churning water. Rachel continues her impressive surfing display with a joyful yahoo, completely oblivious to Chloe's plight, whose popularity poll result is then revealed to be 5th place with 3% of the vote. Amidst the splashing and surfing, Kang Ji-Oh-Ma stands stoically in the waist-deep water, his expression completely unfazed. Rachel, gliding past on her board, catches sight of his dark form in the water and momentarily mistakes him for a shark, letting out a surprised cry. The reveal of Ji-Oh-Ma's popularity poll result shows him in a strong 3rd place, with 12% of the total votes. Upon realizing her mistake, Rachel's eyes instantly transform into hearts, and she stares at Gyo-ma with adoration, breathlessly whispering how amazing he is. Back on the shore, Saki and Abel approach the water's edge. Saki is dressed in a light blue sundress over her swimsuit, while Abel wears a stylish black bikini with a sheer robe. Abel tentatively dips her feet into the surf, commenting on how cold it is, as Saki looks on with a slightly annoyed expression. From the water, Rachel and Chloe watch the two newcomers, and Rachel mutters that their outfits are practically cheating. Abel, overhearing the comment, turns with wide, innocent-looking golden eyes and asks what she meant by that, while Saki, now sporting heart-shaped sunglasses, glares disapprovingly in their direction. A short distance away, Siegfried and Medea relax under a large beach umbrella, a white knight chess piece sitting on the table between them. Siegfried thoughtfully remarks that making the next move is always a tough decision. He continues his contemplation, staring out at the ocean and stating that despite the difficulty, they have to make the move. His gaze shifts to the students playing happily in the water, and he adds that they must do it so that those kids can keep smiling. Medea listens quietly, a pensive look on her face as she adjusts her own glasses. The popularity poll results flash on screen, showing Siegfried von Nibelung tied for 6th place with a 12% vote rate. Medea offers a gentle, knowing smile, her red eyes soft. Her own poll result appears, revealing she is also tied for 6th place with an identical 12% vote rate. She quietly agrees with Siegfried, affirming that he is right. The two adults watch as the younger generation continues their carefree fun in the ocean waves. The friendly atmosphere soon turns competitive during a game of beach volleyball. A multicolored beach ball soars through the air. Rachel leaps up to spike it, her hand glowing with a menacing purple aura as she yells for Saki to watch her face. The ball hurtles downwards with incredible force. Saki, though startled, reacts with lightning speed. She drops into a perfect receiving stance, digging her feet into the sand and bumping the ball straight up, absorbing the powerful impact. Watching from the sidelines, Speed Weapon tells Rachel to go easy on her, while Gyo-ma remains silent. Saki winces in pain, having been knocked to the ground by the sheer force of the spike. She sits on the sand, muttering under her breath about that gorilla, clearly referring to Rachel's monstrous strength. Her eyes begin to glow with a brilliant, menacing blue light, her competitive spirit ignited. Just as the ball reaches its apex, Abel von Nibelung leaps into the air, her body arched in a perfect spiking form. Her popularity poll ranking flashes, showing her in 2nd place with 13% of the vote. She gracefully smashes the ball downwards. The ball slams into the sand on the opposite side of the net with explosive force, sending sand flying. Rachel and Chloe can only stare in shock, their surprise indicated by massive exclamation points. Abel lands softly, letting out a small sigh of relief as Saki looks up at her, amazed. Saki silently wonders if there is anything Abel can't do. Abel turns to her, asking if she is okay. Saki remains seated on the sand, looking up at her teammate. Abel explains with a smile that it was a planned assist and asks if it wasn't bad. She extends a hand to help Saki up. Saki accepts her hand, admitting with a grateful smile that they won because of her. As night falls, the scene transitions to a sizzling barbecue grill laden with meat and vegetables. The entire group has gathered around a picnic table by a pool for dinner. Gyo-ma tends to the grill while Speed Weapon excitedly points at the cooking food. Abel stands beside Gyo-ma, offering to make the food even tastier for him. Saki, seated at the table, watches this interaction with a deeply annoyed expression, her fork paused midair. To Gyo-ma's confusion, Abel begins chanting a Japanese spell, Oishiku ner momokayan, a phrase meant to magically improve the taste of food. Later that night, the gentle sound of waves washing ashore fills the air. Saki walks alone along the water's edge, her flip-flop sinking slightly into the wet sand. She wonders aloud to herself what that Oishiku ner spell was all about. She stands under the full moon, looking out at the dark ocean with a dejected expression. She sighs heavily, complaining that nothing seems to be going her way today. Her thoughts are interrupted when she spots a glass bottle bobbing in the surf. Curious, she asks herself what it could be. She wades into the shallow water, picks up the bottle, and uncorks it, pulling out a rolled-up piece of paper. Unfurling it, she finds it's a document titled First Annual Sashimi Popularity Poll, which only serves to confuse her further. She squints at the damp paper, noting that the ink is smudged and difficult to read. She comments on what a strange poll it is, then gasps in surprise, exclaiming that 1st place received an impressive 60% of the vote. Sitting down on the cool sand, she wonders if the whole thing is just a prank, but admits to feeling jealous of whoever managed to secure 1st place. She hugs her knees to her chest and lets her head fall, sighing that she wants that kind of recognition too. Her moment of melancholy, is abruptly shattered by a loud growl from her stomach. She looks down, a silent thought bubble indicating her embarrassment. Her internal monologue reveals her hunger, admitting she barely ate anything earlier. A flashback shows her watching Abel and Ji-ma at the barbecue, the memory clearly the source of her lost appetite. She continues to think to herself, conceding that even she has to admit Abel is pretty. She muses that if she were a guy, she wouldn't have been able to turn Abel down either. Her thoughts drift to the change in atmosphere between Ji-ma and Abel, feeling that the mood has been different ever since the Avalon incident. Her stomach growls loudly again, and she snaps at it internally, telling it to stop growling while she's trying to be serious. Suddenly, a skewer loaded with freshly grilled food is held out in front of her. She looks up, her eyes wide with surprise, to see Kang Ji-ma standing over her. He asks what she is doing out here alone, reminding her that the movie is about to start. Saki is completely flustered, stammering his name and exclaiming that he startled her by being so quiet, then asking how he found her. Ji-ma, his expression unreadable, simply replies that he walked. A bead of sweat rolls down Saki's cheek as she manages a small ah. Okay. He looks down at her, his usual stoicism replaced with a hint of concern. He then quietly tells her that he was worried about her, a statement that causes Saki's eyes to widen in shock. The two of them stand on the quiet beach, the peaceful scene illuminated by the moon and a distant lighthouse. Saki blushes, starting to speak but trailing off into silence as Ji-ma waits patiently. The intimate moment is once again ruined by an incredibly loud growl from her stomach, the sound echoing across the beach. Without a word, Ji-ma extends the skewer towards her, offering her the food. She takes a large bite, and her face immediately lights up with delight. She exclaims that it's delicious, noting that while it's not quite on the level of Yakin's cooking, it's still amazing. She happily devours the rest of the skewer. Ji-ma watches her, a small smile playing on his lips as he tells her to eat slowly, joking that he won't steal it from her. His expression then shifts to one of sudden realization and shock as he calls out her full name, Ryozo, as if just remembering something important. The screen flashes to the final popularity poll results. The winner of first place is revealed to be Saki Ryozo. A detailed breakdown shows Saki with a landslide victory, capturing 60% of the 655 total votes. A humorous note from a staff member named Destic explains that his wife got first place because he has had her as his phone's wallpaper ever since her character was introduced. Back on the beach, Ji-ma grabs Saki's wrist, decisively telling her it's time to go. As they approach the outdoor movie theater, a voice calls out that they've arrived. It's Abel who asks where Saki went, explaining that Ji-ma-kun had gone looking for her. Now inside the theater, Saki apologizes for her absence, making up an excuse that she had to take a phone call. As she sits down, Abel asks where Ji-ma is, and Saki replies that he went to the bathroom. Taking the opportunity, Saki turns to Abel, saying she wants to talk about that time. Abel immediately apologizes for that photo, admitting she hadn't expected it to turn out the way it did. Saki quickly reassures her, saying that while she was a little surprised at the time, it's all in the past now. Abel gives Saki a sly, knowing smile as Rachel, sitting beside her, gasps in awe at the movie screen. Abel then makes a promise to Saki, vowing that she will make sure there's nothing for her to apologize for next time, a cryptic statement that leaves Saki slightly confused. Just then, Ji-ma returns to his seat. He sits down in the empty chair between Saki and Abel, expressing his relief that the movie hasn't started yet. He glances around and idly wonders who decided on these seats. Abel leans in and informs him that she gave up that seat for him. A bit surprised, Ji-ma thanks her. A voice announces that the movie is starting as the lights finally dim. The special chapter concludes, leaving the audience to anticipate the group's movie night. The author, G-Man, begins a queue and a session to address questions about the creation and production of the series. The first question asks where they usually work and what they do when not working. G-Man explains that they work from home, and ever since the series started, they haven't had a proper day off. However, whenever they find a little spare time, they like to clear their head by taking a walk, mentioning that they live right by the sea. The second question inquires if Season 2 is being handled by the same team. G-Man responds with an emphatic absolutely, expressing their intention to see the comic through to the very end. This declaration is accompanied by an image of a stern, white-haired man sitting cross-legged, reinforcing the commitment to continue until the end. The third question asks about the number of people on the team and how the work is divided. G-Man reveals that they are a team of 3, including themselves. D-Dodi is responsible for the backgrounds, while Milkong handles the character coloring and overall coloring. G-Man takes on the story, adaptation, and art, noting that this division is why the storyboard and the final version never look the same. They also keep making edits right up until the comic is uploaded and humorously add a plea for help. Fourth question delves into what the author pays the most attention to when drawing characters. G-Man states that for them, it's always the face and expressions. They admit that they really enjoy drawing action scenes, but feel they aren't very good at them yet, though they are continuously trying to get better. The fifth question asks which character is the easiest to draw and which is the hardest. A character with vibrant teal hair comments that in the beginning, she looked really ugly, but her face kept changing and she thinks it's better now. G-Man official answer reveals that Abel and Leon are the hardest to draw. They explain that these characters are meant to be objectively attractive, but capturing that well enough is a challenge that bothers them. Conversely, Gyoma is simple to draw because of his black hair. The Q&A then shifts to questions about the characters and setting, with the sixth question asking for the height, weight, and MBTI of the main characters. G-Man clarifies that the MBTI types are based on the comic adaptation and shouldn't be taken too seriously. They also mention that the heights and weights have likely changed a little since the character sheets were first made. A smartphone screen displays the detailed stats for several characters. Gyoma Kang is listed as 6'1", 176 pounds with an IST personality type. Abel is 5'8", 134 pounds and an inch. Ryojo is 5'5", 115 pounds and an int. Rachel is 5'9", 146 pounds and an S. Medea is 5'2", 106 pounds and an IS. Weapon is 5'11", 165 pounds and an INF. Leon is 6'1", 176 pounds and an S. Finally, Sieg is also 6'1", 176 pounds with an IST personality type. The seventh question asks about Ryojo's birthday and the kind of bow she uses. The character Ryojo herself, depicted with blue hair and small red horns, cheekily declares that her birthday is June 21st. G-Man elaborates on her weapon, explaining that the vermilion bow is a hybrid of a recurve and compound longbow, possessing S-tier armament with excellent range and piercing power, even capable of firing multiple arrows. Its draw weight is so strong that only someone like Ryojo, who is strong and has a blessing, could draw it. Even so, it still burdens her shoulders and back muscles. The eighth question asks if a character named Speedwagon will be seen with his hair down again, and if his father's name is actually Speedwagon. Character with orange hair, sitting thoughtfully, dismisses the idea, saying his father's name wasn't Speedwagon and wonders aloud what it was. G-Man confirms that this character will indeed appear with his hair down again later in the story. The next set of questions gets a bit more personal, with the ninth asking about the color of Gyoma's underwear and the 10th posing a hypothetical, how the story would have changed if Gyoma had become Leon instead. The character Gyoma, looking cool and detached, simply states that the color is red. Regarding the hypothetical, G-Man muses that the story wouldn't twist into something as extreme as a certain popular ninja joining a villainous organization. They state that they would have stayed true to the canon story up until a certain point, and then would have jumped right into starting a harem. The 11th question asks who Gyoma will end up with and what type of women he likes. G-Man confesses that they aren't sure themselves and cheekily advises the readers to follow the story until the end to find out. The 12th question is about G-Man's self-insert character, Loeb, asking if he will appear again in Season 2, beyond just being a phone wallpaper. G-Man replies that they don't have any plans for that. At most, there could be a short cameo, but it would be in a way that doesn't affect the story. A character's speech bubble furiously questions why they have to be like that. The Q&A section then moves to the author's tastes and behind-the-scenes information. The 13th question asks what made G-Man choose to adapt the Academy's Sashimi Sword Master. G-Man explains that they were a fan of the source material and felt confident that they could handle the adaptation better than anyone else. The 14th question asks if they expected the comic to become so popular, or if it was less popular than they expected. A female character with green hair and glasses, sitting elegantly, remarks that its popularity is beyond the level of comprehension, something she can't see even with her blessing. G-Man humbly states that they could have never dared to expect this kind of success. They express immense gratitude for all the immense support, saying it's more than they could ever ask for. The 15th question asks if any other works inspired them while creating the comic. A blonde girl in a school uniform playfully calls someone a nerd, seriously. G-Man finds it difficult to narrow it down to just one source of inspiration, in terms of what they've consumed the most. They name Dragon Ball for manga and reveal that for anime they have rewatched Gurren Lagann nearly 100 times. The 16th and 17th questions are combined, asking who the main heroine is and who G-Man's favorite character is. G-Man coyly replies that it's a secret, obviously. The 18th question asks which character G-Man is most like in terms of appearance and personality. G-Man says that there's no character who resembles them in looks, obviously. As for personality, they would say they are somewhere between Abel and Leon. A dismissive thought bubble appears, stating not even close. The 19th question asks, looking back, which episode or moment has been the most memorable, which scene they were most satisfied with, and which comment stuck with them the most. A blonde male character, sitting cross-legged, answers that if he had to choose one, it would be episode 43, titled Twilight Sword. G-Man, however, admits they are left with more regret than satisfaction. They mention that the first 10 episodes especially are so rough that they'd love to remake them. Despite this, they feel incredibly happy when they see comments from everyone who endured through them with praise like "this is precious," or "this is so ing fun, it makes me so happy that I can't sleep." A separate thought bubble reveals that the episode that meant a lot to G-Man personally was episode 12, Geoma Reborn. The 20th question asks which characters they put the most effort into creating, specifying one male and one female. G-Man reveals that Ryojo was tough. She was an effort as difficulty archetype, so defining her was hard, and establishing her image took the longest. For male characters, it would be Geoma. G-Man felt he was too cliché, so they wrestled with him for a long time, but in the end they liked the result and are not entirely sure why. The 21st question is about the origin of the character names. G-Man explains that the names were created by the original author, Tangahiro, so they are not sure of the backstory. They promise to ask the author someday and provide an answer then. The 22nd question asks that if G-Man could enter the world of the comic, which character or role they would like to play. G-Man thoughtfully responds that they'd like to be someone who draws comics about heroes without getting involved in the action. They add that having a blessing to match, something like Rohan Kishibe's ability from another famous series, would be nice. A blunt thought bubble simply says, "Get real." The 23rd question asks if they like dumplings and how they would feel about eating them for the rest of their life. A red-haired female character playfully asks Author Kun if he likes dumplings. G-Man replies that they like meat and pleads with a "no, please" to the idea of eating dumplings forever. The final section of the queue and a focus is on merchandise and serialization plans. The 24th question asks about any plans for a Ryojo eye patch, other merchandise, a print edition, or an anime adaptation. G-Man admits they are not very knowledgeable about this sort of thing, but are thinking about putting up a survey to hear what readers would like, specifically mentioning a Ryojo eye patch. As for print edition, that is still undecided. An anime adaptation, they muse, is a question of whether it would even be possible. The 25th question asks about plans to adapt Part 2 of the original story and how many seasons are currently planned. G-Man states they would be more than willing to adapt Part 2, but it really depends on how Part 1 concludes. The number of seasons hasn't been decided yet, but they estimate they have covered about 15–20% of the story so far. The 26th and final question is simple. When are they planning to return? The author's avatar is shown in multiple chat bubbles, simply with ellipses, before a final bubble states they were thinking for 49 seconds. G-Man then announces that Season 1 ended with episode 49, and that they've been asked this question countless times. Instead of giving a direct response, they suggest a nostalgic look back at Geoma's journey through the last season together. The recap begins with a scene inside a Grand Academy hall, where a blonde student with glasses points out the new arrival, referring to him as the black-haired kid. Other students whisper amongst themselves, identifying the newcomer as the guy who cuts people up with a sashimi knife. Geoma Kang, the special entrance student, walks with a cold and determined expression, his presence immediately setting him apart. In another scene, an elderly man with white hair and a stern face declares that he has been searching for a disciple with exceptional talent, his gaze falling upon a serious young man. Elsewhere, a woman with mint green hair and glasses informs someone that a certain girl is coming later for a club interview. A tense encounter shows a red-haired boy looking with surprise at another boy with spiky red hair, calling out the name Knox. A woman with short lavender hair smirks confidently at Geoma, telling him she is there to make a deal. A blonde woman sits at a table, politely asking if she can talk to someone about something important. The atmosphere darkens as a woman in a formal purple dress confronts Geoma, accusingly stating that he was the one who did something terrible to her brothers. An old, bald man kneels before someone, demanding to know what their relationship is with his granddaughter. A hooded figure smirks in the shadows as a voice reports that Lord Agar was slain by a student, a boy named Leon von Reinhardt, hailed as the next hero. In a moment of conflict, a blonde hero declares that he won't waste his time on groupmates who don't trust and follow him as a massive beam of light descends from the sky. Standing in a desolate, fiery landscape with a glowing sword, he tells someone not to expect him to be like Geoma. A stylish blonde woman in yellow-tinted sunglasses greets Director Media, remarking that it's been a while. In a moment of vulnerability, Geoma holds an injured Ryojo in a cavernous setting. Another scene shows a mint-haired girl leaning on someone's shoulder, asking to stay like that for just a little longer. A man with long green hair sits at a desk, explaining that certain words were spoken to revere a powerful being and borrow his power. A hand rests on an ancient tome, the text describing the one who shed the form of a mortal, the blade god, as a hand grips the hilt of a glowing blade. Gioma's eye flares with a brilliant, intricate pattern, a system message announcing the activation of a blessing. Deep within a blue-lit tunnel, glowing eyes emerge from the darkness, heralding the arrival of the minions of the blade god. An army of hooded skeletons surges forward with a great thrum, their eyes glowing with malevolent energy. Ryojo, her face a mask of fury, draws her bow, unable to believe the horrific place they are in. Two female warriors, one with teal hair and the other blonde, face off with intense glares. A purple-haired combatant unleashes a powerful kick, pleading for a promise to be kept. A man thanks someone for bringing him back to his senses as he slices through an opponent. Gioma gives a command, telling his partner that he will cut down the enemy's spells, leaving their necks vulnerable. An enemy's face splits apart with a flash of light as he screams in terror, telling the demon to stay away. A lone warrior dashes along a cliff's edge, cutting down smaller foes as a narrator explains that as his synchronization increases, his humanity fades away. A powerful slash cleaves a piece from the very cliff. Ryojo watches, whispering a plea for someone to save her, as a luminous, ethereal figure appears before Gioma, who states his unwavering trust in this being. A powerful voice echoes, "Slash and it shall be," as a skeletal king in a crown of green fire manifests, and the voice continues, "May the blessing of God be with you." Gioma's face is illuminated by a green glow, his expression one of pure focus. A lone figure plummets through a colossal underground chasm, a brilliant pillar of light shining down from an unseen ceiling, illuminating a massive, throne-bound Lich King far below. The recap ends, and a teaser scene begins with a woman with mint green hair, dressed in a casual crop top, offering a folded rabbit-themed blanket. She stands before Gioma, who is wearing a shirt that says "Gone," and explains that she wanted to return it to him. Gioma, partially hidden by a doorway, coldly tells her that he doesn't need it anymore. He then shuts the door with a final clack, leaving her standing alone in the hallway, clutching the blanket. Her expression twists into one of pure rage, her eyes glowing yellow and her teeth bared as she screams Gioma's name. The scene pulls back to reveal she is in a movie theater, with the silhouettes of other female characters sitting beside her, all watching the events unfold on a screen. The screen then shows an empty theater with the words, "End of Season 1 afterward." The author, G-Man, addresses the readers directly, stating that with this, Season 1 is complete, including the afterword, and that they owe it all to their dear readers, thanking them profusely. An accompanying image shows Gioma and another student waiting at a bus stop. G-Man shares that throughout the serialization, every release day felt like a trial, filled with fear and anxiety, but the readers' comments always gave them strength. Despite the shaky beginnings, they were able to grow with the series because of the unwavering support. G-Man reveals that ending the season was not a decision they wanted to make, but was necessary due to various internal circumstances, with their declining health being the primary factor. They confess that they did their best so that people could say Season 1 had a good ending, admitting it was perhaps a desperate way of not wanting to be forgotten. They felt immense happiness every time they heard comments about the sincerity of the comic, as it felt like their feelings had truly reached the readers, and they were glad so many people recognized their efforts. An image of a blonde girl jogging illustrates the message of moving forward. The author announces that the serialization will take a short break, but they will not stop working, continuing to work on drafts. They promise to recover their health and come back by November. They reiterate their gratitude, saying they have no words to truly express it. An image of a blonde boy on a bicycle appears, as G-Man promises to keep in touch through their author's page while preparing for the future. They thank everyone once more for staying with the Academy's Sashimi Sword Master and promise to return with an even better story. The final image shows Gioma adjusting his glasses, a message from G-Man appearing over him, followed by the words, "Season 2 to be continued." The world dissolves into a dreamscape, a vast, empty courtyard stretching before a magnificent, Gothic-style academy building, its clock tower piercing the dusky purple sky. In this strange, silent expanse stands Kang Gioma, his back to us, clad in his dark school uniform. In his hand, he clutches a knife that glows with an ethereal blue light. The very flagstones beneath his feet seem to tremble and crackle with an unseen energy. He looks around, his posture stiff with uncertainty, a silent question mark floating in his mind as he tries to make sense of this sudden dislocation. His head whips to the side, his eyes widening in alarm as a sudden realization dawns on him. The tranquil twilight is shattered in an instant. From the dark heavens, malevolent streaks of crimson light plummet downwards like vengeful meteors, all converging on the Academy's clock tower. They strike with cataclysmic force, erupting in a blinding explosion of red energy that engulfs the entire building in a violent, fiery light. The shockwave tears through the courtyard, a maelstrom of red and white chaos. Through the storm of destruction, a single hyper-focused beam of energy slices through the air, aimed directly at him. Ma's mind reels, unable to process the onslaught, his thoughts a jumble of questions and exclamations. His eyes, wide with terror and disbelief, lock onto the projectile, and a horrifying realization hits him. It's the knife, his own knife, turned against him. He is thrown backwards, his body contorting in midair as he desperately twists to evade a furious barrage of energy slashes that fill the air. The blue aura of his own power clashes violently with the overwhelming red torrent, sparks flying as the two forces collide in a dizzying spectacle of destruction. The assault is relentless, a whirlwind of red and white slashes that tear at the very air around him. Ma grits his teeth, his face a mask of grim determination as he witnesses the impossible. His mind screams a single, unbelievable thought. Space itself was tearing apart. He finds himself standing on a fractured piece of Earth, a tiny island in a swirling vortex of red and black chaos, watching as his world shatters into nothingness around him. His expression is a hardened mask of defiance, his teeth clenched as he prepares to face the incomprehensible power descending upon him. A colossal beam of vibrant pink energy erupts from the fractured ground, contained within a bizarre, red, grid-like dimension that has replaced reality. Ma stands resolute on a floating shard of rock, knife in hand, a lone warrior against an apocalyptic surge of power. A distorted, digital text flickers into existence before him, commanding him to take IT. He glances down at the glowing knife in his hand, his expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion as he questions the cryptic order. The world then explodes in a final, all-consuming blast of fiery red and orange light, a cataclysm that seems to swallow everything in existence, with a single, silhouetted figure standing at its heart. From the heart of the crimson chaos, a brilliant blue beam of energy cleaves downwards, parting the destructive sea of red. It's Ma, his entire body enveloped in a protective blue aura, bringing his knife down in a powerful, desperate arc. His face is a portrait of pure shock and raw exertion as he pours every ounce of his will into the strike. He realizes with horror that the floor beneath him is giving way. The dark platform of energy he stands on begins to crumble, the red grid of this strange dimension shattering and falling away into a bottomless purple abyss. Another glitchy message appears, ordering him to pick IT up. He is now untethered, floating helplessly in the chaotic, grid-lined void, his body limp as he wonders just what in the world is happening. The glowing blue knife hovers just out of his reach. His eyes, wide and unblinking, stare at it, reflecting the confusion and terror of his dream state. With a sudden jolt, Ma's eyes fly open. He is back in his bed, the morning light filtering into the room, but the terror of the dream still clings to him. He lies still for a moment, breathing heavily, his phone resting on the pillow beside him, his expression one of profound weariness. Pushing himself up, he sits on the edge of the bed, rubbing his tired face with a groan. He mutters to himself that he's had the same dream again. The silence is broken by the sharp buzz of his phone. He wonders aloud who could possibly be messaging him so early in the morning. He picks up the device, his face impassive as he glances at the screen. A small O escapes his lips. The message is from a group chat named Speed Weapon. A member, identifiable by his cheerful, red-headed profile picture, has announced that he just posted the recruitment posters for their club. He expresses relief that he had the design prepped, blaming a bad connection for the delay. Below the text is an image of the poster itself, a visual nightmare of clashing rainbow gradients and tacky fonts. Ma's heart sinks. His internal monologue is succinct and filled with dread. They were utterly screwed. Later, he stands before a full-length mirror, assessing his condition. He notes internally that his body feels much better, maybe even stronger than it has ever been. He questions if this remarkable recovery is thanks to resting in the VIP treatment room. As he pulls on the black jacket of his uniform, he recalls what he had heard. After his grueling fight with the demonoid Agor, the revered Sword Emperor had personally used his own funds to rent this luxurious room for him, and had even personally cared for him during his recovery. The weight of the gesture settles on him. He acknowledges that he now owes the Sword Emperor a massive debt. Fully dressed, he pauses before the mirror, his expression thoughtful as he adjusts his collar. He realizes he's forgotten something and fumbles with his tie, his fingers working to knot it properly. His thoughts drift to the events on Isle Avalon. A montage of fragmented memories flashes through his mind. His own determined face, the crazed, flame-wreathed face of an enemy, the scarred visage of another, and the desperate eyes of a blond man. Staring at his reflection, he finds himself questioning everything. He wonders what is going to happen from here on out, and more importantly, if he is truly doing the right thing. His mind wanders back to a recent conversation by a campfire, recalling that he had the very same worry not long ago. The memory of Ryuju's simple yet profound advice cuts through his uncertainty. She had told him to just do what he would do. Clenching his jaw, he decides she was right. It was far too late to second-guess his decisions now. With newfound resolve, he takes a firm step forward. With a quiet declaration to himself to get going, he strides purposefully across the sunlit academy grounds, the grand building looming in the background. A cheerful ha breaks his concentration. He turns to see Ryuju, her signature blue hair and horns unmistakable, holding up a snack shaped like a gold bar. She playfully asks if he wants some. Slightly taken aback, Jioma simply says her name, acknowledging her presence. Ryuju lets out a dramatic yawn, feigning disappointment. She tells him he's no fun, asking why he isn't even surprised to see her, before telling him to help himself to the snack. Jioma responds with deadpan sarcasm, stating that he is, in fact, Suo surprised and offering a flat thanks. Her playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a serious, probing gaze. She tells him that, more importantly, it's time he finally told her what really happened at Avalon and explained why his hospitalization took so long. As they walk down a magnificent, high-ceilinged corridor, Jioma gives a frustratingly vague answer, stating only that something happened. Ryuju is not deterred, her curiosity manifesting as a series of pleading speech bubbles as she begs him to tell her what it was. She gets right in his personal space, her expressions shifting rapidly from inquisitive to demanding to puppy-dog-eyed pleading, insisting that he tell her. Visibly uncomfortable, Jioma asks what has gotten into her. A sly, knowing smirk spreads across Ryuju's face as she leans in even closer, her bright blue eyes glinting with mischief. She throws her arms out wide in a gesture of theatrical indignation, loudly questioning what's gotten into her asterisk. She argues that as the official strategist of the travel club, knowing such things is something she should absolutely deserve to know. Completely unfazed by her dramatics, Jioma calmly pulls out his phone, his expression unreadable as he begins to type, pointedly ignoring her. Ryuju's patience snaps. She leans over his shoulder, telling him not to ignore her. He's looking at the chat with Kang Jioma, staring at the offensively colorful recruitment poster. Ryuju catches sight of the screen and lets out a cry of disbelief. She exclaims what that idiot is doing, complaining that they barely managed to get permission for the club, and now he's plastering this garbage everywhere. Jioma calmly pockets his phone, replying that they should go intervene. He reasons, with a hint of sarcasm aimed at her self-proclaimed title, that they will never get a single new member at this rate, Miss Strategist. As he turns and walks away, Ryuju calls out after him, asking where he's going. The scene shifts to a lavishly decorated office, where the silver-haired sword emperor, Siegfried, is having tea with a woman with striking green hair, Medea. He remarks that she surprisingly makes quite good tea, considering her appearance. Medea, looking highly offended, snaps back, asking what is wrong with her looks. Siegfried calmly clarifies that he meant it as a compliment, which only incenses her further as she demands to know what kind of compliment that was. A polite knock at the door interrupts their bickering. Jioma's voice announces his presence. He opens the door and steps inside. Medea greets him by name. He asks if he has arrived too early, but she quickly reassures him that he is right on time. Siegfried then makes a rather vulgar joke about how, after having 2 arms for 70 years, he sometimes gets mixed up, especially when flushing the toilet. Medea sharply tells him not to be so crude. Jioma takes a seat, feeling intensely awkward and out of place, as if he were sitting on a bed of nails. Medea falls silent, a weary look on her face. Turning her attention to Jioma, Medea gets straight to the point. She states that she heard from Siegfried that he was the one who took down the 5th General Agor. Jioma looks down at his hands, quietly confirming that it's in his memory and he can't deny that it happened. A flicker of images flashes through his mind. The monstrous form of Agor, himself standing over the defeated demonoid, the entire event feeling distant and surreal. He admits that he doesn't feel very aware of that moment, almost as if it all happened in a dream. Medea offers a small, apologetic laugh, realizing he only just recovered, and she might be pushing him too hard. Jioma politely tells her that it's all right. She confesses that she still finds it hard to believe, even though she knows that neither he nor Siegfried would ever lie about such a thing. Siegfried interjects, his voice firm, confirming that it is the absolute truth. He goes on to explain that while he was present for the fight, the victory against Agor was entirely Kang Jioma's doing. He then turns to Medea, his tone softening as he apologizes for hiding information about Avalon Island, explaining that he had no choice but to stand by and observe. Siegfried's expression turns deadly serious, his golden eyes narrowing. He states that the demons must have sensed the disturbance from the battle by now, and they surely know that no human can currently stand against a demonoid of the general level. As Ji-Oh-Ma listens in silence, Siegfried continues his analysis. He doesn't know how Agor managed to enter the human realm, but he is certain their actions had a clear motive, as if they were trying to prevent something from happening. Medea listens with rapt attention, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Siegfried picks up his teacup, declaring that things will only get worse if they remain idle. He describes demons as creatures of compulsion, yet sly and cunning, predicting that within a few short years, humanity will be at war with them once again. Taking a sip of tea, he adds that this coming conflict will be incomparable to the war 50 years ago. He points out the grim reality that if the demons account for the fact that a human slayed Agor, they might use it as a pretext to launch a full-scale invasion. Ji-Oh-Ma reflects internally, realizing it's only thanks to the Sword Emperor's discretion and silence on the matter that the demons haven't been able to respond yet. He concludes that the Sword Emperor is truly deserving of the immense respect the human race affords him. Siegfried sets his cup down decisively. He announces that he prepared this meeting to make a specific statement. Ji-Oh-Ma looks on, intrigued. The Sword Emperor touches the empty space where his left arm used to be, stating plainly that he is no longer able to fight on the front lines. Medea slams her hands on the table and leaps to her feet, shouting at him in disbelief. She demands to know if he's really going to be so depressed over losing a single arm. Siegfried's gaze is unwavering, his eyes burning with conviction. He reminds her of their fundamental purpose. They raise true heroes so that they can pass down a better era to the next generation. Medea's anger subsides, replaced by understanding. She murmurs that this is the Academy's purpose, and the very reason he serves as its dean. She stands silently for a moment, processing his words. The room falls quiet, the weight of the conversation hanging in the air. Siegfried breaks the silence by setting his teacup down with a soft clink. He then drops a bombshell, calmly announcing his plan to step down from his position in the 7 Stars soon. Ji-Oh-Ma jolts upright, shouting his title, Sword Emperor, in utter shock. He is visibly agitated, his hands gripping his knees as he struggles to comprehend the news. Medea calmly tells him to calm down, assuring him that this was not a rash decision, and that Siegfried had been contemplating it for some time, even while Ji-Oh-Ma was recovering in the hospital. Siegfried clarifies that stepping down doesn't mean he'll be idle. He'll simply focus on what he can do from a different position. Medea adds grimly that the press will not leave him intact once the news breaks. She looks deeply concerned, contemplating the political and social fallout of his retirement. Siegfried waves off her concern, stating that he already plans to hold a press conference within a few days, believing it's better to deal with the media frenzy all at once. Suddenly, Medea's temper flares again. She lunges across the table and grabs Siegfried by his collar, yelling and asking how he can still be the same reckless person after 50 years. He quips back that he supposes he just lives young, a comment that only infuriates her more. Watching the two legendary figures bicker, Ji-Oh-Ma can't help but let out a small, weary chuckle. He reflects on his journey. Up until now, he had tried his hardest to keep the story from deviating from its original plot, panicking whenever a character acted in a way he didn't expect. But watching Medea threaten the Sword Emperor, he realizes how selfish his actions had been. Their words, their choices, their very emotions, they were the result of their own free will. They weren't just characters in a game. They were real people with their own egos and desires. In that moment, he resolves to accept whatever choices they make from now on. Medea punctuates his thought by delivering a sharp karate chop to Siegfried's head. Ji-Oh-Ma concludes his inner monologue, understanding that closing his eyes and refusing to accept the truth of this living, breathing world is what a child would do. As Siegfried complains about his neck, Siegfried suddenly says he almost forgot the most important thing. Medea asks in exasperation what more he could possibly have to say. Siegfried's gaze locks onto Ji-Oh-Ma, his expression unreadable. He then makes the most shocking declaration of all. He announces that he will transfer his 7-star seat to student Kang Ji-Oh-Ma. Siegfried wears a strange, almost manic grin. Medea's eyes are wide with disbelief, and Ji-Oh-Ma is frozen in his chair, completely stunned by the proposition. The very air seems to vibrate with the magnitude of the statement. In a richly decorated office, bathed in the warm glow of the afternoon sun, a woman with vibrant green hair tied up in a high ponytail lets out a soft sigh of relief, the sound barely disturbing the quiet room. A delicate teacup rests on the polished desk before her. Turning her back to the viewer, she gazes out the large window and mutters under her breath, calling someone a stupid geezer in a tone of pure exasperation. She remains silent for a moment, her thoughts seemingly far away. Turning back, her full figure is revealed, curvaceous and clad in a form-fitting black dress with purple accents, her intelligent eyes framed by stylish glasses. She lays out a plan, stating that they first need to gauge the demon's strength and then handle the inevitable interviews from the press. However, she stresses that there is something more important to consider. At that moment, the stupid geezer she was referring to, the venerable Sword Emperor Sieg with his weathered, scarred face and stark white hair, chimes in. He clarifies that the process would not be immediate, estimating it would take at least a year to get everything ready. He adds with a hint of grandfatherly concern that the boy, Ji-On-ma, should be allowed to enjoy his school life at the academy in the meantime. This statement seems to be the last straw for the green-haired woman, who explodes with fury. She slams her fist on the table, lunging forward to grab the old man by his collar, her face contorted in anger as she yells at him for being a stupid old geezer. Ji-On-ma, standing quietly in the background, watches the outburst with a neutral expression as Sieg simply throws his head back and laughs heartily. Having vented her frustration, the woman slumps back into her chair, clutching a purple cloth with a sigh of annoyance. She brings the conversation back to the crucial topic, the transfer of one of the 7-star seats. She acknowledges that it might be a significant burden for a 17-year-old boy, but her conviction is unshakable as she declares that absolutely nobody is more suited to become one of the 7 stars than Ji-On-ma. As she speaks, Ji-On-ma stands impassively, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. Her mind flashes to an image of him, reflected in her glasses, standing over a desolate, cracked landscape glowing with a sinister red light. She internally reflects on his incredible feats, which they have been unable to announce publicly. She imagines the uproar that would ensue if the world were to find out about this genius, who seemed to have descended directly from the heavens. An ethereal image of Ji-On-ma ascending into a blindingly bright light fills her thoughts, solidifying her belief that he already has one foot in the realm of legends, comparable to legendary figures like. She stops herself mid-thought, her eyes widening as she nearly utters the name Ballard Joquin, covering her mouth with her hand in a moment of shocked realization. She lets out a soft, defeated sigh, her gaze falling upon a framed photograph on her desk, as she murmurs Sieg's name with a mix of frustration and resignation. Leaning back in her chair, she concedes to herself that it's not as if she doesn't understand his perspective. A memory surfaces, showing her and a much more somber Sieg, their expressions grim. She continues her internal debate, recognizing the serious implications of a vacant 7-star seat. Such an absence could cause a significant commotion within human society, and more critically, it would weaken their diplomatic standing with the demons. She considers the potential backlash from such a monumental decision, but concludes that as long as Sieg himself has appointed Ji-On-ma, there shouldn't be any insurmountable problems. A single word, however, lingers in her mind, signaling a major obstacle. The final approval doesn't rest solely with them. They would need the agreement of the Hero Association, and more importantly, the other existing 7-star heroes, represented by 2 imposing, shadowy figures in her thoughts. Her red eyes narrow in contemplation as she picks up the framed photo from her desk. It's a picture of a group of high school students, a relic from a past she shared with the other heroes. She muses wryly that it might be time for a high school reunion of sorts, tapping the glass of the frame lightly. The scene transitions, marking the beginning of the chapter titled Blessing of the Sword God. Ji-On-ma and Sieg walk together down a long, elegant corridor, the sunlight streaming through arched windows and casting long shadows on the polished floor. The rhythmic sound of their footsteps echoes through the hall. Ji-On-ma breaks the silence, respectfully calling out to the Sword Emperor and asking if he could have a moment. Sieg halts his stride, turning to face the young man. Ji-On-ma, his expression serious, gets straight to the point, asking if their recent discussion was about the 7-star hero seat. Sieg, gazing out the window for a moment, turns back and apologizes for not having informed him about the matter sooner. He then poses a question to Ji-On-ma, asking if he knows the reason why 4 of the 7-star hero seats remain empty. Ji-On-ma looks slightly puzzled, offering a guess that it was perhaps out of respect for their fallen allies who had passed away. Sieg's expression becomes solemn, and he acknowledges that one could certainly interpret it that way. He affirms that it is indeed thanks to the valiant sacrifices of those heroes that humanity continues to exist on this earth. However, as the view shifts to a sprawling cityscape below, he dismisses that notion, stating that it doesn't make logical sense to leave seats of such power and importance empty for purely sentimental reasons. Ji-On-ma listens intently, a silent dot in the conversation bubble indicating his rapt attention. Sieg then decides to be completely honest, revealing that the reason is actually quite simple. They have never found anyone worthy of filling those seats. He elaborates on what worthy truly means in this context. A hero who is demonstrably stronger than the current members. His tone turns grim as he reminds Ji-On-ma of a harsh reality. The demons are strong, much stronger than humans. Ma's mind immediately drifts to his past life, reflecting on how the sheer power of the demons was a core mechanic in the game, Miracle Mobile. He recalls that the blessing system was implemented specifically to give players a fighting chance against the demons' ridiculously high base stats. A vision of countless human silhouettes falling before a horde of monstrous demons flashes in his memory. He knows with certainty that if the demons were to launch a full-scale invasion, the severely outnumbered human race would be driven to extinction in less than half a year. Sieg's voice brings him back to the present, explaining a fundamental truth of their world. One can only negotiate or converse on equal terms when one possesses power. Ma, processing this, asks how this relates to leaving 3 of the seats empty. Sieg's gaze is sharp and uncompromising as he delivers the chilling answer. Mediocre power is worse than having no power at all. The implication dawns on Ma immediately. If a 7-star hero, a supposed pinnacle of human strength, were to be defeated by a common demonic beast, the blow to humanity's morale would be catastrophic. He remains silent, absorbing the weight of this logic. Sieg continues his explanation, clarifying that the 7-star heroes are not merely positions of glory. Their true duty is to keep the demonic threat at bay and to act as a symbol of humanity's might, a role that comes with immense responsibilities. A flicker of cynicism crosses Sieg's face, his one visible eye glinting as he adds that even this noble purpose has lost its meaning in recent times. He reveals that some have begun to exploit the name of the 7 stars as a tool for political power. He offers a prime example: the Prime Minister of Japan, who has ruled for 40 years, essentially becoming a dictator. An image of a shadowy figure with menacing eyes, the absolute Bo Sakikajima, appears, his hand held over the head of a blue-haired girl as if controlling a puppet. The girl is revealed to be Ryuju, her own blue eyes glowing with a cold, intense light. Ma internally connects these dots, recalling that Saki Kajima was a character who never appeared or was even mentioned in the original game. He also remembers that Ryuju never speaks of her family, a stark contrast to Chloe, who occasionally does. The memory of Ryuju's own words surfaces in his mind, her declaration that she hated the 7-star heroes now carrying a new, darker meaning. Ma looks back at Sieg, acknowledging that he understands the point about political corruption, but firmly states that it wasn't his actual question. His gaze is direct and unwavering as he presses the Sword Emperor for the real answer. Why him? Sieg looks at him, a slight, almost amused smirk on his face, and asks if Ma is genuinely being daft or just pretending to be. He then lays the truth bare, his voice resonating with absolute conviction. The reason he is passing down his seat is simple. It's because Ma is stronger than him, and by a very large margin. Ma is momentarily speechless, the weight of the statement hanging in the air. His mind flashes back to his battle with Agor, remembering that he was indeed the one who pushed the formidable demon to the brink of death. Yet a seed of doubt remains. He questions whether that incredible power was truly his own. He stands silently, lost in this internal conflict. Sieg turns his back to him, stating that he has had his own questions about Ma for some time and now requires answers. He gets straight to the heart of the matter, focusing on Ma's power, and delivers a shocking observation. It seems to have a time limit. A massive red exclamation mark explodes in the panel, perfectly mirroring Ma's internal shock. His eyes widen in disbelief, his mind racing. He has never told a single soul about this critical weakness. How could the Sword Emperor possibly know? Noticing his visible agitation, Sieg holds up a hand, telling him to calm down and explaining that it was merely a guess. He reasons logically that even someone as powerful as Ma couldn't possibly wield such overwhelming force without some kind of limitation. He recalls observing him during the Academy test and on Avalon Island, and how he had predicted that Ma would collapse after only a minute or so of exertion. Still reeling, Ma quietly says the Sword Emperor's name. After a tense moment of silence, he clenches his fist, his expression hardening with resolve. He has made a decision. He looks Sieg in the eye and declares that he has something to tell him about his powers. The scene shifts to a grand building as Ma explains his situation. Sieg listens intently, then summarizes what he has been told. Ma's primary blessing activates, causing him immense pain, which he then counteracts by activating a second blessing to nullify the pain. Ma confirms that his summary is correct. Internally, Ma clarifies his own motives. While he trusts the Sword Emperor, he was careful not to reveal too much detail, as sharing one's weaknesses is a different matter entirely. His goal is not to seek understanding or sympathy, but to gain insight from a seasoned warrior. Sieg gives his word that the secret is safe with him. He remarks that using one blessing to suppress the cost of another is a truly revolutionary and ingenious idea. He observes that Jeon-ma appears to be using this unique power in his own distinct way, acknowledging that the boy undoubtedly possesses great talent. However, he offers a word of caution, advising that it would be unwise to rely on fighting with a time limit forever. The key is to use that power strategically when it's most needed. To master this, Sieg explains, Jeon-ma needs an experienced master, just as he himself is in need of a talented disciple. Jeon-ma's face shows his confusion. Sieg clarifies his intentions, stating that he has chosen Jeon-ma as his successor, and as such, it is his duty to pass on all of his knowledge. With that, Sieg begins to walk away, mentioning that while he is retiring, he has no intention of simply sitting around doing nothing. He then stops, remembering one last thing. He pulls out a distinctive black and red necktie, explaining that Abel had asked him to give it to Jeon-ma. He hands the item over, tells Jeon-ma he'll call him once everything is sorted out, and advises him to enjoy his academy life until then. Jeon-ma can only call out his title in surprise as Sieg walks away down the hall, his hearty laughter echoing behind him. Left alone, Jeon-ma is completely flustered, the words successor and disciple echoing in his mind. He shakes his head in disbelief, resolving that this is absolutely not happening and that he will have to talk Sieg out of this absurd idea later. That night, under a starry sky, Jeon-ma lies awake in his bed, his eyes open and his mind troubled. Suddenly, a searing flash of red, glitch-like energy rips through his consciousness, causing him to groan in pain. He finds himself trapped in a recurring nightmare. A towering clock tower stands against a blood-red sky as streaks of energy slash through the air. He is in the midst of a frantic battle, his own sort of silver blur against unseen foes. He grimly realizes it's the same dream again. He stands alone on a floating piece of shattered ground, surrounded by a swirling vortex of red and black chaos. A distorted, glitched-out interface appears before him. He grits his teeth, knowing what comes next. If he accepts the offer again, a familiar, disembodied voice tells him that he seems to be taking that power in for himself. The voice, sounding like Sieg's, commands him to accept the power, and a blinding light erupts. The single word, accept, burns into his vision in fiery red letters. In the dreamscape, his hand reaches out, grasping the hilt of a glowing blue sword. Standing within a digital space defined by a red grid, he tries to calm himself, insisting it's just a dream. But his reassurance is cut short as a colossal red sword materializes above him and plunges downward. A manic, desperate grin spreads across his face as he wonders aloud if he won't die from this, right? The massive blade strikes him with overwhelming force, sending him flying backward through the digital void. He screams in agony as the raw, destructive red energy tears at his body. His face is a mask of pure torment. Within the storm of energy, a malevolent, singular red eye glares out, the source of this terrifying power. He is completely engulfed in a blinding white light, his form seemingly obliterated by the blast. When the light fades, he materializes once more, shirtless and marked by the lingering red energy around a wound on his chest, but now enveloped in a new, serene blue aura. He lands gracefully on his feet. Looking down at his hands, he sees his body glowing with a vibrant blue light, strange black markings now etched onto his skin. He touches his chest, feeling the foreign power coursing through him as he wonders what this new sensation is. His eyes widen in astonishment as the blue energy flares up around him, a silent scream of shock on his face. A massive question mark, an exclamation point, symbolize his profound confusion. A shimmering silhouette of a person made of pure light appears before him, and a voice greets him, saying it's nice to see him again. Jeon-ma looks up, his eyes wide with shock and recognition. The figure continues to glow, its form indistinct but its presence undeniable. As the silhouette stands against a cosmic backdrop, Jeon-ma finally identifies it, his voice filled with utter disbelief as he exclaims that it's the GM. The chapter ends on this cliffhanger, with a preview showing a celestial hourglass turning over, signifying that time continues to move forward. A disembodied voice cuts through the cosmic void, its owner, a silhouette of pure, glowing white energy, questioning if this was the right place. A soft shimmer of light emanates from its form as it explains that it had simply recreated a familiar location. Before Kang Jeon-ma, who stands shirtless and bewildered in what appears to be a futuristic kitchen, the glowing being realizes its mistake. Remembering this is Jeon-ma's first time seeing it here and admitting its own confusion. The entity offers a brief apology, but before it can continue, Jeon-ma looks on with a quizzical expression. The glowing figure then clarifies a crucial point. It is not the GM. Jeon-ma repeats the statement back as a question, his brow furrowed in confusion as the being raises a hand to its head in a casual salute. The entity elaborates, explaining that while one could say it wasn't all that different, it was more accurate to say that it could be the GM or the GM could be it. To be exact, it was the other way around. Jeon-ma's expression remains one of deep thought, trying to parse the cryptic explanation. He finally asks the most pressing question. Who then was this being? The glowing figure, instead of answering, erupts into a fit of laughter, the sound echoing in the surreal space. Ji-Oh-Ma is taken aback, a question mark hovering in his thoughts as he watches the display. He waits for a moment before his patience wears thin, his expression hardening as he asks how long the entity plans to keep laughing. The being calms down, apologizing and explaining that it was reminded of some old memories. It acknowledges Ji-Oh-Ma's intrigue, understanding why he would be curious about its identity. However, it states that explaining who it is would take too long, and they don't have much time. It promises a simple explanation instead, as a swirling orb of turquoise energy materializes in its hand, glowing with an ancient power. The being declares that it is known by many names. As the energy intensifies, it lists them: a calamity, nature itself, space. And finally, with a serene and powerful gaze, it states that it is also known as God. Ji-Oh-Ma stares, completely stunned by the revelation. He echoes the word God in disbelief. The entity confirms this but specifies that it isn't just any god. Its eyes flare with a brilliant, cosmic light, like two miniature galaxies swirling with power. It makes its grand declaration, revealing its true identity. It is the Sword God. The revelation hits Ji-Oh-Ma like a physical blow, his eyes widening in shock and confusion. The Sword God continues, clarifying that it's not the same kind of god Ji-Oh-Ma might be thinking of, but he could just call it something like that. It expresses a desire to tell him more, but reiterates that their time is short. Ji-Oh-Ma, processing the bombshell, asks why it has only appeared now. The Sword God raises a single, glowing finger, reminding Ji-Oh-Ma that its restraints were recently released. A mental image flashes in Ji-Oh-Ma's mind. The notification about the blessing of the Sword God being released. The entity explains that it wasn't fully released, which is why it has appeared in this incomplete form. It emphasizes that it's a miracle it is even able to talk to him. Suddenly, a violent surge of dark energy crackles into existence, and a spray of crimson blood erupts from Ji-Oh-Ma's chest, though he shows no visible wound. The Sword God calmly states that it guesses this is all for now. Ji-Oh-Ma looks down at his chest in shock, crying out, "What?" As a malevolent red aura, patterned like a digital grid, explodes around him. He is thrown backward, his body suspended in the crimson void as the energy fragments around him. The Sword God offers a final piece of advice, telling him that slashing and dicing is all good, but he shouldn't be too rash. It adds that Ji-Oh-Ma wields a power he likely wouldn't understand even if it were explained right now. Ji-Oh-Ma, struggling against the force, curses in frustration, shouting that there's still so much he needs to ask. The Sword God's voice cuts through the chaos, telling him not to mess up this time and to believe in himself, addressing him by his full name, Kang Ji-Oh-Ma. With those final words echoing, Kang Ji-Oh-Ma jolts awake in his bed, his eyes wide with alarm. He reaches a hand out into the empty air of his room, as if trying to catch the remnants of the fading dream. He sits up with a grunt, still disoriented from the experience. A holographic blue system window materializes in front of him, its text reflected backward to the viewer, notifying him that his synchronization has been altered. He looks at the new figure, murmuring that his synchronization is now at 21.3%. He gets out of bed, his expression serious and contemplative, and walks over to his desk. He picks up a pen and jots down two phrases in a notebook: Sword God and GM. He runs a hand through his hair with a sigh, thinking that his memories of the dream are already disappearing. He concludes that the most important thing now is to keep gathering clues. He sits at his desk, staring out the window at the night sky, lost in thought. He notes that it's monsoon season already, and internally admits that he's wary of how high his synchronization has shot up. However, he reassures himself that a high synchronization rate has never been to his detriment so far. With a deep sigh, he gets back into bed, the phone on his nightstand glowing faintly. The tranquility is shattered as his phone begins to ring loudly. He answers it, greeting the caller, only to be met with a frantic shout from the other end. Someone screaming that the club prez is here and that they're here. Ji-Oh-Ma instinctively pulls the phone away from his ear, annoyed by the volume so early in the morning. His annoyance turns to confusion as he processes the words, his eyes widening as he asks, "What?" The scene transitions to a cafe, presumably the Starbucks visible through the window. Kang Ji-Oh-Ma sits with his club members, expressing his utter disbelief that anyone would actually want to join a club with a poster like theirs. Beside him, Chloe, sipping a drink, scoffs that she didn't realize there was still trash left. Saki, a small smile on his face, adds that the club president seems just as shocked. Kang Ji-Oh-Ma, looking at his two companions, asks what kind of person the applicant is. Chloe, leaning forward with a determined glint in her eyes, declares that she's already suspicious just from the fact that they were intrigued by that poster and vows to interrogate them thoroughly. Saki chimes in, agreeing that he's suspicious as well. The two then high-five enthusiastically over Kang Jeon-ma's head, who sits between them looking completely bewildered by their synchronized paranoia. Internally, Kang Jeon-ma reflects that there's nothing wrong with being wary. He's still uncertain about the schemes of the female instructor and Lei Shen, the former dungeon guard, and considers the very real possibility that this new member could be a spy sent to assassinate him. Saki breaks his dark musings, asking if the club prez is free tomorrow. Jeon-ma is momentarily pulled from his thoughts, responding with a hesitant huh. Saki, his eyes sparkling, reminds Jeon-ma-kun that he said he loves fish dishes. Chloe leans in, adding that the club will be officially established soon and that they need to congratulate him on his recovery. Kang Jeon-ma adopts a slightly smug expression, thinking to himself that he's actually quite picky with sushi and doesn't feel like going. Saki, undeterred, continues his sales pitch, claiming it's one of the most famous food places in the academy, so famous that even getting a reservation was difficult. He points out it has 3,000 reviews and that even Japanese people seem to enjoy it, exclaiming that it looks delicious. Jeon-ma's resolve wavers. He sighs internally, concluding that it's a celebratory feast and wondering how he could possibly refuse their kindness. At that moment, a hesitant voice interrupts them, asking if this is the travel club. A young woman with short mint green hair and glasses peers into the room through the glass door. She steps inside, her footsteps soft on the floor. Saki immediately springs into action, welcoming her and inviting her to come in and sit down. She quietly agrees and walks towards their table. Chloe leans over to Kang Jeon-ma and whispers that the girl looks more normal than she expected. Jeon-ma's mind flashes with images of his other club members' eccentricities. Chloe devouring food with a crazed look in her eyes, and Saki earnestly playing a recorder, and silently agrees in comparison. The new girl sits down opposite him. As she adjusts her glasses with her middle finger, Jeon-ma has a brief moment of panic, wondering if she's flipping him off, but quickly realizes it's just how she pushes them up. Saki begins the formal interview, thanking her for applying and asking for a short introduction. Chloe watches intently, adjusting her own glasses. The girl nervously introduces herself as Sanhana, a second year from the ordinary class, adding that she's from Busan. Kang Jeon-ma, surprised, asks if she's Korean, which she confirms with a flustered yep. He silently notes that he has never heard the family name, San, before. He then muses that his own title, Kang of the Seori region, isn't a real family lineage either. He gets sidetracked by the mention of Busan, remarking that he used to eat tons of pork gukbap there. Hana's face lights up, and she enthusiastically agrees, saying she loves gukbap so much and that it's amazing when you add spices and chives to the white broth. Her passionate description is cut short when Chloe jabs Jeon-ma in the side, her face stern, silently telling him to get a grip. He quickly recovers, saying he understands, and then steers the conversation back on track, asking Hana to tell them her motives for applying to the travel club. Hana explains that she saw on their poster that the club's primary activities were traveling and clearing dungeons. She admits that her marks have been underperforming this year, and she wanted to clear a few dungeons to boost her scores. Chloe, leaning forward with her hands clasped, interjects coolly, clarifying that their club's primary focus is on traveling, and clearing dungeons is just an additional feature. She points out that there are plenty of other clubs with a larger focus on dungeons. Hana lets out a soft sigh. She explains that now that they're second-year students, no club wants to let an ordinary class student like her in. She looks down at her hands, admitting that she thinks it's inevitable that someone as useless as her is left behind. Chloe's expression softens slightly, and she lets out a small laugh, telling Hana she didn't need to go that far. She then asks what weapon Hana uses. Hana replies that she doesn't have a specialized weapon, but if she had to pick one, it would probably be her fists. Saki looks skeptical, asking if she's sure she can clear dungeons with just her hands. Hana retorts, reminding him that he just said dungeons weren't the primary focus of the club. Saki is left speechless. Chloe looks on, a flicker of amusement in her eyes, thinking to herself that she's never seen Saki lose a match of words before. An intense, silent stare-down ensues between Chloe and Hana, both sizing each other up. Finally, Chloe breaks the tension with a soft hoo, smiling and saying that she understands. Hana looks at them earnestly, stating that she really would like to join the club, not just for dungeons, but to create some memories before she graduates. Kang Jeon-ma listens intently, his gaze sharp. He thinks to himself that after dealing with so many customers in his past life, he has learned how to sort people into groups based on their small habits. He reasons that using his sword god's blessing combined with this skill would be useful, and besides, it would be hard to find other people to join their club anyway. He folds his hands on the table, his decision made. Looking directly at Hana, he delivers the verdict, Welcome to the travel club. Hana looks up in surprise, her glasses catching the light as she asks if she really passed. Saki grins, telling her that they are a year younger, so she should feel free to speak to them casually. Chloe notes that it seems like Hana was waiting for that invitation. Kang Ji-ma thinks that having a senior in the club is beneficial for them to be on better terms. However, he adds that Chloe's politeness is enough for him and tells Hana that they can be casual with her too, as he doesn't want to be treated like some elder when he's just a year older. Saki suggests they just call her Hana from now on. He then pulls out a paper, telling Hana that they need the club entry form turned in by this week and asks if she could fill it out. As Hana takes the form, her eyes widen slightly as she reads it, a series of dots indicating her surprise. She points to a line on the form and asks if the chaperone of the club is really the principal. Saki confirms it, explaining that their club president asked, and she accepted right away. A determined glint appears behind Hana's glasses as she thinks to herself that she's going to have a fun time in this club. Kang Ji-ma stands up, telling the group to call him next week as he has to go now. As he walks away, Chloe asks what's wrong. He pauses, asking her if Hana reminds her of someone and wonders if he's the only one feeling this way. Chloe thinks for a moment, then dismisses it, saying not really, and that Hana just looks generic with those glasses. She then playfully pushes up her own glasses in the same manner as Hana, asking how it looks. Ji-ma bluntly tells her not to copy that. Just then, his phone vibrates on the table with an incoming text. Saki asks who it's from. Ji-ma picks it up and says it's from the principal. Saki wonders aloud if she heard about the new member already. Ji-ma shakes his head, explaining that it's probably not that, but rather a reply to something he had asked her about earlier. He opens the message, which displays a student record for someone named Lee Wonbin, complete with a photo of a male student who bears a striking resemblance to their new member, Hana. Kang Ji-ma's eyes go wide, his face a mask of pure shock as he processes the information on the screen. He can only mouth the words, "What the?" His abrupt and stunned reaction leaves the other club members staring at him, their faces filled with confusion.